R&R. 1. One of the new Sikorsky gunships, an element of the 1st Air Cavalry with the words Whispering Death painted on its side, gave Mengele and Gilby and Baylor a lift from the ant farm to San Francisco de Jutaclan, a small town located inside the Green Zone, which on the latest maps was designated Free Occupied Guatemala. To the east of this green zone lay an undesignated band of yellow that crossed the country from the Mexican border to the Caribbean. The ant farm was a fire base on the eastern edge of the yellow band, and it was from there that Mengele, an artillery specialist not yet 21 years old, lobbed shells into an area that the maps depicted in black and white terrain markings. And thus it was that he often thought of himself as engaged in a struggle to keep the world safe for primary colors. Mengele and his buddies could have taken their R&R in Rio or Caracas, but they had noticed that the men who visited these cities had a tendency to grow careless upon their return. They understood from this that the more exuberant your R&R, the more likely you were to wind up a casualty, and so they always opted for the lesser distractions of the Guatemalan towns. They were not really friends. They had little in common, and under different circumstances they might well have been enemies. But taking their R&R together had come to be a ritual of survival, and once they had reached the town of their choice, they would go their separate ways and perform further rituals. Because the three had survived so much already, they believed that if they continued to perform these same rituals, they would complete their tours unscathed. They had never acknowledged their belief to one another, speaking of it only obliquely. That, too, was part of the ritual. And had this belief been challenged, they would have admitted its irrationality. Yet they would also have pointed out that the strange character of the war acted to enforce it. The gunship set down at an air base a mile west of town, a concrete strip penned in on 3 sides by barracks and offices, with the jungle rising behind them. At the center of the strip, another Sikorsky was practicing takeoffs and landings, a drunken camouflage-colored dragonfly, and 2 others were hovering overhead like anxious parents. As Mengele jumped out, a hot breeze fluttered his shirt. He was wearing civvies for the first time in weeks, and they felt flimsy compared to his combat gear. He glanced around nervously, half expecting an unseen enemy to take advantage of his exposure. Some mechanics were lounging in the shade of a chopper whose cockpit had been destroyed, leaving thing-like shards of plastic curving from the charred metal. Dusty jeeps trundled back and forth between the buildings. A brace of crisply starched lieutenants were making a brisk beeline toward a forklift stacked high with aluminum coffins. Afternoon sunlight fired dazzles on the seams and handles of the coffins, and through the heat haze the distant line of barracks shifted like waves in a troubled olive-drab sea. The incongruity of the scene, its "what's wrong with this picture" mix of the horrid and the commonplace, wrenched at Mengele. His left hand trembled, and the light seemed to grow brighter, making him weak and vague. He leaned against the Sikorsky's rocket pod to steady himself. Far above, contrails were fraying in the deep blue range of the sky. XL-16s off to blow holes in Nicaragua. He stared after them with something akin to longing, listening for their engines, but heard only the spacey whisper of the Sikorskys. Gilby hopped down from the hatch that led to the computer deck behind the cockpit. He brushed imaginary dirt from his jeans, sauntered over to Mengele, and stood with hands on hips. A short, muscular kid whose blond crew-cut and petulant mouth gave him the look of a grumpy child. Baylor stuck his head out of the hatch and worriedly scanned the horizon. Then he, too, hopped down. He was tall and raw-boned, a couple of years older than Mengele, with lank black hair and pimply olive skin and features so sharp that they appeared to have been hatcheted into shape. He rested a hand on the side of the Sikorsky, but almost instantly, noticing that he was touching the flaming letter W and whispering death, he jerked the hand away, as if he'd been scorched. 3 days before, there had been an all-out assault on the ant farm, and Baylor had not recovered from it. Neither had Mengele. It was hard to tell whether or not Gilby had been affected. One of the Sikorsky's pilots cracked the cockpit door. "Y'all can catch a ride into Frisco at the PX," he said, his voice muffled by the black bubble of his visor. The sun shined a white blaze on the visor, making it seem that the helmet contained night and a single star. "Where's the PX?" asked Gilby. The pilot said something too muffled to be understood. "What?" said Gilby. Again the pilot's response was muffled, and Gilby became angry. "Take that damn thing off," he said. "This?" The pilot pointed to his visor. "What for?" "So I can hear what the hell you sayin'." "You can hear now, can't you?" "Okay," said Gilby, his voice tight. "Where's the goddamn PX?" The pilot's reply was unintelligible. His faceless mask regarded Gilby with inscrutable intent. Gilby balled up his fists. "Take that son of a bitch off!" "Can't do it, soldier," said the second pilot, leaning over so that the two black bubbles were nearly side by side. "These here doobies," he tapped his visor. "They got microcircuits that beams shit into our eyes. Affects the optic nerve. Makes it so we can see the beaners even when they under cover. Longer we wear 'em, the better we see." Baylor laughed edgily, and Gilby said, "Bullshit." Mengele naturally assumed that the pilots were putting Gilby on, or else their reluctance to remove the helmets stemmed from a superstition, perhaps from a deluded belief that the visors actually did bestow special powers. But given a war in which combat drugs were issued and psychics predicted enemy movements, anything was possible, even microcircuits that enhanced vision. "You don't want to see us, nohow," said the first pilot. "The beams fuck up our faces. We're deformed-looking mothers." "Course you might not notice the changes," said the second pilot. "Lots of people don't. But if you did, it'd mess you up." Imagining the pilot's deformities sent a sick chill mounting from Mengele's stomach. Gilby, however, wasn't buying it. "You think I'm stupid," he shouted, his neck reddening. "Naw," said the first pilot. "We can see you ain't stupid. We can see lots of shit other people can't, 'cause of the beams." "All kinds of weird stuff," chipped in the second pilot, "like souls, ghosts, even the future." "The future's our best thing," said the first pilot. "You guys want to know what's ahead? We'll tell you." They nodded in unison. The blaze of sunlight sliding across both visors, two evil robots responding to the same program. Gilby lunged for the cockpit door. The first pilot slammed it shut, and Gilby pounded on the plastic, screaming curses. The second pilot flipped a switch on the control console, and a moment later his amplified voice boomed out, "Make straight past that forklift till you hit the barracks. You'll run right into the PX." It took both Mengele and Baylor to drag Gilby away from the Sikorsky, and he didn't stop shouting until they drew near the forklift with its load of coffins, a giant's treasure of enormous silver ingots. Then he grew silent and lowered his eyes. They wangled a ride with an MP corporal outside the PX, and as the jeep hummed across the concrete, Mengele glanced over at the Sikorsky that had transported them. The two pilots had spread a canvas on the ground, had stripped to shorts, and were sunning themselves. But they had not removed their helmets. The weird juxtaposition of tanned bodies and shiny black heads disturbed Mengele, reminding him of an old movie in which a guy had gone through a matter transmitter along with a fly and had ended up with the fly's head on his shoulders. Maybe, he thought, the helmets were like that, impossible to remove. Maybe the war had gotten that strange. The MP corporal noticed him watching the pilots and let out a barking laugh. "Those guys," he said, with the flat, emphatic tone of a man who knew whereof he spoke, "are fucking nuts." 6 years before, San Francisco de Juticlan had been a scatter of thatched huts and concrete block structures, deployed among palms and banana leaves on the east bank of the Rio Dulce, at the junction of the river and a gravel road that connected with the Pan American Highway. But it had since grown to occupy substantial sections of both banks, increased by dozens of bars and brothels. Stucco cubes painted all the colors of the rainbow, with a fantastic bestiary of neon signs mounted atop their tin roofs. Dragons, unicorns, fiery birds, centaurs. The MP corporal told Mengele that the signs were not advertisements, but coded symbols of pride. For example, from the representation of a winged red tiger crouched amidst green lilies and blue crosses, you could deduce that the owner was wealthy, a member of a Catholic secret society, and ambivalent toward government policies. Old signs were constantly being dismantled, and larger, more ornate ones erected in their stead, as testament to improved profits, and this warfare of light and image was appropriate to the time and place, because San Francisco de Juticlan was less a town than a symptom of war. Though by night the sky above it was radiant, at ground level it was mean and squalid. Pariah dogs foraged in piles of garbage. Hard-bitten whores spat from the windows, and according to the corporal, it was not unusual to stumble across a corpse, likely a victim of the gangs of abandoned children who lived in the fringes of the jungle. Narrow streets of tawny dirt cut between the bars, carpeted with a litter of flattened cans and feces and broken glass. Refugees begged at every corner, displaying burns and bullet wounds. Many of the buildings had been thrown up with such haste that their walls were tilted, their roofs canted, and this made the shadows they cast appear exaggerated in their jaggedness, like shadows in the work of a psychotic artist, giving visual expression to a pervasive undercurrent of tension. Yet as Mengele moved along, he felt at ease, almost happy. His mood was due in part to his hunch that it was going to be one hell of an R&R. He had learned to trust his hunches. But it mainly spoke to the fact that towns like this had become for him a kind of afterlife, a reward for having endured a harsh term of existence. The corporal dropped them off at a drugstore, where Mengele bought a box of stationery, and then they stopped for a drink at the Club Demonio, a tiny place whose whitewashed walls were shined to faint phosphorescence by the glare of purple light bulbs dangling from the ceiling like radioactive fruit. The club was packed with soldiers and whores, most sitting at tables around a dance floor not much bigger than a king-size mattress. Two couples were swaying to a ballad that welled from a jukebox encaged in chicken wire and 2x4s. Veils of cigarette smoke drifted with underwater slowness above their heads. Some of the soldiers were mauling their whores, and one whore was trying to steal the wallet of a soldier who was on the verge of passing out. Her hand worked between his legs, encouraging him to thrust his hips forward, and when he did this, she pried with her other hand at the wallet stuck in the back pocket of his tight-fitting jeans. But all the action seemed listless, half-hearted, as if the dimness and syrupy music had thickened the air and were hampering movement. Mengele took a seat at the bar. The bartender glanced at him inquiringly, his pupils becoming cored with purple reflections, and Mengele said, "Beer." "Hey, check that out." Gilby slid onto an adjoining stool and jerked his thumb toward a whore at the end of the bar. Her skirt was hiked to mid-thigh, and her breasts, judging by their fullness and lack of sag, were likely the product of elective surgery. "Nice," said Mengele, disinterested. The bartender set a bottle of beer in front of him, and he had a swig. It tasted sour, watery, like a distillation of the stale air. Baylor slumped onto the stool next to Gilby and buried his face in his hands. Gilby said something to him that Mengele didn't catch, and Baylor lifted his head. "I ain't going back," he said. "Aw, Jesus," said Gilby. "Don't start that crap." In the half-dark, Baylor's eye sockets were clotted with shadows. His stare locked on Mengele. "They'll get us next time," he said. "We should head downriver. They got boats in Livingston. That'll take you to Panama." "Panama?" sneered Gilby. "Nothing there except more beaners." "We'll be okay at the farm," offered Mengele. "Things get too heavy, they'll pull us back." "Too heavy?" A vein throbbed in Baylor's temple. "What the fuck you call too heavy?" "Screw this!" Gilby heaved up from his stool. "You deal with him, man," he said to Mengele. He gestured at the big-breasted whore. "I'm gonna climb Mount Silicon." 9 o'clock, said Mengele. "The PX, okay?" Gilby said, "Yeah," and moved off. Baylor took over his stool and leaned close to Mengele. "You know I'm right," he said in an urgent whisper. "They almost got us this time." "Air Cav'll handle him," said Mengele, affecting nonchalance. He opened the box of stationery and unclipped a pen from his shirt pocket. "You know I'm right," Baylor repeated. Mengele tapped the pen against his lips, pretending to be distracted. "Air Cav," said Baylor with a despairing laugh. "Air Cav ain't gonna do squat." "Why don't you put on some decent tunes?" Mengele suggested. "See if they got any Prowler on the box." "Damn it!" Baylor grabbed his wrist. "Don't you understand, man? This shit ain't working no more." Mengele shook him off. "Maybe you need some change," he said coldly. He dug out a handful of coins and tossed them on the counter. There's some change." "I'm telling you." "I don't want to hear it," snapped Mengele. "You don't want to hear it?" said Baylor, incredulous. He was on the verge of losing control, his dark face slick with sweat, one eyelid fluttering. He pounded the countertop for emphasis. "Man, you better hear it. 'Cause we don't pull something together, soon, real soon, we're gonna fucking die. You hear that, don't you?" Mengele caught him by the shirt front. "Shut up!" "I ain't shutting up," Baylor shrilled. "You and Gilby, man, you think you can save your ass by sticking your head in the sand. But I'm gonna make you listen." He threw back his head. His voice rose to a shout. "We're gonna die!" The way he shouted it, almost gleefully, like a kid yelling a dirty word to spite his parents, pissed Mengele off. He was sick of Baylor's scenes. Without planning it, he hit him, pulling the punch at the last instant. Kept a hold of his shirt and clipped him on the jaw, just enough to rock back his head. Baylor blinked at him, stunned, his mouth open. Blood seeped from his gums. At the opposite end of the counter, the bartender was leaning beside a choir-like arrangement of liquor bottles, watching Mengele and Baylor, and some of the soldiers were watching too. They looked pleased, as if they had been hoping for a spot of violence to liven things up. Mengele felt debased by their attentiveness, ashamed of his bullying. "Hey, I'm sorry, man," he said. I don't give a shit 'bout you're sorry," said Baylor, rubbing his mouth. "Don't give a shit 'bout nothing, 'cept getting the hell out of here." "Leave it alone, all right?" But Baylor wouldn't leave it alone. He continued to argue, adopting the long-suffering tone of someone carrying on bravely in the face of great injustice. Mengele tried to ignore him by studying the label on his beer bottle, a red and black graphic portraying a Guatemalan soldier, his rifle upheld in victory. It was an attractive design, putting him in mind of the poster work he had done before being drafted. But considering the unreliability of Guatemalan troops, he perceived the heroic pose as a bad joke. Mengele gouged a trench through the center of the label with his thumbnail. At last Baylor gave it up, and sat staring down at the warped veneer of the counter. Mengele let him sit a minute. Then, without shifting his gaze from the bottle, he said, "Why don't you put on some decent tunes?" Baylor tucked his chin onto his chest, maintaining a stubborn silence. "It's your only option, man," Mengele went on. "What else you gonna do?" "You're crazy," said Baylor. He flicked his eyes toward Mengele and hissed it like a curse. "Crazy!" "You gonna take off for Panama by yourself?" "Uh-uh. You know the three of us got something going. We come this far together, and if you just hang tough, we'll go home together. "I don't know," said Baylor. "I don't know any more." "Look at it this way," said Mengele. "Maybe we're all three of us right. Maybe Panama is the answer. But the time just isn't ripe. If that's true, me and Gilby will see it sooner or later." With a heavy sigh, Baylor got to his feet. "You ain't never going to see it, man," he said dejectedly. Mengele had a swallow of beer. "Check if they got any prowler on the box. I could relate to some prowler." Baylor stood for a moment, indecisive. He started for the jukebox, then veered toward the door. Mengele tensed, preparing to run after him. But Baylor stopped and walked back over to the bar. Lines of strain were etched deep in his forehead. "Okay," he said, a catch in his voice. "Okay. What time tomorrow? 9 o'clock?" "Right," said Mengele, turning away. "The PX." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Baylor cross the room and bend over the jukebox to inspect the selections. He felt relieved. This was the way all their R&Rs had begun, with Gilby chasing a whore and Baylor feeding the jukebox while he wrote a letter home. On their first R&R, he had written his parents about the war and its bizarre forms of attrition. Then, realizing that the letter would alarm his mother, he had torn it up and written another, saying merely that he was fine. He would tear this letter up as well, but he wondered how his father would react if he were to read it, most likely with anger. His father was a firm believer in God and country, and though Mengele understood the futility of adhering to any moral code in light of the insanity around him, he had found that something of his father's tenets had been ingrained in him. He would never be able to desert, as Baylor kept insisting. He knew it wasn't that simple, that other factors, too, were responsible for his devotion to duty. But since his father would have been happy to accept the responsibility, Mengele tended to blame it on him. He tried to picture what his parents were doing at that moment, father watching the Mets on TV, mother puttering in the garden, and then, holding those images in mind, he began to write. Dear Mom and Dad, in your last letter you asked if I thought we were winning the war. Down here you got a lot of blank stares in response to that question, because most people have a perspective on the war to which the overall result isn't relevant. Like there's a guy I know who has this rap about how the war is a magical operation of immense proportions, how the movements of the planes and troops are inscribing a mystical sign on the surface of reality, and to survive you have to figure out your location within the design and move accordingly. I'm sure that sounds crazy to you, but down here everyone's crazy the same way. Some shrinks actually done a study on the incidence of superstition among the occupation forces. They're looking for a magic that will ensure their survival. You may find it hard to believe that I subscribe to this sort of thing, but I do. I carve my initials on the shell casings, wear parrot feathers inside my helmet, and a lot more. To get back to your question, I'll try to do better than a blank stare, but I can't give you a simple yes or no. The matter can't be summed up that neatly. But I can illustrate the situation by telling you a story and let you draw your own conclusions. There are hundreds of stories that would do, but the one that comes to mind now concerns the lost patrol. A prowler tune blasted from the jukebox, and Mengele broke off writing to listen. It was a furious, jittery music, fueled, it seemed, by the same aggressive paranoia that had generated the war. People shoved back chairs, overturned tables, and began dancing in the vacated spaces. They were crammed together, able to do no more than shuffle in rhythm. But their tread set the light bulbs jiggling at the end of their cords, the purple glare sloping over the walls. A slim, acne-scarred whore came to dance in front of Mengele, shaking her breasts, holding out her arms to him. Her face was corpse-pale in the unsteady light, her smile a dead leer. Trickling from one eye, like some exquisite secretion of death, was a black tear of sweat and mascara. Mengele couldn't be sure he was seeing her right. His left hand started trembling, and for a couple of seconds the entire scene lost its cohesiveness. Everything looked scattered, unrecognizable, embedded in a separate context from everything else, a welter of meaningless objects bobbing up and down on a tide of deranged music. Then somebody opened the door, admitting a wedge of sunlight, and the room settled back to normal. Scowling, the whore danced away. Mengele breathed easier. The tremors in his hand subsided. He spotted Baylor near the door talking to a scruffy Guatemalan guy, probably a coke connection. Coke was Baylor's panacea, his remedy for fear and desperation. He always returned from R&R bleary-eyed and prone to nosebleeds, boasting about the great dope he'd scored. Pleased that he was following routine, Mengele went back to his letter. Remember me telling you that the Green Berets took drugs to make them better fighters? Most everyone calls the drugs Sammy, which is short for samurai. They come in ampule form, and when you pop them under your nose, for the next 30 minutes or so you feel like a cross between a Medal of Honor winner and Superman. The trouble is that a lot of berets overdo them and flip out. They sell them on the black market, too, and some guys use them for sport. They take the ampules and fight each other in pits, like human cockfights. Anyway, about 2 years ago, a patrol of berets went on patrol up in Fire Zone Emerald, not far from my base, and they didn't come back. They were listed MIA. A month or so after they'd disappeared, somebody started ripping off ampules from various dispensaries. At first, the crimes were chalked up to guerrillas, but then a doctor caught sight of the robbers and said they were Americans. They were wearing rotted fatigues, acting nuts. An artist did a sketch of their leader according to the doctor's description, and it turned out to be a dead ringer for the sergeant of that missing patrol. After that, they were sighted all over the place. Some of the sightings were obviously false, but others sounded like the real thing. They were said to have shot down a couple of our choppers and to have knocked over a supply column near Zacapa. I'd never put much stock in the story, to tell you the truth, but about 4 months ago this infantryman came walking out of the jungle and reported to the fire base. He claimed he'd been captured by the lost patrol, and when I heard his story, I believed him. He said they had told him that they weren't Americans anymore, but citizens of the jungle. They lived like animals, sleeping under palm fronds, popping the ampules night and day. They were crazy, but they'd become geniuses at survival. They knew everything about the jungle, when the weather was going to change, what animals were near. And they had this weird religion based on the beams of light that would shine down through the canopy. They'd sit under those beams like saints being blessed by God, and rave about the purity of the light, the joys of killing, and the new world they were going to build. So that's what occurs to me when you ask your question, Mom and Dad. The Lost Patrol. I'm not attempting to be circumspect in order to make a point about the horrors of war. Not at all. When I think about the Lost Patrol, I'm not thinking about how sad and crazy they are. I'm wondering what it is they see in that light, wondering if it might be of help to me. And maybe therein lies your answer. It was nearly sunset by the time Mengele left the bar to begin the second part of his ritual, to wander innocent as a tourist through the native quarter, partaking of whatever fell to hand, maybe having dinner with a Guatemalan family, or buddying up with a soldier from another outfit and going to church, or hanging out with some young guys who'd ask him about America. He had done each of these things on previous R&Rs, and his pretense of innocence always amused him. If he were to follow his inner directives, he would burn out the horrors of the fire base with whores and drugs. But on that first R&R, stunned by the experience of combat and needing solitude, a protracted walk had been his course of action, and he was committed not only to repeating it, but also to recapturing his dazed mental set. It would not do to half-ass the ritual. In this instance, given recent events at the ant farm, he did not have to work very hard to achieve confusion. The Rio Dulce was a wide blue river, heaving with a light chop. Thick jungle hedged its banks, and yellowish reed beds grew out from both shores. At the spot where the gravel road ended was a concrete pier, and moored to it a barge that served as a ferry. It was already loaded with its full complement of vehicles, 2 trucks, and carried about 30 pedestrians. Mengele boarded and stood in the stern beside 3 infantrymen who were still wearing their combat suits and helmets, holding double-barreled rifles that were connected by flexible tubing to backpack computers. Through their smoked faceplates, he could see green reflections from the readouts on their visor displays. They made him uneasy, reminding him of the 2 pilots, and he felt better after they had removed their helmets and proved to have normal human faces. Spanning a third of the way across the river was a sweeping curve of white concrete supported by slender columns, like a piece fallen out of a Dali landscape, a bridge upon which construction had been halted. Mengele had noticed it from the air just before landing and hadn't thought much about it, but now the sight took him by storm. It seemed less an unfinished bridge than a monument to some exalted ideal, more beautiful than any finished bridge could be. And as he stood rapt, with the ferry's oily smoke farting out around him, he sensed there was an analogue of that beautiful, curving shape inside him, that he too was a road ending in mid-air. It gave him confidence to associate himself with such loftiness and purity, and for a moment he let himself believe that he also might have, as the upward-angled terminus of the bridge implied, a point of completion lying far beyond the one anticipated by the architects of his fate. On the west bank, past the town, the gravel road was lined with stalls, skeletal frameworks of brushwood poles roofed with palm thatch. Children chased in and out among them, pretending to aim and fire at each other with stalks of sugar cane. But hardly any soldiers were in evidence. The crowds that moved along the road were composed mostly of Indians, young couples too shy to hold hands, old men who looked lost and poked litter with their canes, dumpy matrons who made outraged faces at the high prices, shoeless farmers who kept their backs ramrod straight and wore grave expressions and carried their money knotted in handkerchiefs. At one of the stalls Mengele bought a fish sandwich and a Coca-Cola. He sat on a stool and ate contentedly, relishing the hot bread and the spicy meat cooked inside it, watching the passing parade. Gray clouds were bulking up and moving in from the south, from the Caribbean. Now and then a flight of XL-16s would arrow northward toward the oil fields beyond Lake Izabal, where the fighting was very bad. Twilight fell. The lights of town began to be picked out sharply against the empurpling air. Guitars were plucked, hoarse voices sang, the crowds thinned. Mengele ordered another sandwich and Coke. He leaned back, sipped, and chewed, steeping himself in the good magic of the land, the sweetness of the moment. Beside the sandwich stall, 4 old women were squatting by a cooking fire, preparing chicken stew and corn fritters. Scraps of black ash drifted up from the flames, and as twilight deepened, it seemed these scraps were the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that were fitting together overhead into the image of a starless night. Darkness closed in. The crowds thickened again, and Mengele continued his walk, strolling past stalls with necklaces of light bulbs strung along their frames, wires leading off them to generators whose rattle drowned out the chirring of frogs and crickets. Stalls selling plastic rosaries, Chinese switchblades, tin lanterns, others selling embroidered Indian shirts, flour-sack trousers, wooden masks. Others yet where old men in shabby suit coats sat cross-legged behind pyramids of tomatoes and melons and green peppers, each with a candle cemented in melted wax atop them, like primitive altars. Laughter, shrieks, vendor shouting. Mengele breathed in perfume, charcoal smoke. the scents of rotting fruit. He began to idle from stall to stall, buying a few souvenirs for friends back in New York, feeling part of the hustle, the noise, the shining black air, and eventually he came to a stall around which 40 or 50 people had gathered, blocking all but its thatched roof from view. A woman's amplified voice cried out, "La mariposa!" Excited squeals from the crowd. Again the woman cried out, "El cuchillo!" The two words she had called, the butterfly and the knife, intrigued Mengele, and he peered overhead. Framed by the thatch and rickety poles, a dusky-skinned young woman was turning a handle that spun a wire cage. It was filled with white plastic cubes, bolted to a plank counter. Her black hair was pulled back from her face, tied behind her neck, and she wore a red sundress that left her shoulders bare. She stopped cranking, reached into the cage, and without looking, plucked one of the cubes. She examined it, picked up a microphone, and cried, "La Luna!" A bearded man pushed forward and handed her a card. She checked the card, comparing it with some cubes that were lined up on the counter. Then she gave the man a few bills in Guatemalan currency. The composition of the game appealed to Mengele. The dark woman, her red dress and cryptic words, the rune-like shadow of the wire cage, all this seemed magical, an image out of an occult dream. Part of the crowd moved off, accompanying the winner, and Mengele let himself be forced closer by new arrivals pressing in from behind. He secured a position at the corner of the stall, fought to maintain it against the eddying of the crowd, and on glancing up, he saw the woman smiling at him from a couple of feet away, holding out a card and a pencil stub. "Only 10 cents, Guatemalan," she said in American-sounding English. The people flanking Mengele urged him to play, grinning and clapping him on the back. But he didn't need urging. He knew he was going to win. It was the clearest premonition he had ever had, and it was signaled mostly by the woman herself. He felt a powerful attraction to her. It was as if she were a source of heat, not of heat alone, but also of vitality, sensuality. And now that he was within range, that heat was washing over him, making him aware of a sexual tension developing between them, bringing with it the knowledge that he would win. The strength of the attraction surprised him, because his first impression had been that she was exotic-looking, but not beautiful. Though slim, she was a little wide-hipped, and her breasts, mounted high and served up in separate scoops by her tight bodice, were quite small. Her face, like her coloring, had an East Indian cast, its features too large and voluptuous to suit the delicate bone structure. Yet they were so expressive, so finely cut, that their disproportion came to seem a virtue. Except that it was thinner, her face resembled one of those handmaidens featured on Hindu religious posters, kneeling beneath Krishna's throne. Very sexy, very serene. That serenity, Mengele decided, wasn't just a veneer. It ran deep. But at the moment he was more interested in her breasts. They looked nice, pushed up like that, gleaming with a sheen of sweat. 2 helpings of shaky pudding. The woman waggled the card, and he took it. A simplified bingo card with symbols instead of letters and numbers. "Good luck," she said, and laughed, as if in reaction to some private irony. Then she began to spin the cage. Mengele didn't recognize many of the words she called, but an old man cozied up to him and pointed to the appropriate square whenever he got a match. Soon several rows were almost complete. "La manzana!" cried the woman, and the old man tugged at Mengele's sleeve, shouting, "Se ganó!" As the woman checked his card, Mengele thought about the mystery she presented, her calmness, her unaccented English, and the upper-class background it implied made her seem out of place here. Could be she was a student, her education interrupted by the war, though she might be a bit too old for that. He figured her to be 22 or 23. Graduate school, maybe. But there was an air of worldliness about her that didn't support that theory. He watched her eyes dart back and forth between the card and the plastic cubes. Large, heavy-lidded eyes. The whites stood in such sharp contrast to her dusky skin that they looked fake, milky stones with black centers. "You see," she said, handing him his winnings, about $3, and another card. "See what?" Mengele asked, perplexed. But she had already begun to spin the cage again. He won 3 of the next 7 cards. People congratulated him, shaking their heads in amazement. The old man cozied up further, suggesting in sign language that he was the agency responsible for Mengele's good fortune. Mengele, however, was nervous. His ritual was founded on a principle of small miracles, and though he was certain the woman was cheating on his behalf, that, he assumed, had been the meaning of her laughter, her "you see." Though his luck was not really luck, its excessiveness menaced that principle. He lost 3 cards in a row, but thereafter won 2 of 4, and grew even more nervous. He considered leaving. But what if it was luck? Leaving might run him afoul of a higher principle, interfere with some cosmic process, and draw down misfortune. It was a ridiculous idea, but he couldn't bring himself to risk the faint chance that it might be true. He continued to win. The people who had congratulated him became disgruntled and drifted off, and when there were only a handful of players left, the woman closed down the game. A grimy street kid materialized from the shadows and began dismantling the equipment, unbolting the wire cage, unplugging the microphone, boxing up the plastic cubes, stuffing it all into a burlap sack. The woman moved out from behind the stall and leaned against one of the roof poles. Half smiling, she cocked her head, appraising Mengele, and then, just as the silence between them began to get prickly, she said, "My name's Deborah." "David." Mengele felt as awkward as a 14-year-old. He had to resist the urge to jam his hands into his pockets and look away. "Why'd you cheat?" he asked, and trying to cover his nervousness. He said it too loudly, and it sounded like an accusation. "I wanted to get your attention," she said. "I'm interested in you. Didn't you notice?" "I didn't want to take it for granted." She laughed. "I approve. It's always best to be cautious." He liked her laughter. It had an easiness that made him think she would celebrate the least good thing. 3 men passed by, arm in arm, singing drunkenly. One yelled at Deborah, and she responded with an angry burst of Spanish. Mengele could guess what had been said, that she had been insulted for associating with an American. "Maybe we should go somewhere," he said. "Get off the streets." "After he's finished." She gestured at the boy, who was now taking down the string of light bulbs. "It's funny," she said. "I have the gift myself, and I'm usually uncomfortable around anyone else who has it, but not with you." "The gift?" Mengele thought he knew what she was referring to, but was leery about admitting to it. "What do you call it, ESP?" He gave up the idea of denying it. "I never put a name on it," he said. "It's strong in you. I'm surprised you're not with Psychor." He wanted to impress her, to cloak himself in a mystery equal to hers. "How do you know I'm not?" "I could tell." She pulled a black purse from behind the counter. "After drug therapy, there's a change in the gift, in the way it comes across. It doesn't feel as hot, for one thing." She glanced up from the purse. "Or don't you perceive it that way, as heat?" "I've been around people who felt hot to me," he said, "but I didn't know what it meant." "That's what it means, sometimes." She stuffed some bills into the purse. "So why aren't you with Psychor?" Mengele thought back to his first interview with a Psychor agent, a pale, balding man with the innocent look around the eyes that some blind people have. While Mengele had talked, the agent had fondled the ring Mengele had given him to hold, paying no mind to what was being said, and it gazed off distractedly, as if listening for echoes. "They tried hard to recruit me," Mengele said. "But I was scared of the drugs. I heard they had bad side effects." "You're lucky it was voluntary," she said. "Here they just snap you up." The boy said something to her. He swung the burlap sack over his shoulder, and after a rapid-fire exchange of Spanish, he ran off toward the river. The crowds were still thick, but more than half the stalls had shut down. Those that remained open looked, with their thatched roofs and strung lights and beshawled women, like crude nativity scenes ranging the darkness. Beyond the stalls, neon signs winked on and off, a chaotic menagerie of silver eagles and crimson spiders and indigo dragons. Watching them burn and vanish, Mengele experienced a wave of dizziness. Things were starting to appear disconnected as they had at the Club de Manillo. "Don't you feel well?" she asked. "I'm just tired." She turned him to face her, put her hands on his shoulders. "No," she said. "It's something else." The weight of her hands, the smell of her perfume, helped to steady him. "There was an assault on the fire base a few days ago," he said. "It's still with me a little, you know." She gave his shoulders a squeeze and stepped back. "Maybe I can do something." She said this with such gravity he thought she must have something specific in mind. "How's that?" he asked. "I'll tell you at dinner. That is, if you're buying." She took his arm, jollying him. "You owe me that much, don't you think, after all your good luck?" "Why aren't you with Psychor?" he asked as they walked. She didn't answer immediately, keeping her head down, nudging a scrap of cellophane with her toe. They were moving along an uncrowded street, bordered on the left by the river, a channel of sluggish black lacquer, and on the right by the windowless rear walls of some bars. Overhead, behind a latticework of supports, a neon lion shed a baleful green nimbus. "I was in school in Miami when they started testing here," she said at last. "And after I came home, my family got on the wrong side of Department 6. You know Department 6? "I've heard some stuff." "Sadists don't make efficient bureaucrats," she said. "They were more interested in torturing us than in determining our value." Their footsteps crunched in the dirt. Husky jukebox voices cried out for love from the next street over. "What happened?" Mengele asked. "To my family?" She shrugged. "Dead. No one ever bothered to confirm it, but it wasn't necessary. Confirmation, I mean." She went a few steps in silence. "As for me—" A muscle bunched at the corner of her mouth. "I did what I had to." He was tempted to ask for specifics, but thought better of it. "I'm sorry," he said, and then kicked himself for having made such a banal comment. They passed a bar lorded over by a grinning red and purple neon ape. Mengele wondered if these glowing figures had meaning for guerrillas with binoculars in the hills, gone-dead tubes signaling times of attack or troop movements. He cocked an eye toward Deborah. She didn't look despondent as she had a second before, and that accorded with his impression that her calmness was a product of self-control, that her emotions were strong but held in tight check and only let out for exercise. From the river came a solitary splash, some cold fleck of life surfacing briefly, then returning to its long, ignorant glide through the darkness. And his life no different, really, though maybe less graceful. How strange it was to be walking beside this woman who gave off heat like a candle flame, with earth and sky blended into a black gas, and neon totems standing guard overhead. "Shit," said Deborah under her breath. It surprised him to hear her curse. "What is it?" "Nothing," she said wearily. "Just shit." She pointed ahead and quickened her pace. "Here we are." The restaurant was a working-class place that occupied the ground floor of a hotel, a two-story building of yellow concrete block with a buzzing Fanta sign hung above the entrance. Hundreds of moths swarmed about the sign, flickering whitely against the darkness, and in front of the steps stood a group of teenage boys who were throwing knives at an iguana. The iguana was tied by its hind legs to the step railing. It had amber eyes, a hide the color of boiled cabbage, and it strained at the end of its cord, digging its claws into the dirt and arching its neck like a pint-sized dragon about to take flight. As Mengele and Deborah walked up, one of the boys scored a hit in the iguana's tail, and it flipped high into the air, shaking loose the knife. The boys passed around a bottle of rum to celebrate. Except for the waiter, a pudgy young man leaning beside a door that opened onto a smoke-filled kitchen, the place was empty. Glaring overhead lights shined up the grease spots on the plastic tablecloths and made the uneven thicknesses of yellow paint appear to be dripping. The concrete floor was freckled with dark stains that Mengele discovered to be the remains of insects. The food turned out to be decent, however, and Mengele shoveled down a plateful of chicken and rice before Deborah had half finished hers. She ate deliberately, chewing each bite a long time, and he had to carry the conversation. He told her about New York, his painting, how a couple of galleries had showed interest even though he was just a student. He compared his work to Rauschenberg, to Sylvestre. Not as good, of course, not yet. He had the notion that everything he told her, no matter its irrelevance to the moment, was securing the relationship, establishing subtle ties. He pictured the two of them enwebbed in a network of luminous threads that acted as conduits for their attraction. He could feel her heat more strongly than ever, and he wondered what it would be like to make love to her, to be swallowed by that perception of heat. The instant he wondered this, she glanced up and smiled, as if sharing the thought. He wanted to ratify his sense of intimacy, to tell her something he had told no one else, and so, having only one important secret, he told her about the ritual. She laid down her fork and gave him a penetrating look. "You can't really believe that," she said. "I know it sounds ridiculous," she broke in. "That's how it sounds." "It's the truth," he said defiantly. She picked up her fork again, pushed around some grains of rice. "How is it for you," she said, "when you have a premonition? I mean, what happens? Do you have dreams, hear voices?" "Sometimes I just know things," he said, taken aback by her abrupt change of subject. "And sometimes I see pictures. It's like with a TV that's not working right. Fuzziness at first, then a sharp image." "With me it's dreams, and hallucinations. I don't know what else to call them." Her lips thinned. She sighed, appearing to have reached some decision. "When I first saw you, just for a second, you were wearing battle gear. There were inputs on the gauntlets, cables attached to the helmet. The faceplate was shattered, and your face, it was pale, bloody." She put her hand out to cover his. "What I saw was very clear, David. You can't go back." He hadn't described artilleryman's gear to her, and no way could she have seen it. Shaken, he said, "Where am I going to go?" "Panama," she said. "I can help you get there." She suddenly snapped into focus. You find her, dozens like her, in any of the R&R towns, preaching pacifism, encouraging desertion, do-gooders, most with guerrilla connections, and that, he realized, must be how she had known about his gear. She had probably gathered information on the different types of units in order to lend authenticity to her dire pronouncements. His opinion of her wasn't diminished. On the contrary, it went up a notch. She was risking her life by talking to him, but her mystery had been dimmed. "I can't do that," he said. "Why not? Don't you believe me?" "It wouldn't make any difference if I did." Look," he said. "This friend of mine, he's always trying to convince me to desert, and there've been times I wanted to. But it's just not in me. My feet won't move that way. Maybe you don't understand, but that's how it is." "This childish thing you do with your two friends," she said, after a pause. "That's what's holding you here, isn't it?" "It isn't childish." "That's exactly what it is. Like a child walking home in the dark, and thinking that if he doesn't look at the shadows, nothing will jump out at him." "You don't understand," he said. "No, I suppose I don't." Angry, she threw her napkin down on the table and stared intently at her plate, as if reading some oracle from the chicken bones. "Let's talk about something else," said Mengele. "I have to go," she said coldly. "Because I won't desert?" "Because of what'll happen if you don't." She leaned toward him, her voice burred with emotion. "Because, knowing what I do about your future, I don't want to wind up in bed with you." Her intensity frightened him. Maybe she had been telling the truth, but he dismissed the possibility. "Stay," he said. "We'll talk some more about it." "You wouldn't listen." She picked up her purse and got to her feet. The waiter ambled over and laid the check beside Mengele's plate. He pulled a plastic bag filled with marijuana from his apron pocket and dangled it in front of Mengele. "Gotta get her in the mood, man," he said. Deborah railed at him in Spanish. He shrugged and moved off, his slow-footed walk an advertisement for his goods. "Meet me tomorrow, then," said Mengele. "We can talk more about it tomorrow." "No." "Why don't you give me a break?" he said. "This is all coming down pretty fast, you know. I get here this afternoon, meet you, and an hour later you're saying death is in the cards and Panama's your only hope. I need some time to think. Maybe by tomorrow I'll have a different attitude." Her expression softened, but she shook her head, no. "Don't you think it's worth it?" She lowered her eyes, fussed with the zipper of her purse a second, and let out a rueful hiss. "Where do you want to meet?" "How about the pier on this side? Round noon." She hesitated. "All right." She came around to his side of the table, bent down, and brushed her lips across his cheek. He tried to pull her close and deepen the kiss, but she slipped away. He felt giddy, overheated. "You really going to be there?" he asked. She nodded, but seemed troubled, and she didn't look back before vanishing down the steps. Mengele sat a while, thinking about the kiss, its promise. He might have stayed even longer, but 3 drunken soldiers staggered in and began knocking over chairs, giving the waiter a hard time. Annoyed, Mengele went to the door and stood taking in hits of the humid air. Moths were loosely constellated on the curved plastic of the fantasine, trying to get next to the bright heat inside it, and he had a sense of relation, of sharing their yearning for the impossible. He started down the steps, but was brought up short. The teenage boys had gone. However, their captive iguana lay on the bottom step, bloody and unmoving. Bluish-gray strings spilled from a gash in its throat. It was such a clear sign of bad luck, Mengele went back inside and checked into the hotel upstairs. The hotel corridors stank of urine and disinfectant. A drunken Indian with his fly unzipped and a bloody mouth was pounding on one of the doors. As Mengele passed him, he bowed and made a sweeping gesture, a parody of welcome. Then he went back to his pounding. Mengele's room was a windowless cell 5 feet wide and coffin length, furnished with a sink and a cot and a chair. Cobwebs and dust clotted the glass of the transom, reducing the hallway light to a cold bluish-white glow. The walls were filmy with more cobwebs, and the sheets were so dirty that they appeared to have a pattern. He lay down and closed his eyes, thinking about Deborah, about ripping off that red dress and giving her a vicious screwing, how she'd cry out. That both made him ashamed and gave him a hard-on. He tried to think about making love to her tenderly, but tenderness, it seemed, was beyond him. He went flaccid. Jerking off wasn't worth the effort, he decided. He started to unbutton his shirt, remembered the sheets, and figured he'd be better off with his clothes on. In the blackness behind his lids, he began to see explosive flashes, and within those flashes were images of the assault on the ant farm. The mist, the tunnels. He blotted them out with the image of Deborah's face, but they kept coming back. Finally, he opened his eyes. 3 fuzzy-looking black stars were silhouetted against the transom. It was only when they began to crawl that he recognized them to be spiders, big ones. He wasn't usually afraid of spiders, but these particular spiders terrified him. If he hit them with a shoe, he'd break the glass, and they'd eject him from the hotel. He didn't want to kill them with his hands. After a while, he sat up, switched on the overhead, and searched under the cot. There weren't any more spiders. He lay back down, feeling shaky and short of breath. Wishing he could talk to someone, hear a familiar voice. "It's okay," he said to the dark air. But that didn't help. And for a long time, until he felt secure enough to sleep, he watched the 3 black stars crawling across the transom, moving toward the center, touching each other, moving apart, never making any real progress, never straying from their area of bright confinement, their universe of curdled, frozen light. 2. In the morning, Mengele crossed to the west bank and walked toward the air base. It was already hot, but the air still held a trace of freshness, and the sweat that beaded on his forehead felt clean and healthy. White dust was settling along the gravel road, testifying to the recent passage of traffic. Past the town and the cutoff that led to the uncompleted bridge, high walls of vegetation crowded close to the road, and from within them he heard monkeys and insects and birds, sharp sounds that enlivened him, making him conscious of the play of his muscles. About halfway to the base, he spotted 6 Guatemalan soldiers coming out of the jungle, dragging a couple of bodies. They tossed them onto the hood of their jeep, where 2 other bodies were lying. Drawing near, Mengele saw that the dead were naked children, each with a neat hole in his back. He had intended to walk on past, but one of the soldiers, a gnomish copper-skinned man in dark blue fatigues, blocked his path and demanded to check his papers. All the soldiers gathered around to study the papers, whispering, turning them sideways, scratching their heads. Used to such hassles, Mengele paid them no attention and looked at the dead children. They were scrawny, sun-darkened, lying face down with their ragged hair hanging a fringe off the hood. Their skins were pocked by infected mosquito bites, and the flesh around the bullet holes was ridged up and bruised. Judging by their size, Mengele guessed them to be about 10 years old. But then he noticed that one was a girl with a teenage fullness to her buttocks, her breasts squashed against the metal. That made him indignant. They were only wild children who survived by robbing and killing, and the Guatemalan soldiers were only doing their duty. They performed a function comparable to that of the birds that hunted ticks on the hide of a rhinoceros, keeping their American beast pest-free and happy. But it wasn't right for the children to be laid out like game. The soldier gave back Mengele's papers. He was now all smiles, and, perhaps in the interest of solidifying Guatemalan-American relations, perhaps because he was proud of his work, he went over to the jeep and lifted the girl's head by the hair so Mengele could see her face. "Bandita," he said, arranging his features into a comical frown. The girl's face was not unlike the soldier's, with the same blade of a nose and prominent cheekbones. Fresh blood glistened on her lips, and the faded tattoo of a coiled serpent centered her forehead. Her eyes were open, and staring into them, despite their cloudiness, Mengele felt that he had made a connection, that she was regarding him sadly from somewhere behind those eyes, continuing to die past the point of clinical death. Then an ant crawled out of her nostril, perching on the crimson curve of her lip, and the eyes looked merely vacant. The soldier let her head fall and wrapped his hand in the hair of a second corpse, but before he could lift it, Mengele turned away and headed down the road toward the air base. There was a row of helicopters lined up at the edge of the landing strip, and walking between them, Mengele saw the two pilots who had given him a ride from the ant farm. They were stripped to shorts and helmets, wearing baseball gloves, and they were playing catch, lofting high flies to one another. Behind them, atop their Sikorsky, a mechanic was fussing with the main rotor housing. The sight of the pilots didn't disturb Mengele as it had the previous day. In fact, he found their weirdness somehow comforting. Just then the ball eluded one of them and bounced Mengele's way. He snagged it and flipped it back to the nearer of the pilots, who came loping over and stood pounding the ball into the pocket of his glove. With his black reflecting face and sweaty, muscular torso, he looked like an eager young mutant. "How's she going?" he asked. "Seemed like you a little tore down this morning." "I feel okay," said Mengele defensively. "Course," he smiled, making light of his defensiveness, "maybe you see something I don't." The pilot shrugged. The sprightliness of the gesture seemed to convey good humor. Mengele pointed to the mechanic. "You guys broke down, huh?" "Just overhaul. We're going back up early tomorrow. Need a lift?" "Nah, I'm here for a week." An eerie current flowed through Mengele's left hand, setting up a palsied shaking. It was bad this time, and he jammed the hand into his hip pocket. The olive-drab line of barracks appeared to twitch, to suffer a dislocation and shift farther away. The choppers and jeeps and uniformed men on the strip looked toy-like, pieces in a really neat G.I. Joe airbase kit. Mengele's hand beat against the fabric of his trousers like a sick heart. "I gotta get going," he said. "Hang in there," said the pilot. "You be all right." The words had a flavor of diagnostic assurance that almost convinced Mengele of the pilot's ability to know his fate, that things such as fate could be known. "You honestly believe what you were saying yesterday, man?" he asked. "About your helmets? About knowing the future?" The pilot bounced the ball on the concrete, snatched it at the peak of its rebound, and stared down at it. Mengele could see the seams and brand name reflected in the visor, but nothing of the face behind it, no evidence either of normalcy or deformity. "I get asked that a lot," said the pilot. "People ragging me, you know. But you ain't ragging me, are you, man?" "No," said Mengele, "I'm not." "Well," said the pilot, "it's this way. We buzz round up in the nothing, and we see shit down on the ground, shit nobody else sees. Then we blow that shit away. Been doing it like that for 10 months, and we're still alive. Fucking A, I believe it." Mengele was disappointed. "Yeah, okay," he said. "You hear what I'm saying?" asked the pilot. "I mean, we're living goddamn proof." "Uh-huh." Mengele scratched his neck, trying to think of a diplomatic response, but thought of none. "Guess I'll see you." He started toward the PX. "Hang in there, man," the pilot called after him. "Take it from me. Things gonna be looking up for you real soon." The canteen in the PX was a big barn-like room of unpainted boards. It was of such recent construction that Mengele could still smell sawdust and resin. 30 or 40 tables, a jukebox, bare walls. Behind the bar, at the rear of the room, a sour-faced corporal with a clipboard was doing a liquor inventory. And Gilby, the only customer, was sitting by one of the east windows, stirring a cup of coffee. His brow was furrowed, and a ray of sunlight shone down around him, making it look that he was being divinely inspired to do some soul-searching. "Where's Baylor?" asked Mengele, sitting opposite him. "Fuck, I dunno," said Gilby, not taking his eyes from the coffee cup. "He'll be here." Mengele kept his left hand in his pocket. The tremors were diminishing, but not quickly enough to suit him. He was worried that the shaking would spread, as it had after the assault. He let out a sigh, and in letting it out, He could feel all his nervous flutters. The ray of sunlight seemed to be humming a wavery golden note, and that too worried him. Hallucinations. Then he noticed a fly buzzing against the window pane. "How was it last night?" he asked. Gilby glanced up sharply. "Oh, you mean Big Tits? She let me check her for lumps." He forced a grin, then went back to stirring his coffee. Mengele was hurt that Gilby hadn't asked about his night. He wanted to tell him about Deborah. But that was typical of Gilby's self-involvement. His narrow eyes and sulky mouth were the imprints of a mean-spiritedness that permitted few concerns aside from his own well-being. Yet despite his insensitivity, his stupid rages, and limited conversation, Mengele believed that he was smarter than he appeared, that disguising one's intelligence must have been a survival tactic in Detroit, where he had grown up. It was his craftiness that gave him away, his insights into the personalities of adversary lieutenants, his slickness at avoiding unpleasant duty, his ability to manipulate his peers. He wore stupidity like a cloak, and perhaps he had worn it for so long that it could not be removed. Still, Mengele envied him its virtues, especially the way it had numbed him to the assault. "He's never been late before," said Mengele after a while. "So what? He's fucking late," snapped Gilby, glowering. "He'll be here." Behind the bar, the corporal switched on a radio and spun the dial past Latin music, past Top 40, then past an American voice, reporting the baseball scores. "Hey!" called Gilby. "Let's hear that, man. I want to see what happened to the Tigers." With a shrug, the corporal complied. "White Sox 6, A's 3, said the announcer. "That's 8 in a row for the Sox." "White Sox are kicking some ass," said the corporal, pleased. "The White Sox," Gilby sneered. "What the White Sox got except a bunch of beaners hitting .200 and some coke-sniffing niggers. Shit. Every fucking spring the White Sox are flying, man. But then long comes summer and the good drugs hit the street and they fucking die." "Yeah," said the corporal, "but this year—" "Take that son of a bitch Caldwell," said Gilby, ignoring him. "I seen him couple of years back when he had a trial with the Tigers. Man, that nigger could hit. Now he shovels up there like he's just feeling the breeze." "They ain't taking drugs, man," said the corporal testily. "They can't take 'em, 'cause there's these tests that show if they's on something." Gilby barreled ahead. "White Sox ain't got a chance, man. Know what the guy on TV calls 'em sometimes? The Pale Hose. The fucking Pale Hose. How you gonna win with a name like that? The Tigers, now, they got the right kind of name. The Yankees, the Braves, the—" "Bullshit, man." The corporal was becoming upset. He set down his clipboard and walked to the end of the bar. "What about the Dodgers? They got a wimpy name, and they're a good team. Your name don't mean shit." "The Reds," suggested Mengele. He was enjoying Gilby's rap, its stubbornness and irrationality. Yet at the same time he was concerned by its undertone of desperation. Appearances to the contrary, Gilby was not himself this morning. "Oh, yeah." Gilby smacked the table with the flat of his hand. "The Reds. Look at the Reds, man. Look at how good they been doing since the Cubans come into the war. You think that don't mean nothing? You think their name ain't helping 'em? Even if they get in the series, the Pale fucking Hose don't got a prayer against the Reds." He laughed, a hoarse grunt. "I'm a Tiger fan, man, but I got a feeling this ain't their year, you know. The Reds are tearing up the NL East, and the Yankees is coming on, and when they get together in October, man, then we gonna find out all about everything. All about fucking everything." His voice grew tight and tremulous. "So don't give me no trouble about the candy-ass Pale Hose, man. They ain't shit, and they never was, and they ain't gonna be shit till they change their fucking name." Sensing danger, the corporal backed away from confrontation, and Gilby lapsed into a moody silence. For a while there were only the sounds of chopper blades and the radio blatting out cocktail jazz. Two mechanics wandered in for an early morning beer, and not long after that, three fatherly-looking sergeants with pot-bellies and thinning hair and quartermaster insignia on their shoulders sat at a nearby table and started up a game of rummy. The corporal brought them a pot of coffee and a bottle of whiskey, which they mixed and drank as they played. Their game had an air of custom, of something done at this time every day, and watching them, taking note of their fat, pampered ease, their old buddy familiarity, Mengele felt proud of his palsied hand. It was an honorable affliction, a sign that he had participated in the heart of the war, as these men had not. Yet he bore them no resentment, none whatsoever. Rather, it gave him a sense of security to know that three such fatherly men were here to provide him with food and liquor and new boots. He basked in the dull, happy clutter of their talk, in the haze of cigar smoke that seemed the exhaust of their contentment. He believed that he could go to them, tell them his problems, and receive folksy advice. They were here to assure him of the rightness of his purpose, to remind him of simple American values, to lend an illusion of fraternal involvement to the war, to make clear that it was merely an exercise in good fellowship and tough-mindedness, an initiation rite that these three men had long ago passed through, and after the war they would all get rings and medals and pal around together and talk about bloodshed and terror with head-shaking wonderment and nostalgia, as if bloodshed and terror were old lost friends whose natures they had not fully appreciated at the time. Mengele realized then that a smile had stretched his facial muscles taut, and that his train of thought had been leading him into spooky mental territory. The tremors in his hand were worse than ever. He checked his watch. It was almost 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock! In a panic, he scraped back his chair and stood. "Let's look for him," he said to Gilby. Gilby started to say something, but kept it to himself. He tapped his spoon hard against the edge of the table. Then he, too, scraped back his chair and stood. Baylor was not to be found at the Club de Monillo or any of the bars on the west bank. Gilby and Mengele described him to every one they met, but no one remembered him. The longer the search went on, the more insecure Mengele became. Baylor was necessary, an essential underpinning of the platform of habits and routines that supported him, that let him live beyond the range of war's weapons and the laws of chance, and should that underpinning be destroyed, in his mind's eye he saw the platform tipping, he and Gilby toppling over the edge, cartwheeling down into an abyss filled with black flames. Once Gilby said, "Panama! The son of a bitch run off to Panama." But Mengele didn't think this was the case. He was certain that Baylor was close at hand. His certainty had such a valence of clarity that he became even more insecure, knowing that this sort of clarity often heralded a bad conclusion. The sun climbed higher, its heat an enormous weight pressing down, its light leaching color from the stucco walls, and Mengele's sweat began to smell rancid. Only a few soldiers were on the streets, mixed in with the usual run of kids and beggars, and the bars were empty except for a smattering of drunks still on a bench from the night before. Gilby stumped along, grabbing people by the shirt and asking his questions. Mengele, however, terribly conscious of his trembling hand, nervous to the point of stammering, was forced to work out a stock approach whereby he could get through these brief interviews. He would amble up, keeping his right side forward, and say, "I'm looking for a friend of mine. Maybe you seen him? Tall guy, olive skin, black hair, thin. Name's Baylor." He learned to let this slide off his tongue in a casual unreeling. Finally, Gilby had had enough. "I'm going to hang out with Big Tits," he said. "Meet you at the PX tomorrow." He started to walk off, but turned and added, "You want to get in touch for tomorrow? I'll be at the Club de Monillo." He had an odd expression on his face. It was as if he were trying to smile reassuringly, but, due to his lack of practice with smiles, it looked forced and foolish, and not in the least reassuring. Around 11 o'clock, Mengele wound up leaning against a pink stucco wall, watching out for Baylor in the thickening crowds. Beside him, the sun-browned fronds of a banana tree were feathering in the wind, making a crispy sound whenever a gust blew them back into the wall. The roof of the bar across the street was being repaired, sheets of new tin alternating with narrow patches of rust that looked like enormous strips of bacon laid there to fry. Now and then he would let his gaze drift up to the unfinished bridge, a great sweep of magical whiteness curving into the blue, rising above the town and the jungle and the war. Not even the heat haze rippling from the tin roof could warp its smoothness. It seemed to be orchestrating the stench, the mutter of the crowds, and the jukebox music into a tranquil unity, absorbing those energies and returning them purified, enriched. He thought that if he stared at it long enough, it would speak to him, pronounce a white word that would grant his wishes. 2 flat cracks. Pistol shots sent him stumbling away from the wall, his heart racing. Inside his head, the shots had spoken the 2 syllables of Baylor's name. All the kids and beggars had vanished. All the soldiers had stopped and turned to face the direction from which the shots had come. Zombies who had heard their master's voice. Another shot. Some soldiers milled out of a side street, talking excitedly. "Fucking nuts," one was saying, and his buddy said, "It was Sammy, man. You see his eyes?" Mengele pushed his way through them and sprinted down the side street. At the end of the block, a cordon of MPs had sealed off access to the right-hand turn, and when Mengele ran up, one of them told him to stay back. "What is it?" Mengele asked. "Some guy playing Sammy?" "Fuck off," the MP said mildly. "Listen," said Mengele. "It might be this friend of mine. Tall, skinny guy, black hair. Maybe I can talk to him." The MP exchanged glances with his buddies, who shrugged and acted otherwise unconcerned. "Okay," he said. He pulled Mengele to him and pointed out a bar with turquoise walls on the next corner down. "Go in there and talk to the captain." 2 more shots, then a third. "Better hurry," said the MP. "Oh, Captain Hainsworth there, he don't put much stock in negotiations." It was cool and dark inside the bar. 2 shadowy figures were flattened against the wall beside a window that opened onto the cross street. Mengele could make out the glint of automatic pistols in their hands. Then, through the window, he saw Baylor pop up from behind a retaining wall, a 3-foot-high structure of mud bricks running between a herbal drugstore and another bar. Baylor was shirtless, his chest painted with reddish-brown smears of dried blood, and he was standing in a nonchalant pose with his thumbs hooked in his trouser pockets. One of the men by the window fired at him. The report was deafening, causing Mengele to flinch and close his eyes. When he looked out the window again, Baylor was nowhere in sight. "Fucker's just trying to draw fire," said the man who had shot at Baylor. "Sammy's fast today." "Yeah, but he's slowing some," said a lazy voice from the darkness at the rear of the bar. "I do believe he's out of dope." "Hey," said Mengele, "don't kill him. I know the guy. I can talk to him." "Talk," said the lazy voice. "You can talk till yo' ass turns green, boy, and Sammy ain't going to listen." Mengele peered into the shadows. A big, sloppy-looking man was leaning on the counter. Brass insignia gleamed on his beret. "You the captain?" he asked. "They told me outside to talk to the captain." "Yes, indeed," said the man. "And I'd be purely delighted to talk with you, boy. What you want to talk about?" The other men laughed. "Why are you trying to kill him?" asked Mengele, hearing the pitch of desperation in his voice. "You don't have to kill him. You could use a trank gun." "Got one coming," said the captain. "Thing is, though, your buddy got hisself a couple of hostages back of that wall, and we get a chance at him 'fore the trank gun arrives, we bound to take it." "But—" Mengele began. "Let me finish, boy." The captain hitched up his gun belt, strolled over, and draped an arm around Mengele's shoulder, enveloping him in an aura of body odor and whiskey breath. "See," he went on, "we had everything under control. Sammy there—" "Baylor," said Mengele angrily. "His name's Baylor." The captain lifted his arm from Mengele's shoulder and looked at him with amusement. Even in the gloom, Mengele could see the network of broken capillaries on his cheeks, the bloated alcoholic features. "Right," said the captain. "Like I sayin', yo' good buddy Mr. Baylor there wasn't doing no harm, just sort of ravin' and runnin' round. But then 'long comes a couple of our Marine brothers. Seems like they'd be givin' our Beaner friends a demonstration of the latest combat gear, and they was headin' back from said demonstration when they seen our little problem, and took it 'pon themselves to play hero. Well, sir, puttin' it in a nutshell, Mr. Baylor flat-kicked their ass, stomped all over their esprit de corps. Then he drags 'em back of that wall and starts messin' with one of their guns, and—" 2 more shots. "Shit!" said one of the men by the window. "And there he sits," said the captain, "fucking with us. Now either the gun's out of ammo, or else he ain't figured out how it works. If it's the latter case, and he does figure it out—" The captain shook his head dolefully, as if picturing dire consequences. "See my predicament?" "I could try talking to him," said Mengele. "What harm would it do?" "You get yourself killed, it's your life, boy. But it's my ass that's going to get hauled up on charges." The captain steered Mengele to the door and gave him a gentle shove toward the cordon of MPs. "Appreciate you volunteering, boy." Later, Mengele was to reflect that what he had done had made no sense, because, whether or not Baylor had survived, he would never have been returned to the ant farm. But at the time, desperate to preserve the ritual, none of this occurred to him. He walked around the corner and toward the retaining wall. His mouth was dry, his heart pounded, but the shaking in his hand had stopped, and he had the presence of mind to walk in such a way that he blocked the MP's line of fire. About 20 feet from the wall, he called out, "Hey, Baylor, it's Mengele, man!" And as if propelled by a spring, Baylor jumped up, staring at him. It was an awful stare. His eyes were like bull's eyes, white showing all around the irises. Trickles of blood ran from his nostrils, and nerves were twitching in his cheeks with the regularity of watchworks. The dried blood on his chest came from 3 long gouges. They were partially scabbed over, but were oozing a clear fluid. For a moment he remained motionless. Then he reached down behind the wall, picked up a double-barreled rifle from whose stock trailed a length of flexible tubing, and brought it to bear on Mengele. He squeezed the trigger. No flame, no explosion, not even a click, but Mengele felt that he'd been dipped in ice water. "Christ," he said, "Baylor, it's me!" Baylor squeezed the trigger again, with the same result. An expression of intense frustration washed over his face, then lapsed into that dead man's stare. He looked directly up into the sun, and after a few seconds he smiled. He might have been receiving terrific news from on high. Mengele's senses had become wonderfully acute. Somewhere far away a radio was playing a country and western tune, and with its plaintiveness, its intermittent bursts of static, it seemed to him the whining of a nervous system on the blink. He could hear the MPs talking in the bar, could smell the sour acids of Baylor's madness, and he thought he could feel the pulse of Baylor's rage, an inconstant flow of heat eddying around him, intensifying his fear, rooting him to the spot. Baylor laid the gun down, laid it down with the tenderness he might have shown toward a sick child, and stepped over the retaining wall. The animal fluidity of the movement made Mengele's skin crawl. He managed to shuffle backward a pace and held up his hands to ward Baylor off. "Come on, man," he said weakly. Baylor let out a fuming noise, part hiss, part whimper, and a runner of saliva slid between his lips. The sun was a golden bath drenching the street, kindling glints and shimmers from every bright surface, as if it were bringing reality to a boil. Somebody yelled, "Get down, boy!" Then Baylor flew at him, and they fell together, rolling on the hard-packed dirt. Fingers dug in behind his Adam's apple. He twisted away, saw Baylor grinning down, all staring eyes and yellowed teeth, strings of drool flapping from his chin. A Halloween face. Knees pinned Mengele's shoulders, hands gripped his hair and bashed his head against the ground. Again and again. A keening sound switched on inside his ears. He wrenched an arm free and tried to gouge Baylor's eyes, but Baylor bit his thumb, gnawing at the joint. Mengele's vision dimmed, and he couldn't hear anything any more. The back of his head felt mushy. It seemed to be rebounding very slowly from the dirt, higher and slower after each impact. Framed by blue sky, Baylor's face looked to be receding, spiraling off, and then, just as Mengele began to fade, Baylor disappeared. Dust was in Mengele's mouth, his nostrils. He heard shouts, grunts. Still dazed, he propped himself onto an elbow. A short ways off, khaki arms and legs and butts were thrashing around in a cloud of dust, like a comic strip fight. You expected asterisks and exclamation points overhead to signify profanity. Somebody grabbed his arm, hauled him upright. The MP captain, his beefy face flushed. He frowned reprovingly as he brushed dirt from Mengele's clothes. "Real gutsy, boy," he said, "and real stupid. He hadn't been at the end of his run, you'd be drawing flies 'bout now." He turned to a sergeant standing nearby. "How stupid you reckon that was, Phil?" The sergeant said that it beat him. "Well," the captain said, "I figure if the boy here was in combat, that'd be 'bout Bronze Star stupid." That, allowed the sergeant, was pretty goddamn stupid. "'Course here in Frisco," the captain gave Mengele a final dusting, "it don't get you diddly shit." The MPs were piling off Baylor, who lay on his side, bleeding from his nose and mouth. Blood thick as gravy filmed over his cheeks. "Panama," said Mengele dully. Maybe it was an option. He saw how it would be. A night beach, palm shadows, a lacework on the white sand. "What say?" asked the captain. He wanted to go to Panama, said Mengele. "Don't we all?" said the captain. One of the MPs rolled Baylor onto his stomach and handcuffed him. Another manacled his feet. Then they rolled him back over. Yellow dirt had mired with the blood on his cheeks and forehead, fitting him with a blotchy mask. His eyes snapped open in the middle of that mask, widening when he felt the restraints. He started to hump up and down, trying to bounce his way to freedom. He kept on humping for almost a minute. Then he went rigid and, his gone eyes fixed on the molten disk of the sun, he let out a roar. That was the only word for it. It wasn't a scream or a shout, but a devil's exultant roar, so loud and full of fury it seemed to be generating all the blazing light and heat dance. Listening to it had a seductive effect, and Mengele began to get behind it, to feel it in his body like a good rock-and-roll tune, to sympathize with its life-hating exuberance. "Woo-ee," said the captain, marveling. "They gonna have to build a whole new zoo for that boy." After giving his statement, letting a corpsman check his head, Mengele caught the ferry to meet Deborah on the east bank. He sat in the stern, gazing out at the unfinished bridge, this time unable to derive from it any sense of hope or magic. Panama kept cropping up in his thoughts. Now that Baylor was gone, was it really an option? He knew he should try to figure things out, plan what to do, but he couldn't stop seeing Baylor's bloody, demented face. He'd seen worse, Christ, yes, a whole lot worse. Guys reduced to spare parts, so little of them left that they didn't need a shiny silver coffin, just a black metal can the size of a cookie jar. Guys scorched and one-eyed and bloody, clawing blindly at the air like creatures out of a monster movie. But the idea of Baylor, trapped forever in some raw red place inside his brain, in the heart of that raw red noise he'd made, maybe that idea was worse than anything Mengele had seen. He didn't want to die. He rejected the prospect with the impassioned stubbornness a child displays when confronted with a hard truth. Yet he would rather die than endure madness. Compared to what Baylor had in store, death in Panama seemed to offer the same peaceful sweetness. Someone sat down beside Mengele, a kid who couldn't have been older than 18. A new kid with a new haircut, new boots, new fatigues. Even his face looked new, freshly broken from the mold, shiny, pudgy cheeks, clear skin, bright, unused blue eyes. He was eager to talk. He asked Mengele about his home, his family, and said, "Oh, wow, it must be great living in New York, wow." But he appeared to have some other reason for initiating the conversation, something he was leading up to, and finally he spat it out. "You know that Sammy that went animal back there?" he said. "I seen him pitted last night. Little place in the jungle west of the base. Guy named Chaco owns it. Man, it was fucking incredible." Mengele had only heard of the pits third and fourth hand, but what he had heard was bad, and it was hard to believe that this kid with his air of homeboy innocence could be an aficionado of something so vile, and despite what he had just witnessed, it was even harder to believe that Baylor could have been a participant. The kid didn't need prompting. "It was pretty early on," he said. "There'd been a couple of bouts, nothing special, and then this guy walks in looking real twitchy. I knew he was Sammy by the way he's staring at the pit, you know, like it's something he's been wishing for. And this guy with me, friend of mine, he gives me a poke and says, 'Holy shit, that's the Black Knight, man. I seen him fight over in Reunion a while back. Put your money on him,' he says. 'The fucker's an ace.'" Their last R&R had been in Reunion. Mengele tried to frame a question, but couldn't think of one whose answer would have any meaning. "Well," said the kid, "I ain't been down long, but I'd even heard about the night. So I went over and kinda hung out near him, thinking maybe I can get a line on how he's feeling, you know, 'cause you don't want to just bet the guy's rep. Pretty soon Chaco comes over and asks the Knight if he wants some action. The Knight says, 'Yeah, but I want to fight an animal. Something fierce, man. I want to fight something fierce.' Chaco says he's got some monkeys and shit, and the Knight says he hears Chaco's got a jaguar. Chaco, he hems and haws, says, 'Maybe so, maybe not, but it don't matter 'cause a jaguar's too strong for Sammy.' And then the Knight tells Chaco who he is. Let me tell you, Chaco's whole fucking attitude changed. He could see how the betting was going to go for something like the Black Knight versus a jaguar, and he says, 'Yes, sir, Mr. Black Knight, sir, anything you want.' And he makes the announcement. Man, the place goes nuts. People waving money, screaming odds, drinking fast so's they can get ripped in time for the main event. And the Knight's just standing there, smiling like he's feeding off the confusion. Then Chaco lets the jaguar in through the tunnel and into the pit. It ain't a full-growed jaguar, half-growed maybe, but that's all you figure even the Knight can handle." The kid paused for breath. His eyes seemed to have grown brighter. Anyway, the jaguar sneaking round and round, keeping close to the pit wall, snarling and spitting, and the Knight's watching him from up above, checking his moves, you know. And everybody starts chanting, "Sammy, Sammy, Sammy." And after the chant builds up loud, the Knight pulls 3 ampules out of his pocket. I mean, shit, man, 3! I ain't never been round Sammy when he's done more'n 2. 3 gets you clear into the fucking sky. So when the Knight holds up these 3 ampules, the crowd's tuned to burn, howling like they's playing Sammy themselves. But the Knight, man, he keeps his cool. He is so cool. He just holds up the ampules and lets 'em take the shine, soaking up the noise and energy, getting strong off the crowd's juice. Chaco waves everybody quiet and gives the speech, you know, about how in the heart of every man there's a warrior soul waiting to be loosed and shipped. I tell you, man, I always thought that speech was crap before, but the night's making me buy it 100%. He is so goddamn cool. He takes off his shirt and shoes, and he ties this piece of black silk round his arm. Then he pops the ampules one after another, real quick, and breathes it all in. I can see it hitting, catching fire in his eyes, pumping him up. And soon as he's popped the last one, he jumps into the pit. He don't use the tunnel, man. He jumps 25 feet down to the sand and lands in a crouch. 3 other soldiers were leaning in, listening, and the kid was now addressing all of them, playing to his audience. He was so excited that he could barely keep his speech coherent, and Mengele realized with disgust that he too was excited by the image of Baylor crouched on the sand. Baylor, who had cried after the assault. Baylor, who had been so afraid of snipers that he had once pissed in his pants rather than walk from his gun to the latrine. Baylor, the Black Knight. "The Jaguar screeching and snarling and slashing at the air," the kid went on, "trying to put fear into the night. 'Cause the Jaguar knows in his mind the night's big trouble. This ain't some jerk like Chaco, this is Sammy. The night moves to the center of the pit still in a crouch." Here the kid pitched his voice low and dramatic. "Nothing happens for a couple of minutes, 'cept it's tense. Nobody's hardly breathing. The Jaguar springs a couple of times, but the night dances off to the side and makes him miss, and there ain't no damage either way. Whenever the Jaguar springs, the crowd sighs and squeals, not just 'cause they scared of seeing the night tore up, but also 'cause they can see how fast he is. Silky fast, man, unreal. He looks about as fast as the Jaguar. He keeps on dancing away, and no matter how the Jaguar twists and turns, no matter if he comes at him along the sand, he can't get his claws into the night. And then, man, oh, it was so smooth. Then the Jaguar springs again, and this time, instead of dancing away, the night drops onto his back, does this half-roll onto his shoulders, and when the Jaguar passes over him, he kicks up with both feet, kicks up hard, and smashes his heels into the Jaguar's side. The Jaguar slams into the pit wall and comes down screaming, snapping at his ribs. They was busted, man, poking out the skin like tent posts." The kid wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and flicked his eyes toward Mengele and the other soldiers to see if they were into the story. "We was shouting, man," he said, "pounding the top of the pit wall. It was so loud the guy I'm with is yelling in my ear and I can't hear nothing. Now maybe it's the noise, maybe it's his ribs, whatever. The Jaguar goes berserk, making these scuttling lunges at the night, trying to get close for he springs, so the night can't pull that same trick. He's snarling like a goddamn chainsaw. The night keeps leaping and spinning away, but then he slips, man, grabs the air for balance, and the Jaguar's on him, clawing at his chest. For a second, they're like waltzing together. Then the night pries loose the paw that's hooked him, pushes the Jaguar's head back, and smashes his fist into the Jaguar's eye. The Jaguar flops onto the sand, and the night scoots to the other side of the pit. He's checking the scratches on his chest, which is bleeding wicked. Meantime, the Jaguar gets to his feet, and he's fucked up worse than ever. His one eye's full of blood, and his hindquarters is all loosey-goosey. Like if this was boxing, they'd call in the doctor. The Jaguar figures he's had enough of this crap, and he starts trying to jump out of the pit. This one time he jumps right up to where I'm leaning over the edge, comes so close I can smell his breath. I can see myself reflected in his good eye. He's clawing for a grip, wanting to haul himself up into the crowd. People are freaking, thinking he might be going to make it. But 'fore he gets the chance, the night catches him by the tail and slings him against the wall. Just like you'd beat a goddamn rug. That's how he's dealing with the Jaguar. And the Jaguar's a real mess now. He's quivering. Blood's pouring out of his mouth. His fangs is all red. The Knight starts making these little feints, waving his arms, growling. He's toying with the Jaguar. People don't believe what they're seeing, man. Sammy's kicking a Jaguar's ass so bad he's got room to toy with it. If the place was nuts before, now it's a fucking zoo. Fights in the crowd, guys singing the Marine hymn. Some beaner squints taking off her clothes. The Jaguar tries to scuttle up close to the Knight again, but he's too fucked up. He can't keep it together. And the Knight, he's still growling and fainting. A guy behind me is booing, claiming the Knight's defaming the purity of the sport by playing with the Jaguar. But hell, man, I can see he's just timing the Jaguar, waiting for the right moment, the right move. Staring off downriver, the kid wore a wistful expression. He might have been thinking about his girlfriend. "We all knew it was coming," he said. "Everybody got real quiet. So quiet you could hear the Knight's feet scraping on the sand. You could feel it in the air, and you knew the Jaguar was saving up for one big effort. Then the Knight slips again, except he's faking. I could see that, but the Jaguar couldn't. When the Knight reels sideways, the Jaguar springs. I thought the Knight was going to drop down like he did the first time, but he springs too, feet first, and he catches the Jaguar under the jaw. You could hear bones splintering, and the Jaguar falls in a heap. He struggles to get up, but no way. He's whining, and he craps all over the sand. The Knight walks up behind him, takes his head in both hands, and gives it a twist. Crack! As if identifying with the Jaguar's fate, the kid closed his eyes and sighed. Everybody'd been quiet till they heard that crack. Then all hell broke loose, people chanting, "Sammy! Sammy!" and people shoving, trying to get close to the pit wall so they can watch the Knight take the heart. He reaches into the Jaguar's mouth and snaps off one of the fangs and tosses it to somebody. Then Chaco comes in through the tunnel and hands him the knife. Right when he's about to cut, somebody knocks me over, and by the time I'm back on my feet, he's already took the heart and tasted it. He's just standing there with the Jaguar's blood on his mouth, and his own blood running down his chest. He looks kind of confused, you know. Like now the fight's over and he don't know what to do. But then he starts roaring. He sounds the same as the Jaguar did 'fore it got hurt. Crazy fierce. Ready to get it on with the whole goddamn world. Man, I lost it. I was right with that roar. Maybe I was roaring with him. Maybe everybody was. That's what it felt like, man. Like being in the middle of this roar that's coming out of every throat in the universe. The kid engaged Mengele with a sober look. Lots of people go round saying the pits are evil, and maybe they are. I don't know. How you supposed to tell about what's evil and what's not down here? They say you can go to the pits 1,000 times and not see nothing like the Jaguar and the Black Knight. I don't know about that either. But I'm going back just in case I get lucky. 'Cause what I saw last night, if it was evil, man, it was so fucking evil it was beautiful, too. 3. Deborah was waiting at the pier, carrying a picnic basket and wearing a blue dress with a high neckline and a full skirt, a schoolgirl dress. Mengele homed in on her. The way she had her hair falling about her shoulders in thick dark curls made him think of smoke turned solid, and her face seemed the map of a beautiful country with black lakes and dusky plains, a country in which he could hide. They walked along the river past the town and came to a spot where ceiba trees, with massy crowns of slick green leaves and whitish bark and roots like alligator tails, grew close to the shore. And there they ate and talked and listened to the water gulping against the clay bank, to the birds, to the faint noises from the air base that at this distance sounded part of nature. Sunlight dazzled the water, and whenever wind riffled the surface, It seemed to be spreading the dazzles into a crawling crust of diamonds. Mengele imagined that they had taken a secret path, rounded a corner on the world, and reached some eternally peaceful land. The illusion of peace was so profound that he began to see hope in it. Perhaps, he thought, something was being offered here, some new magic. Maybe there would be a sign. Signs were everywhere if you knew how to read them. He glanced around. Thick white trunks rising into greenery, dark leafy avenues leading off between them. Nothing there. But what about those weeds growing at the edge of the bank? They cast precise fleur-de-lis shadows on the clay, shadows that didn't have much in common with the ragged configurations of the weeds themselves. Possibly a sign, though not a clear one. He lifted his gaze to the reeds growing in the shallows. Yellow reeds with jointed stalks bent akimbo, some with clumps of insect eggs like seed pearls hanging from loose fibers, and others dappled by patches of algae. That's how they looked one moment. Then Mengele's vision rippled, as if the whole of reality had shivered, and the reeds were transformed into rudimentary shapes, yellow sticks poking up from flat blue. On the far side of the river, the jungle was a simple smear of Griaule green. A speedboat passing was a red slash unzippering the blue. It seemed that the rippling had jostled all the elements of the landscape a fraction out of kilter, revealing every object as characterless as a building block. Mengele gave his head a shake. Nothing changed. He rubbed his brow. No effect. Terrified, he squeezed his eyes shut. He felt like the only meaningful piece in a nonsensical puzzle, vulnerable by virtue of his uniqueness. His breath came rapidly. His left hand fluttered. "David, don't you want to hear it?" Deborah sounded peeved. "Hear what?" He kept his eyes closed. "About my dream. Weren't you listening?" He peeked at her. Everything was back to normal. She was sitting with her knees tucked under her, all her features in sharp focus. "I'm sorry," he said. "I was thinking." "You looked frightened." "Frightened?" He put on a bewildered face. "Nah, just had a thought, is all." "It couldn't have been pleasant." He shrugged off the comment and sat up smartly to prove his attentiveness. "So tell me about the dream." "All right," she said doubtfully. The breeze drifted fine strands of hair across her face, and she brushed them back. "You were in a room the color of blood, with red chairs and a red table. Even the paintings on the wall were done in shades of red, and—" She broke off, peering at him. "Do you want to hear this? You had that look again." "Sure," he said. But he was afraid. How could she have known about the Red Room? She must have had a vision of it, and— Then he realized that she might not have been talking about the room itself. He'd told her about the assault, hadn't he? And if she had guerrilla contacts, she would know that the emergency lights were switched on during an assault. That had to be it. She was trying to frighten him into deserting again, psyching him the way Christians played upon the fears of sinners with images of fiery rivers and torture. It infuriated him. Who the hell was she to tell him what was right or wise? Whatever he did, it was going to be his decision. "There were 3 doors in the room," she went on. "You wanted to leave the room, but you couldn't tell which of the doors was safe to use. You tried the first door, and it turned out to be a facade. The knob of the second door turned easily, but the door itself was stuck. Rather than forcing it, you went to the third door. The knob of this door was made of glass and cut your hand. After that, you just walked back and forth, unsure what to do." She waited for a reaction, and when he gave none, she said, "Do you understand?" He kept silent, biting back anger. "I'll interpret it for you," she said. "Don't bother." "The Red Room is war, and the false door is the way of your childish—" "Stop!" He grabbed her wrist, squeezing it hard. She glared at him until he released her. "Your childish magic," she finished. "What is it with you?" he asked. You have some kind of quota to fill? 5 deserters a month and you get a medal? She tucked her skirt down to cover her knees, fiddled with a loose thread. From the way she was acting, Mengele wondered whether he had asked an intimate question, and she was framing an answer that wouldn't be indelicate. Finally she said, "Is that who you believe I am to you?" "Isn't that right? Why else would you be handing me this bullshit?" "What's the matter with you, David?" She leaned forward, cupping his face in her hands. "Why?" He pushed her hands away. "What's the matter with me? This." His gesture included the sky, the river, the trees. "That's what's the matter. You remind me of my parents. They asked the same sort of ignorant questions." Suddenly he wanted to injure her with answers, to find an answer like acid to throw in her face and watch it eat away her tranquility. "Know what I do for my parents?" he said. "When they ask dumbass questions like, 'What's the matter?' I tell them a story, a war story. You want to hear a war story? Something happened a few days back that'll do for an answer just fine." "You don't have to tell me anything," she said, discouraged. "No problem," he said. "Be my pleasure." The ant farm was a large sugarloaf hill overlooking dense jungle on the eastern border of Fire Zone Emerald. Jutting out from its summit were rocket and gun emplacements that at a distance resembled a crown of thorns jammed down over a green scalp. For several hundred yards around, the land had been cleared of all vegetation. The big guns had been lowered to maximum declension, and in a mad moment had obliterated huge swaths of jungle, snapping off regiments of massive tree trunks a couple of feet above the ground, leaving a moat of blackened stumps and scorched red dirt seamed with fissures. Tangles of razor wire had replaced the trees and bushes, forming surreal blue steel hedges, and buried beneath the wire was a variety of mines and detection devices. These did little good, however, because the Cubans possessed technology that would neutralize most of them. On clear nights there was scant likelihood of trouble, but on misty nights trouble could be expected. Under cover of the mist, Cuban and guerrilla troops would come through the wire and attempt to infiltrate the tunnels that honeycombed the interior of the hill. Occasionally one of the mines would be triggered, and a ghostly fireball would bloom in the swirling whiteness, tiny black figures being flung outward from its center. Lately some of these casualties had been found to be wearing red berets and scorpion-shaped brass pins, and from this it was known that the Cubans had sent the Alacran Division, which had been instrumental in routing the American forces in Mesquitilla. There were 9 levels of tunnels inside the hill, most lined with little round rooms that served as living quarters, the only exception being the bottom level, which was given over to the computer center and offices. All the rooms and tunnels were coated with a bubbled white plastic that looked like hardened sea foam and was proof against anti-personnel explosives. In Mengele's room, where he and Baylor and Gilby bunked, a scarlet paper lantern had been hung on the overhead light fixture, making it seem that they were inhabiting a blood cell. Baylor had insisted on the lantern, saying that the overhead was too bright and hurt his eyes. 3 cots were arranged against the walls, as far apart as space allowed. The floor around Baylor's cot was littered with cigarette butts and used Kleenex. Under his pillow he kept a tin box containing a stash of pills and marijuana. Whenever he lit a joint, he would always offer Mengele a hit, and Mengele always refused, feeling that the experience of the firebase would not be enhanced by drugs. Taped to the wall above Gilby's cot was a collage of beaver shots, and each day after duty, whether or not Mengele and Baylor were in the room, he would lie beneath them and masturbate. His lack of shame caused Mengele to be embarrassed by his own secretiveness in the act, and he was also embarrassed by the pimply youth quality of the objects taped above his cot. A Yankee pennant, a photograph of his old girlfriend, and another of his senior-year high school basketball team. Several sketches he had made of the surrounding jungle. Gilby teased him constantly about this display, calling him the boy next door, which struck Mengele as odd, because back home he had been considered something of an eccentric. It was toward this room that Mengele was headed when the assault began. Large cargo elevators capable of carrying 60 men ran up and down just inside the east and west slopes of the hill. But to provide quick access between adjoining levels and also as a safeguard in case of power failures, an auxiliary tunnel corkscrewed down through the center of the hill like a huge coil of white intestine. It was slightly more than twice as wide as the electric carts that traveled it, carrying officers and VIPs on tours. Mengele was in the habit of using the tunnel for his exercise. Each night he would put on sweat clothes and jog up and down the entire 9 levels, doing this out of a conviction that exhaustion prevented bad dreams. That night, as he passed level 4 on his final leg up, he heard a rumbling, an explosion, and not far off. Alarm sounded. The big guns atop the hill began to thunder. From directly above came shouts and the stutter of automatic fire. The tunnel lights flickered, went dark, and the emergency lights winked on. Mengele flattened against the wall. The dim red lighting caused the bubbled surfaces of the tunnel to appear as smooth as a chamber in a gigantic nautilus, and this resemblance intensified his sense of helplessness, making him feel like a child trapped within an evil undersea palace. He couldn't think clearly, picturing the chaos around him. Muzzle flashes, armies of ant-men seething through the tunnels, screams spraying blood, and the big guns bucking, every shell burst kindling miles of sky. He would have preferred to keep going up, to get out into the open where he might have a chance to hide in the jungle. But down was his only hope. Pushing away from the wall, he ran full tilt, arms waving, skidding around corners, almost falling, past level 4, level 5. Then, halfway between levels 5 and 6, he nearly tripped over a dead man, an American lying curled up around a belly wound, a slick of blood spreading beneath him, and a machete by his hand. As Mengele stooped for the machete, he thought nothing about the man, only about how weird it was for an American to be defending himself against Cubans with such a weapon. There was no use, he decided, in going any farther. Whoever had killed the man would be somewhere below, and the safest course would be to hide out in one of the rooms on level 5, holding the machete before him. He moved cautiously back up the tunnel. Levels 5, 6, and 7 were officer country, and though the tunnels were the same as the ones above, gently curving tubes 8 feet high and 10 feet wide, the rooms were larger and contained only 2 cots. The rooms Mengele peered into were empty, and this, despite the sounds of battle, gave him a secure feeling. But as he passed beyond the tunnel curve, he heard shouts in Spanish from his rear. He peeked back around the curve. A skinny black soldier wearing a red beret and gray fatigues was inching toward the first doorway. Then, rifle at the ready, he ducked inside. 2 other Cubans, slim bearded men, their skins sallow-looking in the bloody light, were standing by the arched entranceway to the auxiliary tunnel. When they saw the black soldier emerge from the room, they walked off in the opposite direction, probably to check the rooms at the far end of the level. Mengele began to operate in a kind of luminous panic. He realized that he would have to kill the black soldier. Kill him without any fuss, take his rifle, and hope that he could catch the other 2 off guard when they came back for him. He slipped into the nearest room and stationed himself against the wall to the right of the door. The Cuban, he had noticed, had turned left on entering the room. He would have been vulnerable to someone positioned like Mengele, vulnerable for a split second. Less than a count of 1. The pulse in Mengele's temple throbbed, and he gripped the machete tightly in his left hand. He rehearsed mentally what he would have to do. Stab, clap a hand over the Cuban's mouth, bring his knee up to jar loose the rifle, and he would have to perform these actions simultaneously, execute them perfectly. Perfect execution. He almost laughed out loud, remembering his paunchy old basketball coach saying, "Perfect execution, boys. That's what beats a zone. Forget the fancy crap. Just set your screens, run your patterns, and get your shots down. Hoops ain't nothing but life and short pants, huh, Coach?" Mengele drew a deep breath and let it sigh out through his nostrils. He couldn't believe he was going to die. He had spent the past 9 months worrying about death, but now, when circumstances had arisen that made death likely, he had trouble taking that likelihood seriously. It didn't seem reasonable that a skinny black guy should be his nemesis. His death should involve massive detonations of light, special Mengele-killing rays, astronomical portents. Not some scrawny little fuck with a rifle. He drew another breath, and for the first time registered the contents of the room. 2 cots, clothes strewn everywhere, taped-up Polaroids and pornography. Officer country or not, it was your basic ant farm decor. Under the red light, it looked squalid, long abandoned. He was amazed by how calm he felt. Oh, he was afraid, all right, but fear was tucked into the dark folds of his personality like a murderer's knife hidden inside an old coat on a closet shelf. Glowing and secret, waiting its chance to shine. Sooner or later it would skewer him, but for now it was an ally, acting to sharpen his senses. He could see every bubbled pucker on the white walls, could hear the scrape of the Cuban's boots as he darted into the room next door, could feel how the Cuban swung the rifle left to right, paused, turned. He could. He could feel the Cuban, feel his heat, his heated shape, the exact position of his body. It was as if a thermal imager had been switched on inside his head, one that worked through walls. The Cuban eased toward Mengele's door, his progress tangible, like a burning match moving behind a sheet of paper. Mengele's calm was shattered. The man's heat, his fleshy temperature, was what disturbed him. He had imagined himself killing with a cinematic swiftness and lack of mess. Now he thought of hogs being butchered and pile drivers smashing the skulls of cows. And how could he trust this freakish form of perception? What if he couldn't? What if he stabbed too late, too soon? Then the hot, alive thing was almost at the door, and having no choice, Mengele timed his attack to its movements, stabbing just as the Cuban entered. He executed perfectly. The blade slid home beneath the Cuban's ribs, and Mengele clamped a hand over his mouth, muffling his outcry. His knee nailed the rifle stock, sending it clattering to the floor. The Cuban thrashed wildly. He stank of rotten jungle air and cigarettes. His eyes rolled back, trying to see Mengele. Crazy animal eyes with liverish whites and expanded pupils. Sweat beads glittered redly on his brow. Mengele twisted the machete, and the Cuban's eyelids fluttered down. But a second later they snapped open, and he lunged. They went staggering deeper into the room and teetered beside one of the cots. Mengele wrangled the Cuban sideways and rammed him against the wall, pinning him there. Writhing, the Cuban nearly broke free. He seemed to be getting stronger, his squeals leaking out from Mengele's hand. He reached behind him, clawing at Mengele's face. He grabbed a clump of hair, yanked it. Desperate, Mengele sawed with the machete. That tuned the Cuban's squeals higher, louder. He squirmed and clawed at the wall. Mengele's clamped hand was slick with the Cuban's saliva, his nostrils full of the man's rank scent. He felt queasy, weak, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could hang on. The son of a bitch was never going to die. He was deriving strength from the steel in his guts. He was changing into some deathless force. But just then the Cuban stiffened. Then he relaxed, and Mengele caught a whiff of feces. He let the Cuban slump to the floor, but before he could turn loose of the machete, a shudder passed through the body, flowed up the hilt, and vibrated his left hand. It continued to shudder inside his hand, feeling dirty, sexy, like a post-coital tremor. Something, some animal essence, some oily scrap of bad life, was slithering around in there, squirting toward his wrist. He stared at the hand, horrified. It was gloved in the Cuban's blood, trembling. He smashed it against his hip, and that seemed to stun whatever was inside it. But within seconds it had revived and was wriggling in and out of his fingers with the mad celerity of a tadpole. "Tail!" someone called. "Vamos!" Electrified by the shout, Mengele hustled to the door. His foot nudged the Cuban's rifle. He picked it up, and the shaking of his hand lessened. He had the idea that it had been soothed by a familiar texture and weight. "Teo, ¿dónde estás?" Mengele had no good choices, but he realized it would be far more dangerous to hang back than to take the initiative. He grunted, "Aquí," and walked out into the tunnel, making lots of noise with his heels. "Date prisa, hombre!" Mengele opened fire as he rounded the curve. The two Cubans were standing by the entrance to the auxiliary tunnel. Their rifles chattered briefly, sending a harmless spray of bullets off the walls. They whirled, flung out their arms, and fell. Mengele was too shocked by how easy it had been to feel relief. He kept watching, expecting them to do something, moan or twitch. After the echoes of the shots had died, though he could hear the big guns jolting and the crackle of firefights, a heavy silence seemed to fill in through the tunnel, as if his bullets had pierced something that had dammed silence up. The silence made him aware of his isolation. No telling where the battle lines were drawn, if indeed they existed. It was conceivable that small units had infiltrated every level, that the battle for the ant farm was in microcosm the battle for Guatemala. A conflict having no patterns, no real borders, no orderly confrontations, but which, like a plague, could pop up anywhere at any time and kill. That being the case, his best bet would be to head for the computer center, where friendly forces were sure to be concentrated. He walked to the entrance and stared at the two dead Cubans. They had fallen, blocking his way, and he was hesitant about stepping over them, half believing they were playing possum, that they would reach up and grab him. The awkward attitudes of their limbs made him think they were holding a difficult pose, waiting for him to try. Their blood looked purple in the red glow of the emergencies, thicker and shinier than ordinary blood. He noted their moles and scars and sores, the crude stitching of their fatigues, gold fillings glinting from their open mouths. It was funny. He could have met these guys while they were alive, and they might have made only a vague impression. But seeing them dead, he had catalogued their physical worth in a single glance. Maybe, he thought, death revealed your essentials as life could not. He studied the dead men, wanting to read them. Couple of slim, wiry guys. Nice guys, into rum and the ladies and sports. He'd bet they were baseball players, infielders, a double-play combo. Maybe he should have called to them. "Hey, I'm a Yankee fan. Be cool. Meet you after the war for a game of flies and grounders. Fuck this killing shit. Let's play some ball." He laughed, and the high, crackling sound of his laughter startled him. Christ, standing around here was just asking for it. As if to second that opinion, the thing inside his hand exploded into life, eeling and frisking about. Swallowing back his fear, Mengele stepped over the two dead men, and this time, when nothing clutched at his trouser legs, he felt very, very relieved. Below level 6, there was a good deal of mist in the auxiliary tunnel, and from this Mengele understood that the Cubans had penetrated the hillside, probably with a borer mine. Chances were the hole they had made was somewhere close, and he decided that if he could find it, he would use it to get the hell out of the farm and hide in the jungle. On level 7, the mist was extremely thick. The emergency lights stained it pale red, giving it the look of surgical cotton packing a huge artery. Scorch marks from grenade bursts showed on the walls like primitive graphics, and quite a few bodies were visible beside the doorways. Most of them Americans, badly mutilated. Uneasy, Mengele picked his way among them, and when a man spoke behind him, saying, "Don't move," he let out a hoarse cry and dropped his rifle and spun around, his heart pounding. A giant of a man. He had to go 6'7", 6'8", with the arms and torso of a weightlifter, was standing in the doorway, training a .45 at Mengele's chest. He wore khakis with lieutenant's bars, and his babyish face, though cinched into a frown, gave an impression of gentleness and stolidity. He conjured for Mengele the image of Ferdinand the Bull, weighing a knotty problem. "I told you not to move," he said peevishly. "It's okay," said Mengele. "I'm on your side." The lieutenant ran a hand through his thick shock of brown hair. He seemed to be blinking more than was normal. "I'd better check," he said. "Let's go down to the storeroom." "What's to check?" said Mengele, his paranoia increasing. "Please," said the lieutenant, a genuine wealth of entreaty in his voice. "There's been too much violence already." The storeroom was a long, narrow L-shaped room at the end of the level. It was ranged by packing crates, and through the gauzy mist the emergency lights looked like a string of dying red suns. The lieutenant marched Mengele to the corner of the L, and turning it, Mengele saw that the rear wall of the room was missing. A tunnel had been blown into the hillside, opening onto blackness. Forked roots with balls of dirt attached hung from its roof, giving it the witchy appearance of a tunnel into some world of dark magic. Rubble and clods of earth were piled at its lip. Mengele could smell the jungle, and he realized that the big guns had stopped firing, which meant that whoever had won the battle of the summit would soon be sending down mop-up squads. "We can't stay here," he told the lieutenant. "The Cubans will be back." "We're perfectly safe," said the lieutenant. "Take my word." He motioned with the gun, indicating that Mengele should sit on the floor. Mengele did as ordered, and was frozen by the side of a corpse, a Cuban corpse, lying between two packing crates opposite him, its head propped against the wall. "Jesus," he said, coming back up to his knees. "He won't bite," said the lieutenant. With the lack of self-consciousness of someone squeezing into a subway seat, he settled beside the corpse. The two of them neatly filled the space between the crates, touching elbow to shoulder. "Hey," said Mengele, feeling giddy and scattered. "I'm not sitting here with this fucking dead guy, man." The lieutenant flourished his gun. "You'll get used to him." Mengele eased back to a sitting position, unable to look away from the corpse. Actually, compared to the bodies he had just been stepping over, it was quite presentable. The only signs of damage were blood on its mouth and bushy black beard, and a mire of blood and shredded cloth at the center of its chest. Its beret had slid down at a rakish angle to cover one eyebrow. The brass scorpion pin was scarred and tarnished. Its eyes were open, reflecting glowing red chips of the emergency lights, and this gave it a baleful semblance of life. But the reflections made it appear less real, easier to bear. "Listen to me," said the lieutenant. Mengele rubbed at the blood on his shaking hand, hoping that cleaning it would have some good effect. "Are you listening?" the lieutenant asked. Mengele had a peculiar perception of the lieutenant, and the corpse as dummy and ventriloquist. Despite its glowing eyes, the corpse had too much reality for any trick of the light to gloss over for long. Precise crescents showed on its fingernails, and because its head was tipped to one side, blood had settled into that side, darkening its cheek and temple, leaving the rest of the face pallid. It was the lieutenant, with his neat khakis and polished shoes and nice haircut, who now looked less than real. "Listen," said the lieutenant vehemently. "I want you to understand that I have to do what's right for me." The biceps of his gun arm bunched to the size of a cannonball. "I understand," said Mengele, thoroughly unnerved. "Do you? Do you really?" The lieutenant seemed aggravated by Mengele's claim to understanding. "I doubt it. I doubt you could possibly understand." "Maybe I can't," said Mengele. "Whatever you say, man. I'm just trying to get along, you know." The lieutenant sat silent, blinking. Then he smiled. "My name's Jay," he said. "And you are—" "David." Mengele tried to bring his concentration to bear on the gun, wondering if he could kick it away, but the sliver of life in his hand distracted him. "Where are your quarters, David?" "Level 3. "I live here," said Jay. "But I'm going to move. I couldn't bear to stay in a place where—" He broke off and leaned forward, adopting a conspiratorial stance. "Did you know it takes a long time for someone to die, even after their heart is stopped?" "No, I didn't." The thing in Mengele's hand squirmed toward his wrist, and he squeezed the wrist, trying to block it. "It's true," said Jay with vast assurance. "None of these people—" He gave the corpse a gentle nudge with his elbow, a gesture that conveyed to Mengele a creepy sort of familiarity. "Have finished dying. Life doesn't just switch off. It fades. And these people are still alive, though it's only a half-life." He grinned. "The half-life of life, you might say." Mengele kept the pressure on his wrist and smiled, as if in appreciation of the play on words. Pale red tendrils of mist curled between them. "Of course you aren't attuned," said Jay, "so you wouldn't understand. But I'd be lost without Eligio." "Who's Eligio?" Jay nodded toward the corpse. "We're attuned, Eligio and I. That's how I know we're safe. Eligio's perceptions aren't limited to the here and now any longer. He's with his men at this very moment, and he tells me they're all dead or dying." "Uh-huh," said Mengele, tensing. He had managed to squeeze the thing in his hand back into his fingers, and he thought he might be able to reach the gun. But Jay disrupted his plan by shifting the gun to his other hand. His eyes seemed to be growing more reflective, acquiring a ruby glaze, and Mengele realized that this was because he had opened them wide and angled his stare toward the emergency lights. "It makes you wonder," said Jay. "It really does." "What?" said Mengele, easing sideways, shortening the range for a kick. "Half-lives," said Jay. "If the mind has a half-life, maybe our separate emotions do too. The half-life of love, of hate. Maybe they still exist somewhere." He drew up his knees, shielding the gun. "Anyway, I can't stay here. I think I'll go back to Oakland." His tone became whispery. "Where are you from, David?" "New York." "Not my cup of tea," said Jay. "But I love the Bay Area. I own an antique shop there. It's beautiful in the mornings, peaceful. The sun comes through the window, creeping across the floor, like a tide, inching up over the furniture. It's as if the original varnishes are being reborn, the whole shop shining with ancient lights." "Sounds nice," said Mengele, taken aback by Jay's lyricism. "You seem like a good person." Jay straightened up a bit. "But I'm sorry. Eligio tells me your mind's too cloudy for him to read. He says I can't risk keeping you alive. I'm going to have to shoot." Mengele set himself to kick, but then listlessness washed over him. What the hell did it matter? Even if he knocked the gun away, Jay could probably break him in half. "Why?" he said. "Why do you have to?" "You might inform on me." Jay's soft features sagged into a sorrowful expression. "Tell them I was hiding." "Nobody gives a shit you were hiding," said Mengele. "That's what I was doing. I bet there's 50 other guys doing the same damn thing." "I don't know." Jay's brow furrowed. "I'll ask again. Maybe your mind's less cloudy now." He turned his gaze to the dead man. Mengele noticed that the Cuban's irises were angled upward and to the left, exactly the same angle to which Jay's eyes had drifted earlier, and reflected an identical ruby glaze. "Sorry," said Jay, leveling the gun. "I have to." He licked his lips. "Would you please turn your head? I'd rather you weren't looking at me when it happens. That's how Eligio and I became attuned." Looking into the aperture of the gun's muzzle was like peering over a cliff, feeling the chill allure of falling. It was more out of contrariness than a will to survive that Mengele popped his eyes at Jay and said, "Go ahead." Jay blinked, but he held the gun steady. "Your hand's shaking," he said after a pause. "No shit," said Mengele. "How come it's shaking?" "Because I killed someone with it," said Mengele. "Because I'm as fucking crazy as you are." Jay mulled this over. "I was supposed to be assigned to a gay unit," he said finally, "but all the slots were filled, and when I had to be assigned here, they gave me a drug. Now I... He blinked rapidly. His lips parted, and Mengele found that he was straining toward Jay, wanting to apply body English, to do something to push him over this agonizing hump. "I can't be with men anymore." Jay finished, and once again blinked rapidly. Then his words came easier. "Did they give you a drug, too? I mean, I'm not trying to imply you're gay. It's just they have drugs for everything these days, and I thought that might be the problem." Mengele was suddenly, unutterably sad. He felt that his emotions had been twisted into a thin black wire, that the wire was frayed and spraying black sparks of sadness. That was all that energized him all his life, those little black sparks. "I always fought before," said Jay, "and I was fighting this time, but when I shot Eligio, I just couldn't keep going." "I really don't give a shit," said Mengele. "I really don't." "Maybe I can trust you," Jay sighed. "I just wish you were attuned. Eligio's a good soul. You'd appreciate him." Jay kept on talking, enumerating Eligio's virtues, and Mengele tuned him out, not wanting to hear about the Cuban's love for his family, his posthumous concerns for them. Staring at his bloody hand, he had a magical overview of the situation. Sitting in the root cellar of this evil mountain, bathed in an eerie red glow, a scrap of a dead man's life trapped in his flesh, listening to a deranged giant who took his orders from a corpse, waiting for scorpion soldiers to pour through a tunnel that appeared to lead into a dimension of mist and blackness. It was insane to look at it that way. But there it was. You couldn't reason it away. It had a brutal glamour that surpassed reason, that made reason unnecessary. "And once you're attuned," Jay was saying, "you can't ever be separated, not even by death. So Eligio's always going to be alive inside me. Of course I can't let them find out. I mean—" He chuckled, a sound like dice rattling in a cup. "Talk about giving aid and comfort to the enemy." Mengele lowered his head, closed his eyes. Maybe Jay would shoot, but he doubted that. Jay only wanted company in his madness. "You swear you won't tell them?" Jay asked. "Yeah," said Mengele. "I swear." "All right," said Jay. "But remember, my future's in your hands. You have a responsibility to me." "Don't worry." Gunfire crackled in the distance. "I'm glad we could talk," said Jay. "I feel much better." Mengele said that he felt better, too. They sat without speaking. It wasn't the most secure way to pass the night, but Mengele no longer put any store in the concept of security. He was too weary to be afraid. Jay seemed entranced, staring at a point above Mengele's head, but Mengele made no move for the gun. He was content to sit and wait and let fate take its course. His thoughts uncoiled with vegetable sluggishness. They must have been sitting a couple of hours when Mengele heard the whisper of helicopters and noticed that the mist had thinned, that the darkness at the end of the tunnel had gone gray. "Hey," he said to Jay, "I think we're okay now." Jay offered no reply, and Mengele saw that his eyes were angled upward and to the left, just like the Cuban's eyes, glazed over with ruby reflection. Tentatively, he reached out and touched the gun. Jay's hand flopped to the floor, but his fingers remained clenched around the butt. Mengele recoiled, disbelieving. It couldn't be. Again he reached out, feeling for a pulse. Jay's wrist was cool, still, and his lips had a bluish cast. Mengele had a flutter of hysteria, thinking that Jay had gotten it wrong about being attuned. Instead of Eligio's becoming part of his life, he had become part of Eligio's death. There was a tightness in Mengele's chest, and he thought he was going to cry. He would have welcomed tears, and when they failed to materialize, he grew both annoyed at himself and defensive. Why should he cry? The guy had meant nothing to him, though the fact that he could be so devoid of compassion was reason enough for tears. Still, if you were going to cry over something as commonplace as a single guy dying, you'd be crying every minute of the day. And what was the future in that? He glanced at Jay, at the Cuban. Despite the smoothness of Jay's skin, the Cuban's bushy beard, Mengele could have sworn they were starting to resemble each other the way old married couples did. And yep, all four eyes were fixed on exactly the same point, forever. It was either a hell of a coincidence, or else Jay's craziness had been of such magnitude that he had willed himself to die in this fashion just to lend credence to his theory of half-lives. And maybe he was still alive, half alive. Maybe he and Mengele were now attuned, and if that were true, maybe. Alarmed by the prospect of joining Jay and the Cuban in their death watch, Mengele scrambled to his feet and ran into the tunnel. He might have kept running, but on coming out into the dawn light, he was brought up short by the view from the tunnel entrance. At his back, the green dome of the hill swelled high, its sides brocaded with shrubs and vines, an infinity of pattern, as eye-catching as the intricately carved facade of a Hindu temple. Atop it, one of the gun emplacements had taken a hit. Splinters of charred metal curved up like peels of black rind. Before him lay the moat of red dirt, with its hedgerows of razor wire, and beyond that loomed the blackish-green snarl of the jungle. Caught on the wire were hundreds of baggy shapes wearing blood-stained fatigues, frays of smoke twisted up from the fresh craters beside them. Overhead, half hidden by the lifting gray mist, 3 Sikorskis were hovering. Their pilots were invisible behind layers of mist and reflection, and the choppers themselves looked like enormous carrion flies with bulging eyes and whirling wings. Like devils, like gods, they seemed to be whispering to one another in anticipation of the feast they were soon to share. The scene was horrid, yet it had the purity of a stanza from a ballad come to life, a ballad composed about tragic events in some border hell. You could never paint it, or if you could, the canvas would have to be as large as the scene itself, and you would have to incorporate the slow boil of the mist, the whirling of the chopper blades, the drifting smoke. No detail could be omitted. It was the perfect illustration of the war, of its secret magical splendor, and Mengele, too, was an element of the design, the figure of the artist painted in for a joke or to lend scale and perspective to its vastness, its importance. He knew that he should report to his station, but he couldn't turn away from this glimpse into the heart of the war. He sat down on the hillside, cradling his sick hand in his lap, and watched as, with the ponderous aplomb of idols floating to earth, fighting the cross-draft, the wind of their descent whipping up furies of red dust, the Sikorskis made skillful landings among the dead. 4. Halfway through the telling of his story, Mengele had realized that he was not really trying to offend or shock Deborah, but rather was unburdening himself. And he further realized that by telling it, he had to an extent cut loose from the past, weakened its hold on him. For the first time he felt able to give serious consideration to the idea of desertion. He did not rush to it, embrace it, but he did acknowledge its logic and understand the terrible illogic of returning to more assaults, more death, without any magic to protect him. He made a pact with himself. He would pretend to go along as if desertion were his intent, and see what signs were offered. When he had finished, Deborah asked whether or not he was over his anger. He was pleased that she hadn't tried to offer sympathy. "I'm sorry," he said. "I wasn't really angry at you. At least, that was only part of it." "It's all right." She pushed back the dark mass of her hair so that it fell to one side and looked down at the grass beside her knees. With her head inclined, eyes half-lidded, the graceful line of her neck and chin like a character in some exotic script, she seemed a good sign herself. "I don't know what to talk to you about," she said. "The things I feel I have to tell you make you mad, and I can't muster any small talk." "I don't want to be pushed," he said, "but believe me,
I'm thinking about what you've told me.
I won't push. But I still don't know what to talk about.
She plucked a grass blade, chewed on the tip. He watched her lips purse, wondered how she'd taste. Mouth sweet in the way of a jar that had once held spices. And down below she'd taste sweet there, too. Honey gone a little sour in the comb. She tossed the grass blade aside.
I know, she said brightly. Would you like to see where I live?
I'd just as soon not go back to Frisco yet. Where you live, he thought. I want to touch where you live.
It's not in town, she said. It's a village downriver.
Sounds good. He came to his feet, took her arm, and helped her up. For an instant they were close together, her breasts grazing his shirt. Her heat coursed around him, and he thought if anyone were to see them, they would see two figures wavering as in a mirage. He had an urge to tell her he loved her, though most of what he felt was for the salvation she might provide. Part of his feelings seemed real, and that puzzled him, because all she had been to him was a few hours out of the war, dinner in a cheap restaurant, and a walk along the river. There was no basis for consequential emotion. Before he could say anything, do anything, she turned and picked up her basket.
It's not far,
she said, walking away. Her blue skirt swayed like a rung bell. They followed a track of brown clay overgrown by ferns, overspread by saplings with pale, translucent leaves, and soon came to a grouping of thatched huts at the mouth of a stream that flowed into the river. Naked children were wading in the stream, laughing and splashing each other. Their skins were the color of amber, and their eyes were as wet-looking and purplish-dark as plums. Palms and acacias loomed above the huts, which were constructed of sapling trunks lashed together by nylon cord. Their thatch had been trimmed to resemble bowl-cut hair. Flies crawled over strips of meat hung on a clothesline stretched between two of the huts. Fish heads and chicken droppings littered the ochre ground. But Mengele scarcely noticed these signs of poverty, seeing instead a sign of the peace that might await him in Panama. And another sign was soon forthcoming. Deborah bought a bottle of rum at a tiny store, then led him to the hut nearest the mouth of the stream, and introduced him to a lean, white-haired old man who was sitting on a bench outside it. Tío Moisés. After 3 drinks, Tío Moisés began to tell stories. The first story concerned the personal pilot of an ex-president of Panama. The president had made billions from smuggling cocaine into the States with the help of the CIA, whom he had assisted on numerous occasions, and was himself an addict in the last stages of mental deterioration. It had become his sole pleasure to be flown from city to city in his country, to sit on the landing strips, gaze out the window, and do cocaine. At any hour of night or day he was likely to call the pilot and order him to prepare a flight plan to Colon or Bocas del Toro or Penanoma. As the president's condition worsened, the pilot realized that soon the CIA would see he was no longer useful and would kill him, and the most obvious manner of killing him would be by means of an airplane crash. The pilot did not want to die alongside him. He tried to resign, but the president would not permit it. He gave thought to mutilating himself, but being a good Catholic, he could not flout God's law. If he were to flee, his family would suffer. His life became a nightmare. Prior to each flight, he would spend hours searching the plane for evidence of sabotage, and upon each landing he would remain in the cockpit, shaking from nervous exhaustion. The president's condition grew even worse. He had to be carried aboard the plane, and have the cocaine administered by an aide, while a second aide stood by with cotton swabs to attend his nosebleeds. Knowing his life could be measured in weeks, the pilot asked his priest for guidance. Pray, the priest advised. The pilot had been praying all along, so this was no help. Next he went to the commandant of his military college, and the commandant told him he must do his duty. This, too, was something the pilot had been doing all along. Finally, he went to the chief of the San Blas Indians, who were his mother's people. The chief told him he must accept his fate, which, while not something he had been doing all along, was hardly encouraging. Nonetheless, he saw it was the only available path, and he did as the chief had counseled. Rather than spending hours in a pre-flight check, he would arrive minutes before takeoff and taxi away without even inspecting the fuel gauge. His recklessness came to be the talk of the capital. Obeying the president's every whim, he flew in gales and in fogs, while drunk and drugged, and during those hours in the air, suspended between the laws of gravity and fate, he gained a new appreciation of life. Once back on the ground, he engaged in living with a fierce avidity, making passionate love to his wife, carousing with friends, and staying out until dawn. Then one day, as he was preparing to leave for the airport, an American man came to his house and told him he had been replaced. "If we let the president fly with so negligent a pilot, we'll be blamed for anything that happens," said the American. The pilot did not have to ask whom he had meant by we. 6 weeks later, the president's plane crashed in the Darien Mountains. The pilot was overjoyed. Panama had been ridded of a villain, and his own life had not been forfeited. But a week after the crash, after the new president, another smuggler with CIA connections had been appointed. The commandant of the Air Force summoned the pilot, told him that the crash would never have occurred had he been on the job, and assigned him to fly the new president's plane. All through the afternoon, Mengele listened and drank, and drunkenness fitted a lens to his eyes that let him see how these stories applied to him. They were all fables of irresolution, cautioning him to act. And they detailed the core problems of the Central American people who, as he was now, were trapped between the poles of magic and reason, their lives governed by the politics of the ultra-real, their spirits ruled by myths and legends, with the rectangular computerized bulk of North America above, and the conch-shell-shaped continental mystery of South America below. He assumed that Deborah had orchestrated the types of stories Tio Moises told, but that did not detract from their potency as signs. They had the ring of truth, not as something tailored to his needs. Nor did it matter that his hand was shaking, his vision playing tricks. Those things would pass when he reached Panama. Shadows blurred, insects droned like tamburas, and twilight washed down the sky, making the air look grainy. The chop on the river appear slower and heavier. Tio Moises' granddaughter served plates of roast corn and fish, and Mengele stuffed himself. Afterward, when the old man signaled his weariness, Mengele and Deborah strolled off along the stream. Between two of the huts, mounted on a pole, was a warped backboard with a netless hoop, and some young men were shooting baskets. Mengele joined them. It was hard dribbling on the bumpy dirt, but he had never played better. The residue of drunkenness fueled his game, and his jump shots followed perfect arcs down through the hoop. Even at improbable angles, his shots fell true. He lost himself in flicking out his hands to make a steal, in feinting and leaping high to snag a rebound, becoming, as dusk faded, the most adroit of 10 arm-waving, jitter-stepping shadows. The game ended, and the stars came out, looking like holes punched into fire through a billow of black silk overhanging the palms. Flickering shoots of lamplight illuminated the ground in front of the huts, and as Deborah and Mengele walked among them, he heard a radio tuned to the Armed Forces Network giving a play-by-play of a baseball game. There was a crack of the bat. The crowd roared. The announcer cried, "He got it all!" Mengele imagined the ball vanishing into the darkness above the stadium, bouncing out into parking lot America, lodging under a tire where some kid would find it and think it a miracle, or rolling across the street to rest under a used car, shimmering there, secretly white and fuming with home-run energies.
The score was 3-1, top of the second. Mengele didn't know who was playing and didn't care. Home runs were happening for him. Mystical jump shots curved along predestined tracks. He was at the center of incalculable forces. One of the huts was unlit, with 2 wooden chairs out front, and as they approached, the sight of it soured Mengele's mood. Something about it bothered him, its air of preparedness, of being a little stage set. He was just paranoid, he thought. The signs had been good so far, hadn't they? When they reached the hut, Deborah sat in the chair nearer the door and looked up at him. Starlight pointed her eyes with brilliance. Behind her, through the doorway, he made out the shadowy cocoon of a strung hammock, and beneath it a sack from which part of a wire cage protruded. "What about your game?" he asked. "I thought it was more important to be with you," she said. That, too, bothered him. It was all starting to bother him, and he couldn't understand why. The thing in his hand wiggled. He balled the hand into a fist and sat next to Deborah. "What's going on between you and me?" he asked, nervous. "Is anything going to happen? I keep thinking it will, but—" He wiped sweat from his forehead and forgot what he had been driving at. "I'm not sure what you mean," she said. A shadow moved across the yellow glare spilling from the hut next door, rippling, undulating. Mengele squeezed his eyes shut. "If you mean romantically," she said. "I'm confused about that myself. Whether you return to your base or go to Panama, we don't seem to have much of a future, and we certainly don't have much of a past." It boosted his confidence in her, in the situation, that she didn't have an assured answer, but he felt shaky, very shaky. He gave his head a twitch, fighting off more ripples. "What's it like in Panama?" "I've never been there. Probably a lot like Guatemala, except without the fighting." Maybe he should get up, walk around. Maybe that would help. Or maybe he should just sit and talk. Talking seemed to steady him. "I bet," he said, "I bet it's beautiful, you know, Panama. Green mountains, jungle waterfalls. I bet there's lots of birds, macaws and parrots. Millions of them." "I suppose so." "And hummingbirds. This friend of mine was down there once on a hummingbird expedition, said there was 1,000,000 kinds. I thought he was sort of a creep, you know, for being into collecting hummingbirds." He opened his eyes and had to close them again. "I guess I thought hummingbird collecting wasn't very relevant to the big issues." "David?" Concern in her voice. "I'm okay." The smell of her perfume was more cloying than he remembered. "You get there by boat, right? Must be a pretty big boat. I've never been on a real boat, just this rowboat my uncle had. He used to take me fishing off Coney Island. We'd tie up to a buoy and catch all these poison fish. You should have seen some of 'em, like mutants. Rainbow-colored eyes, weird growths all over. Scared the hell out of me to think about eating fish. I had an uncle who— I used to think about all the ones that must be down there, too deep for us to catch. Giant blowfish, genius sharks, whales with hands. I'd see 'em swallowing the boat. I'd—" "Calm down, David." She kneaded the back of his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. I'm okay. He pushed her hand away. He did not need shivers along with everything else. "Let me hear some more about Panama." "I told you, I've never been there." "Oh, yeah. Well, how about Costa Rica? You've been to Costa Rica?" Sweat was popping out all over his body. Maybe he should go for a swim. He'd heard there were manatees in the Rio Dulce. "Ever seen a manatee?" he asked. "David?"
She must have leaned close, because he could feel her heat spreading all through him, and he thought maybe that would help, smothering in her heat. Heavy motion, get rid of this shakiness.
He'd take her into that hammock and see just how hot she got. How hot she got, how hot she got. The words did a train rhythm in his head. Afraid to open his eyes, he reached out blindly and pulled her to him, bumped faces, searched for her mouth, kissed her. She kissed back. His hand slipped up to cup a breast. Jesus, she felt good. She felt like salvation, like Panama, like what you fall into when you sleep. But then it changed slowly, so slowly that he didn't notice until it was almost complete, and her tongue was squirming in his mouth, as thick and stupid as a snail's foot, and her breast, oh shit, her breast was jiggling, trembling with the same wormy juices that were in his left hand. He pushed her off, opened his eyes, saw crude stitch eyelashes sewn to her cheeks, lips parted, mouth full of bones, blank face of meat. He got to his feet, pawing the air, wanting to rip down the film of ugliness that had settled over him. "David?" She warped his name, gulping the syllables as if she were trying to swallow and talk at once. Frog voice, devil voice. He spun around, caught an eyeful of black sky and spiky trees and a pitted bone-knobbed moon trapped in a weave of branches. Dark, warty shapes of the huts, doors into yellow flame with crooked shadow men inside. He blinked, shook his head. It wasn't going away. It was real. What was this place? Not a village in Guatemala. Nah, He heard a strangled wild man grunt come from his throat, and he backed away from everything. She walked after him, croaking his name. Wig of black straw, dabs of shining jelly for eyes. Some of the shadow men were herky-jerking out of their doors, gathering behind her, talking about him in devil language. Faceless nothings from the dimension of sickness, demons in paillon drag. He backed another few steps. "I can see you," he said. "I know what you are." "It's all right, David," she said, and smiled. Sure. She thought he was going to buy the smile, but he wasn't fooled. He saw how it broke over her face the way something rotten melts through the bottom of a wet grocery sack after it's been in the garbage for a week. Gloating smile of the queen devil bitch. She had done this to him, had teamed up with the bad life in his hand and done witchy things to his head, made him see down to the layer of shit magic she lived in. "I see you," he said. He tripped, went backward, flailing, stumbling, and came out of it running toward the town. Ferns whipped his legs, branches cut at his face, webs of shadow and moonlight fettered the trail, and the shrilling insects had the sound of a metal edge being honed. Up ahead he spotted a big moonstruck tree standing by itself on a rise overlooking the water. A grandfather tree, a white magic tree. It called to him. He stopped beside it, sucking air. The moonlight cooled him off, drenched him with silver, and he understood the purpose of the tree. Fountain of whiteness in the dark wood, shining for him alone. He made a fist of his left hand. The thing inside the hand eeled frantically, as if it knew what was coming. He studied the deeply grooved, mystic patterns of the bark and found the point of confluence. He steeled himself. Then he drove his fist into the trunk. Brilliant pain lanced up his arm, and he cried out. But he hit the tree again, hit it a third time. He held the hand tight against his body, muffling the pain. It was already swelling, becoming a knuckleless cartoon hand. But nothing moved inside it. The river bank with its rustlings and shadows no longer menaced him. It had been transformed into a place of ordinary lights, ordinary darks, and even the whiteness of the tree looked unmagically bright. "David!" Deborah's voice, and not far off. Part of him wanted to wait, to see whether or not she had changed for the innocent, for the ordinary. But he couldn't trust her, couldn't trust himself, and he set out running once again. Mengele caught the ferry to the west bank, thinking that he would find Gilby, that a dose of Gilby's belligerence would ground him in reality. He sat in the bow next to a group of 5 other soldiers, one of whom was puking over the side, and to avoid a conversation he turned away and looked down into the black water slipping past. Moonlight edged the wavelets with silver, and among those gleams it seemed he could see reflected the broken curve of his life. A kid living for Christmas, drawing pictures, receiving praise, growing up mindless to high school, sex and drugs. Growing beyond that, beginning to draw pictures again, and then, right where you might expect the curve to assume a more meaningful shape, it was sheared off, left hanging, its process demystified and explicable. He realized how foolish the idea of the ritual had been. Like a dying man clutching a vial of holy water, he had clutched at magic when the logic of existence had proved untenable. Now the frail linkages of that magic had been dissolved, and nothing supported him. He was falling through the dark zones of the war, waiting to be snatched by one of its monsters. He lifted his head and gazed at the west bank. The shore toward which he was heading was as black as a bat's wing, and inscribed with arcana of violent light. Rooftops and palms were cast in silhouette against a rainbow haze of neon. Gassy arcs of blood red and lime green and indigo were visible between them, fragments of glowing beasts. The wind bore screams and wild music. The soldiers beside him laughed and cursed, and the one guy kept on puking. Mengele rested his forehead on the wooden rail just to feel something solid. At the Club de Manillo, Gilby's big-breasted whore was lounging by the bar, staring into her drink. Mengele pushed through the dancers, through heat and noise and veils of lavender smoke. When he walked up to the whore, she put on a professional smile and made a grab for his crotch. He fended her off. "Where's Gilby?" he shouted. She gave him a befuddled look. Then the light dawned. "Mengele?" she said. He nodded. She fumbled in her purse and pulled out a folded paper. "It's from Gilby," she said. "For me, $5. He handed her the money and took the paper. It proved to be a Christian pamphlet with a pen-and-ink sketch of a rail-thin, aggrieved-looking Jesus on the front, and beneath the sketch a tract whose first line read, "The last days are in season." He turned it over and found a handwritten note on the back. The note was pure Gilby, no explanation, no sentiment, just the basics. "I'm gone to Panama. You want to make that trip, check out a guy named Rui Barros in Livingston. He'll fix you up. Maybe I'll see you. G." Mengele had believed that his confusion had peaked, but the fact of Gilby's desertion wouldn't fit inside his head, and when he tried to make it fit, he was left more confused than ever. It wasn't that he couldn't understand what had happened. He understood it perfectly. He might have predicted it. Like a crafty rat who had seen his favorite hole blocked by a trap, Gilby had simply chewed a new hole and vanished through it. The thing that confused Mengele was his total lack of reference. He and Gilby and Baylor had seemed to triangulate reality, to locate each other within a coherent map of duties and places and events. And now that they were both gone, Mengele felt utterly bewildered. Outside the club, he let the crowds push him along and gazed up at the neon animals atop the bars. Giant blue rooster, green bull, golden turtle with fiery red eyes. An advertising man's hellish pantheon. Bleeds of color washed from the signs, staining the air to a garish paleness, giving everyone a mealy complexion. Amazing, Mengele thought, that you could breathe such grainy, discolored stuff, that it didn't start you choking. It was all amazing, all nonsensical. Everything he saw struck him as unique and unfathomable, even the most commonplace of sights. He found himself staring at people, at whores, at street kids, at an MP who was talking to another MP, patting the fender of his Jeep as if it were his big olive-drab pet, and trying to figure out what they were really doing, what special significance their actions held for him, what clues they presented that might help him unravel the snarl of his own existence. At last, realizing that he needed peace and quiet, he set out toward the airbase, thinking he would find an empty bunk and sleep off his confusion. But when he came to the cutoff that led to the unfinished bridge, he turned down it, deciding that he wasn't ready to deal with gate sentries and duty officers. Dense thickets buzzing with insects narrowed the cutoff to a path, and at its end stood a line of sawhorses. He climbed over them, and soon was mounting a sharply inclined curve that appeared to lead to a point not far below the lumpish silver moon. Despite a litter of rubble and cardboard sheeting, the concrete looked pure under the moon, blazing bright, like a fragment of snowy light, not quite hardened to the material. And as he ascended, he thought he could feel the bridge trembling to his footsteps with the sensitivity of a white nerve. He seemed to be walking into darkness and stars, a solitude the size of creation. It felt good and damn lonely, maybe a little too much so, with the wind flapping pieces of cardboard and the sounds of the insects left behind. After a few minutes, he glimpsed the ragged terminus ahead. When he reached it, he sat down carefully, letting his legs dangle. Wind keened through the exposed girders, tugging at his ankles. His hand throbbed and was fever-hot. Below, multicolored brilliance clung to the black margin of the east bank, like a colony of bioluminescent algae. He wondered how high he was. Not high enough, he thought. Faint music was fraying on the wind, the inexhaustible delirium of San Francisco de Jutaclan, and he imagined that the flickering of the stars was caused by this thin smoke of music drifting across them. He tried to think what to do. Not much occurred to him. He pictured Gilby in Panama, whoring, drinking, fighting, doing just as he had in Guatemala. That was where the idea of desertion failed Mengele. In Panama, he would be afraid. In Panama, though his hand might not shake, some other malignant twitch would develop. In Panama, he would resort to magical cures for his afflictions, because he would be too imperiled by the real to derive strength from it. And eventually the war would come to Panama. Desertion would have gained him nothing. He stared out across the moon-silvered jungle, and it seemed that some essential part of him was pouring from his eyes, entering the flow of the wind and rushing away past the ant farm and its smoking craters, past guerrilla territory, past the seamless join of sky and horizon, being irresistibly pulled toward a point into which the world's vitality was emptying. He felt himself emptying as well, growing cold and vacant and slow. His brain became incapable of thought, capable only of recording perceptions. The wind brought green scents that made his nostrils flare. The sky's blackness folded around him, and the stars were golden pinpricks of sensation. He didn't sleep, but something in him slept. A whisper drew him back from the edge of the world. At first he thought it had been his imagination, and he continued staring at the sky, which had lightened to the vivid blue of pre-dawn. Then he heard it again, and glanced behind him. Strung out across the bridge, about 20 feet away, were a dozen or so children, some standing, some crouched. Most were clad in rags, a few wore coverings of vines and leaves, and others were naked. Watchful, silent. Knives glinted in their hands. They were all emaciated, their hair long and matted, and Mengele, recalling the dead children he had seen that morning, was for a moment afraid. But only for a moment. Fear flared in him like a coal puffed to life by a breeze, and then died an instant later, suppressed not by any rational accommodation, but by a perception of those ragged figures as an opportunity for surrender. He wasn't eager to die, yet neither did he want to put forth more effort in the cause of survival. Survival, he had learned, was not the soul's ultimate priority. He kept staring at the children. The way they were posed reminded him of a Neanderthal grouping in the Museum of Natural History. The moon was still up, and they cast vaguely defined shadows like smudges of graphite. Finally, Mengele turned away. The horizon was showing a distinct line of green darkness. He had expected to be stabbed or pushed, to pinwheel down and break against the Rio Dulce, its waters gone a steely color beneath the brightening sky. But instead, a voice spoke in his ear. "Hey, gringo." Squatting beside him was a boy of 14 or 15, with a swarthy monkey-like face framed by tangles of shoulder-length dark hair, wearing tattered shorts, coiled serpent tattooed on his brow. He tipped his head to one side, then the other, perplexed. He might have been trying to see the true Mengele through layers of false appearance. He made a growly noise in his throat and held up a knife, twisting it this way and that, letting Mengele observe its keen edge, how it channeled the moonlight along its blade. An army-issue survival knife with a brass knuckle grip. Mengele gave an amused sniff. The boy seemed alarmed by this reaction. He lowered the knife and shifted away. "What you doing here, gringo?" he asked. A number of answers occurred to Mengele, most demanding too much energy to voice. He chose the simplest. "I like it here. I like the bridge." The boy squinted at Mengele. "The bridge is magic," he said. "You know this?" "There was a time I might have believed you," said Mengele. "You got to talk slow, man," the boy frowned. "Too fast. I can't understand." Mengele repeated his comment, and the boy said, "You believe it, gringo. Why else you here?" With a planing motion of his arm, he described an imaginary continuance of the bridge's upward course. "That's where the bridge travels now. Don't have nothing to do with crossing the river. It's a piece of white stone. Don't mean the same thing a bridge means." Mengele was surprised to hear his thoughts echoed by someone who so resembled a hominid. "I come here," the boy went on. "I listen to the wind, hear it sing in the iron, and I know things from it. I can see the future." He grinned, exposing blackened teeth, and pointed south toward the Caribbean. "Future's that way, man." Mengele liked the joke. He felt an affinity for the boy, for anyone who could manage jokes from the boy's perspective, but he couldn't think of a way to express his good feeling. Finally he said, "You speak English well." "Shit! What you think? 'Cause we live in the jungle, we talk like animals? Shit!" The boy jabbed the point of his knife into the concrete. "I talk English all my life. Gringos, they too stupid to learn Spanish." A girl's voice sounded behind them, harsh and peremptory. The other children had closed to within 10 feet, their savage faces intent upon Mengele, and the girl was standing a bit forward of them. She had sunken cheeks and deep-set eyes. Ratty cables of hair hung down over her single-scoop breasts. Her hip bones tented up a rag of a skirt, which the wind pushed back between her legs. The boy let her finish, then gave a prolonged response, punctuating his words by smashing the brass knuckle grip of his knife against the concrete, striking sparks with every blow. "Griaule," he said to Mengele. "She wants to kill you. But I say, some men they got one foot in the whirl of death, and if you kill them, death will take you too. And you know what?" "What?" said Mengele. "It's true. You and death." The boy clasped his hands. "Like this." "Maybe," Mengele said. "No, maybe. The bridge told me. told me I be thankful if I let you live. So you be thankful to the bridge. That magic you don't believe, it save your ass." The boy lowered out of his squat and sat cross-legged. "Griaule, she don't care about you live or die. She just go 'gainst me, 'cause when I leave here, she going to be chief. She's, impatient." Mengele looked at the girl. She met his gaze coldly, a witch child with slitted eyes, bramble hair, and ribs poking out. "Where are you going?" he asked the boy. "I have a dream. I will live in the South. I dream I own a warehouse full of gold and cocaine." The girl began to harangue him again, and he shot back a string of angry syllables. "What did you say?" Mengele asked. "I say, Griaule, you give me shit, I going to fuck you and throw you in the river." He winked at Mengele. "Griaule, she a virgin, so she worry about that first thing." The sky was graying, pink streaks fading in from the east. Birds wheeled up from the jungle below, forming into flocks above the river. In the half-light, Mengele saw that the boy's chest was cross-hatched with ridged scars, knife wounds that hadn't received proper treatment. Bits of vegetation were trapped in his hair like primitive adornments. "Tell me, gringo," said the boy. "I hear in America there is a machine with the soul of a man. This is true?" "More or less," said Mengele. The boy nodded gravely, his suspicions confirmed. "I hear also America has builded a metal whirl in the sky." "They're building it now." "In the house of your president, is there a stone that holds the mind of a dead magician?" Mengele gave this due consideration. "I doubt it," he said, "but it's possible." Wind thudded against the bridge, startling him. He felt its freshness on his face, and relished the sensation. The fact that he could still take simple pleasure from life, startled him more than had the sudden noise. The pink streaks in the east were deepening to crimson and fanning wider. Shafts of light pierced upward to stain the bellies of some low-lying clouds to mauve. Several of the children began to mutter in unison, a chant. They were speaking in Spanish, but the way their voices jumbled the words, it sounded guttural and malevolent, a language for trolls. Listening to them, Mengele imagined them crouched around fires in bamboo thickets, bloody knives lifted sunward over their fallen prey, making love in the green nights among fleshy Rousseau-like vegetation, while pythons with ember eyes coiled in the branches above their heads. "Truly, gringo," said the boy, apparently still contemplating Mengele's answers, "these are evil times." He stared gloomily down at the river. The wind shifted the heavy snarls of his hair. Watching him, Mengele grew envious. Despite the bleakness of his existence, this little monkey king was content with his place in the world, assured of its nature. Perhaps he was deluded, but Mengele envied his delusion, and he especially envied his dream of gold and cocaine. His own dreams had been dispersed by the war. The idea of sitting and daubing colors onto canvas no longer held any real attraction for him, nor did the thought of returning to New York. Though survival had been his priority all these months, he had never stopped to consider what survival portended, and now he did not believe he could return. He had, he realized, become acclimated to the war, able to breathe its toxins. He would gag on the air of peace and home. The war was his new home, his newly rightful place. Then the truth of this struck him with the force of an illumination, and he understood what he had to do. Baylor and Gilby had acted according to their natures, and he would have to act according to his, which imposed upon him the path of acceptance. He remembered Theo Moises' story about the pilot, and laughed inwardly. In a sense, his friend, the guy he had mentioned in his unsent letter, had been right about the war, about the world. It was full of designs, patterns, coincidences, and cycles that appeared to indicate the workings of some magical power. But these things were the result of a subtle natural process. The longer you lived, the wider your experience, the more complicated your life became, and eventually you were bound in the midst of so many interactions, a web of circumstance and emotion and event, that nothing was simple any more, and everything was subject to interpretation. Interpretation, however, was a waste of time. Even the most logical of interpretations was merely an attempt to herd mystery into a cage and lock the door on it. It made life no less mysterious. And it was equally pointless to seize upon patterns, to rely on them, to obey the mystical regulations they seemed to imply. Your one effective course had to be entrenchment. You had to admit to mystery, to the incomprehensibility of your situation, and protect yourself against it. Shore up your web, clear it of blind corners, set alarms. You had to plan aggressively. You had to become the monster in your own maze, as brutal and devious as the fate you sought to escape. It was the kind of militant acceptance that Tio Moises Pilate had not the opportunity to display, that Mengele himself, though the opportunity had been his, had failed to display. He saw that now. He had merely reacted to danger, and had not challenged or used forethought against it. But he thought he would be able to do that now. He turned to the boy, thinking he might appreciate this insight into magic, and caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. Griaule, coming up behind the boy, her knife held low, ready to stab. In reflex, Mengele flung out his injured hand to block her. The knife nicked the edge of his hand, deflected upward, and sliced the top of the boy's shoulder. The pain in Mengele's hand was excruciating, blinding him momentarily. And then, as he grabbed Griaule's forearm to prevent her from stabbing again, he felt another sensation, one almost covered by the pain. He had thought the thing inside his hand was dead, but now he could feel it fluttering at the edges of the wound, leaking out in the rich trickle of blood that flowed over his wrist. It was trying to worm back inside, wriggling against the flow. But the pumping of his heart was too strong, and soon it was gone, dripping on the white stone of the bridge. Before he could feel relief or surprise, or in any way absorb what had happened, Griaule tried to pull free. Mengele got to his knees, dragged her down, and dashed her knife hand against the bridge. The knife skittered away. Griaule struggled wildly, clawing at his face, and the other children edged forward. Mengele levered his left arm under Griaule's chin, choking her. With his right hand, he picked up the knife and pressed the point into her breast. The children stopped their advance, and Griaule went limp. He could feel her trembling. Tears streaked the grime on her cheeks. She looked like a scared little girl, not a witch. "Puta!" said the boy. He had come to his feet, holding his shoulder, and was staring daggers at Griaule. "Is it bad?" Mengele asked. "The shoulder?" The boy inspected the bright blood on his fingertips. "It hurts," he said. He stepped over to stand in front of Griaule and smiled down at her. He unbuttoned the top of his shorts. Griaule tensed. "What are you doing?" Mengele suddenly felt responsible for the girl. "I'm going to do what I told her, man." The boy undid the rest of the buttons and shimmied out of his shorts. He was already half erect, as if the violence had aroused him. "No," said Mengele, realizing as he spoke that this was not at all wise. "Take your life," said the boy sternly. "Walk away." A long, powerful gust of wind struck the bridge. It seemed to Mengele that the vibration of the bridge, the beating of his heart, and Griaule's trembling were driven by the same shimmering pulse. He felt an almost visceral commitment to the moment, one that had nothing to do with his concern for the girl. Maybe, he thought, it was an implementation of his new convictions. The boy lost patience. He shouted at the other children, herding them away with slashing gestures. Sullenly they moved off down the curve of the bridge, positioning themselves along the railing, leaving an open avenue. Beyond them, beneath a lavender sky, The jungle stretched to the horizon, broken only by the rectangular hollow made by the air base. The boy hunkered at Graciela's feet. "Tonight," he said to Mengele, "the bridge have set us together. Tonight we sit, we talk. Now that's over. My heart say to kill you. Because you stopped Graciela from cutting deep, I give you a chance. She must make a judgment. If she say she go with you, we—" he waved toward the other children, "will kill you. If she want to stay, then you must go. No more talk, no bullshit. You just go. Understand?" Mengele wasn't afraid, and his lack of fear was not born of an indifference to life, but of clarity and confidence. It was time to stop reacting away from challenges, time to meet them. He came up with a plan. There was no doubt that Graciela would choose him, choose a chance at life, no matter how slim. But before she could decide, he would kill the boy. Then he would run straight at the others. Without their leader, they might not hang together. It wasn't much of a plan, and he didn't like the idea of hurting the boy, but he thought he might be able to pull it off. "I understand," he said. The boy spoke to Graciela. He told Mengele to release her. She sat up, rubbing the spot where Mengele had pricked her with the knife. She glanced coyly at him, then at the boy. She pushed her hair back behind her neck and thrust out her breasts, as if preening for two suitors. Mengele was astonished by her behavior. Maybe, he thought, she was playing for time. He stood and pretended to be shaking out his kinks, edging closer to the boy, who remained crouched beside Graciela. In the east, a red fireball had cleared the horizon. Its sanguine light inspired Mengele, fueled his resolve. He yawned and edged closer yet, firming his grip on the knife. He would yank the boy's head back by the hair, cut his throat. Nerves jumped in his chest. A pressure was building inside him, demanding that he act, that he move now. He restrained himself. Another step should do it, another step to be absolutely sure. But as he was about to take that step, Graciela reached out and tapped the boy on the shoulder. Surprise must have showed on Mengele's face, because the boy looked at him and grunted laughter. "You think she pick you?" he said. "Shit! You don't know Graciela, man. Gringos burn her village. She licked the devil's ass for she even shake hands with you." He grinned, stroked her hair. "Sides, she think if she fuck me good, maybe I say, 'Oh, Graciela, I got to have some more of that.' And who knows? Maybe she right." Graciela lay back and wriggled out of her skirt. Between her legs, she was nearly hairless. A smile touched the corners of her mouth. Mengele stared at her, dumbfounded. "I'm not going to kill you, Gringo," said the boy without looking up. He was running his hand across Graciela's stomach. "I told you I won't kill a man so close with death." Again he laughed. "You look pretty funny trying to sneak up. I like watching that." Mengele was stunned. All the while he had been gearing himself up to kill, shunting aside anxiety and revulsion. He had merely been providing an entertainment for the boy. The heft of the knife seemed to be drawing his anger into a compact shape, and he wanted to carry out his attack, to cut down this little animal who had ridiculed him. But humiliation mixed with the anger, neutralizing it. The poisons of rage shook him. He could feel every incidence of pain and fatigue in his body. His hand was throbbing, bloated and discolored like the hand of a corpse. Weakness pervaded him, and relief. "Go," said the boy. He lay down beside Graciela, propped on an elbow, and began to tease one of her nipples erect. Mengele took a few hesitant steps away. Behind him, Graciela made a mewling noise, and the boy whispered something. Mengele's anger was rekindled. They had already forgotten him. But he kept going. As he passed the other children, one spat at him, and another shied a pebble. He fixed his eyes on the white concrete slipping beneath his feet. When he reached the midpoint of the curve, he turned back. The children had hemmed in Griaule and the boy against the terminus, blocking them from view. The sky had gone bluish-gray behind them, and the wind carried their voices. They were singing, a ragged, chirpy song that sounded celebratory. Mengole's anger subsided. His humiliation ebbed. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Though he had acted unwisely, he had done so from a posture of strength, and no amount of ridicule could diminish that. Things were going to work out. Yes, they were. He would make them work out. For a while he watched the children. At this remove their singing had an appealing savagery, and he felt a trace of wistfulness at leaving them behind. He wondered what would happen after the boy had done with Griaule. He was not concerned, only curious. The way you feel when you think you may have to leave a movie before the big finish. Will our heroine survive? Will justice prevail? Will survival and justice bring happiness in their wake? Soon the end of the bridge came to be bathed in the golden rays of the sunburst. The children seemed to be blackening and dissolving in heavenly fire. That was a sufficient resolution for Mengele. He tossed Griaule's knife into the river and went down from the bridge, in whose magic he no longer believed, walking toward the war whose mystery he had accepted as his own. 5. At the air base, Mengele took a stand beside the Sikorsky that had brought him to San Francisco de Juticlan. He had recognized it by the painted flaming letters of the words "Whispering Death." He rested his head against the letter G and recalled how Baylor had recoiled from the letters, worried that they might transmit some deadly essence. Mengele didn't mind the contact. The painted flames seemed to be warming the inside of his head, stirring up thoughts as slow and indefinite as smoke. Comforting thoughts that embodied no images or ideas, just a gentle buzz of mental activity, like the idling of an engine. The base was coming to life around him, jeeps pulling away from barracks, a couple of officers inspecting the belly of a cargo plane, some guy repairing a forklift. Peaceful, homey. Mengele closed his eyes, lulled into a half-sleep, letting the sun and the painted flames bracket him with heat, real and imagined. Sometime later, how much later he could not be sure, a voice said, "Fucked up your hand pretty good, didn't you?" The two pilots were standing by the cockpit door. In their black flight suits and helmets, they looked neither weird nor whimsical, but creatures of functional menace, masters of the machine. "Yeah," said Mengele. "Fucked it up." "How'd you do it?" asked the pilot on the left. "Hit a tree." "Must have been goddamn crocked to hit a tree," said the pilot on the right. "Tree ain't going nowhere if you hit it." Mengele made a non-committal noise. "You guys going up to the farm?" "You bet. What's the matter, man? Had enough of them wild women?" Pilot on the right. "Guess so. Want to give me a ride?" "Sure thing," said the pilot on the left. "Why don't you climb on in front? You can sit back of us." "Where are your buddies?" asked the pilot on the right. "Gone," said Mengele, as he climbed into the cockpit. One of the pilots said, "Didn't think we'd be seeing them boys again." Mengele strapped into the observer's seat behind the co-pilot's position. He had assumed there would be a lengthy instrument check, but as soon as the engines had been warmed, the Sikorsky lurched up and veered northward. With the exception of the weapons systems, none of the defenses had been activated. The radar, the thermal imager, and terrain display all showed blank screens. A nervous thrill ran across the muscles of Mengele's stomach as he considered the varieties of danger to which the pilot's reliance upon their miraculous helmets had laid them open. But his nervousness was subsumed by the whispery rhythms of the rotors and his sense of the Sikorsky's power. He recalled having a similar feeling of secure potency while sitting at the controls of his gun. He had never let that feeling grow, never let it empower him. He had been a fool. They followed the northeasterly course of the river, which coiled like a length of blue steel razor wire between jungled hills. The pilots laughed and joked, and the flight came to have the air of a ride with a couple of good old boys going nowhere fast and full of free beer. At one point the co-pilot piped his voice through the onboard speakers and launched into a dolorous country song. "Whenever we kiss, dear, our two lips meet, and whenever you're not with me, we're apart. When you sawed my dog in half, that was depressin', but when you shot me in the chest, you broke my heart." As the co-pilot sang, the pilot rocked the Sikorsky back and forth in a drunken accompaniment, and after the song ended, he called back to Mengele. "You believe this here son of a bitch wrote that? He did. Picks a guitar, too. Boy's a genius." "It's a great song," said Mengele, and he meant it. The song had made him happy, and that was no small thing. They went rocking through the skies, singing the first verse over and over. But then, as they left the river behind, still maintaining a northeasterly course, the co-pilot pointed to a section of jungle ahead and shouted, "Beaners, Quadrant 4, you got 'em?" "Got 'em," said the pilot. The Sikorsky swerved down toward the jungle, shuddered, and flame veered from beneath them. An instant later, a huge swath of jungle erupted into a gout of marbled smoke and fire. "Whee-oo!" the co-pilot sang out, jubilant. "Whispering death strikes again." With guns blazing, they went swooping through blowing veils of dark smoke. Acres of trees were burning, and still they kept up the attack. Mengele gritted his teeth against the noise, and when at last the firing stopped, dismayed by his insanity, he sat slumped, his head down. He suddenly doubted his ability to cope with the insanity of the ant farm, and remembered all his reasons for fear. The co-pilot turned back to him. "You ain't got no call to look so gloomy, man," he said. "You're a lucky son of a bitch, you know that?" The pilot began a bank toward the east, toward the ant farm. "How you figure that?" Mengele asked. "I got a clear sight of you, man," said the co-pilot. "I can tell you for true you ain't going to be at the farm much longer. It ain't clear why or nothing, but I expect you going to be wounded. Not bad, though, just a going-home wound." As the pilot completed the bank, a ray of sun slanted into the cockpit, illuminating the co-pilot's visor, and for a split second Mengele could make out the vague shadow of the face beneath. It seemed lumpy and malformed. His imagination added details, bizarre growths, cracked cheeks, an eye webbed shut, like a face out of a movie about nuclear mutants. He was tempted to believe that he had really seen this. The co-pilot's deformities would validate his prediction of a secure future. But Mengele rejected the temptation. He was afraid of dying, afraid of the terrors held by life at the ant farm, yet he wanted no more to do with magic, unless there was magic involved in being a good soldier, in obeying the disciplines, in the practice of fierceness. "Could be his hand'll get him home," said the pilot. "That hand looks pretty fucked up to me. Looks like $1 million wound, that hand." "Nah, I don't get it's his hand," said the co-pilot. "Something else. Whatever, it's going to do the trick." Mengele could see his own face floating in the black plastic of the co-pilot's visor. He looked warped and pale, so thoroughly unfamiliar that for a moment he thought the face might be a bad dream the co-pilot was having. "What the hell's with you, man?" the co-pilot asked. "You don't believe me?" Mengele wanted to explain that his attitude had nothing to do with belief or disbelief, that it signaled his intent to obtain a safe future by means of securing his present. But he couldn't think how to put it into words the co-pilot would accept. The co-pilot would merely refer again to his visor as testimony to a magical reality, or perhaps would point up ahead where, because the cockpit plastic had gone opaque under the impact of direct sunlight, the sun now appeared to hover in a smoky darkness, a distinct fiery sphere with a streaming corona, like one of those cabalistic emblems embossed on ancient seals. It was an evil, fearsome-looking thing, and though Mengele was unmoved by it, he knew the pilot would see in it a powerful sign. "You think I'm lying?" said the co-pilot angrily. "You think I'd be bullshitting you about something like this? Man, I ain't lying. I'm giving you the good goddamn word." They flew east into the sun, whispering death, into a world disguised as a strange bloody enchantment, over the dark green wild where war had taken root, where men in combat armor fought for no good reason against men wearing brass scorpions on their berets, where crazy lost men wandered the mystic light of Fire Zone Emerald, and mental wizards brooded upon things not yet seen. The co-pilot kept the black bubble of his visor angled back toward Mengele, waiting for a response. But Mengele just stared, and before too long the co-pilot turned away. The End of Life as We Know It. What Lisa hated most about Mexico was the flies, and Richard said, yeah, the flies were bad. But it was the lousy attitude of the people that did him in. You know, the way the waiters ignored you and the taxi drivers sneered, the sour expressions of desk clerks, as if they were doing you a big favor by letting you stay in their flea-bag hotels. All that. Lisa replied that she couldn't blame the people, because they were probably irritated by the flies. This set Richard to laughing, and though Lisa had not meant it to be funny, after a moment she joined in. They needed laughter. They had come to Mexico to save their marriage, and things were not going well, except in bed, where things had always gone well. Lisa had never been less than ardent with Richard, even during her affair. They were an attractive couple in their 30s, the sort to whom a healthy sex life seems an essential of style, a trendy accessory to pleasure like a jacuzzi or a French food processor. She was a tall, fey-looking brunette with fair skin, an aerobically nurtured slimness, and a face that managed to express both sensuality and intelligence. Hooker eyes and Vassar bones, Richard had told her. He was lean from handball and weights, with an executive touch of gray in his black hair and the bland, firm-jawed handsomeness of a youthful anchorman. Once they had held to the illusion that they kept fit and beautiful for one another, but all their illusions had been tarnished, and they no longer understood their reasons for maintaining them. For a while they had made a game of hating Mexico, pretending it was a new bond between them, striving to outdo each other and pointing out instances of filth and native insensitivity. Finally, they realized that what they hated most about the country was their own perceptions of it, and they headed south to Guatemala, where, they had been informed, the atmosphere was conducive to romance. They were leery about the reports of guerrilla activity, but their informant had assured them that the dangers were overstated. He was a seasoned traveler, an elderly Englishman who had spent his last 12 winters in Central America. Richard thought he was colorful, a Graham Greene character, whereas Lisa described him in her journal as a deracinated old fag. "You mustn't miss Lake Atitlan," he told them. "It's absolutely breathtaking. Revolution there is an aesthetic impossibility." Before boarding the plane, Richard bought the latest Miami Herald, and he entertained himself during the flight by bemoaning the decline of Western civilization. It was his conviction that the United States was becoming part of the Third World, and that their grandchildren would inhabit a mildly poisoned earth and endure lives of back-breaking drudgery under an increasingly Orwellian government. Though this conviction was hardly startling, it being evident from the newspaper that such a world was close upon them, Lisa accorded his viewpoint the status of wisdom. In fact, she had relegated wisdom, in general, to be his preserve, staking claim herself to the traditional feminine precincts of soulfulness and caring. Sometimes back in Connecticut, while teaching her art class at the Y or manning the telephones for PBS or Greenpeace, or whatever cause had enlisted her soulfulness, looking around at the other women, all, like her, expensively kept and hopeless, and with an eye cocked for the least glimmer of excitement, Then she would see how marriage had decreased her wattage. And yet, though she had fallen in love with another man, she had clung to the marriage for almost a year thereafter, unable to escape the fear that this was the best she could hope for. That no matter what steps she took to change her situation, her life would always be ruled by a canon of mediocrity. That she had recently stopped clinging did not signal a slackening of fear, only that her fingers were slipping, her energy no longer sufficient to maintain a good grip. As the plane came down into Guatemala City, passing over rumpled green hills dotted with shacks whose colors looked deceptively bright and cheerful from a height, Richard began talking about his various investments, saying he was glad he'd bought this and that, because things were getting worse every day. "The shitstorms are coming, babe," he said, patting her knee. "But we're going to be all right." It annoyed Lisa no end that whenever he was feeling particularly accomplished, his language became countrified, and she only shrugged in response. After clearing customs, they rented a car and drove to Panajachel, a village on the shores of Lake Atitlan. There was a fancy hotel on the shore, but in the spirit of roughing it, Richard insisted they stay in a cheaper place on the edge of town, an old green stucco building with red trim and an arched entranceway and a courtyard choked with ferns. It catered to what he called the bleeding ear set, a reference to the loud rock and roll that blasted from the windows. The other guests were mostly college-age vacationers, a mixture of French and Scandinavians and Americans, and as soon as they had unpacked, Lisa changed into jeans and a work shirt so she would fit in among them. They ate dinner in the hotel dining room, which was cramped and furnished with red wooden tables and chairs, and had the menu painted on the wall in English and Spanish. Richard appeared to be enjoying himself. He was relaxed, and his speech was peppered with slang that he hadn't used in almost a decade. Lisa liked listening to the glib chatter around them, talk of dope and how the people treat you in Huehuetenango, and watch out if you're going to Bogota, man, because they got packs of street kids who will pick you clean. These conversations reminded her of the world in which she had traveled at Vassar before Richard had snatched her up during her junior year. He had been just back from Vietnam, a medic, full of anguish at the horrors he had seen, yet strong for having seen them. He had seemed to her a source of strength, a shining knight, a rescuer. After the wedding, though, she had not been able to recall why she had wanted to be rescued. She thought now that she had derived some cheap thrill from his aura of recent violence, and had applied it to herself out of a romantic need to feel imperiled. They lingered over dinner, watching the younger guests drift off into the evening, and being watched themselves, at least in Lisa's case, by a 40-ish Guatemalan man with a pencil-lined mustache, a dark suit, and patent leather hair. He stared at her as he chewed, ducking his eyes each time he speared a fresh bite, then resuming his stare. Ordinarily, Lisa would have been irritated, but she found the man's conspicuous anonymity appealing, and she adopted a flirtatious air, laughing too loudly and fluttering her hands in hopes that she was frustrating him. "His name's Raoul," said Richard. "He's a white slaver in the employ of the Generalissimo, and he's been commissioned to bring in a new gringa for the harem." "He's somebody's uncle," said Lisa. "Here to settle a family dispute. He's married to a dumpy Indian woman, has 7 kids, and he's wearing his only suit to impress the Americans." "God, you're a romantic." Richard sipped his coffee, made a face, and set it down. Lisa bit back a sarcastic reply. "I think he's very romantic. Let's say he's staring at me because he wants me. If that's true, right now he's probably thinking how to do you in, or maybe wondering if he could trade you his truck, his means of livelihood, for a night with me. That's real romance, passionate stupidity and bloody consequences." "I guess," said Richard, unhappy with the definition. He took another sip of coffee and changed the subject. At sunset they walked down to the lake. The village was charming enough, the streets cobbled, the houses whitewashed and roofed with tile. but the rows of tourist shops and the American voices acted to dispel the charm. The lake, however, was beautiful. Ringed by 3 volcanoes, bordered by palms, Indians poling canoes toward scatters of light on the far shore. The water was lacquered with vivid crimson and yellow reflection, and silhouetted against an equally vivid sky. The palms and volcanic cones gave the place the look of a prehistoric landscape. As they stood at the end of a wooden pier, Richard drew her into a kiss, and she felt again the explosive dizziness of their first kisses. Yet she knew it was a sham, a false magic born of geography and their own contrivance. They could keep traveling, keep filling their days with exotic sights, lacquering their lives with reflection. But when they stopped, they would discover that they had merely been preserving the forms of the marriage. There was no remedy for their dissolution. Roosters crowing waked her to gray dawn light. She remembered a dream about a faceless lover, and she stretched and rolled onto her side. Richard was sitting at the window, wearing jeans and a T-shirt. He glanced at her, then turned his gaze to the window, to the side of a pale green volcano wreathed in mist. "It's not working," he said, and when she failed to respond, still half asleep, he buried his face in his hands, muffling his voice. "I can't make it without you, babe." She had dreaded this moment, but there was no reason to put it off. "That's the problem," she said. "You used to be able to." She plumped the pillows and leaned back against them. He looked up, baffled. "What do you mean?" "Why should I have to explain it? You know it as well as I do. We weaken each other. We exhaust each other. We depress each other." She lowered her eyes, not wanting to see his face. "Maybe it's not even us. Sometimes I think marriage is this big pasty spell of cakes and veils that shrivels everything it touches." "Lisa, you know there isn't anything I wouldn't—" "What? What'll you do?" Angrily she wadded the sheet. "I don't understand how we've managed to hurt each other so much. If I did, I'd try to fix it. But there's nothing left to do. Not together, anyway." He let out a long sigh, the sigh of a man who has just finished defusing a bomb and can allow himself to breathe again. "It's him, right? You still want to be with him?" It angered her that he would never say the name, as if the name were what counted. "No," she said stiffly. "It's not him." "But you still love him." "That's not the point. I still love you, but love—" She drew up her legs and rested her forehead on her knees. "Christ, Richard, I don't know what more to tell you. I've said it all 100 times. "Maybe," he said softly, "maybe this discussion is premature." "Oh, Richard!" "No, really. Let's go on with the trip." "Where next? The mountains of the moon? Brazil? It won't change anything." "You can't be sure of that." He came toward the bed, his face knitted into lines of despair. "We'll just stay a few more days. We'll visit the villages on the other side of the lake, where they do the weaving." "Why, Richard? God, I don't even understand why you still want me." "Please, Lisa, please. After 11 years, you can try for a few more days." "All right," she said, weary of hurting him. "A few days." "And you'll try?" "I've always tried," she wanted to say, but then, wondering if it were true as it should be, she merely said, "Yes." The motor launch that ran back and forth across the lake between Panajachel and San Agustin had seating room for 15, and 9 of those places were occupied by Germans, apparently members of a family. Kids, 2 sets of parents, and a pair of portly, red-cheeked grandparents. They reeked of crudity and good health, and made Lisa feel refined by comparison. The young men snapped their wives' bra straps. Grandpa almost choked with laughter each time this happened. The kids whined. The women were heavy and hairy-legged. They spent the entire trip taking pictures of one another. They must have understood English, because when Richard cracked a joke about them, they frowned and whispered and became standoffish. Lisa and Richard moved to the stern, a superficial union imposed, and watched the shore glide past. Though it was still early, the sun reflected a dynamited white glare on the water. In the daylight, the volcanoes looked depressingly real, their slopes covered by patchy grass and scrub and stunted palms. San Agustin was situated at the base of the largest volcano, and was probably like what Panajachel had been before tourism. Weeds grew between the cobblestones, the whitewash was flaked away in places, and grimy, naked toddlers sat in the doorways, chewing sugar cane and drooling. Inside the houses, it was the 14th century. Packed dirt floors, iron cauldrons suspended over fires, chickens pecking and pigs asleep. Gnomish old Indian women worked at hand looms, turning out strange tapestries, as, for example, a design of black crane-like birds against a backdrop of purple sky and green trees, the image repeated over and over, and bolts of dress material, fabric that on first impression seemed to be of 100 colors, all in perfect harmony. Lisa wanted to be sad for the women, to sympathize with their poverty and particular female plight, and to some extent she managed it. But the women were uncomplaining and appeared reasonably content, and their weaving was better work than she had ever done, even when she had been serious about art. She bought several yards of the material, tried to strike up a conversation with one of the women, who spoke neither English nor Spanish, and then they returned to the dock, to the village's only bar-restaurant, a place right out of a spaghetti western, with a hitching rail in front and skinned sapling trunks propping up the porch roof, and a handful of young, long-haired American men standing along the bar, having an early morning beer. "Holy marijuana," said Richard, winking. "Hippies! I wondered where they'd gone." They took a table by the rear window so they could see the slopes of the volcano. The scarred varnish of the table was dazzled by sunlight. Flies buzzed against the heated panes. "So what do you think?" Richard squinted against the glare. "I thought we were going to give it a few days," she said testily. "Jesus, Lisa! I meant, what do you think about the weaving?" He adopted a pained expression. "I'm sorry." She touched his hand, and he shook his head ruefully. "It's beautiful. I mean, the weaving's beautiful. Oh, God, Richard, I don't intend to be so awkward." "Forget it." He stared out the window, deadpan, as if he were giving serious consideration to climbing the volcano, sizing up the problems involved. "What did you think of it?" "It was beautiful," she said flatly. The buzzing of the flies intensified, and she had the notion that they were telling her to try harder. "I know it's corny to say, but watching her work— What was her name?" "Expectacion." "Oh, right. Well, watching her, I got the feeling I was watching something magical, something that went on and on." She trailed off, feeling foolish at having to legitimize with conversation what had been a momentary whimsy. But she could think of nothing else to say. "Something that went on forever," she continued. "With different hands, of course, but always that something the same. And the weavers, while they had their own lives and problems, that was less important than what they were doing. You know, like the generations of weavers were weaving something through time as well as space. A long-woven magic." She laughed, embarrassed. "It's not corny. I know what you're talking about." He pushed back his chair and grinned. "How about I get us a couple of beers?" "Okay," she said brightly, and smiled until his back was turned. He thought he had her now. That was his plan, to get her a little drunk, not drunk enough for a midday hangover, just enough to get her happy and energized, and then that afternoon they'd go for a ride to the next village, the next exotic attraction, and more drinks and dinner and a new hotel. He'd keep her whirling, an endless date, an infinitely prolonged seduction. She pictured the two of them as a pair of silhouetted dancers tangoing across the borders of map-colored countries, whirling and whirling, and the thing was, the very sad thing was, that sooner or later, if he kept her whirling, she would lose her own momentum and be sucked into the spin, into that loving the spin I'm in old black magic routine. Then final rents, final spin. Then the machine would stop, and she'd be plastered to the side of the marriage like a wet blouse, needing a hand to lift her out. She should do what had to be done right now, right this moment, cause a scene, hit him, whatever it took, because if she didn't— He thunked down a bottle of beer in front of her, and her smile twitched by reflex into place. "Thanks," she said. "Por nada." He delivered a gallant bow and sat down. "Listen." There was a clatter from outside, and through the door she saw a skinny, bearded man tying a donkey to the hitching rail. He strode on in, dusting off his jeans cowboy style, and ordered a beer. Richard turned to look and chuckled. The man was worth a chuckle. He might have been the spirit of the 60s, the wild hippie king. His hair was a ratty brown thatch, hanging to his shoulders, and braided into it were long gray feathers that dangled still lower. His jeans were festooned with painted symbols, and there were streaks of what appeared to be green dye in his thicket of a beard. He noticed them staring, waved, and came toward them. "Mind if I join you folks?" Before they could answer, he dropped into a chair. "I'm Dowdy. Believe it or not, that's a name, not a self-description." He smiled, and his blue eyes crinkled up. His features were sharp, thin to the point of being wizened. It was hard to tell his age because of the beard, but Lisa figured him for around 35. Her first reaction had been to ask him to leave. The instant he had started talking, though, she had sensed a cheerful kind of sanity about him that intrigued her. "I live up yonder," he went on, gesturing at the volcano. "Been there going on 4 years." "Inside the volcano?" Lisa meant it for a joke. "Yep. Got me a little shack back in under the lip. Hot in the summer, freezing in the winter, and none of the comforts of home. I got to bust my tail on Secretariat there." He waved at the donkey. "Just to haul water and supplies." In waving, he must have caught a whiff of his underarm. He gave it an ostentatious sniff. "And to get me a bath. Hope I ain't too ripe for you folks." He chugged down a third of his beer. "So, how you like Guatemala?" "Fine," said Richard. "Why do you live in a volcano?" "Kind of peculiar, ain't it?" said Dowdy by way of response. He turned to Lisa. "And how you like it here?" "We haven't seen much," she said. "Just the lake." "Oh, yeah? Well, it ain't so bad round here. They keep it nice for the tourists. But the rest of the country, woo-wee, violent." Dowdy made a show of awed disbelief. "You got your death squads, your guerrillas, your secret police, not to mention your basic crazed killers. Hell, they even got a political party called the Party of Organized Violence. Bad dudes. They like to twist people's arms off. It ain't that they're evil, though. It's just the land's so full of blood and brimstone and Mayan weirdness, it fumes up and freaks 'em out. That's how come we got volcanoes. Safety valves to blow off the excess poison. But things are on the improve." "Really?" said Richard, amused. "Yes, indeed." Dowdy tipped back in his chair, propping the beer bottle on his stomach. He had a little pot-belly like that of a cartoon elf. "The whole world's changing. I suppose y'all have noticed the way things are going to hell back in the States." Lisa could tell that the question had mined Richard's core of political pessimism, and he started to frame an answer, but Dowdy talked through him. "That's part of the change," he said. "All them scientists say they figured out reasons for the violence and pollution and economic failure, but what them things really are is just the sound of consensus reality scraping contrary to the flow of the change. They ain't nothing but symptoms of the real change, of everything comin' to an end." Richard made silent speech with his eyes, indicating that it was time to leave. "Now, now," said Dowdy, who had caught the signal. "Don't get me wrong, I ain't talkin' apocalypse here, and I for sure ain't no Bible basher like them Mormons you see walkin' round the villages. Huh! Them suckers is so scared of life they travel in pairs so they can keep each other from being corrupted. Watch it there, Billy. You're steppin' in some sin." Dowdy rolled his eyes to the ceiling in a parody of prayer. "Sweet Jesus, give me the strength to scrape this sin off my shoe." Then off they go, purified, a couple of all-American haircuts with soles stuffed full of white bread gospel and crosses round their necks to keep off the vampire women. Shit. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "But I digress. I got me a religion, all right. Not Jesus, though. I'll tell you about it if you want, but I ain't going to force it down your throat." "Well," Richard began, but Lisa interrupted. "We've got an hour until the boat," she said. "Does your religion have anything to do with your living in the volcano?" "Sure does." Dowdy pulled a hand-rolled cigar from his shirt pocket, lit it, and blew out a plume of smoke that boiled into a bluish cloud against the window panes. "I used to smoke, drink," he flourished his beer, "and I was a bear for the ladies. Praise God, religion ain't changed that none." He laughed, and Lisa smiled at him. Whatever it was that had put Dowdy in such good spirits seemed to be contagious. "Actually," he said, "I wasn't a hell-raiser at all. I was a painfully shy little fella, come from backwoods Tennessee. Like my daddy'd say, town so small you could spit between the city limits signs. Anyway, I was shy, but I was smart, and with that combination it was a natural for me to end up in computers. Gave me someone I could feel comfortable talking to. After college, I took a job designing software out in Silicon Valley, and 7 years later, there I was, living in an apartment tract with no real friends, no pictures on the walls, and a bunch of terminals. A real computer nerd. Well, sir, somehow I got it in my mind to take a vacation. I'd never had one. Guess I figured I'd just end up somewhere weird, sitting in a room and thinking about computers, so what was the point? But I was determined to do it this time, and I came to Panajachel. First few days I did what you folks probably been doing, wandering, not meeting anyone, buying a few gewgaws. Then I caught the launch across the lake and ran into old Murcielago. He clucked his tongue against his teeth. Man, I didn't know what to make of him at first. He was the oldest human being I'd ever seen. Looked centuries old, all hunched up, white-haired, as wrinkled as a walnut shell. He couldn't speak no English, just cockchiquel. But he had this mestizo fellow with him who did his interpreting. And it was through him I learned that Murcielago was a brujo. "A wizard," said Lisa, who had read Castaneda, to Richard, who hadn't. "Yep," said Dowdy. "Course I didn't believe it. Thought it was some kind of hustle. But he interested me, and I kept hanging round just to see what he was up to. Well, one night he says to me, through the mestizo fella, 'I like you,' he says. 'Ain't nothing wrong with you that a little magic wouldn't cure. I'd be glad to make you a gift if you got no objections.' I said to myself, 'Oh, here it comes.' But I reckoned it couldn't do me no harm to let him play his hand, and I told him to go ahead. So he does some singing and rubs powder on my mouth and mutters and touches me, and that was it. 'You gonna be fine now,' he tells me. I felt sort of strange, but no finer than I had. Still, there wasn't any hustle, and that same night I realized that his magic was doing its stuff. Confused the hell out of me, and the only thing I could think to do was to hike up to the volcano where he lived and ask him about it. Murcielago was waiting for me.
The mestizo had gone, but he'd left a note explainin' the situation. Seems he'd learned all he could from Murcielago, and had taken up his own post, and it was time the old man had a new apprentice. He told me how to cook for him, wished me luck, and said he'd be seein' me around."
Dowdy twirled his cigar and watched smoke rings float up.
"Been there ever since, and ain't regretted it a day."
Richard was incredulous. "You gave up a job in Silicon Valley to become a sorcerer's apprentice?"
"That's right."
Dowdy pulled at one of the feathers in his hair.
"But I didn't give up nothin' real, Richard."
"How do you know my name?"
"People grow into their names, and if you know how to look for it, it's written everywhere on 'em. 'Bout half of magic is bein' able to see clear."
Richard snorted.
"You've read our names off the passenger manifest for the launch." "I don't blame you for thinking that," said Dowdy. "It's hard to accept the existence of magic, but that ain't how it happened."
He drained the dregs of his beer.
"You were easy to read, but Lisa here was sort of hard 'cause she never liked her name. Ain't that so?"
Lisa nodded, surprised.
"Yeah, see, when a person don't like their name, it muddies up the writin', so to speak, and you gotta scour away a lot of half-formed names to see down to the actual one."
Dowdy heaved a sigh and stood.
"Time I'm taking care of business. But tell you what, I'll bring old Murcielago down to the bar around 7 o'clock, and you can check him out. You can catch the 9 o'clock boat back. I know he'd like to meet you."
"How do you know?" asked Richard.
"It ain't my place to explain. Look here, Rich, I ain't going to twist your arm, but if you go back to Panajachel, you're just going to wander round and maybe buy some garbage. If you stay, well, whether or not you believe Murcielago's a brujo, you'll be doing something out of the ordinary. Could be he'll give you a gift."
"What gift did he give you?" asked Lisa.
"The gift of gab," said Dowdy. "Surprised you ain't deduced that for yourself, Lisa, 'cause I can tell you're a perceptive soul. Of course, that was just part of the gift wrapping, as it were. It's like Murcielago says, a real gift ain't known by its name."
He winked at her.
"But it took pretty damn good, didn't it?"
As soon as Dowdy had gone, Richard asked Lisa if she wanted a last look at the weaving before heading back, but she told him she would like to meet Murcielago. He argued briefly, then acquiesced. She knew what he was thinking. He had no interest in the brujo, but he would humor her. It would be an experience, a shared memory, another increment of momentum added to the spin of their marriage. To pass the time, she bought a notebook from a tiny store, whose entire inventory would have fit in her suitcases, and sat outside the bar sketching the volcanoes, the people, the houses. Richard oohed and awed over the sketches, but in her judgment they were lifeless, accurate, yet dull and uninspired. She kept at it, though. It beat her other options. Toward 4 o'clock, dark thunderheads muscled up from behind the volcano. Drops of cold rain spattered down, and they retreated into the bar. Lisa did not intend to get drunk, but she found herself drinking to Richard's rhythm. He would nurse each beer for a while, shearing away the label with his thumbnail. Once the label had been removed, he would empty the bottle in a few swallows and bring them a couple more. After 4 bottles, she was tipsy, and after 6, walking to the bathroom became an adventure in vertigo. Once she stumbled against the only other customer, a long-haired guy left over from the morning crowd, and caused him to spill his drink.
"My pleasure," he said, when she apologized, leering, running his hands along her hips as he pushed her gently away. She wanted to pose a vicious comeback, but was too fuddled. The bathroom served to make her drunker. It was a chamber of horrors, a hole in the middle of the floor with a ridged footprint on either side, scraps of brown paper strewn about, dark stains everywhere, reeking. There was a narrow window that, if she stood on tiptoe, offered a view of 2 volcanoes and the lake. The water mirrored the grayish black of the sky. She stared through the smeared glass, watching waves pile in toward shore, and soon she realized that she was staring at the scene with something like longing, as if the storm held a promise of resolution. By the time she returned to the bartender had lit 3 kerosene lamps. They added a shabby glory to the place, casting rich gleams along the countertop and gemmy orange reflections in the window panes. Richard had brought her a fresh beer. "They might not come, what with the rain," he said. "Maybe not." She downed a swallow of beer, beginning to like its sour taste. "Probably for the best," he said. "I've been thinking, and I'm sure he was setting us up for a robbery." "You're paranoid. If he were going to rob us, he'd pick a spot where there weren't any soldiers." "Well, he's got something in mind, though I have to admit that was a very clever story he told. All that stuff about his own doubts tended to sandbag any notion that he was hustling us." "I don't believe he was hustling us. Maybe he's deluded, but he's not a criminal." "How the hell could you tell that?" He picked at a stubborn fleck of beer label. "Feminine intuition? God, he was only here a few minutes." "You know," she said angrily, "I deserve that. I've been buying that whole feminine intuition chump ever since we were married. I've let you play the intelligent one, while she affected a southern accent and a breathy voice, "I just get these little flashes. I swear I don't know where they come from, but they turn out right so often I must be psychic or something." "Jesus! Lisa, please." He looked utterly defeated, but she was drunk and sick of all the futile effort, and she couldn't stop. Any idiot could have seen that Doughty was just a nice, weird little guy, not a threat. But you had to turn him into a threat so you could feel you were protecting me from dangers I was too naive to see. What's that do for you? Does it wipe out the fact that I've been unfaithful, that I've walked all over your self-respect? Does it restore your masculine pride?" His face worked, and she hoped he would hit her, punctuate the murkiness of their lives with a single instance of shock and clarity. But she knew he wouldn't. He relied on his sadness to defeat her. "You must hate me," he said. She bowed her head, her anger emptying into the hollow created by his dead voice. "I don't hate you. I'm just tired." "Let's go home. Let's get it over with." She glanced up, startled. His lips were thinned, a muscle clenching in his jaw. "We can catch a flight tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the next day. I won't try to hold you any more." She was amazed by the panic she felt. She couldn't tell if it resulted from surprise, the kind you feel when you haven't shut the car door properly, and suddenly there you are, hanging out the side, unprepared for the side of the pavement flowing past. Or if it was that she had never really wanted freedom, that all her protest had been a means of killing boredom. Maybe, she thought, this was a new tactic on his part, and then she realized that everything between them had become tactical. They played each other without conscious effort, and their games bordered on the absurd. To her further amazement, she heard herself say in a tremulous voice, "Is that what you want?" "Hell no!" He smacked his palm against the table, rattling the bottles. "I want you. I want children, eternal love, all those dumb bullshit things we wanted in the beginning. But you don't want them anymore, do you?" She saw how willingly she had given him an opening in which to assert his masculinity, his moral position, combining them into a terrific left hook to the heart. Oh, Jesus, they were pathetic. Tears started from her eyes, and she had a dizzying sense of location, as if she were looking up from a well bottom through the strata of her various conditions. Drunk in a filthy bar in Guatemala, shadowed by volcanoes under a stormy sky, and, spanning it all, binding it all together, the strange webs of their relationship. "Do you?" He frowned at her, demanding that she finish the game, speak her line, admit to the one verity that prevented them from ever truly finishing, her uncertainty. "I don't know," she answered. She tried to say it in a neutral tone, but it came out hopeless. The storm's darkness passed, and true darkness slipped in under cover of the final clouds. Stars pricked out above the rim of the volcano. The food in the bar was greasy, fried fish, beans, and a salad that she was afraid to eat, stains on the lettuce. But eating steadied her, and she managed to start a conversation about their recent meals. Remember the weird Chinese place in Mérida? Hot sauce and the lobster Cantonese? Or what had passed for crepes at their hotel in Zihuatanejo? Things like that. The bartender hauled out a portable record player and put on an album of romantic ballads sung by a man with a sexy voice and a gaspy female chorus. The needle kept skipping, and finally, with an apologetic smile and a shrug, the bartender switched it off. It came to be 7:30, and they talked about Dowdy not showing, about catching the 8 o'clock boat. Then there he was, standing in the door next to a tiny, shrunken old man who was leaning on a cane. He was deeply wrinkled, skin the color of weathered mahogany, wearing grungy white trousers and a gray blanket draped around his shoulders. All his vitality seemed to have collected in an astounding shock of thick white hair that, to Lisa's drunken eyes, looked like a white flame licking up from his skull. It took the old man almost a minute to hobble the length of the room, and a considerable time thereafter to lower himself, wheezing and shaking, into a chair. Dowdy hauled up another chair beside him. He had washed the dye from his beard, and his hair was clean, free of feathers. His manner, too, had changed. He was no longer breezy, but subdued and serious, and even his grammar had improved. "Now, listen," he said. "I don't know what Murciélago will say to you, but he's a man who speaks his mind, and sometimes he tells people things they don't like to hear. Just remember he bears you no ill will, and don't be upset. All right?" Lisa gave the old man a reassuring smile, not wanting him to think that they were going to laugh. But upon meeting his eyes, all thought of reassuring him vanished. They were ordinary eyes, dark, wet-looking under the lamplight, and yet they were compelling. Like an animal's eyes, they radiated strangeness and pulled you in. They made the rest of his ruined face seem irrelevant. He muttered to Dowdy. "He wants to know if you have any questions," said Dowdy. Richard was apparently as fascinated by the old man as was Lisa. She had expected him to be glib and sardonic, but instead he cleared his throat and said gravely, "I'd like to hear about how the world's changing." Dowdy repeated the question in Cachiquel, and Murciélago began to speak, staring at Richard, his voice a gravelly whisper. At last he made a slashing gesture, signaling that he was finished, and Dowdy turned to them. "It's like this," he said. "The world is not one, but many. Thousands upon thousands of worlds. Even those who do not have the power of clear sight can perceive this if they consider the myriad realities of the world they do see. It's easiest to imagine the thousands of worlds as different colored lights, all focused on a single point, having varying degrees of effectiveness as to how much part they play in determining the character of that point. What's happening now is that the strongest light, the one most responsible for determining this character, is starting to fade, and another is starting to shine bright and dominate. When it has gained dominance, the old age will end, and the new begin." Richard smirked, and Lisa realized that he had been putting the old man on. "If that's the case," he said snottily, "then—" Murciélago broke in with a burst of harsh, angry syllables. "He doesn't care if you believe him," said Dowdy, "only that you understand his words, do you?" "Yes." Richard mulled it over. "Ask him what the character of the new age will be." Again the process of interpretation. "It will be the first age of magic," said Doughty. "You see, all the old tales of wizards and great beasts and warriors and undying kings, they aren't fantasy or even fragments of a distant past. They're visions, the first unclear glimpses seen long ago of a future that's now dawning. This place, Lake Atitlan, is one of those where the dawn has come early, where the light of the new age shines the strongest, and its forms are visible to those who can see." The old man spoke again, and Doughty arched an eyebrow. He says that because he's telling you this, and for reasons not yet clear to him, you will be more a part of the new age than the old."
Richard gave Lisa a nudge under the table, but she chose to ignore it. "Why hasn't someone noticed this change?" he asked. Doughty translated, and in a moment had a response. "Murcielago says he has noticed it, and asks if you have not noticed it yourself. For instance, have you not noticed the increased interest in magic and other occult matters in your own land? And surely you must have noticed the breakdown of systems, economies, governments. This is due to the fact that the light that empowered them is fading, not to any other cause. The change comes slowly. The dawn will take centuries to brighten into day, and then the sorrows of this age will be gone from the memories of all but those few who have the ability to draw upon the dawning power and live long in their mortal bodies. Most will die and be reborn. The change comes subtly, as does twilight change to dusk, an almost imperceptible merging of light into dark. It will be noticed, and it will be recorded. Then, just as the last age, it will be forgotten." "I don't mean to be impertinent," said Richard, giving Lisa another nudge. "But Murcielago looks pretty frail. He can't have much of a role to play in all this."
The old man rapped the floor with his cane for emphasis as he answered, and Doughty's tone was peeved. "Murcielago is involved in great struggles against enemies whose nature he's only beginning to discern. He has no time to waste with fools. But because you're not a total fool, because you need instruction, he will answer. Day by day his power grows, and at night the volcano is barely able to contain his force. Soon he will shed this frailty and flow between the forms of his spirit. He will answer no more of your questions." Doughty looked at Lisa. "Do you have a question?" Murcielago's stare burned into her, and she felt disoriented, as insubstantial as one of the gleams slipping across his eyes. "I don't know," she said. "Yes. What does he think about us?" "This is a good question," said Doughty, after consulting with Murcielago, "because it concerns self-knowledge, and all important answers relate to the self. I will not tell you what you are. You know that, and you have shame in the knowledge. What you will be is manifest, and soon you will know that. Therefore I will answer the question you have not asked, the one that most troubles you. You and the man will part and come together, many times. For though you are lovers, you are not true companions, and you both must follow your own ways. I will help you in this. I will free the hooks that tear at you, and give you back your natures. And when this is done, you and the man may share each other, may part and come together without sadness or weakness." Murcielago fumbled for something under his blanket, and Doughty glanced back and forth between Richard and Lisa. "He wants to make you a gift," he said. "What kind of gift?" asked Richard. "A gift is not known by its name," Doughty reminded him. "But it won't be a mystery for long." The old man muttered again and stretched out a trembling hand to Richard. In his palm were 4 black seeds. You must swallow them one at a time, said Doughty. And as you do, he will channel his power through them. Richard's face tightened with suspicion. It's some sort of drug, right? Take 4 and I won't care what happens? Doughty reverted to his ungrammatical self. Life is a drug, man. You think me and the old boy are going to get you high and boost your traveler's checks? Shit, you ain't thinking clear. Maybe that's exactly what you're going to do, said Richard stonily, and I'm not falling for it. Lisa slipped her hand into his. They're not going to hurt us. Why don't you try it? You believe this old fraud, don't you? He disengaged his hand, looking betrayed. You believe what he said about us? I'd like to believe it, she said. It would be better than what we have, wouldn't it? The lamplight flickered, and a shadow veered across his face. Then the light steadied, and so, it seemed, did he. It was as if the orange glow were burning away 11 years of wrong thinking, and the old, unparanoid, sure of himself Richard was shining through. Christ, she wanted to say, you're really in there. Ah, hell. He who steals my purse steals only 40 cents on the dollar, right? He plucked the seeds from Murcielago's hand, picked one up, and held it to his mouth. Any time. Before letting Richard swallow the seeds, Murcielago sang for a while. The song made Lisa think of a comic fight in a movie, the guy carrying on a conversation in between ducking and throwing punches, packing his words into short, rushed phrases. Murcielago built it to a fierce rhythm, signaled Richard, and grunted each time a seed went down, putting, Lisa thought, some magical English on it. God, said Richard afterward, eyes wide with mock awe. I had no idea. The colors, the infinite harmony. If only... He broke it off and blinked, as if suddenly waking to an unaccustomed thought.
Murcielago smiled, and gave out with a growly humming noise that Lisa assumed was a sign of satisfaction.
Where are mine? She asked. It's different for you, said Doughty. He has to anoint you, touch you. At this juncture, Richard would normally have cracked a joke about dirty old men, but he was gazing out the window at shadowy figures on the street. She asked if he were okay, and he patted her hand. Yeah, don't worry. I'm just thinking. Murcielago had pulled out a bottle of iodine-colored liquid and was dipping his fingers into it, wetting the tips. He began to sing again, a softer, less hurried song with the rhythm of fading echoes. And Doughty had Lisa lean forward so the old man wouldn't have to strain to reach her. The song seemed to be all around her, turning her thoughts slow and drifty. Calloused brown fingers trembled in front of her face. The calluses were split, the splits crusted with grime. She shut her eyes. The fingers left wet, cool tracks on her skin, and she could feel the shape he was tracing. A mask. Widening her eyes, giving her a smile, drawing curlicues on her cheeks and forehead. She had the idea that he was tracing the conformation of her real face, doing what the lamplight had done for Richard. Then his fingers brushed her eyelids. There was a stinging sensation, and dazzles exploded behind her eyes. "Keep 'em shut," advised Doughty. "It'll pass." When at last she opened them, Doughty was helping Murcielago to his feet. The old man nodded, but did not smile at her as he had with Richard. From the thin set of his mouth, she took it that he was either measuring her or judging his work. "That's all, folks," said Doughty, grinning. "See? No dirty tricks, nothing up his sleeve. Just good old newfangled stick-to-your-soul magic." He waved his arms high like an evangelist. "Can you feel it, brothers and sisters? Feel it worming its way through your bones?"
Richard mumbled affirmatively. He seemed lost in himself, studying the pattern of rips his thumb had scraped on the label of the beer bottle, and Lisa was beginning to feel a bit lost herself.
"Do we pay him anything?" she asked Doughty. Her voice sounded small and metallic, like a recorded message. "There'll come a day when the answer's yes," said Doughty. "But not now." The old man hobbled toward the door, Doughty guiding him by the arm. "Goodbye," called Lisa, alarmed by their abrupt exit. "Yeah," said Doughty over his shoulder, paying more attention to assisting Murciélago. "See ya."
They were mostly silent while waiting for the launch, limiting their conversation to asking how the other was doing and receiving distracted answers. And later, aboard the launch, the black water shining under the stars and the motor racketing, their silence deepened. They sat with their hips pressed together, and Lisa felt close to Richard. Yet she also felt that the closeness wasn't important, or if it was of memorial importance, a tribute to past closeness, because things were changing between them. That, too, she could feel. Old postures were being redefined. Webs were tearing loose. Shadowy corners of their souls were coming to light. She knew this was happening to Richard as well as to herself. And she wondered how she knew, whether it was her gift to know these things. But the first real inkling she had of her gift was when she noticed that the stars were shining different colors, red, yellow, blue, and white. And there were pale, gassy shapes passing across them. Clouds, she realized. Very high clouds that she would not ordinarily have seen. The sight frightened her, but a calm presence inside her would not admit to fright. And this presence, she further realized, had been there all along, just like the true colors of the stars. It was her fearful self that was relatively new, an obscuring factor, and it, like the clouds, was passing. She considered telling Richard, but decided that he would be busy deciphering his gift. She concentrated on her own, and as they walked from the pier to the hotel, she saw halos around leaves, gleams coursing along electrical wires, and opaque films shifting over people's faces. They went straight up to their room and lay without talking in the dark. But the room wasn't dark for Lisa. Pointillistic fires bloomed and faded in mid-air, seams of molten light spread along the cracks in the wall, and once a vague human shape, she identified it as a ghostly man wearing robes, crossed from the door to the window and vanished. Every piece of furniture began to glow golden around the edges, brighter and brighter, until it seemed they each had a more ornate shape superimposed. There came to be so much light that it disconcerted her, and though she was unafraid, she wished she could have a moment's normalcy just to get her bearings. And her wish was granted. In a wink, the room had reverted to dim, bulky shadows and a rectangle of street light slanting onto the floor from the window. She sat bolt upright, astonished that it could be controlled with such ease. Richard pulled her back down beside him and asked, "What is it?" She told him some of what she had seen, and he said, "It sounds like hallucinations." "No, that's not how it feels," she said. "How about you?" "I'm not hallucinating anyway. I feel restless, penned in, and I keep thinking that I'm going somewhere. I mean, I have this sense of motion, of speed, and I can almost tell where I am and who's with me. I'm full of energy. It's like I'm 16 again, or something." He paused. "And I'm having these thoughts that ought to scare me, but don't." "What, for instance?" "For instance—" He laughed. "And this really the most important for instance, I'll be thinking about us, and I'll understand that what the old guy said about us parting is true, and I don't want to accept it. But I can't help accepting it. I know it's true, for the best, all that. And then I'll have that feeling of motion again. It's like I'm sensing the shape of an event, or—" He shook his head, befuddled. "Maybe they did drug us, Lisa. We sound like a couple of acid heads out of the 60s. "I don't think so," she said. And then, after a silence, she asked, "Do you want to make love?" He trailed his fingers along the curve of her stomach. "No offense, but I'm not sure I could concentrate on it just now."
"All right, but—"
He rolled onto his side and pressed against her, his breath warm on her cheeks. "You think we might not have another chance?" Embarrassed, she turned her face into his chest.
"I'm just horny is all."
"God, Lisa, you pick the weirdest times to get aroused."
"You've picked some pretty weird times yourself."
"I've always been absolutely correct in my behavior toward you, madam," he said in an English accent.
"Really? What about the time in Jim and Karen's bathroom?"
"I was drunk."
"Well, I'm nervous now. You know how that affects me."
"A common glandular condition, Fräulein." German accent this time. "Correctable by simple surgery." He laughed and dropped the accent. "I wonder what Karen and Jim would be doing in our shoes." For a while they told stories about what their various friends might do, and afterward they lay quietly, arms around each other. Richard's heart jolted against Lisa's breast, and she thought back to the first time they had been together this way. How protected she had felt, yet how fragile the strength of his heartbeat had made him seem. She'd had the idea that she could reach into his chest and touch his heart. And she could have. You had that much power over your lover. His heart was in your care, and at moments like this it was easy to believe that you would always be caring. But the moments failed you. They were peaks, and from them you slid into a mire where caring dissolved into mistrust and selfishness, where you saw that your feeling of being protected was illusory, and the moments were few and far between. Marriage sought to institutionalize those moments by law, to butter them over a ridiculous number of years. But all it did was lessen their intensity and open you up to a new potential for failure. Everyone talked about good marriages, ones that evolved into hallowed friendships, an emeritus passion of the spirit. Maybe they did exist. Maybe there were, as Murciélago had implied, true companions. But most of the old marrieds Lisa had known were simply exhausted, weary of struggling, and had reached an accommodation with their mates based upon mutual despair. If Murciélago was right, if the world was changing, possibly the condition of marriage would change. Lisa doubted it, though. Hearts would have to be changed as well, and not even magic could affect their basic nature. Like with seashells, you could put your ear to one and hear the sad truth of an ocean breaking on a deserted shore. They were always empty, always unfulfilled. "Deeds fill them," said an almost voice inside her head, and she almost knew whose voice it had been. She pushed the knowledge aside, wanting to hold on to the moment. Somebody shrieked in the courtyard, not unusual. Groups of people frequently hung around the courtyard at night, smoking dope and exchanging bits of travel lore. The previous night 2 French girls and an American boy had been fighting with water pistols, and the girls had shrieked whenever they were hit. But this time the shriek was followed by shouts in Spanish and, in broken English, a scream of pure terror, then silence. Richard sprang to his feet and cracked the door. Lisa moved up behind him. Another shout in Spanish. She recognized the word doctor. Richard put a finger to his lips and slipped out into the hall. Together they edged along the wall and peeked down into the courtyard. About a dozen guests were standing against the rear wall, some with their hands in the air. Facing them, carrying automatic rifles, were 3 young men and a girl. Teenagers, wearing jeans and polo shirts. A 4th man lay on the ground, his hands and head swathed in bandages. The guests were very pale. At this distance their eyes looked like raisins in uncooked dough, and a couple of the women were sobbing. One of the gunmen was wounded, a patch of blood staining his side. He was having to lean on the girl's shoulder, and his rifle barrel was wavering back and forth. With all the ferns sprouting around them, the pots of flowers hanging from the green stucco wall, the scene had an air of mythic significance, a chance meeting between good and evil in the Garden of Eden. "Hist!"
a hiss behind Lisa's shoulder. It was the Guatemalan man who had watched her during dinner the night before. He had a machine pistol in one hand, and in the other he was flapping a leather card case. ID. He beckoned, and they moved after him down the hall.
"Policia,"
he whispered, displaying the ID. In the photograph he was younger, his mustache so black it appeared to have been painted on for a joke. His nervous eyes and baggy suit and 5 o'clock shadow reminded Lisa of 1940s movie heavies, the evil flunky out to kill George Sanders or Humphrey Bogart. But the way his breath whined through his nostrils, the oily smell of the gun, his radiation of callous stupidity, all that reduced her romantic impression.
"Malos," he said, pointing to the courtyard. "Comunistas. Guerrillas." He patted the gun barrel.
"Okay," said Richard, holding up both hands to show his neutrality, his non-involvement. But as the man crept toward the courtyard, toward the balcony railing, Richard locked his hands together and brought them down on the back of the man's neck, then fell atop him, kneeling and pummeling him. Lisa was frozen by the attack, half disbelieving that Richard was capable of such decisive action. He scrambled to his feet, breathing hard, and tossed the machine pistol down into the courtyard. "Amigos!" he shouted, and turned to Lisa, his mouth still open from the shot. Their eyes met, and that stare was a divorce, an acknowledgment that something was happening to separate them, happening right now, and though they weren't exactly sure what, they were willing to accept the fact and allow it to happen. "I couldn't let him shoot," said Richard. "I didn't have a choice." He sounded amazed, as if he hadn't known until this moment why he had acted. Lisa wanted to console him, to tell him he'd done the right thing, but her emotions were locked away, under restraint, and she sensed a gulf between them that nothing could bridge. All their intimate connections were withdrawing, receding. Hooks, Murcielago had called them. One of the guerrillas, the girl, was sneaking up the stairs, gun at the ready. She was pretty, but on the chubby side, with shiny wings of black hair falling over her shoulders. She motioned for them to move back and nudged the unconscious man with her toe. He moaned, his hand twitched. "You?" she said, pointing at Richard, and then to the man. "He was going to shoot," said Richard hollowly. From the girl's blank expression, Lisa could tell that she hadn't understood. She rummaged in the man's jacket, pulled out the ID case, and shouted in rapid-fire Spanish, "Vámonos!" she said to them, indicating that they should precede her down the stairs. As Lisa started down, there was a short burst of automatic fire from the hall. Startled, she turned to see the girl lifting the barrel of her rifle from the man's head, a stippling of red droplets on the green stucco. The girl frowned and trained the rifle on her, and Lisa hurried after Richard, horrified. But before her emotional reaction could mature into fear, her vision began to erode. Glowing white flickers were edging every figure in the room, with the exception of the bandaged man, and as they grew clearer, she realized that they were phantom human shapes. They were like the after-images of movement you see on benzodrine, yet sharper and slower to fade, and the movements were different from those of their originals. An arm flailing, a half-formed figure falling or running off. Each time one vanished, another would take its place. She tried to banish them, to will them away, but was unsuccessful, and she found that watching them distracted her from thinking about the body upstairs. The tallest of the guerrillas, a gangly kid with a skull face and huge dark eyes and a skimpy mustache, entered into conversation with a girl, and Richard dropped to his knees beside the bandaged man. Blood had seeped through the layers of wrapping, producing a grotesque striping around the man's head. The gangly kid scowled and prodded Richard with his rifle. "I'm a medic," Richard told him. "Como un doctor." Gingerly he peeled back some layers of bandage and looked away, his face twisted in disgust. "Jesus Christ!" "The soldiers torture him," the kid spat into the ferns. "They think he is guerrillero because he's my cousin." "And is he?" Richard was probing for a pulse under the bandaged man's jaw. No. The kid leaned over Richard's shoulder. He studies at San Carlos University. But because we have killed the soldiers, now he will have to fight. Richard sighed, and the kid faltered. It is good you are here. We think a friend is here, a doctor, but he's gone. He made a gesture toward the street. Pasado. Richard stood and cleaned his fingers on his jeans. He's dead. One of the women who had been sobbing let out a wail, and the kid snapped his rifle into firing position and shouted, Cállate! Gringa! His face was stony. The vein in his temple throbbed. A balding, bearded man wearing an embroidered native shirt embraced the woman, muting her sobs, and glared fiercely at the kid. One of his after-images raised a fist. The rest of the imprisoned guests were terrified, their Adam's apples working, eyes darting about, and the girl was arguing with the kid, pushing his rifle down. He kept shaking her off. Lisa felt detached from the tension, out of phase with existence, as if she were gazing down from a higher plane. With what seemed foolhardy bravado, the bearded guy called out to Richard, Hey, you, the American, you with these people or something? Richard had squatted beside the wounded guerrilla, a boy barely old enough to shave, and was probing his side. Or something, he said without glancing up. The boy winced and gritted his teeth and leaned on his friend, a boy not much older. You gonna let him kill us? Said the bearded guy. That's what's happening, you know. The girl's sayin' to let us go, but the dude's tellin' her he wants to make a statement. Panic seeped into his voice. You understand that, man? The dude's looking to waste us, so he can make a statement. Take it easy. Richard got to his feet. The bullet needs to come out, he said to the gangly kid. The kid swiped at Richard's head with the rifle barrel, and Richard staggered back, clutching his brow. When he straightened up, Lisa saw blood welling from his hairline. Your friend's going to die, he said stubbornly. The bullet needs to come out. The kid jammed the muzzle of the rifle into Richard's throat, forcing him to tip back his head. With a tremendous effort of will, Lisa shook off the fog that had enveloped her. The after-images vanished. He's trying to help you, she said, going toward the kid. Don't you understand? The girl pushed her back and aimed her rifle at Lisa's stomach. Looking into her eyes, Lisa had an intimation of the depth of her seriousness, the ferocity of her commitment. He's trying to help, Lisa repeated. The girl studied her, and after a moment she called over her shoulder to the kid. Some of the hostility drained from the kid's face, and was replaced by suspicion. Why? The kid asked Richard. Why you help us? Richard seemed confused, and then he started to laugh. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, smearing the blood and sweat, and laughed some more. The kid was puzzled at first, but a few seconds later he smiled and nodded as if he and Richard were sharing a secret male joke. Okay, he said. Okay, you help him. But here is danger. We go now. Yeah, said Richard, absorbing this. Yeah, okay. He stepped over to Lisa and drew her into a smothering hug. She gripped his shoulders hard, and she thought her emotions were going to break free. But when he stepped back, appearing stunned, she sensed again that distance between them. He put his arm around the wounded boy and helped him through the entrance. The others were already peering out the door. Lisa followed. The rows of tourist shops and restaurants looked unreal, a deserted stage set, and the colors seemed streaky and too bright. Parked under a street-light near the entrance, gleaming toy-like in the yellow glare, was a Suzuki mini-truck, the kind with a canvas-draped frame over the rear. Beyond it, the road wound away into darkened hills. The girl vaulted the tailgate and hauled the wounded boy after her. The other two climbed into the cab and fired the engine. Only Richard was left standing on the cobblestones. Dese prisa. The girl banged on the tailgate. As Richard hesitated, there was a volley of shots. The noise sent Lisa scuttling away from the entrance toward the lake. 3 policemen were behind a parked car on the opposite side of the street. More shots. The girl returned the fire, blowing out the windshield of the car. and they ducked out of sight. Another shot. Sparks and stone chips were kicked up near Richard's feet. Still he hesitated. "Richard!" Lisa had intended the shout as a caution, but the name floated out of her, not desperate-sounding at all. It had the ring of an assurance. He dove for the tailgate. The girl helped him scramble inside, and the truck sped off over the first rise. The policemen ran after it, firing. Then, like Keystone Cops, they put on the brakes and ran in the opposite direction. Lisa had a flash feeling of anguish that almost instantly began to subside, as if it had been the freakish firing of a nerve. Dazedly, she moved farther away from the hotel entrance. A jeep stuffed with policemen came swerving past, but she hardly noticed. The world was dissolving in golden light, every source of light intensifying and crumbling the outlines of things. Streetlights burned like novas, sunbursts shone from windows, and even the cracks in the sidewalk glowed. Misty shapes were fading into view, overlaying the familiar with tall, peak-roofed houses and carved wagons and people dressed in robes, all rippling, all illusory. It was as if a fantastic illustration were coming to life, and she was the only real-life character left in the story, a contemporary Alice with designer jeans and turquoise earrings, who had been set to wander through a golden fairy tale. She was entranced, and yet at the same time she resented the fact that the display was cheating her of the right to sadness. She needed to sort herself out, and she continued toward the lake, toward the pier where she and Richard had kissed. By the time she reached it, the lake itself had been transformed into a scintillating body of light, and out on the water the ghost of a sleek sailboat, its canvas belling, glided past for an instant and was gone. She sat at the end of the pier, dangling her feet over the edge. The cool roughness of the planks was a comfort, a proof against the strangeness of the world. Or was it worlds? The forms of the new age. Was that what she saw? Weary of seeing it, she willed the light away, and before she could register whether or not she had been successful, she shut her eyes and tried to think about Richard. And, as if thought were a vehicle for sight, she saw him. A ragged-edged patch of vision appeared against the darkness of her closed eyes, like a hole punched through blackboards. He was sitting on the oil-smeared floor of the truck, cradling the wounded boy's head in his lap. The girl was bending over the boy, mopping his forehead, holding on to Richard's shoulder so the bouncing of the truck wouldn't throw her off balance. Lisa felt a pang of jealousy, but she kept watching for a very long time. She didn't wonder how she saw them. It all meant something, and she knew that meaning would come clear. When she opened her eyes, she found it had grown pitch dark. She couldn't see her hand in front of her face, and she panicked, thinking she had gone blind. But accompanying the panic was a gradual brightening, and she realized that she must have willed away all light. Soon the world had returned to normal. Almost. Though the slopes of the volcanoes were unlighted, shadows bulking against the stars, above each of their cones blazed a nimbus of ruby glow, flickering with an inconstant rhythm. The glow above Murcielago's volcano was the brightest. At least it was for a few seconds. Then it faded, and in its place a fan of rippling white radiance sprayed from the cone, penetrating high into the dark. It was such an eerie sight, she panicked. Christ, what was she doing just sitting here and watching pretty lights? And what was she going to do? Insecurity and isolation combined into an electricity that jolted her to her feet. Maybe there was an antidote for this. Maybe the thing to do would be to go see Murcielago. And she remembered Dowdy's story, how he'd been afraid and had gone to Murcielago, only to find that the old apprentice had taken up his own post, leaving a vacancy. She looked back at the other two volcanoes, still pulsing with their ruby glow. Dowdy and the mestizo? It had to be. The white light was Murcielago's vacancy sign. The longer she stared at it, the more certain knowledge became. Stunned by the prospect of setting out on such an eccentric course, by the realization that everything she knew was dissolving in light or fleeing into darkness, she walked away from the pier, following the shoreline. She wanted to hold on to Richard, to sadness, her old familiar and their common woe. But with each step her mood brightened, and she couldn't even feel guilty about not being sad. 4 or 5 hours would take her to the far side of the lake, a long walk alone in the dark, hallucinations lurking behind every bush. She could handle it, though. It would give her time to work at controlling her vision, to understand some of what she saw, and when she had climbed the volcano, she'd find a rickety cabin back in under the lip, a place as quirky as Dowdy himself. She saw it the same way she had seen Richard and the girl. Tilting walls, ferns growing from the roof, a door made from the side of a packing crate, with the legend, "This End Up," upside down. Tacked to the door was a piece of paper, probably Dowdy's note explaining the care and feeding of wizards, and inside the thousandfold forms of his spirit compacted into a gnarled shape, a nugget of power. She experienced an upwelling of sadness, and then she felt that power surging through her, nourishing her own strength, making her aware of the thousands of bodies of light she was, all focused upon this moment in her flesh. There Murcielago would be waiting to teach her power's usage and her purpose in the world. Oh God, Richard, goodbye. A Traveler's Tale. All this happened several years ago on the island of Guanoja Menor, most of it to a young American named Ray Milliken. I doubt you will have heard of him, not unless you have been blessed with an exceptional memory and chanced to read the sketchy article about his colony printed by one of the national tabloids. But in these parts his name remains something to conjure with. "Who were dat Yankee?" a drunkard will say. The average Guanojan conversation incorporates at least one. "De one who leased de burying ground and say he going to bring down de space duppies." "Dat were Ray Milliken," will be the reply, and this invariably will initiate a round of stories revolving about the theme of Yankee foolishness, as if Ray's experiences were the central expression of such a history, which they well may be. Most Americans one meets abroad seem to fall into types. I ascribe this to the fact that when we encounter a fellow countryman, we tend to exaggerate ourselves, to adopt categorizable modes of behavior, to advertise our classifiable eccentricities and political views, anything that may later prove a bone of contention. Also, we may be more readily recognizable to the other. This tendency, I believe, bears upon our reputation for being people to whom time is a precious commodity. We do not want to waste a moment of our vacations or, as in the case of expatriates like myself, our retirements, by pursuing relationships based on a mistaken affinity. My type is of a grand tradition, 58 years old, with a paunch and a salt-and-peppered beard, retired from a government accounting job to this island off the coast of Honduras, once divorced, now sharing my days with a daughter of the island, a 20-year-old black girl named Elizabeth, whose cooking is indifferent, but whose amatory performance never lacks enthusiasm. When I tally up these truths, I feel that my life has been triangulated by the works of Maugham, Green, and Conrad. The ex-civil servant gone to seed in a squalid tropic. And I look forward to evolving into a further type, a gray eminence, the sort of degenerate emeritus figure called upon to settle disputes over some trifling point of island lore. "Better now you ask o' Franklin Winship 'bout dat," they'll say. "De man been here since de big storm in '78. Ray's type, however, was of a more contemporary variety. He was one of those child men who are to be found wandering the sun-struck ends of the earth, always seeming to be headed toward some rumored paradise, a beach said to be unspoiled, where they hope to achieve something, the realization of a half-formed ambition whose criteria of peace and purity are so high as to guarantee failure. Travelers, they call themselves, and in truth, travel is their only area of expertise. They know the cheapest restaurant in Belize City, how to sleep for free on Buttermilk Key, the best sandal maker in Panajachel. They have languished in Mexican jails, contracted dysentery while hiking through the wilds of Olancho, and been run out of various towns for drug abuse or lack of funds. But despite their knowledge and experience, they are curiously empty young men, methodical and unexcitable, possessing personalities that have been carefully edited to give the least effrontery to the widest spectrum of the populace. As they enter their 30s, and this was Ray's age when I met him, they will often settle for long periods in a favorite spot, and societies of even younger travelers will accrete around them. During these periods, a subtype may emerge, crypto Charles Mansons, who use their self-assurance to wield influence over the currencies of sex and drugs. But Ray was not of this mold. It seemed to me that his wanderings had robbed him of guile, of all predilection for power-tripping, and had left him a worldly innocent. He was of medium stature, tanned, with ragged sun-streaked hair and brown eyes set in a handsome but unremarkable face. He had the look of a castaway frat boy. Faint, fine lines radiated from the corners of his eyes, like scratches in sandstone. He usually dressed in shorts and a flour-sack shirt, one of several he owned that were decorated with a line drawing of a polar bear above the name of the mill and the words, Harina Blanca. "That's me," he would say, pointing to the words and smiling. "White bread." I first saw him in the town square of Meacham's Landing, sitting on a stone bench beneath the square's single tree, a blighted acacia, and tying trick knots for the amusement of a clutch of spidery black children. He grinned at me as I passed, and surprised, being used to the hostile stares with which many young Americans generally favor their elders, I grinned back and stopped to watch. I had just arrived on the island and was snarled in red tape over the leasing of land, aggravated by dealing with a lawyer who insisted on practicing his broken English when explaining things, driven to distraction by the incompetent drunks who were building my house, transforming my neat blueprints into the reality of a cubist's nightmare. I welcomed Ray's companionship as a respite. Over a span of 4 months we met 2 or 3 times a week for drinks at the Salon des Carmines, a ramshackle bar collapsing on its pilings above the polluted shadows of the harbor. To avoid the noise and frequent brawls, we would sit out back on the walkway from which the proprietress tossed her slops. We did not dig into each other's souls, Ray and I. We told stories. Mine described the vicissitudes of Washington life, while his were exotic accounts of chicleros and cursed Mayan jade, how he had sailed to Guayaquil on a rock star's yacht, or paddled alone up the Rio de la Pasión to the unexcavated ruin of Yaxchillan, a meeting with guerrillas in Salvador. Quite simply, he was the finest storyteller I have ever known, a real spellbinder. Each of his stories had obviously been worked and reworked until the emotional valence of their elements had been woven into clear, colorful prose, yet they maintained a casual edge, and when listening to him, it was easy to believe that they had sprung full-blown from his imagination. They were, he told me, his stock in trade. Whenever times were lean, he would find a rich American and manage to weasel a few dollars by sharing his past. Knowing he considered me rich, I glanced at him suspiciously, but he laughed and reminded me that he had bought the last 2 rounds. Though he was always the protagonist of his stories, I realized that some of them must have been second-hand,
Otherwise, he would have been a much older, much unhealthier man. But despite this, I came to understand that, second-hand or not, they were his, that they had become part of his substance, in the way a poster glued to a wall eventually merges with the surface beneath through a process of the weather. In between the stories, I learned that he had grown up in Sacramento and had briefly attended Caltech, majoring in astronomy. But thereafter, the thread of his life story unraveled into a welter of anecdote. From various sources, I heard that he had rented a shanty near Punta Palmetto, sharing it with a Danish girl named Rimor and several others, and that the police had been nosing around in response to reports of nudity and drugs. Yet I never impinged on this area of his life. We were drinking companions, nothing more, and only once did I catch a glimpse of the soul buried beneath his placid exterior. We were sitting as usual, with our feet propped on the walkway railing, taking shelter in the night from the discordant reggae band inside, and gazing out at the heat lightning that flashed orange above the Honduran coast. Moths batted at the necklace of light bulbs strung over the door, and the black water was lacquered with reflection. On either side, rows of yellow-lit windows marked the shanties that followed the sweep of the harbor. We had been discussing women, in particular a local woman whose husband appeared to be more concerned with holding on to her than curbing her infidelities. "Being cuckolded seems the official penalty for marriage down here," I said. "It's as if they're paying the man back for being fool enough to marry them." "Women are funny," said Ray. He laughed, realizing the inadequacy of the cliché. "They're into sacrifice," he said. "They'll break your heart and mean well by it." He made a gesture of frustration, unable to express what he intended, and stared gloomily down at his hands. I had never before seen such an intense expression on his face. It was clear that he was not talking about women in the abstract. "Having trouble with Rimor?" I asked. "Rimor?" He looked confused, then laughed again. "No, that's just fun and games." He went back to staring at his hands. I was curious. I had a feeling that I had glimpsed beneath his surface, that the puzzle he presented, a bright young man wasting himself in endless wandering, might have a simple solution. I phrased my next words carefully, hoping to draw him out. "I suppose most men have a woman in their past," I said, "one who failed to recognize the mutuality of a relationship." Ray glanced at me sharply, but made no comment. "Sometimes," I continued, "we use those women as justifications for our success or failure, and I guess they do deserve partial credit or blame. After all, they do sink their claws in us, but we let them." He opened his mouth, and I believe he was about to tell me a story, the one story of real moment in his life. But just then old Spurgeon James, drunk, clad in tattered shirt and shorts, the tangle of his once-white beard stained a motley color by nicotine and rum, staggered out of the bar and began to urinate into the shallows. "Oh, man," he said, "dis night wild." He reeled against the wall, half-turning, the arc of his urine glistening in the yellow light and splashing near Ray's feet. When he had finished, he tried to extort money from us by relating the story that had gained him notoriety the week before. He claimed to have seen flying saucers hanging over Flowers Bay. Anxious to hear Ray's story, I thrust a Lempira note at Spurgeon to get rid of him. But by the time he had gone back in, Ray had lost the impulse to talk about his past, and was off instead on the subject of Spurgeon's UFOs. "You don't believe him, do you?" I said. "Once Spurgeon gets a load on, he's liable to see the Pope driving a dune buggy." "No," said Ray, "but I wish I could believe him. Back at Caltech, I'd planned on joining one of the projects that were searching for extraterrestrial life." "Well, then," I said, fumbling out my wallet, "you'd probably be interested to know that there's been a more reliable sighting on the island. That is, if you consider a pirate reliable. Henry Meacham saw a UFO back in the 1700s,
1793, I think. I pulled out a folded square of paper and handed it to Ray. It's an excerpt from the old boy's journal. I had the clerk at the Historical Society run me off a Xerox. My youngest girl reads science fiction, and I thought she might get a laugh out of it. Ray unfolded the paper and read the excerpt, which I reproduce below. May 7th, 1793. I had just gone below to my cabin after negotiating the reef when I heard divers, cries of astonishment and panic echoing down the companionway. I returned to the foredeck and there found most of the crew gathered along the port rail, many of them pointing to the heavens. Almost directly overhead, and at an unguessable distance, I espied an object of supernal red brilliance, round, no larger than a halfpenny. The brightness of the object was most curious, and perhaps brightness is not the proper term to describe its effect. While it was indeed bright, it was not sufficiently so to cause me to shield my eyes, and yet whenever I attempted to direct my gaze upon it, I experienced a sensation of vertigo, and so was forced to view it obliquely. I called for my glass, but before it could be brought, there was a windy noise, yet not a whit more wind, and the object began to expand, all the while maintaining its circular form. Initially, I thought it to be falling towards us, as did the crew, and several men flung themselves into the sea to escape immolation. However, I soon realized that it was merely growing larger, as though a hole were being burned through the sky to reveal the flame-lashed sky of hell behind. Suddenly a beam of light so distinct as to appear a reddish-gold wire strung between sky and sea lanced down from the thing and struck the waters inside the reef. There was no splash, but a great hissing and venting of steam, and after this had subsided, the windy noise also began to subside, and the fiery circle above dwindled to a point and vanished. I considered putting forth a longboat to discover what had fallen, but I was loath to waste the southerly wind. I marked the position of the fall, a scant 3 miles from our camp at Sandy Bay, and upon our return there will be ample opportunity to explore the phenomenon. As I recall, Ray was impressed by the excerpt, saying that he had never read of a sighting quite like this one. Our conversation meandered over the topics of space colonies, quasars, and UFO nuts, whom he deprecated as having given extraterrestrial research a bad name. And though I tried to resurrect the topic of women, I never succeeded. At the time, I was frantically busy with supervising the building of my house, maneuvering along the path of bribery and collusion that would lead to my obtaining final residence papers, and I took for granted these meetings at the Salon des Carmines. If I had been asked my opinion of Ray in those days, I would have said that he was a pleasant enough sort, but rather shallow. I never considered him my friend. In fact, I looked on our relationship as being free from the responsibilities of friendship, as a safe harbor from the storms of social convention, new friends, new neighbors, new woman, that were blowing around me. And so, when he finally left the island after 4 months of such conversations, I was surprised to find that I missed him. Islands are places of mystery, washed by the greater mysteries of wind and sea, swept over by tides of human event. They accumulate eerie magnetisms that attract the lawless, the eccentric, and, it is said, the supernatural. They shelter oddments of civilization that evolve into involute societies, and their histories are less likely to reflect orderly patterns of culture than mosaics of bizarre circumstance. Guanoja's embodiment of the mystery had fascinated me from the beginning. It had originally been home to Caribe Indians, who had moved on when Henry Meacham's crews and their slaves established their colonies. Their black descendants still spoke an English dotted with 18th and 19th century colloquialisms. Rum-running, gun-smuggling, and revolution had all had their moment in the island's tradition, but the largest part of this tradition involved the spirit world. Duppies, a word used to cover a variety of unusual manifestations, but generally referring to ghosts, both human and animal. The mystical rumors associated with the smoking of black coral. And then there was the idea that some of the spirits dwelling there were not the shades of dead men and women, but ancient and magical creatures, demigods left over from the days of the Carib. John Anderson McCrae, the patriarch of the island's storytellers, once put it to me this way: "This island may look like a chewed-up bone some dog have dropped in a puddle, and the soil may be no good for plantins, no good for corn. But when it come to the breedin' of spirits, there ain't no soil better." It was, as John Anderson McCrae pointed out, no tropic paradise. Though the barrier reef was lovely and nourished a half-dozen diving resorts, the interior consisted of low scrub-thatched hills, and much of the coast was given over to mangrove. A dirt road ran part way around the island, connecting the shanty towns of Meacham's Landing, Spanish Harbor, and West End, and a second road crossed from Meacham's Landing to Sandy Bay on the northern coast. A curving stretch of beach that at one moment seemed beautiful, and the next abysmally ugly. That was the charm of the island, that you could be walking along a filthy beach, slapping at flies, stepping carefully to avoid dead fish and pig droppings, and then, as if a different filter had slid across the sun, you suddenly noticed the hummingbirds flitting in the sea grape, the hammocks of cocoa palms, the reef water glowing in bands of jade and turquoise and aquamarine. Sprinkled among the palms at Sandy Bay were a few dozen shanties set on pilings, their tin roofs scabbed by rust. Jetties with gap-boarded outhouses at their seaward ends extended out over the shallows, looking like charcoal sketches by Picasso. It had no special point of attraction, but because Elizabeth's family lived nearby, I had built my house, 3 rooms of concrete block and a wooden porch, about 100 yards from the terminus of the Cross Island Road. A half-mile down the beach stood the chicken shack, and its presence had been a further inducement to build in Sandy Bay. Not that the food or decor was in the least appealing. The sole item on the menu was fried chicken, mostly bone and gristle, and the shanty was hardly larger than a chicken coop itself, containing 3 picnic tables and a kitchen. Mounted opposite each other on the walls was a pair of plates, upon which a transient artist had painted crude likenesses of the proprietor, John James, and his wife, and these 2 black faces, their smiles so poorly rendered as to appear ferocious, always seemed to me to be locked in a magical duel, one whose stray energies caused the food to be overdone. If your taste was for a good meal, you would have done better elsewhere. But if you had an appetite for gossip, the chicken shack was unsurpassed in this regard. And it was there one night, after a hiatus of almost 2 years, that I next had word of Ray Milliken. I had been out of circulation for a couple of weeks, repairing damage done to my house by the last norther, and since Elizabeth was grouchy with her monthlies, I decided to waste a few hours watching Hatfield Brooks tell fortunes at the shack. He did so each Wednesday without fail. On arriving, I found him sitting at the table nearest the door, a thin young man who affected natty dreads, but none of the hostility usually attendant to the hairstyle. Compared to most of the islanders, he was a saintly sort, hard-working, charitable, a non-drinker, faithful to his wife. In front of him was what looked to be a bowling ball of marbled red plastic, but was actually a zodiac ball. A child's toy containing a second ball inside, and between the inner and outer shells, a film of water. There was a small window at the top, and if you shook the ball, either the word yes or no would appear in the window, answering your question. Sitting beside Hatfield, scrunched into the corner, was his cousin, Jimmy Mullins, a diminutive, wiry man of 35. He had fierce black eyes that glittered under the harsh light. The skin around them was puckered, as if they had been surgically removed and later re-embedded. He was shirtless, his genitals partly exposed by a hole in his shorts. John James, portly and white-haired, waved to me from behind the counter, and Hatfield asked, "Howdy night going, Mr. Winship?" "So-so," I replied, and ordered a bottle of Superior from John. "Not much business," I remarked to Hatfield, pressing the cold bottle against my forehead. "Oh, there's a trickle now and then," he said. All this time Mullins had said not a word. He was apparently angry at something, glowering at Hatfield, shifting uncomfortably on the bench, the tip of his tongue darting in and out. "Been hunting lately?" I asked him, taking a seat at the table by the counter. I could tell he did not want to answer, to shift his focus from whatever had upset him. But he was a wheedler, a borrower, and he did not want to offend a potential source of small loans. In any case, hunting was his passion. He did his hunting by night, hypnotizing the island deer with beams from his flashlight. None the less, he considered himself a great sportsman, and not even his bad mood could prevent him from boasting. "Shot me a nice little buck Friday morning," he mumbled, and then, becoming animated, he said, "The minute I see he eye, pardner, I know he got to crumble." There was a clatter on the stairs, and a teenage girl wearing a man's undershirt and a print skirt pushed in through the door. Junie Elkins. She had been causing the gossip mills to run overtime due to a romance she was having with a boy from Spanish Harbor, something of which her parents disapproved. She exchanged greetings, handed a coin to Hatfield, and sat across from him. Then she looked back at me, embarrassed. I pretended to be reading the label of my beer bottle. "What you after knowin', darlin'?" asked Hatfield. Junie leaned over the table and whispered. Hatfield nodded, made a series of mystic passes, shook the ball, and Junie peered intently at the window in its top. "There," said Hatfield. "Everything going to work out in the end." Other Americans have used Hatfield's method of fortune-telling to exemplify the islanders' gullibility and ignorance, and even Hatfield would admit to an element of hoax. He did not think he had power over the ball. He had worked off-island on the steamship lines and had gained a measure of sophistication. Still, he credited the ball with having some magical potential. "The thing made to tell fortunes, even if it just a toy," he said to me once. He did not deny that it gave wrong answers, but suggested these might be blamed on changing conditions and imperfect manufacture. The way he explained it was so sweetly reasonable that I almost believed him, and I did believe that if the ball was going to work anywhere, it would be on this island, a place where the rudimentary underpinnings of culture were still in evidence, where simpler laws obtained. After Junie had gone, Mullins's hostility again dominated the room, and we sat in silence. John set about cleaning the kitchen, and the clatter of dishes accentuated the tension. Suddenly, Mullins brought down his fist on the table. "Damn it, Mon," he said to Hatfield. "Give me my money." "Ain't your money," said Hatfield gently. "The mon has got to pay me for my land." "Ain't your land." "I got testimony dat it's mine." Again Mullins pounded the table. John moved up to the counter. "There's going to be no riot in this place tonight," he said sternly. Land disputes, as this appeared to be, were common on the island, and often led to duels with conch shells or machetes. The pirates had not troubled with legal documents, and after taking over the island, the Hondurans had managed to swindle the best of the land from the blacks, though the old families had retained much of the acreage in the vicinity of Sandy Bay. But since most of the blacks were at least marginally related, matters of ownership proved cloudy. "What's the problem?" I asked. Hatfield shrugged, and Mullins refused to answer. Anger seemed visible above his head like heat ripples rising from a tin roof. "Some damn fool have leased the burying ground," said John. "Now these two feudin'." "Who'd want that pest hole?" "A true damn fool, that's who," said John. "Ray Milliken." I was startled to hear Ray's name. I had not expected to hear it again, and also by the fact that he or anyone would spend good money on the burying ground. It was a large acreage 3 miles west of Sandy Bar, near Punta Palmetto, mostly mangrove swamp, and notable for its population of snakes and insects. "It ain't the Garden of Eden, that's true," said Hatfield. "I been over the other day watchin' dem clear stumps, and every time the blade dig down it churn up 3 or 4 snakes, coralitos, yellow jaws." "Snakes don't bother dis Negro," said Mullins pompously. His referral to himself as this Negro was a sure sign that he was drunk, and I realized now that he had scrunched into the corner to preserve his balance. His gestures were sluggish, and his eyes were bloodshot and rolling. "That's right," he went on. "Everybody know that if the yellow jaw bite, then you just bites the pison back in he neck." John made a noise of disgust. "What's Milliken want the place for?" I asked. "He going to start up a town," said Hatfield. "Least that's what he hopin'. The lawyers say we best hold up the paperwork till we find out what the government think about the idea." "The fools that goin' to live in the town already on the island," said John. "They stayin' over in Meacham's Landing. Must be 40 or 50 of them. They go round smilin' all the time, sayin', 'Ain't this nice, and ain't that pretty?' They have a cult or something." "All I know," said Hatfield, "is that the mon come to me and say, 'Hatfield, I got 3,000 lemps, $1,500 gold, if you give me 99 years on the burying ground.' And I say, 'What for you want that piece of perdition? My cousin Arlie, he lease you a nice section of beach front.' And then he tell me about how the Caribe live there, 'cause that's where they get together with the space duppies." "Aliens," said John disparagingly. "Correct, aliens." Hatfield stroked the zodiac ball. "He say the aliens talk to the Caribe, 'cause the Caribe's lives is upful, and just naturally tracks the aliens. I tell him, 'Mon, the Caribe fierce. They warriors.' And he say, 'Maybe so, but they must have been doing something right, or the aliens won't be comin' round.' And then he tell me that they plan to live like the Caribe and bring the aliens back to Guanoja." "Give me a superior, John," said Mullins bossily. "You got the money?" asked John, his arms folded, knowing the answer. "No, I ain't got the money," shouted Mullins. "This boog clot got my money." He threw himself at Hatfield and tried to wrestle him to the floor. But Hatfield, being younger, stronger, and sober, caught his wrists and shoved him back into the corner. Mullins' head struck the wall with a thwack, and he grabbed the injured area with both hands. "Look," I said, "even if the government permits the town, which isn't likely, do you really believe a town can survive on the burying ground? Hell, they'll be straggling back to Meacham's Landing before the end of the first night." "That's the gospel," said John, who had come out from back of the counter to prevent further riot. "Has any money changed hands?" I asked. "He give me 200 lemps as security," said Hatfield, "but I expect he want that back if the government disallow the town." "Well," I said, "if there's no town, there's no argument. Why not ask the ball if there's going to be a town on the burying ground?" "Sound reasonable to me," said John. He gave the ball no credence, but was willing to suspend disbelief in order to make peace. "Let me do it." Mullins snatched the ball up, staring cross-eyed into the red plastic. "Is there going to be a town on the burying ground?" he asked solemnly. Then he turned it over twice and set it down. I stood and leaned forward to see the little window. "No," it read. "Let's have beers all around," I said to John, "and a soda for Hatfield. We'll toast the solution of a problem." But the problem was not solved. It was only in the first stages of inception. and though the Zodiac Ball's answer eventually proved accurate, we had not asked it the right question. This was in October, a time for every sort of inclement weather, and it rained steadily over the next few days. Fog banks moved in, transforming the sea into a mystic gray dimension, muffling the crash of waves on the reef, so they sounded like bones being crunched in an enormous mouth. Not good weather for visiting the burying ground. But finally a sunny day dawned, and I set out to find Ray Milliken. I must admit I had been hurt by his lack of interest in renewing our acquaintance, but I had too many questions to let this stop me from hunting him up. Something about a colony built to attract aliens struck me as sinister rather than foolhardy, this being how it struck most people. I cannot conceive of a person like Ray falling prey to such a crackpot notion, nor could I support the idea, one broached by Elizabeth, that he was involved in a swindle. She had heard that he had sold memberships in the colony and raised upwards of $100,000. The report was correct, but I doubt that Ray's original motives have much importance. There was no road inland, only a snake-infested track, and so I borrowed a neighbor's dory and rowed along inside the reef. The tide was low, and iron-black coral heads lifted from the sea like the crenellated parapets of a drowned castle. Beyond, the water was banded with sun-spattered streaks of slate and lavender. I could not help being nervous. People steered clear of the burying ground. It was rumored to harbor duppies. But then so was every other part of the island, and I suspect the actual reason for its desertion was that it had no worth to anyone, except perhaps to a herpetologist. The name of the place had come down from the Caribe. This was a puzzling fact, since all their grave sites were located high in the hills. Pottery and tools had been found in the area, but no solid evidence of burials. 2 graves did exist, those belonging to Ezekiel Brooks, the son of William, a mate on Henry Meacham's privateer, and to Ezekiel's son Carl. They had lived most of their lives on the land as hermits, and it was their solitary endurance that had ratified the Brooks family's claim to ownership. On arriving, I tied the dory to a mangrove root and immediately became lost in a stand of scrub palmetto. I had sweated off my repellent, and mosquitoes swarmed over me. I stepped cautiously, probing the weeds with my machete to stir up any lurking snakes. After a short walk, I came to a clearing about 50 yards square. It had been scraped down to the raw dirt. On the far side stood a bulldozer, and next to it was a thatched shelter beneath which a group of men were sitting. The primary colors and simple shapes, yellow bulldozer, red dirt, dark green walls of brush, made the clearing look like a test for motor skills that might be given to a gigantic child. As I crossed to the shelter, one of the men jumped up and walked toward me. It was Ray. He was shirtless, wearing boots and faded jeans, and a rosy sheen of new sunburn overlaid his tan. "Frank," he said, pumping my hand. I was taken aback by the religious affirmation in his voice. It was as if my name were something he had long treasured. "I was planning to drop around in a few days," he said, "after we got set up. How are you?" "Old and tormented," I said, slapping at a mosquito. "Here," he gestured at the shelter. "Let's get into the shade." "How are you?" I asked as we walked. "Great, Frank," he replied. "Really great." His smile seemed the product of an absolute knowledge that things, indeed, were really great. He introduced me to the others. I cannot recall their names, a typical sampling of Jims and Daves and Toms. They all had Ray's Krishna-conscious smile, his ultra-sincerity, and they delighted in sharing with me their lunch of banana fritters and coconut. "Isn't this food beautiful?" said one. There was so much beatitude around me that I, grumpy from the heat and mosquitoes, felt like a heathen among them. Ray kept staring at me, smiling, and this was the main cause of my discomfort. I had the impression that something was shining too brightly behind his eyes, a kind of manic brilliance flaring in him, the way an old light bulb flares just before it goes dark for good. He began to tell me of the improvements they were planning: wells, electronic mosquito traps, generators, schools with computers, a medical clinic for the islanders, on and on. His friends chimed in with additions to the list, and I had the feeling that I was listening to a well-rehearsed litany.
"I thought you were going to live off the land like the Caribe," I said.
"Oh, no," said Ray. "There are some things they did that we're going to do, but we'll do them better. Suppose the government denies your permits." I was targeted by a congregation of imperturbable smiles. "They came through 2 days ago," said Ray. "We're going to call the colony Port Ezekiel." After lunch, Ray led me through the brush to a smaller clearing, where 6 shelters were erected. Hammocks were strung beneath each one. His had a fringe of snakeskins tacked to the roof poles, at least 30 of them. They were crusted with flies, shifting horribly in the breeze. They were mostly yellowjaws, the local name for the fer-de-lance, and he said they killed 10 or 12 a day. He sat cross-legged on the ground and invited me to take the hammock. "Want to hear what I've been up to?" he asked. "I've heard some of it." "I bet you have." He laughed. "They think we're loony." He started as the bulldozer roared to life in the clearing behind us. "Do you remember showing me old Meacham's journal?" "Yes." "In a way, you're responsible for all this." He waved at the dirt and the shelters. "That was my first real clue." He clasped his hands between his legs. "When I left here, I went back to the States, to school. I guess I was tired of traveling, or maybe I realized what a waste of space I'd been. I took up astronomy again. I wasn't very interested in it, but I wasn't more interested in anything else. Then one day I was going over a star chart, and I noticed something amazing.
You see, while I was here, I'd gotten into the Caribe culture.
I used to wander around the burying ground looking for pottery, found some pretty good pieces, and I'd hike up into the hills and make maps of the villages where they'd stationed their lookouts and set their signal fires.
I still had those maps, and what I'd noticed was that the pattern of the Caribe signal fires corresponded exactly to the constellation Cassiopeia.
It was incredible. The size of the fires even corresponded to the magnitudes of the specific stars. I dropped out of school and headed back to the island. He gave me an apologetic look. "I tried to see you, but you were on the mainland." "That must have been when Elizabeth's old boyfriend was giving us some trouble," I said. "We had to lie low for a while." "I guess so." Ray reached for a pack that was propped against the wall and extracted a sheaf of 8-inch by 11-inch photographs. They appeared to consist chiefly of smudges and crooked lines. "I began digging through the old sites, especially here. This is the only place I found pottery with these particular designs." From this point on, I had difficulty keeping a straight face. "Have you ever had a friend tell you something unbelievable, something they believed in so strongly that for you to discredit it would cause them pain?"
Perhaps it was a story about a transcendent drug experience or their conversion to Christianity.
"And did they stare at you earnestly as they spoke, watching your reactions?" I mumbled affirmatively and nodded and avoided Ray's eyes. Compared to Ray's thesis, Eric von Daniken's ravings were a model of academic discipline. From the coincidental pattern of the signal fires, the incident of Meacham's UFO, and some drunken tales he had solicited, from these smudges and lines that, if you exerted your imagination, bore a vague resemblance to bipeds wearing fish bowls on their heads, Ray had concocted an intricate scenario of alien visitation. It was essentially the same story as von Daniken's, the ancient star-seeding race.
But where Ray's account differed was in his insistence that the aliens had had a special relationship with the Caribe. that the Caribe could call them down by lighting their fires. The landing Meacham had witnessed had been one of the last, because with the arrival of the English, the Caribe had gradually retreated from the island, and the aliens no longer had a reason for visiting. Ray meant to lure them back by means of a laser display that would cast a brighter image of Cassiopeia than the Caribe could have managed, and when the aliens returned, he would entreat them to save our foundering civilization. He had sold the idea of the colony by organizing a society to study the possibility of extraterrestrial life. He had presented slides and lectured on the Guanohan outer space connection. I did not doubt his ability to make such a presentation, but I was amazed that educated people had swallowed it. He told me that his group included a doctor, an engineer, and sundry Ph.D.s, and that they all had some college background. And yet perhaps it was not so amazing. Even today there must be in America, as there were when I left it, a great many aimless and exhausted people like Ray and his friends, people damaged by some powerful trouble in their past and searching for an acceptable madness. When Ray had finished, he looked at me soberly and said, "You think we're nuts, don't you?" "No," I said, but I did not meet his eyes. "We're not," he said. "It's not important." I tried to pass it off as a joke. "Not down here, anyway." "It's not just the evidence that convinced me," he said. "I knew it the first time I came to the burying ground. I could feel it." "Do you remember what else we talked about the night I showed you Meacham's journal?" I am not sure why I wanted to challenge him. Perhaps it was simply curiosity, a desire to know how fragile his calm mask really was. "No," he said, and smiled. "We talked about a lot of things. We were talking about women, and then Spurgeon James interrupted us. But I think you were on the verge of telling me about a woman who had hurt you, badly. Is all that behind you now?" His smile dissolved, and the expression that flared briefly in its place was terrible to see, grieving and baffled by the grief. This time it was his eyes that drifted away from mine. "You're wrong about me, Frank," he said. "Port Ezekiel is going to be something very special." Shortly thereafter I made my excuses, and he walked me down to the dory. I invited him to visit me and have a meal, but I knew he would not come. I had threatened his beliefs, the beliefs he thought would shore him up, save him, and there was now a tangible barrier between us. "Come back any time," he called as I rode away. He stood watching me, not moving at all, an insignificant figure being merged by distance into the dark green gnarl of the mangrove. Even when I could barely see him, he continued to stand there, as ritually attendant as his mythical Caribe hosts might have been while watching the departure of their alien guests. Over 5 weeks passed before I again gave much thought to Ray and Port Ezekiel. Port Ezekiel! That name, as much as anything, had persuaded me of Ray's insanity, smacking as it did of biblical smugness, a common shelter for the deluded. This was a studied lack of concern on my part. I felt he was lost, and wanted no involvement with his tragedy. And besides, though the colony remained newsworthy, other events came to supersede it. The shrimp fleet struck against its parent American company, and riots broke out in the streets of Spanish Harbor. The old talk of independence was revived in the bars, idle talk, but it stirred the coals of anti-Americanism. Normally smiling faces frowned at me. The prices went up when I shopped in town, and once a child yelled at me, "Get off the island!" Small things, but they shook me. And since the establishment of Port Ezekiel had been prelude to these events, I could not help feeling that Ray was somehow to blame for this peculiarly American darkness now shadowing my home. Despite my attempt to ignore Ray's presence, I did have news of him. I heard that he had paid Hatfield in full,
and that Jimmy Mullins was on the warpath. 3,000 lempira must have seemed a king's ransom to him. He lived in a tiny shanty with his wife Hetty and 2 underfed children, and he had not worked for over a year. I also heard that the shipments of modern conveniences intended for Port Ezekiel had been waylaid by customs, someone overlooked in the chain of bribery, no doubt, and that the colonists had moved into the burying ground and were living in brushwood shacks. And then, over a span of a couple of weeks, I learned that they were deserting the colony. Groups of them turned up daily in Meacham's Landing, complaining that Ray had misled them. 2 came to our door one evening, a young man and woman, both delirious, sick with dysentery and covered with infected mosquito bites. They were too wasted to tell us much, but after we had bedded them down, I asked the woman what was happening at the colony. "It was awful," she said, twisting her hand in the blanket and shivering. "Bugs and snakes, and—" Her eyes squeezed shut. "He just sits there with the snakes." "You mean Ray?" "I don't know," she said, her voice cracking into hysteria. "I don't know." Then one night, as Elizabeth and I were sitting on the porch, I saw a flashlight beam weaving toward us along the beach. By the way the light wavered, swooping up to illuminate the palm crowns, down to shine upon a stoved-in dory, I could tell the bearer was very drunk. Elizabeth leaned forward, peering into the dark. "Oh, Lord," she said, holding her bathrobe closed. "It dat damned Jimmy Mullins." She rose and went into the house, pausing at the door to add, "If he after foolin' with me, you tell him I'm going to speak with my uncle 'bout him." Mullins stopped at the margin of the porch light to urinate. Then he staggered up onto the steps. He dropped his flashlight, and it rolled over beside my machete, which was propped by the door. He was wearing his town clothes, a white rayon shirt with a silk-screened photo of a soccer star on the back, and brown slacks spattered with urine. Threads of saliva hung from his chin. "Mr. Frank, sir?" he said with great effort. His eyes rolled up, and for a moment I thought he was going to pass out. But he pulled himself together, shook his head to clear the fog, and said, "De man have got to pay me." I wanted no part of his feud with Hatfield. "Why don't I give you a ride home?" I said. "Hetty'll be worried." Blearily he focused on me, clinging to a support post. "Dat boog Yankee clot have cheated me," he said. "You talk to him, Mr. Frank. You tell him he got to pay." "Ray Milligan? He doesn't owe you anything." "Somebody owe me." Mullins flailed his arm at the night. "And I ain't got the force to war with Hatfield." He adopted a clownish expression of sadness. "I born in de summer, and never get no bigger than what you seein' now." So, sucked along by the feeble tide of anti-Americanism, Mullins had given up on Hatfield and shifted his aim to a more vulnerable target. I told him that Ray was crazy and would likely not respond to either threats or logic, but Mullins insisted that Ray should have checked Hatfield's claim before paying him. Finally, I agreed to speak to Ray on his behalf, and, somewhat mollified, he grew silent. He clung to the post, pouting. I settled back in my chair. It was a beautiful night, the phosphorescent manes of the breakers tossing high above the reef, and I wished he would leave us alone to the view. "Damn boog Yankee!" He reeled away from the post and careened against the door-frame. His hand fell upon my machete. Before I could react, he picked it up and slashed at the air. "I cut that bastard down to the deck!" he shouted, glaring at me. The moment seemed endless, as if the flow of time had snagged on the point of the machete. Drunk, he might do anything. I felt weak and helpless, my stomach knotted by a chill. The blade looked to have the same drunken glitter as his eyes. God knows what might have happened, but at that moment Elizabeth, her robe belling open, eyes gleaming crazily, sneaked up behind him and smacked him on the neck with an axe handle. Her first blow sent him tottering forward, the machete still raised in a parody of attack, and the second drove him off the porch to sprawl face down in the sand. Later, after John James and Hetty had dragged Mullins home, as Elizabeth and I lay in bed, I confessed that I had been too afraid to move during the confrontation. "Don't vex yourself, Frank," she said. "There's enough trouble on the island that sooner or later you'll be taking care of some of mine." And after we had made love, she curled against me, tucked under my arm, and told me of a dream that had frightened her the previous night. I knew what she was doing. Nothing about her was mysterious. And yet, as with every woman I have known, I could not escape the feeling that a stranger lay beside me, someone whose soul had been molded by a stronger gravity and under a hotter star. I spent the next morning patching things up with Mullins, making him a gift of vegetable seeds and listening to his complaints, and I did not leave for the burying ground until mid-afternoon. It had rained earlier, and gray clouds were still passing overhead, hazy fans of sunlight breaking through now and again. The chop of the water pulled against me, and it was getting on toward sunset by the time I arrived. Out on the horizon the sea and sky were blending in lines of blackish squalls. I hurried through the brush, intending to convey my warning as quickly as possible and be home before the winds. But when I reached the first clearing, I stopped short. The thatch and poles of the brushwood huts were strewn over the dirt, torn apart, mixed in with charred tin cans, food wrappers, the craters of old cooking fires, broken tools, mildewed paperbacks, and dozens of conch shells, each with their whorled tops sliced off. That must have been a staple of their diet. I called Ray's name, and the only answer was an intensification in the buzzing of the flies. It was like the aftermath of a measly war, stinking and silent. I picked my way across the litter to the second clearing, and again was brought up short. An identical mess carpeted the dirt, and Ray's shelter remained intact, the fringe of rotting snakeskins still hanging from the roof poles. But that was not what had drawn my attention. A trench had been dug in front of the shelter, and covered with a sheet of wire mesh. Large rocks held the wire in place. Within the trench were 40 or 50 snakes, coralitos, yellow jaws, tom goffs, cottonmouths. Their slithering, their noses scraping against the wire as they tried to escape, created a sibilance that tuned my nerves a notch higher. As I stepped over the trench and into the shelter, several of them struck at me. Patches of the mesh glistened with their venom. Ray's hammock was balled up in a corner, and the ground over which it had swung had been excavated. The hole was nearly full of murky water, groundwater by the briny smell. I poked a stick into it and encountered something hard at a depth of about 3 feet, a boulder probably. Aside from Ray's pack, the only other sign of habitation was a circular area of dirt that had been patted smooth. Dozens of bits of oyster shell were scattered across it, all worked into geometric shapes. Stars, hexagons, squares, and so forth. A primitive game board. I did not know what exactly to make of these things, but I knew they were the trappings of madness. There was an air of savagery about them, of a mind as tattered as its surroundings, shriveled to the simplest of considerations, and I did not believe that the man who lived here would understand any warning I might convey. Suddenly afraid, I turned to leave, and was given such a shock that I nearly fell back into the water-filled pit. Ray was standing an arm's length away, watching me. His hair was ragged, shoulder-length, and bound by a cottonmouth skin band. His shorts were holed and filth-encrusted. The dirt smeared on his cheeks and forehead made his eyes appear round and staring. Mosquito bites speckled his chest, though not as many as had afflicted the colonists I had treated. In his right hand he carried a long stick with a twine noose at one end, and in his left hand was a burlap sack whose bottom humped and writhed. "Ray," I said, sidling away from him. I expected a croak or a scream of rage for an answer, but when he spoke, it was in his usual voice. "I'm glad you're here," he said. He dropped the sack, it was tied at the top, beside the trench, and leaned his stick against the wall of the shelter. Still afraid, but encouraged by the normalcy of his actions, I said, "What's going on here?" He gave me an appraising stare. "You better see her for yourself, Frank. You wouldn't believe me if I told you." He sat cross-legged beside the patch of smoothed dirt and began picking up the shell bits. The way he picked them up fascinated me, so rapidly, pinching them up between thumb and forefinger, and funneling them back into his palm with the other 3 fingers, displaying an expert facility. And, I noticed, he was only picking up the hexagons. "Sit down," he said. "We've got an hour or so to kill." I squatted on the opposite side of the game board. "You can't stay here, Ray." He finished with the hexagons, set them aside, and started on the squares. "Why not?" I told him about Mullins, but as I had presumed, he was unconcerned. All his money, he said, was tied up in investment funds. He would find a way to deal with Mullins. He was calm in the face of my arguments, and though this calm seemed to reflect a more deep-seated confidence than had been evident on my first visit, I did not trust it. To my mind, the barrier between us had hardened, become as tricky to navigate as the reef around the island. I gave up arguing and sat quietly, watching him play with the shells. Night was falling, banks of dark clouds were rushing overhead, and gusts of wind shredded the thatch. Heavy seas would soon be washing over the reef, and it would be beyond my strength to row against them. But I did not want to abandon him. Under the dreary stormlight, the wreckage of Port Ezekiel looked leached of color and vitality, and I had an image of the 2 of us being survivors of a great disaster, stalemated in debate over the worth of restarting civilization. "It's almost time," he said, breaking the silence. He gazed out to the swaying tops of the bushes that bounded the clearing. "This is so wild, Frank. Sometimes I can't believe it myself." The soft astonishment in his voice brought the pathos of his situation home to me. "Jesus, Ray," I said, "come back with me. There's nothing here." "Tell me that when you've seen her." He stood and walked over to the water-filled pit. "You were right, Frank. I was crazy, and maybe I still am, but I was right, too. Just not in the way I expected." "Right about what?" He smiled. "Cassiopeia." He hunkered down by the pit. "I've got to get in the water. There has to be physical contact, or else the exchange can't occur. I'll be unconscious for a while, but don't worry about it, all right?" Without waiting for my approval, he lowered himself into the water. He seemed to be groping for something, and he shifted about until he had found a suitable position. His shoulders just cleared the surface. Then he bowed his head so that I could no longer see his face. My thoughts were in turmoil. His references to her, his self-baptism, and now the sight of his disembodied head and tendrils of hair floating on the water, all this had rekindled my fear. I decided that the best thing I could do for him, for both of us, would be to knock him out, to haul him back to Sandy Bay for treatment. But as I looked around for a club, I noticed something that rooted me in my tracks. The snakes had grown frantic in their efforts to escape. They were massed at the far side of the trench, pushing at the mesh with such desperation that the rocks holding it down were wobbling, and then, an instant later, I began to sense another presence in the clearing. How did I sense this? It was similar to the feeling you have when you are alone for the first time with a woman to whom you are attracted. how it seems you could close your eyes and stopper your ears and still be aware of her every shift in position, registering these changes as thrills running along your nerves and muscles. And I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that this presence was female. I whirled around, certain that someone was behind me. Nothing. I turned back to Ray. Tremors were passing through his shoulders, and his breath came in hoarse shudders as if he had been removed from his natural element and were having trouble with the air. Scenes from old horror movies flashed through my brain. The stranger lured to an open grave by an odd noise, the ghoul rising from the swamp, black water dripping from his talons. The maniac, with the split personality, smiling, hiding a bloody knife under his coat. And then I saw, or imagined I saw, movement on the surface of the water. It was bulging, not bubbling, but the entire surface bulging upward, as if some force below were building to an explosion. Terrified, I took a backward step, and as my foot nudged the wire screen over the trench, as the snakes struck madly at the mesh, terrified themselves, I broke and ran. I went crashing through the brush, certain that Ray was after me, possessed by some demon dredged up from his psyche, or by worse. I did not stop to untie the dory, but grabbed the machete from beneath the seat, hacked the rope in two, and pulled hard out into the water. Waves slopped over the bow, and the dory bucked and plunged, and the noise from the reef was deafening. But even had a hurricane been raging, I would not have put back into the burying ground. I strained at the oars, gulping down breaths that were half salt spray, and I did not feel secure until I had passed beyond Punta Palmetto and was hidden from the view of whatever was now wandering that malarial shore. After a night's sleep, after dosing my fears with the comforts of home, all my rational structures were re-erected. I was ashamed at having run, at having left Ray to endure his solitary hell, and I assigned everything I had seen and felt to a case of nerves or, and I did not think this impossible, to poltergeist-like powers brought on by his madness. Something had to be done for him. As soon as I had finished breakfast, I drove over to Meacham's Landing and asked the militia for their help. I explained the situation to one Sergeant Colmenares, who thanked me for my good citizenship, but said he could do nothing unless the poor man had committed a crime. If I had been clear-headed, I would have invented a crime, anything to return Ray to civilization. Instead, I railed at the sergeant, stumped out of the office, and drove back to Sandy Bay. Elizabeth had asked me to buy some cooking oil, and so I stopped off at Sarah's store, a green-painted shanty the size of a horse stall not far from the chicken shack. Inside there was room for 3 people to stand at the counter, and behind it Sarah was enthroned on her stool. An old woman, almost 90, with a frizzy crown of white hair and coal-black skin that took on bluish highlights under the sun. It was impossible to do business with her and not hear the latest gossip, and during our conversation she mentioned that Ray had stopped in the night before. "He after having a strife with that Jimmy Mullins," she said. "Now Jimmy, he have followed dis tourist fella down from de sea breeze, where dey been drinking, and he setting up to beg dem on for something. You know how he gets with his lies." She did her Jimmy Mullins imitation, puffing out her chest and frowning. "I been in Vietnam," he say, "and showed him on dot scar from when he shot himself in de leg. I bleed for Uncle Sam, and now Uncle Sam going to take care of dis Negro." Then in walked Ray Milliken. He did not look left or right, but just stare at de cans of fruit juice and ax how much dey was. Talking with that duppy voice. Lord, de duppy force crawling all over him. Now dis tourist fella have gone, 'cause de sight of Ray with his wild look and his scrapes have made de fella leery. But Jimmy just stand there watchful. and when Ray pay for the juice, Jimmy say, "Gimme dat money." Ray make no reply. He drink the juice down, and then he amble out the door. Jimmy follow him, and he screamin', "You scorn me like that," he say. "You scorn me like that." It take no wisdom to know there's blood in the air. So I set a superior on the counter and call out, "Jimmy, you come here, for your beer lose the chill," and that lure him back. I asked Sarah what she meant by duppy voice, but she would only say, "That's what it were, the duppy voice." I paid for my oil, and as I went out the door she called, "God bless America." She always said it as a farewell to her American customers. Most thought she was putting them on, but knowing Sarah's compassion for waifs and strays, her conviction that material wealth was the greatest curse one could have, I believe it was heartfelt. Sarah's story had convinced me of the need for action, and that afternoon I returned to the burying ground. I did not confront Ray. I stationed myself behind some bushes 20 feet to the right of the shelter. I planned to do as I should have done before, hit him and drag him back to Sandy Bay. I had with me Elizabeth's axe handle and an ample supply of bug repellent. Ray was not at the clearing when I arrived, and he did not put in an appearance until after 5 o'clock. This time he was carrying a guitar, probably gleaned from the debris. He sat beside the trench and began chording, singing in a sour, puny voice that sent a chill through me, despite the heat. It seemed he was giving tongue to the stink of the rotting snakeskins, amplifying the whine of the insects. The sun reflected an orange fire on the panels of the guitar. "Cassiopeia," he sang, country western style. "I'll be yours tonight." He laughed, cracked, high-pitched laughter, and rocked back and forth on his haunches. "Cassiopeia, why don't you treat me right?" Either he was bored, or else that was the whole song. He set down the guitar, and for the next hour he hardly moved, scratching, looking up to the sun as if checking its decline. Sunset faded, and the evening star climbed above alps of purple cumulus. Finally, stretching and shaking out the kinks, he stood and walked to the pit and lowered himself into the water. It was at this point that I had intended to hit him. But my curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to observe him instead. I told myself that I would be better able to debunk his fantasies if I had some personal experience of them. I would hit him after he had fallen asleep. It was over an hour before he emerged from the water, and when he did, I was very glad to be hidden. Icy stars outlined the massed clouds, and the moon had risen 3/4 full, transforming the clearing into a landscape of black and silvery gray. Everything had a shadow, even the tattered fronds lying on the ground. There was just enough wind to make the shadows tremble, and the only noise, apart from the wind, was the pattering of lizards across the desiccated leaves. From my vantage, I could not see if the water was bulging upward, but soon the snakes began their hissing, their pushing at the mesh, and I felt again that female presence. Then Ray leaped from the pit. It was the most fluid entrance I have ever seen, like a dancer mounting onto stage from a sunken level. He came straight up in a shower of silver droplets and landed with his legs straddling the pit, snapping his head from side to side. He stepped out of the shelter, pacing back and forth along the trench, and as the light struck him full, I stopped thinking of him as he. Even now, at a remove from the events, I have difficulty thinking of Ray as a man. The impression of femininity was so powerful that it obliterated all my previous impressions of him. Though not in the least dainty or swishy,
Every one of his movements had a casual female sensuality, and his walk was potently feminine in the way of a lioness. His face was leaner, sleeker of line. Aside from these changes was the force of that presence pouring over me. I had the feeling that I was involved in a scene out of prehistory. The hominid warrior with his club spying on an unknown female, scenting her, knowing her sex along the circuits of his nerves. When she had done pacing, she squatted beside the trench, removed one of the rocks, and lifted the edge of the screen. With incredible speed, she reached in and snatched out a wriggling yellow jaw. I heard a sickening, mushy crack as she crushed its head between her thumb and forefinger. She skinned it with her teeth, worrying a rip, tearing loose long peels until the blood-rilled meat gleamed in the moonlight. All this in a matter of seconds. Watching her eat, I found I was gripping the axe handle so tightly that my hand ached. She tossed the remains of the snake into the bushes. Then she stood, again that marvelous fluidity, and turned toward the spot where I was hiding. "Frank," she said. She barely pronounced the A and trilled the R so that the word came out as Frank. It was like hearing one's name spoken by an idol. The axe handle slipped from my hand. I stood weak-kneed. If her speed of foot was equal to her speed of hand, I had no chance of escape. "I won't kill you," she said, her accent slurring the words into the rhythm of a musical phrase. She went back under the shelter and sat beside the patch of smoothed dirt. The phrasing of her assurance did nothing to ease my fears, yet I came forward. I told myself that this was Ray, that he had created this demoness from his sick needs and imaginings, but I could not believe it. With each step I became more immersed in her, as if her soul were too large for the body, and I was passing through its outer fringes. She motioned me to sit, and as I did, her strangeness lapped over me like heat from an open fire. My throat was constricted, but I managed to say, "Cassiopeia?" Her lips thinned and drew back from her teeth in a feral smile. "That's what Ray calls me. He can't pronounce my name. My home—" She glanced at the sky. "The clouds obscure it." I gawped at her. I had so many questions, I could not frame even one. Finally, I said, "Meacham's UFO. Was that your ship?" "The ship was destroyed far from here. What Meacham saw was a ghost, or rather the opening and closing of a road traveled by one." She gestured at the pit. "It lies there, beneath the water." I remembered the hard something I had poked with a stick. It had not felt in the least ectoplasmic, and I pointed this out. "Ghost is a translation of the word for it in my language," she said. "You touched the energy fields of a machine. It was equipped with a homing capacity, but its fields were disrupted by the accident that befell my ship. It can no longer open the roads between the worlds." "Roads?" I said. "I don't understand the roads, and if I could explain them, it would translate as metaphysics. The islanders would probably accept the explanation, but I doubt you would." She traced a line in the dirt with her forefinger. "To enter the superluminal universe, the body must die and be reanimated at journey's end. The other components of the life travel with the machine. All I know of the roads is that though journeys often last for years, they appear to be direct. When Meacham saw flame in the sky, it was because I came from flame, from the destruction of my ship." "The machine," I began. "It's an engineered life form," she said. You see, any life consists of a system of energy fields unified in the flesh. The machine is a partial simulation of that system, a kind of phantom life that's designed to sustain the most crucial of those fields, what you'd call the anima, the soul, until the body can be reanimated, or, if the body has been destroyed, until an artificial host has been supplied. Of course, there was no such host here, so the machine attracted those whose souls were impaired, those with whom a temporary exchange could be made. Without embodiment, I would have gone mad. She scooped up a handful of shell bits. I suppose I've gone mad in spite of it. I've rubbed souls with too many madmen. She tossed out the shell bits, a haphazard toss, I thought. But then I noticed that they had fallen into neat rows. The differences between us are too great for the exchange to be other than temporary, she went on. If I didn't re-enter the machine each morning, both I and my host and the machine would die. Despite the evidence of my senses, this talk of souls and energy fields, reminding me of the occult claptrap of the 60s, had renewed my doubts. People have been digging up the burying ground for years, I said. Why hasn't someone found this machine? It's a very clever machine, she said, smiling again. It hides from those who aren't meant to find it. Why would it choose only impaired hosts? To choose an unimpaired one would run contrary to the machine's morality, and to mine. How does it attract them? My understanding of the machine is limited, but I assume there's a process of conditioning involved. Each time I wake in a new host, it's always the same. A clearing, a shelter, the snakes. I started to ask another question, but she waved me off. You act as though I must prove something, she said. I have no wish to prove anything. Even if I did, I'm not sure I could. Most of my memories were stripped from me at the death of my body, and those that remain are those that have stained the soul. In a sense, I'm as much Ray as I am myself. Each night I inherit his memories, his abilities. It's like living in a closet filled with someone else's belongings. I continued to ask questions, with part of my mind playing the psychiatrist, eliciting answers in order to catalogue Ray's insanity. Yet my doubts were fading. She could not recall the purpose of her journey, or even of her life, but she said that her original body had been similar to the human form. Her people, too, had a myth of an ancient star-seeding race, though it had been larger, stronger, with superior organs of perception. Her world was a place of thick jungles, and her remote ancestors had been nocturnal predators. An old Caribe man had been her first host on the island. He had wandered onto the burying ground 6 months after her arrival, maddened by pain from a cancer that riddled his stomach. His wife had been convinced that a goddess had possessed him, and she had brought the tribal elders to bear witness. They were afraid of me, she said, and I was equally afraid of them, little devil men with ruddy skins and necklaces of jaguar teeth. They built fires around me, hemming me in, and they'd dance and screech and thrust their spears at me through the flames. It was nightmarish. I knew they might lose control of their fear at any second and try to kill me. I might have defended myself, but life was sacred to me then. They were whole, vital beings. To harm them would have been to mock what remained of me. She had cultivated them, and they had responded by providing her with new hosts, by arranging their fires to depict the constellation Cassiopeia, hoping to call down other gods to keep her company. It had been a fruitless hope, and there were other signals that would have been more recognizable to her people. But she had been touched by their concern,
and had not told them. I will not pretend that I recall exactly everything she said, yet I believe what follows captures the gist of her tale. At first I was disconcerted by its fluency and humanity, but I soon realized that not only had she had 2 centuries in which to practice her humanity, not only was she taking advantage of Ray's gift for storytelling, but also that she had told much of it before.
"For 22 years, she said, I inhabited Caribe bodies, most of them terribly damaged. Cripples, people with degenerative diseases, and once a young girl with a huge dent in her skull, an injury gotten during a raid. Though my energies increased the efficiency of their muscles, I endured all their agonies. But as the Caribe retreated from the island in face of the English, even this tortured existence was denied to me. I spent 4 years within the machine, despairing of ever leaving it again. Then, in 1819, Ezekiel Brooks stumbled onto the burying ground. He was a retarded boy of 17, and had become lost in the mangrove. When his father, William, came in search of him, he found me instead. He remembered the fiery object that had fallen from the sky, and was delighted to have solved a puzzle that had baffled his captain for so many years. Thereafter he visited every week, and dragged old Henry Meacham along. Meacham was in his 70s then, fat, with a doughy, wrinkled face, and long gray hair done up into ringlets. He affected foppish clothes and a lordly manner. He had the gout, and had to be carried through the mangrove by his slaves. They brought with them a teakwood chair, its grips carved into lions' heads, and there he'd sit, wheezing, bellowing at the slaves to keep busy with their fly-whisks, plying me with questions. He did not believe my story, and on his second visit, a night much like this one, moonstruck and lightly winded, he was accompanied by a Spanish woman, a scrawny old hag enveloped in a black shawl and skirt, who he told me was a witch.
"Sit you down with Tia Claudia," he said, prodding her forward with his cane.
"And she'll have the truth of you. She'll unravel your thoughts like a ball of twine." The old woman sat cross-legged beside the pit, pulled a lump of clouded crystal from her skirt, and set it on the ground before her. Beneath the shawl her shadowed wrinkles had the look of a pattern in tree bark, and despite her apparent frailty, I could feel her presence as a chill pressure on my skin. Uneasy, I sat down on the opposite side of the pit. Her eyelids drooped, her breath grew shallow and irregular, and the force of her life flooded me, intensifying in the exercise of her power. The fracture planes inside the crystal appeared to be gleaming with more than refracted moonlight, and as I stared at them, a drowsy sensation stole over me. But then I was distracted by a faint rushing noise from the pit. Hatchings of fine lines were etching the surface of the water, sending up sprays of mist. The patterns they formed resembled the fracture planes of the crystal. I glanced up at Tia Claudia. She was trembling, a horror-stricken expression on her face, and the rushing noise was issuing from her parted lips as though she had been invaded by a ghostly wind. The ligature of her neck was cabled. Her hands were clawed. I looked back to the pit. Beneath the surface, shrinking and expanding in a faltering rhythm, was a point of crimson light. Tia Claudia's power, I realized, was somehow akin to that of the machine. She was healing it, restoring its homing capacity, and it was opening a road. Hope blazed in me. I eased into the pit, and the fields gripped me, stronger than ever. But as the old woman let out a shriek and slumped to the ground, they weakened.
The point of light shrank to nothing, gone, glimmering like my hope. It had only been a momentary restoration, a product of her mind joined to the machines. 2 of Meacham's slaves helped Tia Claudia to her feet, but she shook them off and backed out of the shelter, her eyes fixed on the pit. She leaned against Meacham's chair for support. "Well," he said. "Kill him," she said. "He's too dangerous, too powerful." "Him?" Meacham laughed. Tia Claudia said that I was who I claimed to be, and argued that I was a threat to him. I understood that she was really concerned with my threat to her influence over Meacham, but I was so distressed by the lapsing of the machine's power that I didn't care what they did to me. Bathed in the silvery light, stars shining around their heads, they seemed emblematic of something, perhaps of all humanity. This ludicrous old pirate in his ruffled shirt, and shaking her knobbly finger at him, the manipulative witch who wanted to be his master. After that night, Meacham took me under his wing. I learned that he was an exile, outlawed by the English, and obsessed with the idea of returning home, and I think he was happy to have met someone even more displaced than he. Occasionally he'd invite me to his house, a gabled building of pitch-coated boards that clung to a strip of iron shore east of Sandy Bay. He'd sit me down in his study and read to me for hours from his journals. He thought that, being a member of an advanced civilization, I'd have the wit to appreciate his intellect. The study was a room that reflected his obsession with England, its walls covered with Union Jacks, a riot of scarlet and blue. Sometimes, watching the flies crusting the lip of his pewter mug, his sagging face looming above them, the colors on the wall appearing to drip in the unsteady glare of the oil lamp. Sometimes it seemed a more nightmarish environment than the Caribe's circle of fires. He'd pore over the pages, now and again saying, "Ah, here's one you'll like," and would quote the passage. "Wars," he read to me once, "are the solstices of a human spirit, ushering in winter to a young man's thought and rekindling the spring of an old man's anger." Every page was filled with aphorisms like that, high-sounding, yet empty of meaning except as regarded his own nature. He was the cruelest man I've ever known, a wife-beater, a tyrant to his slaves and children. Some nights he would have himself borne down to the beach, order torches lit, and watch as those who had offended him were flogged, often to the death, with stalks of withe. After witnessing one of the floggings, I considered killing him, even though such an act would have been in violation of everything I believed. Then one night he brought another woman to the burying ground, a young mulatto girl named Norma Mullins. "She be weak-minded like Ezekiel," said Meacham. "She'll make you a perfect wife." She would have run, but his slaves herded her forward. Her eyes darted left and right. Her hands fidgeted with the folds of her skirt. "I don't need a wife," I said. "Don't you now? Here's a chance to create your own lineage, to escape that infernal contraption of yours. Nora'll bear you a child, and if blood holds true, it'll be as witless as its parents. After Ezekiel's gone, you can take up residence in your heir." His laugh disintegrated into a hacking cough. The idea had logic behind it, but the thought of being intimate with a member of another species, especially one whose sex might be said to approximate my own, repelled me. Further, I didn't trust his motives. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "I'm dying." The old monster worked up a tear over the prospect. "Nora's my legacy to you. I've always thought it a vast irony that a high-flying soul such as yourself should have been brought so low.
It'll please me to think of you marooned among generations of idiots while I'm winging off to my reward." "This island is your reward," I said. "Even the soul dies." "You know that for a fact?" He was worried. "No," I said, relenting. "No one knows that." "Well, then, I'll come back to haunt you." But he never did. I had intended to send Nora away after he left, but Ezekiel, though too timid to approach her sexually, found her attractive. And I didn't want to deprive him of her companionship. In addition, I began to realize how lonely I had been myself. The idea of keeping her with me and fathering a child seemed more and more appealing, and a week later, using Ezekiel's memories to rouse lust, I set out to become a family man. What a strange union that was! The moon sailing overhead, chased by ragged blue clouds, the wind and insects and frogs combining into a primitive music. Nora was terrified. She whimpered and rolled her eyes and half-heartedly tried to fight me off. I don't believe she was clear as to what was happening, but eventually her instincts took control. It would be hard to imagine two more inept virgins. I had a logical understanding of the act, at least one superior to Nora's, but this was counterbalanced by her sluggish coordination and my revulsion. Somehow we managed. I think it was mainly due to the fact that she sensed I was like her, female in a way that transcended anatomy, and this helped us to employ tenderness with one another. Over the succeeding nights, an honest affection developed between us. Though her speech was limited to strangled cries, we learned to communicate after a fashion, and our love-making grew more expert, more genuine. 14 years we were together. She bore me 3 children, 2 stillborn, but the third, a slow-witted boy, whom we named Carl. It was a name that Nora could almost pronounce. By day, she and Ezekiel were brother and sister, and by night, she and I were husband and wife. Carl needed things the land couldn't provide, milk, vegetables, and these were given us by William Brooks. But when he died several years after Carl's birth, taking with him the secret of my identity, Nora began going into Sandy Bay to beg. Or so I thought, until I was visited by her brother Robert. I knew something must be wrong. We were the shame of the family. They had never acknowledged us in any way. "Nora, she dead," he told me. "Murdered." He explained that 2 of her customers had been fighting over her, and that when she had tried to leave, one, a man named Halsey Brooks, had slit her throat. I didn't understand. Customers? Nothing Mullins said made sense. "Don't you know she been whoring?" he said. "Man, you are worse fool than I think. She been whoring these 6-7 years. "Carl," I said, "where is he?" "My woman taken charge of him," he said. "I come for to bring you to dis Brooks. If you ain't man enough, then I handle it myself. Family's family, no matter how crooked de tie." What I felt then was purely human. Loss, rage, guilt over the fact that Nora had been driven to such straits. "Show him to me," I said. Hearing the murderousness in my voice, Robert Mullins smiled. Halsey Brooks was drinking in a shanty bar, a single room lit by oil lamps, whose glass tops were so sooty that the light penetrated them as baleful orange gleams. The rickety tables looked like black spiders standing at attention. Brooks was sitting against the rear wall, a big slack-bellied man with skin the color of sun-baked mud, wearing a shirt and trousers of sailcloth. Mullins stationed himself out of sight at the door, his machete at the ready in case I failed, and I went inside. Catching sight of me, Brooks grinned and drew a knife from his boot. "That little squint of yours must be missin' you down in hell," he said, and threw the knife. I twisted aside, and the knife struck the wall. Brooks' eyes widened. He got to his feet, wary. The other customers headed for the door, knocking over chairs in their haste. "You are quick, little nigger," said Brooks, advancing on me. "But quick won't help you now." He would have been no match for me, but confronted by the actual task of shedding blood, I found that I couldn't go through with it. I was nauseated by the thought that I had even considered it. I backed away, tripped over a chair, and went sprawling in the corner. "Dot de best you got to offer?" said Brooks, chuckling. As he reached for me, Mullins slipped up behind and slashed him across the neck and back. Brooks screamed, an incredibly girlish sound for a man so large, and sank to his knees beside me, trying to pinch together the lips of his wounds. He held a hand to his face, seemingly amazed by the redness. Then he pitched forward on top of me. The reek of his blood and sweat, just the feel of him in my hands as I started to push him away, all that drove me into a fury. One of his eyes was an inch from mine, half closed and clouding over. He was dying, but I wanted to dig the last flicker of life out of him. I tore at his cheek with my teeth. The eye snapped open. I heard the beginning of his scream, and I remember nothing more until I threw him aside. His face was flayed to the muscle strings, his nose was pulped, and there were brimming dark red craters where his eyes had been. "My God!" said Mullins, staring at the ruin of Brooks' head. He turned to me. "Go home. De thing more than settled." All my rage had drained and been replaced by self-loathing. Home. I was home. The island had eroded my spirit, transformed me into one of its violent creatures. "Don't come round no more," said Mullins, wiping his blade on Brooks' trousers. He gave me a final look of disgust. "Get back to the damn burying ground, where you belong." Cassiopeia sprang to her feet and stepped out into the clearing. Her expression was grim, and I was worried that she might have worked herself into a rage by rehashing the killing. But she only walked a few paces away. Silvered by the moonlight, she looked unnaturally slim, and it seemed more than ever that I was seeing an approximation of her original form. The snakes had grown dead still in the trench. "You didn't really kill him," I said. "I would have," she said, "but never again." She kicked at a pile of conch shells and sent them clattering down. "What happened then?" She did not answer for a moment, gazing out toward the sound of the reef. "I was sickened by the changes I'd undergone," she said. "I became a hermit, and after Ezekiel died, I continued my hermitage in Carl's body. That poor soul." She walked a little farther away. "I taught him to hide whenever men visited the burying ground. He lived like a wild animal, grubbing for roots, fishing with his bare hands. At the time it seemed the kindest thing I could do. I wanted to cleanse him of the taint of humanity. Of course, that proved impossible. For both of us." "You know," I said, "with all the technological advances these days, you might be able to contact—" "Don't you think I've considered my prospects?" she said angrily, and then in a quieter tone, "I used to hope that human science would permit me to return home some day, but I'm not sure I want to anymore. I've been perverted by this culture. I'd be as repulsive to my people as Ezekiel was to Robert Mullins, and I doubt that I'd be comfortable among them myself." I should have understood the finality of her loneliness. She had been detailing it in her story. But I understood now. She was a mixture of human and alien, spiritually a half-breed, gone native over a span of 2 centuries. She had no people, no place, except this patch of sand and mangrove, no tradition except the clearing and the snakes, and a game made of broken shells. "I'm sorry," I said. "It's not your fault, Frank," she said, and smiled. "It's your American heritage that makes you tend to enshrine the obvious." "Ray and I aren't a fair sample," I said defensively. "I've known other Americans," she said. "They've all had that tendency. Everyone down here thought they were fools when they first came. They seemed totally unaware of the way things worked, and no one understood that their tremendous energy and capacity for deceit would compensate. But they were worse than either the pirates or the Spanish." Without another word, she turned and walked toward the brush. "Wait," I said. I was eager to hear about her experiences with Americans. "You can come back tomorrow, Frank," she said. "Though maybe you shouldn't." "Why not?" Then, thinking that she might have some personal reason for distrusting Americans, I said, "I won't hurt you. I don't believe I'm physically capable of it." "What a misleading way to measure security," she said, "in terms of hurt. You avoid using the word kill, and yet you kill so readily. It's as though you're all pretending it's a secret." She slipped into the brush, moving soundlessly, somehow avoiding the dry branches, the papery fronds. I drove all over the island the next day, trying to find a tape recorder, eventually borrowing one from a tourist in Meacham's Landing. Half-baked delusions of grandeur had been roused in me. I would be the Schliemann of extraterrestrial research, uncovering the ruin of an alien beneath the waist of a human being. There would be bestsellers, talk shows, exclamations of academic awe. Of course, there was no real proof. A psychiatrist would point out how conveniently pat the story was, the machine that hid itself, the loss of memory, the alien woman conjured up by a man whose disorder stemmed from a disappointment in love. He would say it was the masterwork of a gifted tale spinner, complete with special effects. Yet I thought that whoever heard it would hear, as I had, the commonplace perfection of truth underlying its exotic detail. I had forgotten my original purpose for visiting the burying ground, but that afternoon Jimmy Mullins turned up at my door, eager to learn if I had news for him. He was only moderately drunk, and had his wife Hetty in tow, a slender, mahogany-skinned woman wearing a dirty blue dress. She was careworn, but still prettier than Mullins deserved. I was busy and put him off, telling him that I was exploring something with Ray that could lead to money. And, I realized, I was. Knowing his character, I had assumed Mullins was attempting to swindle Hatfield, but Nora Mullins' common-law marriage to Ezekiel Brooks gave credence to his claim. I should have explained it to him. As it was, he knew I was just getting rid of him, and Hetty had to pull him down from the porch to cut short his arguments. My news must have given him some heart, though, because a few minutes later Hatfield knocked at the door. "What you tellin' Jimmy?" he asked. "He braggin' that you got proof de burying ground his." I denied the charge and told him what I had learned, but not how I had learned it. "I never mean to cheat Jimmy," he said, scratching his head. "I just want to make sure he not cheatin' me. If he got a case, well, miserable as he is, he blood." After he left, I had problems. I found I needed new batteries for the recorder, and had to drive into Meacham's Landing, and when I returned home, I had an argument with Elizabeth that lasted well past sunset. As a result, I did not start out for the burying ground until almost 10 o'clock, and while I was stowing my pack in the dory, I saw Cassiopeia walking toward me along the beach. It was a clear night, the shadows of the palms sharp on the sand. and each time she passed through a shadow, it seemed I was seeing Ray. But then, as she emerged into the light, I would undergo a peculiar dislocation and realize that it was not Ray at all. "I was on my way out to you," I said. "You didn't have to come into town." "I gave up being a hermit long ago, Frank," she said. "I like coming here. Sometimes it jogs my memory to be around so many others, though there's nothing really familiar about them." "What do you remember?" "Not much. Flashes of scenery, conversations. But once I did remember something concrete. I think it had to do with my work, my profession. I'll show you." She squatted, smoothed a patch of sand, and began tracing a design. As with all her actions, this one was quick and complicated. She used 3 fingers of each hand, moving them in contrary directions, adding a squiggle here, a straight line there, until the design looked like a cross between a mandala and a printed circuit. Watching it evolve, I was overcome by a feeling of peace, not the drowsiness of hypnotism, but a powerful, enlivening sensation that alerted me to the peacefulness around me. The soughing of the palms, the lapping of the water, the stillness of the reef. It was low tide. This feeling was as potent as the effect of a strong drug, and yet it had none of the fuzziness that I associate with drugs. By the time she had finished, I was so wrapped in contentment that all my curiosity had abated. I was not even curious about the design, and I put aside, for the moment, the idea of recording her. We strolled eastward along the beach without talking, past Sarah's store and the chicken shack, taking in the sights. The tin roofs of the shanties gleamed under the moonlight, and their imperfections hidden by the darkness, the shanties themselves looked quaint and cozy. Shadows were dancing behind the curtains, soft reggae drifted on the breeze. Peace. When I finally broke the silence, it was not out of curiosity, but in the spirit of that peace, of friendship. "What about Ray?" I asked. "He was in pretty rough shape when I visited him the other afternoon." "He's better off than he would be elsewhere," she said. "Calmer, steadier." "But he can't be happy." "Maybe not," she said. "But in a way, I'm what he was always seeking, even before he began to deteriorate. He actually thinks of me in romantic terms." She laughed, a trilling note. "I'm very happy with him myself. I've never had a host with so few defects." We were drawing near the new Byzantine church of the Archangel, a small white frame building set back from the shore. This being Friday, it had been turned into a movie theater. The light above the door illuminated a gaudy poster that had been inserted into the glass case normally displaying the subject of the sermon. The poster showed 2 blood-stained Chinese men fighting with curved knives. Several teenagers were silhouetted by the light, practicing martial arts kicks beside the steps, like stick figures come to life, and a group of men was watching them, passing a bottle. One of the men detached himself from the group and headed toward us. Jimmy Mullins. "Mr. Milliken," he shouted, "dis the owner of the burying ground wantin' to speak with you." Cassiopeia spun on her heel and went wading out into the water. Infuriated, Mullins ran after her, and, myself infuriated at the interruption, this breach of peace, I stuck out a foot and tripped him. I threw myself on top of him, trying for a pin, but he was stronger than I had supposed. He wrenched an arm loose, stunned me with a blow to the head, and wriggled free. I clamped my arms around his leg, and he dragged me along, yelling at Cassiopeia. "Pay me my money, bastard!" "I'll pay you," I said out of desperation. It might have been a magic spell that I had pronounced. He quit dragging me. I clung to his leg with one hand, and with the other I wiped a crust of mucky sand from my mouth. "You going to pay me 3,000 lemps?" he said in a tone of disbelief. It occurred to me that he had not expected the entire amount, that he had only been hoping for a nuisance payment. But I was committed. $1,500 was no trifle to me, but I might be able to recoup it from Ray, and if not, well, I could make it up by foregoing my Christmas trip to the States. I pulled out my wallet and handed Mullins all the bills, about 50 or 60 lempira. "That's all I've got now," I said, "but I'll get the rest in the morning. Just leave Milliken alone." Mullins stared at the money in his hand, his little snappish eyes blinking rapidly, speechless. I stared out to sea, searching for a sign of Cassiopeia, but found none. Not at first. Then I spotted her, a slim, pale figure standing atop a coral head about 15 yards from shore. Without taking a running start, she leaped. At that distance, she looked like a white splinter being blown through the night, and landed upon another coral head some 20-25 feet away. Before I could absorb the improbability of the leap, she dived and vanished into the water beyond the reef. "I be at your house 9 o'clock sharp," said Mullins joyfully, "and we go to the bank together. You not going to be having no more strife with dis negro." But Mullins did not show up the next morning, not at 9 o'clock or 10 or 11. I asked around and heard that he had been drinking in Spanish Harbor. He had probably forgotten the appointment and passed out beneath some shanty. I drove to the bank, withdrew the money, and returned home. Still no Mullins. I wandered the beach, hoping to find him, and around 3 o'clock I ran into Hetty at Sarah's store. "Jimmy, he never home of a Saturday," she told me ruefully. I considered giving her the money, but I suspected that she would not tell Mullins, would use it for the children, and though this would be an admirable use, I doubted that it would please Mullins. Twilight fell, and my patience was exhausted. I left a message for Mullins with Elizabeth, stashed the money in a trunk, and headed for the burying ground. After mooring the dory, I switched on the recorder and secreted it in my pack. My investigative zeal of the previous day had been reborn, and not even the desolation of Port Ezekiel could dim my spirits. I had solved the ultimate problem of the retiree. I had come up with a project that was not only time-consuming, but perhaps had some importance. And now that Mullins had been taken care of, nothing would interfere. Cassiopeia was sitting beneath the shelter when I reached the clearing, a silvery star of moonlight shifting across her face from a ragged hole in the thatch. She pointed to my pack and asked, "What's that?" "The pack," I said innocently. "Inside it." I knew she meant the recorder. I showed it to her and said, "I want to document your story." She snatched it from me and slung it into the bushes. "You're a stupid man, Frank," she said. "What do you suppose would happen if you played a recording of me for someone? They'd say it was an interesting form of insanity, and if they could profit, or if they were driven by misguided compassion, they'd send me away for treatment. And that would be that." For a long while afterward she would not talk to me. Clouds were passing across the moon, gradually thinning, so that each time the light brightened, it was brighter than the time before, as if the clearing were being dipped repeatedly into a stream and washed free of a grimy film. Cassiopeia sat brooding over her game-board. Having grown somewhat accustomed to her, to that strong female presence, I was beginning to be able to detect her changes in mood. And they were rapid changes, fluctuating every few seconds between hostility and sadness. I recalled her telling me that she was probably mad. I had taken the statement to be an expression of gloom, but now I wondered if any creature whose mood shifted with such rapidity could be judged sane. Nonetheless, I was about to ask her to continue her story when I heard an outboard motor, and moments after it had been shut off, a man's voice shouting, "Mr. Milliken!" It was Jimmy Mullins. A woman's voice shrilled, unintelligible, and there was a crash, as if someone had fallen. A second later, Mullins pushed into the clearing. Hetty was clinging to his arm, restraining him. But on seeing us, he cuffed her to the ground and staggered forward. His town clothes were matted with filth and damp. 2 other men crowded up behind Hetty. They were both younger than Mullins, slouching, dressed in rags, and sporting natty dreads. One held a rum bottle, and the second, the taller, carried a machete. "You owe me 3,000 lemps," said Mullins to Cassiopeia. His head lolled back, and silver dots of moonlight flared in his eyes. "Sick of this Yankee domination," said the taller man. He giggled. "Ain't that right, Jimmy?" "Jimmy," I said, "we had a bargain." Mullins said nothing, his face a mask of sodden fury. He teetered on the edge of the trench, unaware of the snakes. "Tired of this exploitation," said the man, and his friend, who had been taking a pull from the bottle, elbowed him gleefully and said, "Dat pretty slick, mon. Listen up." He snapped his fingers in a reggae tempo and sang in a sweet, tremulous voice. "Sick of this Yankee domination. Oh, yeah, aye. Tired of this exploitation." The scenario was clear. These 2 had encountered the drunken Mullins in a bar, listened to the story of his windfall, and, thinking that he was being had, hoping to gain by it, they had egged him into this confrontation. "This my land, and you ain't legal on it," said Mullins. "What about our bargain, Jimmy?" I asked. "The money's back at the house." He was tempted, but drunkenness and politics had infected his pride. "I ain't no beggar," he said. "I wants what's mine, and this man's money mine." He bent down and picked up one of the conch shells that were lying about. He curled his fingers around the inner curve of the shell. It fit over his hand like the spiked glove of a gladiator. He took a vicious swipe in our direction, and it whooshed through the air. Cassiopeia let out a hissing breath. It was very tense in the clearing. The 2 men were watching Mullins with new respect, new alertness, no longer joking. Even in the hands of a fool, conch shells were serious business. They had a ritual potency. Cassiopeia was deadpan, measuring Mullins. Her anger washed over me. I gauged it to be less anger than a cold disapproval, the caliber of emotion one experiences in reaction to a nasty child. But I was ready to intervene if her mood should escalate. Mullins was a coward at heart, and I thought that he would go to the brink, but no further. I edged forward, halfway between them. My mouth was dry. "I going to bash you simple, and you not pay me," said Mullins, crossing over the trench. "Listen, Jimmy," I said, raising the voice of reason. Cassiopeia lunged for him. I threw my arms around her, and Mullins, panicked, seeing her disadvantage, swung the shell. She heaved me aside with a shrug and tried to slip the punch, but I had hampered her just enough. The shell glanced off her shoulder. She gave a cawing, guttural screech that scraped a nail down the slate of my spine and clutched at the wound. "See there," said Mullins to his friends, triumphant. "This Negro take care of he own." He went reeling back over the trench, nearly tripping, and, in righting himself, he caught sight of the snakes. It would have been impossible not to see them. They were thrusting frenziedly at the wire. Mullins' jaw fell, and he backed away. One of the rocks was dislodged from the screen. The snakes began to slither out, riding rippling black figures on the dirt and vanishing into the litter, rustling the dead fronds.
"Oh, Jimmy!"
Hetty held out a hand to him.
"Have a care!"
Cassiopeia gave another of those chilling screeches and lowered into a crouch. Her torso swaying, her hands hooked, the flesh of her left shoulder was torn and blood webbed her arm, dripping from her fingertips, giving them the look of claws. She stepped across the trench after Mullins.
Without warning, the taller of the two men sprinted toward her, his machete raised. Cassiopeia caught his wrist and flipped him one-handed into the trench as easily as she might have tossed away an empty bottle. There were still snakes in the trench. They struck at his arms, his legs, and he thrashed about wildly, crying out. But one must have hit a vein, for the cry was sheared off. His limbs beat a tattoo against the dirt. His eyes rolled up. Slivers of iris peeped beneath the lids. A tiny coralito hung like a tassel from his cheek, and a yellow jaw was coiling around his throat, its flat head poked from the spikes of his hair. I heard a squawk, a sharp crack, and looked to the center of the clearing. The second man was crumpled at Cassiopeia's feet, his neck broken. Dark blood poured from his mouth, puddling under his jaw. "Mr. Milliken," said Mullins, backing his bravado gun, "I going to make things right. Hetty, she fixed that little scrape." He stumbled, and as he flung out an arm for balance, Cassiopeia leaped toward him, going impossibly high. It was a gorgeous movement, as smooth as the arc of a diver, but more complex. She maintained a crouch in mid-air, and passing close to Mullins, she plucked the conch shell from his waving hand, fitted it to her own, and spun round to face him, all before she had landed. Hetty began to scream, short, piercing shrieks, as if she were being stabbed over and over. Mullins ran for the brush, but Cassiopeia darted ahead of him and blocked his path. She was smiling. Again Mullins ran, and again she cut him off, keeping low, flowing across the ground. Again and again she let him run, offering him hope and dashing it, harrying him this way and that. The wind had increased, and clouds were racing overhead, strobing the moonlight. The clearing seemed to be spinning a carousel of glare and shadow, and Hetty's screams were keeping time with the spin. Mullins' legs grew rubbery. He weaved back and forth, his arms windmilling, and at last he collapsed in a heap of fronds. Almost instantly he scrambled to his knees, yelling and tearing loose a snake that had been hanging from his wrist. A coralito, I think. "Ah!" he said. "Ah! Ah!" His stare lanced into my eyes, freezing me with its hopelessness. A slant of light grazed his forehead, shining his sweat to silver beads. Cassiopeia walked over and grabbed a handful of his shirt front, hoisting him up until his feet were dangling. He kicked feebly and made a piteous bubbling noise. Then she drove the conch shell into his face. Once, twice, 3 times. Each blow splintered bone and sent a spray of blood flying. Hetty's scream became a wail. After the final blow, a spasm passed through Mullins' body. It looked too inconsequential to be death. I was dimly aware that Hetty had stopped screaming, that the outboard motor had been started, but I was transfixed. Cassiopeia was still holding Mullins aloft, as if admiring her handiwork. His head glistened black in the moonlight, featureless and oddly misshapen. At least a minute went by before she dropped him. The thump of the body broke the spell that the scene had cast. I eased toward the brush. "You can leave, Frank," she said. "I won't kill you." I was giddy with fear, and I almost laughed. She did not turn, but cocked an eye at me over her shoulder, a menacing posture. I was afraid that if I tried to leave, she would hunt me through the brush. "I won't kill you," she said again. She lowered her head, and I could feel her despair, her shame. It acted to lessen my fear. "The soldiers will be coming," I said. She was silent, motionless. "You should make the exchange with Ray." I was horrified by what she had done, but I wanted her to live. Insane or not, she was too rare to lose. A voice of mystery in all this ordinary matter. "No more." She said it in a grim whisper.
"I know it's much to ask, Frank, but will you keep me company?"
"What are you going to do?"
"Nothing. Wait for the soldiers."
She inspected her wound. The blood had quit flowing.
"And if they don't come before dawn, I'll watch the sunrise. I've always been curious about it."
She scarcely said a word the rest of the night. We went down to the shore and sat beside a tangle of mangrove. I tried to convince her to survive, but she warded off every argument with a slashing gesture. Toward dawn, as the first gray appeared in the east, she had a convulsion, a brief flailing of the limbs that stretched her out flat. Dawn comes swiftly on the water, and by the time she had regained consciousness, pink streaks were infiltrating the gray. "Make the exchange," I urged her. "It's not too late, is it?" She ignored me. Her eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the rim of the solar disk was edging up. The sea reflected a rippling path of crimson and purple leading away from it, and the bottoms of the clouds were dyed these same colors. 10 minutes later, she had a more severe convulsion. This one left a froth of bloody bubbles rimming her nostrils. She groped for my hand, and as she squeezed it, I felt my bones grinding together. My emotions were grinding together as well. My situation, like Henry Meacham's, was so similar to hers. Aliens and strangers, all of us, unable to come to grips with this melancholy island. Shortly after her third convulsion, I heard an outboard motor. A dory was cutting toward us from the reef wall. It was not a large enough craft to be the militia, and as it drew near, I recognized Hatfield Brooks by his silhouette hunched over the tiller, his natty dreads. He switched off the motor and let the dory drift until he was about 50 feet away. Then he dropped the anchor and picked up a rifle that had been leaning against the front seat. He set the stock to his shoulder. "Keep clear of there, Mr. Winship," he called. "I can't vouch for the steadiness of my aim." Behind him, shafts of light were spearing up through balconies of cloud, a cathedral of a sky. "Don't, Hatfield!" I stepped in front of Cassiopeia, waving my arms. He's dying. There's no need for it." "Keep clear," he shouted. "The man have killed Jimmy, and I come for him." "Just let him die." "He don't just let Jimmy die. Had he be sayin' how that crazy man batter him." He braced himself in the stern and took aim. With a hoarse sigh, Cassiopeia climbed to her feet. I caught her wrist. Her skin was burning hot. Her pulse drummed. Nerves twitched at the corners of her eyes, and one of the pupils was twice the size of the other. It was Ray's face I was seeing in that dawn light, hollow-cheeked, dirt-smeared, haggard. But even then I saw a sleeker shape beneath. She peeled my fingers off her wrist. "Goodbye, Frank," she said. She pushed me away and ran toward Hatfield. Ran! The water was waist-deep all the way to the reef, yet she knifed through it as if it were nothing, plowing a wake like the hull of a speedboat. It was a more disturbing sight than her destruction of Mullins had been. Thoroughly inhuman. Hatfield's first shot struck her in the chest and barely slowed her. She was 20 feet from the dory when the second shot hit, and that knocked her sideways, clawing at her stomach. The third drilled a jet of blood from her shoulder, driving her back, but she came forward again, one plodding step after another, shaking her head with pain. 4, 5, 6. Hatfield kept squeezing off the rounds, and I was screaming for him to finish her. Each shot was a hammer blow that shivered loose a new scream. An arm's length from the dory, she sank to her knees and grabbed the keel, rocking it violently. Hatfield bounced side to side, unable to bring the rifle to bear. It discharged twice.
wild misses aimed at the sky, the trees. And then, her head thrown back, arms upflung, Cassiopeia leaped out of the water. Out of the world. I am not sure whether she meant to kill Hatfield, or if this was just a last expression of physicality. Whatever her intent, she went so high that it was more a flight than a leap. Surrounded by a halo of fiery drops twisting above the dory, her chest striped with blood, she seemed a creation of some visionary's imagination, bursting from a jeweled egg and being drawn gracefully into the heavens. But at the peak of the leap, she came all disjointed and fell, disappearing in a splash. Moments later, she floated up, face downward, and began to drift away. The sound of the reef faded in a steady, soothing hiss. The body spun slowly on the tide. The patch of water around it was stained gold and purple, as if the wounds were leaking the colors of sunrise. Hatfield and I stared at each other across the distance. He did not lower the rifle. Strangely enough, I was not afraid. I had come to the same conclusion as Cassiopeia, the knowledge that the years could only decline from this point onward. I felt ready to die. The soft crush of waves building louder and louder on the reef, the body drifting leisurely toward shore, the black, snaky-haired figure bobbing in his little boat against the enormous flag of the sunburst. It was a perfect medium for death. The whole world was steeped in it. But Hatfield laid the rifle down. He half raised his hand to me, an aborted salute or farewell, and held the pose a second or two. He must have recognized the futility of any gesture, for he ducked his head then and fired up the motor, leaving me to take charge of the dead. The authorities were unable to contact Ray's family. It may be that he had none. He had never spoken of them. The local cemetery refused his remains. Too many Brookses and Mullenses under the soil, and so, as was appropriate, he was laid to rest beside Ezekiel and Carl on the burying ground. Hatfield fled off island and worked his passage to Miami, though he is still considered something of a hero. The tide of anti-Americanism ebbed. It was as if Ray had been a surrogate for the mercenaries and development bankers who had raped the island over the years. Once more there were friendly greetings, smiling faces, and contented shrimp workers. As for me, I married Elizabeth. I have no illusions about the relationship. In retrospect, it seems a self-destructive move. But I was shaken, haunted. If I had not committed my stupidity with the recorder, if I had not thrown my arms around Cassiopeia, would she have been able to control her anger? Would she merely have disarmed Mullins? I needed the bitter enchantment of a marriage to ground myself in the world again, to obscure the answers to these questions, to blur the meaning of these events. And what was their meaning? Was this a traveler's tale like none other? A weaving together of starships and pirates, madmen and ghosts, into the history of an alien being and a sorry plot of mangrove? Or was it simply an extraordinary instance of psychosis, a labyrinthine justification for a young man's lack of inner strength? I have no proof that would be measurable by any scientific rule, though I can offer one that is purely Guanohan, and therefore open to interpretation. What was seen might have been an actual event or the shade of such an event, or it might have been the relic of a wish powerful enough to outlast the brain that conceived it. Witness the testimony of Donald Ebanks, a fisherman, who put in at night to the burying ground for repairs several months after Cassiopeia's death. I heard him tell the story at the chicken shack, and since it was only the third retelling, since he had only downed 2 rums, it had not changed character much from the original. "I tinkerin' wid the fuel line," he said, "when of a sudden there's the sound of wind, and yet there ain't no wind to feel. I wear dat dis the duppy sign, but I ain't fearful, 'cause my mother she take me to Esquilpas as a child, and have the Black Virgin bless me. After dat, no duppy can do me harm. Still I wary. I turn, and there they is, 2 of dem, both shinin' pale white, with that duppy glow that don't 'low you to see their truthful colors. One were Ray Milliken, and the other— God! I fall back in the boat to see it. The face ain't nothing but teeth and eyes, and there's a fringe round the head like the fringe of the anemone, snappin' and twistin'. And tall. This duppy must be 2 foot taller than Ray. Skinny tall, wearin' something that fit tight to it frame neck to toe, and shine even brighter than the glow round their bodies. Now Ray he smile, and come a step to me, but this other cotchy arm, and 'pear to be scoldin' him. It point behind him, and there, right where it pointin', some of the glow clear a spot, and the spot growin' wider and wider to a circle, and through the circle I'm seein' creepers, trees. Solid jungle like they gots in Mesquite. Ray have a fretful look on he face, but he shrug, and they walks off into the circle. Not walkin' proper, you understand. They dwindlin', and the wind dwindlin' with them. See, they not travelin' over the buryin' ground, but pon duppy roads that draws them quick from the world, and they just dwindlin' and dwindlin' till they's nothing but a speck of gleam and a whisper of wind. Then they gone. Gone for good was the feelin' I got. But where, I cannot tell you.
Mengele. During the Vietnam War, I served as an aerial scout, piloting a single-engine Cessna low above the jungles, spotting targets for the F-16s. It was not nearly so dangerous as it sounds. The VC preferred to risk the slim chance of being spotted rather than giving away their positions by shooting me down, and most of my flights were made in an atmosphere of relative peace and quiet. I had always been a loner, perhaps even a bit of a misanthrope, and after my tour was up, after returning to the States, I found these attitudes had hardened. War had either colored my perceptions or dropped the scales from my eyes, for everywhere I went I noticed a great dissolution. In the combat zones and shooting galleries, in the bombed-looking districts of urban decay, in the violent music and the cities teeming with derelicts and burned-out children, I saw reflected the energies that had created Vietnam, and it occurred to me that in our culture war and peace had virtually the same effects. The West, it seemed, was truly in decline. I was less in sympathy with those who preached social reform than with the wild-eyed street evangelists who proclaimed the last days and the triumph of evil. Yet evil struck me then as too emotional and unsophisticated a term, redolent of swarming demons and medieval plagues, and I preferred to think of it as a spiritual malaise. No matter what label was given to the affliction, though, I wanted no part of it. I came to think of my wartime experiences, the clean minimalism of my solo flights, as an idol, and thus I entered into the business of ferrying small planes. Phelan's air ferry, I called it, until I smartened up. My disposition to the business was similar to that of someone who is faced with the prospect of crossing a puddle too large to leap.
He must plot a course between the shallow spots and then skip on tiptoe from point to point, landing as lightly as possible in order to avoid a contaminating splash. It was my intent to soar above decay, to touch down only in those places as yet unspoiled. Some of the planes I ferried carried cargoes, which I did not rigorously inspect. Others I delivered to their owners, however far away their homes. The farther away the better, to my mind. By my reckoning, I have spent 15 months in propeller-driven aircraft over water, a good portion of this over the North Atlantic, and so, when I was offered a substantial fee to pilot a twin-engine Beechcraft from Miami to Asuncion, the capital of Paraguay, it hardly posed a challenge. From the outset, though, the flight proved to be anything but unchallenging. The Beechcraft was a lemon. The right wing shimmied, the inside of the cabin rattled like an old jalopy, and the radio was constantly on the fritz, giving up the ghost once and for all as I crossed into Paraguayan airspace. I had to set down at Guayaquil for repairs to the electrical system, and then, as I was passing over the Gran Chaco, the great forest that sprawls across western Paraguay, a wilderness of rumpled dark green hills, the engines died. In those first seconds of pure silence before the weight of the world dragged me down and the wind began ripping past, I experienced an exhilaration, an irrational confidence that God had chosen to make an exception of me, and had repealed the law of gravity, that I would float the rest of the way to Asuncion. But as the nose of the plane tipped earthward and a chill fanned out from my groin, I shook off this notion and started fighting for my life. A river, the Pilcomayo, was glinting silver among the hills several miles to my left. I banked into a glide and headed toward it. Under ordinary conditions, I would have had time to pick an optimal stretch of water, but the Beechcraft was an even worse glider than airplane, and I had to settle for the nearest likely spot, a fairly straight section enclosed by steep, piney slopes. As I flashed between the slopes, I caught sight of black-roofed cottages along the shore, a much larger house looming on the crest. Then I smacked down, skipping like a stone for at least 100 yards. I felt the tail lift, and everything became a sickening whirl of dark green and glare, and the hard silver light of the river came up to shatter the windshield. I must have regained consciousness shortly after the crash, for I recall a face peering in at me. There was something malformed about the face, some wrongness of hue and shape, but I was too dizzy to see clearly. I tried to speak, managed a croak, and just this slight effort caused me to lose consciousness again. The next thing I recall is waking in a high-ceilinged room, whose size led me to believe that I was inside the large house I had noticed atop the slope. My head ached fiercely, and when I put a hand to my brow, I found it to be bandaged. As soon as the aching had diminished, I sat up and looked around. The decor of the room had a rectitude that would have been appropriate to a mausoleum. The walls and floors were of gray marble inscribed by veins of deeper gray. The door, a featureless rectangle of ebony, was flanked by 2 black wooden chairs. The bed itself was spread with a black silk coverlet. I assumed the drapes overhanging the window to be black also, but on closer inspection I discovered that they were woven of a cloth that under various intensities of light displayed many colors of darkness. These were the only furnishings. Carefully, because I was still dizzy, I walked to the window and pulled back the drapes. Scattered among the pines below were a dozen or so black roofs, tile they were, and a handful of people were visible on the paths between them. There was a terrible, slow awkwardness to their movements that brought to mind the malformed face I had seen earlier, and a nervous thrill ran across the muscles of my shoulders. Farther down the slope, the pines grew more thickly,
obscuring the wreckage of the plane, though patches of shining water showed through the bows. I heard a click behind me, and turning, I saw an old man in the doorway. He was leaning on a cane, wearing a loose gray shirt that buttoned high about his throat, and dark trousers, apparently of the same material as the drapes. He was so hunched that it was only with great difficulty he was able to lift his eyes from the floor, an infirmity, he told me later, that had led to his acquiring an interest in entomology. He was bald, his scalp mottled like a bird's egg, and when he spoke, the creakiness of his voice could not disguise a thick German accent. "I'm pleased to see you up and about, Mr. Phelan," he said, indicating by a gesture that I should sit on the bed. "I take it I have you to thank for this," I said, pointing to my bandage. "I'm very grateful, Mr. You may call me Dr. Mengele." He shuffled toward me at a snail's pace. "I have, of course, learned your name from your papers. They will be returned to you." The name Mengele, which had the sound of a dull bell ringing, was familiar. But I was neither Jewish nor a student of history, and it was not until after he had examined me, pronouncing me fit, that I began to put together the name and the facts of his age, his accent, and his presence in the remote Paraguayan village. Then I remembered a photograph I had seen as a child. A fleshy, smiling man with dark hair cut high above his ears was standing beside a surgical table, where lay a young woman, her torso draped by a sheet. Her legs were exposed, and from the calves down all the flesh had been removed, leaving the skeleton protruding from the bloody casings of her knees. "Joseph Mengele and his surgery at Auschwitz," had read the caption. That photograph had had quite an effect on me, because of its horrific detail, and also because I had not understood what scientific purpose could have been served by this sort of mutilation. I stared at the old man, trying to match his face with the smiling, fleshy one, trying to feel the emanation of evil. But he was withered and shrunken to the point of anonymity, and the only impression I received from him was an enormous vitality, a forceful physical glow such as might have accrued to a healthy young man. "Mengele," I said, "not—" "Yes, yes," he said impatiently. "That Mengele, the mad doctor of the Third Reich, the monster, the sadist." I was repelled, and yet I did not feel outrage as I might have, had I been Jewish. I had been born in 1948, and the terrors of World War II, the concentration camps, Mengele's hideous pseudo-scientific experiments, they had the reality of vampire movies for me. I was curious, intensely so, in the way a child becomes fascinated with a crawling thing he has turned up from beneath a stone. He is inclined to crush it, but more likely to watch it ooze along. "Come with me," said Mengele, shuffling toward the door. "I can offer you dinner, but afterward I'm afraid you must leave. We have but one law here, and that is that no stranger may pass the night within our borders." I had not observed any roads leading away from the village, and when I asked if I might have use of a radio, he laughed. "We have no communication with the outside world. We are self-sufficient here. None of the villagers ever leave, and rarely do we have visitors. You will have to make your way as best you can." "Are you saying I'll have to walk?" I asked. "You have no choice. If you head south along the river, some 20 or 25 kilometers, you will reach another village, and there you will find a radio." The prospect of being thrown out into the Gran Chaco made me even less eager for his company. But if I was going on a 25-kilometer hike, I needed food. His pace was so slow that our walk to the dining room effectively constituted a tour of the house. He talked as we went, telling me, surprisingly enough, of his conversion to Nazism, National Socialism, he termed it, and his work at the camps.
Whenever I asked a question, he would pause, his expression would go blank, and after a moment he would pose a complicated answer. I had the idea that his answers were pre-rehearsed, that he had long ago anticipated every possible question, and during those pauses he was rummaging through a file. In truth, I only half listened to him, being disconcerted by the house. It seemed less a house than a bleak mental landscape, and though I was accompanied by the man whose mind it no doubt reflected, I felt imperiled, out of my element. We passed room after room of grey marble and black furnishings identical to those I have already noted, but with an occasional variant, a pedestal supporting nothing but an obsidian surface, a bookshelf containing rows of black volumes, a carpet of so lustreless and deep a black that it looked to be an opening into some negative dimension. The silence added to my sense of endangerment, and as we entered the dining-room, a huge marble cell distinguished from the other rooms by a long ebony table and an iron chandelier, I forced myself to pay attention to him, hoping the sound of his voice would steady my nerves. He had been telling me, I realized, about his flight from Germany. "It hardly felt like an escape," he said. "It had more the air of a vacation. Packing, hurried goodbyes, and as soon as I reached Italy and met my Vatican contact, it all became quite relaxing. Good dinners, fine wines, and at last a leisurely sea voyage." He seated himself at one end of the table and rang a small black bell. It had been muffled in some way and barely produced a note. "It will be several minutes before you are served, I fear," he went on. "I did not know when you would be sufficiently recovered to eat." I took a seat at the opposite end of the table. The strangeness of the environment, meeting Mengele, and now his reminiscences, all coming on the heels of my crash, it had left me fuddled. I felt as if I were phasing in and out of existence. At one moment I would be alert, intent upon his words, and the next I would be wrapped in vagueness and staring at the walls. The veins of the marble appeared to be writhing, spelling out messages in an archaic script. "This house," I said suddenly, interrupting him. "Why is it like it is? It doesn't seem a place in which a man, even one with your history, would choose to live." Again that momentary blankness. "I believe you may well be a kindred spirit, Mr. Phelan," he said, and smiled. "Only one other has asked that particular question, and though he did not understand my answer at first, he came to understand it as you may some day." He cleared his throat. "You see, several years after I had settled in Paraguay, I underwent a crisis of conscience. Not that I had regrets concerning my actions during the war. Oh, I had nightmares now and again, but no more than such as come to every man. No, I had faith in my work, despite the fact that it had been countenanced as evil, and, as it turned out, that work proved to be the foundation of consequential discoveries. But perhaps, I thought, it was evil. If this were the case, I freely admitted to it. And yet I had never seen myself as an evil man, only a committed one. And now the focus of my commitment, National Socialism, had failed. It was inconceivable to me, though, that the principles underlying it had failed, and I came to the conclusion that the failure could probably be laid to a misapprehension of those principles. Things had happened too fast for us. We had always been in a hurry, overborne by the needs of the country. We had been too pressured to act coherently, and the movement had become less a religion than a church. Empty, pompous ritual had taken the place of contemplated action. But now I had no pressure, and all the time in the world, and I set out to understand the nature of evil." He sighed and drummed his fingers on the table. "It was a slow process, years of study, reading philosophy and natural history and Kabbalistic works, anything that might have a bearing on the subject. And when finally I did understand, I was amazed that I had not done so sooner. It was obvious. Evil was not, as it had been depicted for centuries, the tool of chaos. Creation was the chaotic force. Why, you can see this truth in every mechanism of the natural world, in the clouds of pollen, the swarms of flies, the migrations of birds. There is precision in those events, but they are nonetheless chaotic. Their precision is one born of overabundance, 1,000,000 pellets shot, and several dozen hitting the mark. No, evil was not chaotic. It was simplicity. It was system. It was the severing stroke of a knife. And most of all, it was inevitable. The entropic resolution of good, the utter simplification of the creative. Hitler had always known this, and National Socialism had always embodied it. What were the blitzkrieg and the concentration camps if not tactical expressions of that simplicity? What is this house, if not its aesthetic employment?
Mengele smiled, apparently amused by something he saw written on my face.
"This understanding of mine may not strike you as revelatory. Yet once I did understand everything I had been doing, all my researches began to succeed, whereas previously they had failed. By understanding, of course, I do not mean that I merely acknowledged the principle. I absorbed it. I dissolved in it. I let it rule me like magic. I understood." I am not sure what I might have said. I was revolted by the depth of his madness, his iniquity. But at that moment he turned to the door and said, "Ah, your dinner."
A man dressed in the same manner as Mengele was shuffling across the room, carrying a tray.
I barely glanced at him, intent upon my host. The man moved behind my chair, and, leaning in over my shoulder, began to lay down plates and silverware. Then I noticed his hand. The skin was ashen gray, the fingers knobbly and unnaturally long, the fingers of a demon, and the nails were figured by half-moons of dead white. Startled, I looked up at him. He had almost finished setting my place, and I doubt I stared at him for more than a few seconds, but those seconds passed as slowly as drops of water welling from a leaky tap. His face had a horrid simplicity that echoed the decor of the house. His mouth was a lipless slit, his eyes narrow black ovals, his nose a slight swelling perforated by 2 neat holes. He was bald, his skull elongated, and each time he inclined his head I could see a ridge of bone bisecting the scalp like the sagittal crest of a lizard. All his movements had that awful slowness I had observed in the people of the village. I wanted to fling myself away from the table, but I maintained control and waited until he had gone before I spoke. "My God," I said, "what's wrong with him?"
Mengele pursed his lips in disapproval.
"The deformed are ever with us, Mr. Phelan. Surely you have seen worse in your time." "Yes, but—" "Tell me of an instance." He leaned forward, eager to hear. I was nonplussed, but I told him how one night in New York City, my home, I had been walking in the East Village, when a man had come toward me from the opposite corner. His collar had been turned up, his chin tucked in, so that most of his face was obscured. Yet as he passed, the flare of the street light had revealed a grimacing mouth set vertically just beneath his cheekbone, complete with tiny teeth. I had not been able to tell if he had in addition a normal mouth, and over the years I had grown uncertain as to whether or not it had been a hallucination. Mengele was delighted and asked me to supply more descriptive details, as if he planned to add the event to his file. "But your servant," I asked, "what of him?" "Merely a decoration," he said, "a creature of my design. The village and the woods abound with them. No doubt you will encounter a fair sampling on your walk along the Pilcomayo." "Your design?" I was enraged. "You made him that way?" "You cannot have expected my work to have an angelic character." Mengele paused, thoughtful. "You must understand that what you see here, the villagers, the house, everything, is a memorial to my work. It has the reality of one of those glass baubles that contain wintry rural scenes, and when shaken produce whirling snowstorms. The same actions are repeated over and over, the same effects produced. There is nothing for you to be upset about. The people here are content to serve me in this fashion. They understand." He pointed to the plates in front of me. "Eat, Mr. Phelan. Time is pressing." I looked down at the plates. They were black ceramic. One held a green salad, and the other slices of roast beef swimming in blood. I have always enjoyed rare beef, but in that place it seemed an obscenity. Nonetheless, I was hungry, and I ate. And while Mengele told me of his work in genetics, work that had created monstrosities such as his servant, I determined to kill him. We were natural enemies, he and I, for though I had no personal score to settle, he exulted in the dissolution that I had spent most of my post-war life in avoiding. It was time, I thought, to do more than avoid it. I decided to take the knife with which I cut my beef and slash his throat. Perhaps he would appreciate the simplicity. "Naturally," he said, "the creation of grotesques was not the pinnacle of my achievements. That pinnacle I reached 9 years ago when I discovered a means of chemically affecting the mechanisms that underlie gene regulation, specifically those that control cell breakdown and rebuilding." Being no scientist, I was not sure what he meant. "Cell breakdown?" I said. "Are you—" "Simply stated," he said, "I learned to reverse the process of aging. It may be that I have discovered the secret of immortality, though it is not yet clear how many treatments the body will accept." "If that's true, why haven't you treated yourself?" "Indeed," he said with a chuckle. "Why not?" There was no doubt in my mind that he was lying about his great triumph, and this lie, which put into an even darker perspective the malignancy of his work, showing it to be purposeless, serving no end other than to further the vileness of his ego. This lie firmed my resolve to kill him. I gripped the knife and started to push back my chair, but then a disturbing thought crossed my mind. "Why have you revealed yourself to me?" I asked. "Surely you know that I'm liable to mention this to someone." "First, Mr. Phelan, you may never have a chance to mention it. A 25-kilometer walk along the Pilcomayo is no Sunday stroll. Second, whom would you tell? The officialdom of this country are my associates." "What about the Israelis? If they knew of this place, they'd be swarming all over you." "The Israelis!" Mengele made a noise of disgust. "They would not find me here. Tell them if you wish. I will give you proof." He opened a drawer in the end of the table, and from it removed an ink bottle and a sheet of paper. He poured a few drops of ink onto the paper, and after a moment pressed his thumb down to make a print. Then he blew on the paper and slid it toward me. "Show that to the Israelis, and tell them I'm not afraid of their reprisals. My work will go on.
I picked up the paper. I suppose you've altered your prints, and this will only prove to the Israelis that I'm a madman.
These fingerprints have not been altered.
Good. I folded the paper and stuck it into my shirt pocket. Knife in hand, I stood and walked along the table toward him. I am certain he knew my intention, yet his bemused expression did not falter, and when I reached his side, he looked me in the eyes. I wanted to say something, pronounce a curse that would harrow him to hell. His calm stare, however, unnerved me. I put my left hand behind his neck to steady him, and prepared to draw the blade across his jugular. But as I did, he seized my wrist in a powerful grip, holding me immobile. I clubbed him on the brow with my left hand, and his head scarcely wobbled. Terrified, I tried to wrench free, and managed to stagger a few paces away, pulling him after me. He did not attack. He only laughed and maintained his grip. I battered him again and again. I clawed at his face, his neck, and in so doing I tore the buttons from his shirt. The two halves fell open, and I screamed at what I saw. He flung me to the floor and shrugged off the torn shirt. I was transfixed. Though he was still hunched, his torso was smooth-skinned and powerfully muscled, the torso of a young man, from which a withered neck had sprouted. His arms, too, bulged with muscle, and evolved into gnarled, liver-spotted hands. There was no trace of surgical scarring. The skin flowed from youth to old age in the way a tributary changes color upon merging with the main stream. "Why not?" he had answered when I asked why he did not avail himself of his treatments. Of course he had, and, in keeping with his warped sensibilities, he had transformed himself into a monster. The sight of that shrunken face perched atop a youthful body was enough to shred the last of my rationality. Ablaze with fear, I scrambled to my feet and ran from the room, bursting through the main doors and down the piney slope, with Mengele's laughter echoing behind. Night had fallen. A three-quarter moon rode high, and as I plunged along the path toward the river, and the slants of silvery light piercing the boughs, I saw the villagers standing by the doors of their cottages. Some moved after me, stretching out their arms. Whether in supplication or aggression, I was unable to tell. I did not stop to take note of their particular deformities, but glimpsed oblate heads, strangely configured hands, great bruised-looking eyes that seemed patches of velvet woven into their skins rather than organs with humors and capillaries. Breath shrieked in my throat as I zigzagged among them, eluding their sluggish attempts to touch me. And then I was splashing through the shallows, past the wreckage of my plane, past those god-forsaken slopes, panicked, falling, crawling, sending up silvery sprays of water that were like shouts, pure expressions of my fear. 25 kilometers along the Rio Pilcomayo, 15 miles, 12 hours. No measure could encompass the terrors of that walk. Mengele's creatures did indeed abound. Once, while pausing to catch my breath, I spotted an owl on a branch that overhung the water. A jet-black owl, its eyes glowing faintly orange. Once a vast bulk heaved up from mid-stream, just the back of the thing, an expanse of smooth, dark skin. It must have been 30 feet long. Once, at a point where the Pilcomayo fell into a gorge and I was forced to go overland, something heavy pursued me through the brush, and at last, fearing it more than the rapids, I dove into the river. As the current bore me off, I saw its huge, misshapen head leaning over the cliff, silhouetted against the stars. All around I heard cries that I did not believe could issue from an earthly throat. Bubbling screeches, grinding roars, eerie whistles that reminded me of the keening made by incoming artillery rounds. By the time I reached the village of which Mengele had spoken, I was incoherent, and I remember little of the flight,
that carried me to Asuncion.
The authorities questioned me about my accident. I told them my compass had malfunctioned, that I had no idea where I had crashed.
I was afraid to mention Mengele.
These men were his accomplices, and besides, if his creatures flourished along the Pilcomayo, could not some of them be here? What had he said? The deformed are ever with us, Mr. Phelan. True enough, but since my experiences in his house, it seemed I had become sensitized to their presence. I picked them out of crowds. I encountered them on street corners. I saw the potential for deformity in every normal face. Even after returning to New York, every subway ride, every walk, every meal out brought me into contact with men and women who hid their faces, all having the gray city pallor, yet who could not quite disguise some grotesque disfigurement. I suffered nightmares. I imagined I was being watched.
Finally, in hopes of exorcising these fears, I went to see an old Jewish man, a colleague of Simon Wiesenthal, the famous Nazi hunter.
His office in the East 70s was a picture of clutter, with stacks of papers and folios teetering on his desk, overflowing file cabinets.
He was as old a man as Mengele had appeared, his forehead tiered by wrinkles, cadaverous cheeks, weepy brown eyes. I took a seat at the desk and handed him the paper on which Mengele had made his thumbprint. "I'd like this identified," I said. "I believe it belongs to Joseph Mengele."
He stared at it a moment, then hobbled over to a cabinet and began shuffling through papers. After several minutes, he clicked his tongue against his teeth and came back to the desk.
"Where did you get this?"
he asked with a degree of urgency.
"Does it match?"
He hesitated.
"Yes, it matches. Now, where did you get it?"
As I told my story, he leaned back and closed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully, interrupting me to ask an occasional question.
"Well," I said when I had finished, "what are you going to do?"
"I don't know. There may be nothing I can do."
"What do you mean?" I said, dumbfounded.
"I can give you the exact position of the village. Hell, I can take you there myself." He let out a weary sigh.
"This," he tapped the paper, "this is not Mengele's thumbprint."
"He must have altered it," I said, desperate to prove my case. "He is there. I swear it. If you would just—" And then I realized something. "You said it matched." The old man's face seemed to have sagged further into decay.
6 years ago, a man came to the office and told me, almost verbatim, the story you have told. I thought he was insane and threw him out. But before he left, he thrust a paper at me, one that bore a thumbprint. That print matches yours, but it does not belong to Mengele."
"Then it is proof," I said excitedly. "Don't you see? He may have altered it, but this proves that he exists, and the existence of the village where he lives."
"Does he live there?" he asked. "I'm afraid there is another possibility." I was not sure what he meant at first. Then I remembered Mengele's description of the village. "What you see here, the villagers, the house, everything, is a memorial to my work. It has the reality of one of those glass baubles that contain wintry rural scenes, and when shaken produce whirling snowstorms. The key word was everything. I had likened the way he had paused before giving answers to rummaging through a file, but it was probably more accurate to say he had been recalling a memorized biography. It had been a stand-in I had met, a young man made old, or the reverse. Mengele was many years gone from the village, gone God knows where, and in God knows what disguise, doing his work. Perhaps he was once again the fleshy, smiling man whose photograph I had seen as a child. The old man and I had little else to say to one another. He was anxious to be rid of me. I had, after all, shed a wan light on his 40 years of vengeful labor. I asked if he had an address for the other man who had told him of the village. I thought he alone might be able to offer me solace. The old man gave it to me, an address in the West 20s, and promised to initiate an investigation of the village. But I think we both knew that Mengele had won, that his principle, not ours, was in accord with the times. I felt hopeless, stunned, and on stepping outside, I became aware of Mengele's victory in an even more poignant way. It was a gray, blustery afternoon, a few snowflakes whirling between the drab facades of the buildings. The windows were glinting blackly, reflecting opaque diagonals of the sky. Garbage was piled in the gutters, spilling onto the sidewalks, and wedges of grimy, crusted snow clung to the bumpers of the cars. Hunched against the wind, holding their coat collars closed over their faces, pedestrians struggled past. What I could see of their expressions was either hateful or angry or worried. It was a perfect Mengelean day. All underpinnings visible, everything pared down to ordinary bone. And as I walked along, I wondered for how much of it he was directly responsible. Oh, he was somewhere turning out grotesques, working scientific charms, but I doubted his efforts were essential to that gray principle underlying the factory air, the principle he worshipped, whose high priest he was. He had been right. Good was eroding into evil, bright into dark, abundance into uniformity. Everywhere I went, I saw that truth reflected. In the simple shapes and primary colors of the cars, in the mad eyes of the bag ladies, in the featureless sky, in the single-minded stares of businessmen. We were all suffering a reduction to simpler forms, a draining of spirit and vitality. I walked aimlessly, but I was not surprised to find myself some time later standing before an apartment building in the West 20s. Nor was I any more surprised when shortly thereafter a particularly gray-looking man came down the steps, his face muffled by a scarf and a wool hat pulled low over his brow. He shuffled across the street toward me, unwrapping the scarf. I knew I would be horrified by his deformity, yet I was willing to accept him, to listen, to hear what comforts deformity bestowed, because, though I did not understand Mengele's principle, though I had not dissolved in it or let it rule me, I had acknowledged it and sensed its inevitability. I could almost detect its slow vibrations ringing the changes of the world with, like the syllables of Mengele's name, the sullen, unmusical timbre of a deadened bell. The Man Who Painted the Dragon Griaule. Other than the Sicci collection, Catanay's only surviving works are to be found in the Municipal Gallery at Regensburg, a group of 8 oils on canvas, most notable among them being Woman with Oranges. These paintings constitute his portion of a student exhibition hung some weeks after he had left the city of his birth and traveled south to Teosinte, there to present his proposal to the city fathers. It is unlikely he had ever learned of the disposition of his work, and even more unlikely that he was aware of the general critical indifference with which it was received. Perhaps the most interesting of the group, to modern scholars the most indicative as to Catanay's later preoccupations, is the self-portrait, painted at the age of 28, a year before his departure. The majority of the canvas is a richly varnished black, in which the vague shapes of floorboards are presented, barely visible. 2 irregular slashes of gold cross the blackness, and within these we can see a section of the artist's thin features and the shoulder panel of his shirt. The perspective given is that we are looking down at the artist, perhaps through a tear in the roof, and that he is looking up at us,
squinting into the light, his mouth distorted by a grimace born of intense concentration. On first viewing the painting, I was struck by the atmosphere of tension that radiated from it. It seemed I was spying upon a man imprisoned within a shadow having two golden bars, tormented by the possibilities of light beyond the walls. And though this may be the reaction of the art historian, not the less knowledgeable and therefore more trustworthy response of the gallery-goer, it also seemed that this imprisonment was self-imposed, that he could have easily escaped his confine, but that he had realized a feeling of stricture was an essential fuel to his ambition, and so had chained himself to this arduous and thoroughly unreasonable chore of perception. From Merrick Catanay, The Politics of Conception, by Reed Holland, Ph.D. 1. In 1853, in a country far to the south, in a world separated from this one by the thinnest margin of possibility, a dragon named Griaule dominated the region of the Carbonales Valley, a fertile area centering upon the town of Teosinte, and renowned for its production of silver, mahogany, and indigo. There were other dragons in those days, most dwelling on the rocky islands west of Patagonia, tiny, irascible creatures, the largest of them no bigger than a swallow. But Griaule was one of the great beasts who had ruled an age. Over the centuries he had grown to stand 750 feet high at the mid-back, and from the tip of his tail to his nose he was 6,000 feet long. It should be noted here that the growth of dragons was due not to caloric intake, but to the absorption of energy derived from the passage of time. Had it not been for a miscast spell, Griaule would have died millennia before. The wizard entrusted with the task of slaying him, knowing his own life would be forfeited as a result of the magical backwash, had experienced a last-second twinge of fear, and, diminished by this ounce of courage, the spell had flown a mortal inch awry. Though the wizard's whereabouts was unknown, Griaule had remained alive. His heart had stopped, his breath stilled, but his mind continued to seethe, to send forth the gloomy vibrations that enslaved all who stayed for long within range of his influence. This dominance of Griaule's was an elusive thing. The people of the valley attributed their dour character to years of living under his mental shadow. Yet there were other regional populations who maintained a harsh face to the world and had no dragon on which to blame the condition. They also attributed their frequent raids against the neighboring states of Griaule's effect, claiming to be a peaceful folk at heart. But again, was this not human nature? Perhaps the most certifiable proof of Griaule's primacy was the fact that despite a standing offer of a fortune in silver to anyone who could kill him, no one had succeeded. Hundreds of plans had been put forward, and all had failed, either through inanition or impracticality. The archives of Teosinte were filled with schematics for enormous steam-powered swords and other such improbable devices, and the architects of these plans had every one stayed too long in the valley and become part of the disgruntled populace. And so they went on with their lives, coming and going, always returning, bound to the valley, until one spring day in 1853, Merrick Catanay arrived and proposed that the dragon be painted. He was a lanky young man, with a shock of black hair and a pinched look to his cheeks. He affected the loose trousers and shirt of a peasant, and waved his arms to make a point. His eyes grew wide when listening, as if his brain were bursting with illumination, and at times he talked incoherently about the conceptual statement of death by art. And though the city fathers could not be sure, though they allowed for the possibility that he simply had an unfortunate manner, it seemed he was mocking them. All in all, he was not the sort they were inclined to trust.
but because he had come armed with such a wealth of diagrams and charts, they were forced to give him serious consideration. "I don't believe Griaule will be able to perceive the menace in a process as subtle as art," Merrick told them. "We'll proceed as if we're going to illustrate him, grace his side with a work of true vision, and all the while we'll be poisoning him with the paint." The city fathers voiced their incredulity, and Merrick waited impatiently until they quieted. He did not enjoy dealing with these worthies. Seated at their long table, sour-faced, a huge smudge of soot on the wall above their heads, like an ugly thought they were sharing. They reminded him of the Wine Merchants' Association in Regensburg, the time they had rejected his group portrait. "Paint can be deadly stuff," he said, after their muttering had died down. "Take vert veronese, for example. It's derived from oxide of chrome and barium. Just a whiff would make you keel over. But we have to go about it seriously. Create a real piece of art. If we just slap paint on his side, he might see through us." The first step in the process, he told them, would be to build a tower of scaffolding, complete with hoists and ladders. That would brace against the supraorbital plates above the dragon's eye. This would provide a direct route to a 700-foot square loading platform and base station behind the eye. He estimated it would take 81,000 board feet of lumber, and a crew of 90 men should be able to finish construction within 5 months. Ground crews accompanied by chemists and geologists would search out limestone deposits, useful in priming the scales, and sources of pigments, whether organic or minerals such as azurite and hematite. Other teams would be set to scraping the dragon's side clean of algae, peeled skin, any decayed material, and afterward would laminate the surface with resins. "It would be easier to bleach him with quicklime," he said, "but that way we lose the discolorations and ridges generated by growth and age. And I think what we'll paint will be defined by those shapes. Anything else would look like a damn tattoo." There would be storage vats and mills, edge-runner mills to separate pigments from crude ores, ball mills to powder the pigments, pug mills to mix them with oil. There would be boiling vats and calciners, 15-foot-high furnaces used to produce caustic lime for sealant solutions. "We'll build most of them atop the dragon's head for purposes of access," he said. "On the frontoparietal plate." He checked some figures. "By my reckoning, the plate's about 350 feet wide. Does that sound accurate?" Most of the city fathers were stunned by the prospect, but one managed to nod, and another asked, "How long will it take for him to die?" "Hard to say," came the answer. "Who knows how much poison he's capable of absorbing? It might just take a few years. But in the worst instance, within 40 or 50 years, enough chemicals will have seeped through the scales to have weakened the skeleton, and he'll fall in like an old barn." 40 years? Exclaimed someone. "Preposterous." "Or 50. Merrick smiled. "That way, we'll have time to finish the painting." He turned and walked to the window and stood gazing out at the white stone houses of Teosinte. This was going to be the sticky part, but if he read them right, they would not believe in the plan if it seemed too easy. They needed to feel they were making a sacrifice, that they were nobly bound to a great labor. "If it does take 40 or 50 years," he went on, "the project will drain your resources. Timber, animal life, minerals. Everything will be used up by the work. Your lives will be totally changed, but I guarantee you'll be rid of him." The city fathers broke into an outraged babble. "Do you really want to kill him?" cried Merrick, stalking over to them and planting his fists on the table. "You've been waiting centuries for someone to come along and chop off his head or send him up in a puff of smoke. That's not going to happen. There is no easy solution, but there is a practical one, an elegant one. To use the stuff of the land he dominates to destroy him. It will not be easy, but you will be rid of him. And that's what you want, isn't it?" They were silent, exchanging glances, and he saw that they now believed he could do what he proposed, and were wondering if the cost was too high. "I'll need 500 ounces of silver to hire engineers and artisans," said Merrick. "Think it over. I'll take a few days and go see this dragon of yours, inspect the scales and so forth. When I return, you can give me your answer." The city fathers grumbled and scratched their heads, but at last they agreed to put the question before the body politic. They asked for a week in which to decide, and appointed Harkay, who was the mayoress of Hangtown, to guide Merrick to Griaule. The valley extended 70 miles from north to south, and was enclosed by jungled hills, whose folded sides and spiny backs gave rise to the idea that beasts were sleeping beneath them. The valley floor was cultivated into fields of bananas and cane and melons, and where it was not cultivated, there were stands of thistle palms and berry thickets, and the occasional giant fig brooding sentinel over the rest. Harkay and Merrick tethered their horses a half-hour's ride from town and began to ascend a gentle incline that rose into the notch between two hills. Sweaty and short of breath, Merrick stopped a third of the way up, but Harkay kept plodding along, unaware he was no longer following. She was by nature as blunt as her name, a stump beer keg of a woman with a brown withered face. Though she appeared to be 10 years older than Merrick, she was nearly the same age. She wore a gray robe, belted at the waist with a leather band that held 4 throwing knives, and a coil of rope was slung over her shoulder. "How much farther?" called Merrick. She turned and frowned. "You're standin' on his tail. Rest of him's around back of the hill." A pinprick of chill bloomed in Merrick's abdomen, and he stared down at the grass, expecting it to dissolve and reveal a mass of glittering scales. "Why don't we take the horses?" he asked. "Horses don't like it up here." She grunted with amusement. "Neither do most people, for that matter." She trudged off. Another 20 minutes brought them to the other side of the hill, high above the valley floor. The land continued to slope upward, but more gently than before. Gnarled, stunted oaks pushed up from thickets of chokecherry, and insects sizzled in the weeds. They might have been walking on a natural shelf several 100 feet across. But ahead of them, where the ground rose abruptly, a number of thick greenish-black columns broke from the earth. Leathery folds hung between them, and these were encrusted with clumps of earth and brocaded with mold. They had the look of a collapsed palisade, and the ghosted feel of ancient ruins. "Them's the wings," said Harkay. "Mostly they's covered, but you can catch sight of 'em off the edge, and up near Hangtown there's places where you can walk in under 'em, but I wouldn't advise it." "I'd like to take a look off the edge," said Merrick, unable to tear his eyes away from the wings. Though the surfaces of the leaves gleamed in the strong sun, the wings seemed to absorb the light, as if their age and strangeness were proof against reflection. Harkay led him to a glade in which tree ferns and oaks crowded together and cast a green gloom, and where the earth sloped sharply downward. She lashed her rope to an oak and tied the other end around Merrick's waist. "Give a yank when you want to stop, and another when you want to be hauled up," she said, and began paying out the rope, letting him walk backward against her pull. Ferns tickled Merrick's neck as he pushed through the brush, and the oak leaves pricked his cheeks. Suddenly he emerged into bright sunlight. On looking down, he found his feet were braced against a fold of the dragon's wing, and on looking up, he saw that the wing vanished beneath a mantle of earth and vegetation. He let Harkay lower him a dozen feet more, yanked, and gazed off northward along the enormous swell of Griaule's side. The scales were hexagonals 30 feet across and half that distance high. Their basic color was a pale greenish gold, but some were whitish, draped with peels of dead skin, and others were overgrown by viridian moss. And the rest were scrolled with patterns of lichen and algae that resembled the characters of a serpentine alphabet. Birds had nested in the cracks, and ferns plumed from the interstices, thousands of them lifting in the breeze. It was a great hanging garden whose scope took Merrick's breath away, like looking around the curve of a fossil moon. The sense of all the centuries accreted in the scales made him dizzy, and he found he could not turn his head, but could only stare at the panorama, his soul shriveling with a comprehension of the timelessness and bulk of this creature to which he clung like a fly. He lost perspective on the scene. Griaule's side was bigger than the sky, possessing its own potent gravity, and it seemed completely reasonable that he should be able to walk out along it and suffer no fall. He started to do so, and Harkay, mistaking the strain on the rope for a signal, hauled him up, dragging him across the wing, through the dirt and ferns, and back into the glade. He lay speechless and gasping at her feet. "Big 'un, ain't he?" she said, and grinned. After Merrick had gotten his legs under him, they set off toward Hangtown. But they had not gone 100 yards, following a trail that wound through the thickets, before Harkay whipped out a knife and hurled it at a raccoon-sized creature that leaped out in front of them. "Skizzer," she said, kneeling beside it and pulling the knife from its neck. "Calls 'em that 'cause they hisses when they runs. They eats snakes, but they'll go after children what ain't careful." Merrick dropped down next to her. The skizzer's body was covered with short black fur, but its head was hairless, corpse-pale. The skin wrinkled, as if it had been immersed too long in water. Its face was squinty-eyed, flat-nosed, with a disproportionately large jaw that hinged open to expose a nasty set of teeth. "They's the dragon's critters," said Harkay. "Used to live in his bunghole." She pressed one of its paws, and claws curved like hooks slid forth. "They'd hang around the lip and drop on other critters what wandered in. And if nothing wandered in—" She pried out the tongue with her knife. Its surface was studded with jagged points like the blade of a rasp. "Then they'd lick Griaule clean for their supper." Back in Teosinte, the dragon had seemed to Merrick a simple thing, a big lizard with a tick of life left inside, the residue of a dim sensibility. But he was beginning to suspect that this tick of life was more complex than any he had encountered. "My gram used to say," Harkay went on, "that the old dragons could fling themselves up to the sun in a blink and travel back to their own world, and when they come back, they'd bring the skizzers and all the rest with 'em. They was immortal," she said. "Only the young ones came here, 'cause later on they grew too big to fly on Earth." She made a sour face. "Don't know as I believe it." "Then you're a fool," said Merrick. Harkay glanced up at him, her hand twitching toward her belt. "How can you live here and not believe it?" he said, surprised to hear himself so fervently defending a myth. "God, this—" He broke off, noticing the flicker of a smile on her face. She clucked her tongue, apparently satisfied by something. "Come on," she said. "I want to be at the eye before sunset." The peaks of Griaule's folded wings, completely overgrown by grass and shrubs and dwarfish trees, formed two spiny hills that cast a shadow over Hangtown, and the narrow lake around which it sprawled. Harkay said the lake was a stream flowing off the hill behind the dragon, and that it drained away through the membranes of his wing and down onto his shoulder. It was beautiful beneath the wing, she told him, ferns and waterfalls, but it was reckoned an evil place. From a distance the town looked picturesque, rustic cabins, smoking chimneys. As they approached, however, the cabins resolved into dilapidated shanties with missing boards and broken windows. Suds and garbage and offal floated in the shallows of the lake. Aside from a few men idling on the stoops who squinted at Merrick and nodded glumly at Harkey, no one was about. The grass blades stirred in the breeze, spiders scuttled under the shanties, and there was an air of torpor and dissolution. Harkey seemed embarrassed by the town. She made no attempt at introductions, stopping only long enough to fetch another coil of rope from one of the shanties, and as they walked between the wings, down through the neck spines, a forest of greenish-gold spikes burnished by the lowering sun. She explained how the townsfolk grubbed a livelihood from Griaule. Herbs gathered on his back were valued as medicine and charms, as were the peels of dead skin. The artifacts left by previous Hangtown generations were of some worth to various collectors. "Then they're scale hunters," she said with disgust. "Henry Seachy from Port Chante'll pay good money for pieces of scale, and though it's bad luck to do it, some'll have a go at chipping off the loose uns." She walked a few paces in silence. "But there's others who've got better reasons for living here." The frontal spike above Griaule's eyes was whirled at the base, like a narwhal's horn, and curved back toward the wings. Harkey attached the ropes to eye bolts drilled into the spike, tied one about her waist, the other about Merrick's. She cautioned him to wait, and rappelled off the side. In a moment she called for him to come down. Once again he grew dizzy as he descended. He glimpsed a clawed foot far below, mossy fangs jutting from an impossibly long jaw. And then he began to spin and bash against the scales. Harkey gathered him in and helped him sit on the lip of the socket. "Damn," she said, stamping her foot. A 3-foot-long section of the adjoining scale shifted slowly away. Peering close, Merrick saw that while in texture and hue it was indistinguishable from the scale, there was a hairline division between it and the surface. Harkey, her face twisted in disgust, continued to harry the thing until it moved out of reach. "Call 'em flakes," she said, when he asked what it was. "Some kind of insect. Got a long tube that they pokes down between the scales and sucks the blood. See there?" She pointed off to where a flock of birds was wheeling close to Griaule's side. A chip of pale gold broke loose, and went tumbling down to the valley. "Birds pry 'em off, let 'em bust open, and eats the innards." She hunkered down beside him, and after a moment asked, "You really think you can do it?" "What? You mean kill the dragon?" She nodded. "Certainly," he said, and then added, lying, "I spent years devising the method." "If all the paint's going to be atop his head, how you going to get it to where the painting's done?" "That's no problem. We'll pipe it to wherever it's needed." She nodded again. "You're a clever fellow," she said, and when Merrick, pleased, made as if to thank her for the compliment, she cut in and said, "Don't mean nothing by it. Being clever ain't an accomplishment. It's just something you come by, like being tall." She turned away, ending the conversation. Merrick was weary of being awestruck, but even so he could not help marveling at the eye. By his estimate, it was 70 feet long and 50 feet high, and it was shuttered by an opaque membrane that was unusually clear of algae and lichen, glistening with vague glints of color visible behind it. As the westering sun reddened and sank between two distant hills, the membrane began to quiver and then split open down the center. With the ponderous slowness of a theater curtain opening, the halves slid apart to reveal the glowing humor. Terrified by the idea that Griaule could see him, Merrick sprang to his feet, but Harkey restrained him. "Stay still and watch," she said. He had no choice. The eye was mesmerizing. The pupil was slit in featureless black, but the humor— he had never seen such fiery blues and crimsons and golds. What had looked to be vague glints, odd refractions of the sunset, he now realized were photic reactions of some sort. Fairy rings of light developed deep within the eye, expanded into spoked shapes, flooded the humor, and faded, only to be replaced by another and another. He felt the pressure of Griaule's vision, his ancient mind pouring through him, and, as if in response to this pressure, memories bubbled up in his thoughts, particularly sharp ones. The way a bowlful of brushwater had looked after freezing over during a winter's night, a delicate, fractured flower of murky yellow, an archipelago of orange peels that his girl had left strewn across the floor of the studio. Sketching atop Joknam Hill one sunrise, the snow-capped roofs of Regensburg below pitched at all angles like broken paving stones, and silver shafts of the sun striking down through a leaden overcast. It was as if these things were being drawn forth for his inspection. Then they were washed away by what also seemed a memory, though at the same time it was wholly unfamiliar. Essentially, it was a landscape of light, and he was plunging through it, up and up. Prisms and lattices of iridescent fire bloomed around him, and everything was a roaring fall into brightness, and finally he was clear into its white furnace heart, his own heart swelling with the joy of his strength and dominion. It was dusk before Merrick realized the eye had closed. His mouth hung open, his eyes ached from straining to see, and his tongue was glued to his palate. Harkay sat motionless, buried in shadow. He had to swallow to clear his throat of mucus. "This is the reason you live here, isn't it?" "Part of the reason," she said. "I can see things comin' way up here. Things to watch out for. Things to study on." She stood and walked to the lip of the socket and spat off the edge. The valley stretched out gray and unreal behind her, the folds of the hills barely visible in the gathering dusk. "I seen you comin'," she said. A week later, after much exploration, much talk, they went down into Teosinte. The town was a shambles, shattered windows, slogans painted on the walls, glass and torn banners, and spoiled food littering the streets, as if there had been both a celebration and a battle, which there had. The city fathers met with Merrick in the town hall and informed him that his plan had been approved. They presented him a chest containing 500 ounces of silver, and said that the entire resources of the community were at his disposal. They offered a wagon and a team to transport him and the chest to Regensburg, and asked if any of the preliminary work could be begun during his absence. Merrick hefted one of the silver bars. In its cold gleam he saw the object of his desire, 2, perhaps 3 years of freedom, of doing the work he wanted and not having to accept commissions. But all that had been confused. He glanced at Harkay. She was staring out the window, leaving it to him. He set the bar back in the chest and shut the lid. "You'll have to send someone else," he said, and then, as the city fathers looked at each other askance, he laughed and laughed at how easily he had discarded all his dreams and expectations. It had been 11 years since I had been to the valley, 12 since work had begun on the painting, and I was appalled by the changes that had taken place. Many of the hills were scraped brown and treeless, and there was a general dearth of wildlife. Griaule, of course, was most changed. Scaffolding hung from his back. Artisans, suspended by webworks of ropes, crawled over his side, and all the scales to be worked had either been painted or primed. The tower, rising to his eye, was swarmed by laborers, and at night the calciners and vats atop his head belched flame into the sky, making it seem there was a mill town in the heavens. At his feet was a brawling shanty town populated by prostitutes, workers, gamblers, ne'er-do-wells of every sort, and soldiers. The burdensome cost of the project had encouraged the city fathers of Teosinte to form a regular militia which regularly plundered the adjoining states and had posted occupation forces to some areas. Herds of frightened animals milled in the slaughtering pens, waiting to be rendered into oils and pigments. Wagons filled with ores and vegetable products rattled in the streets. I myself had brought a cargo of madder roots from which a rose tint would be derived. It was not easy to arrange a meeting with Catanei. While he did none of the actual painting, he was always busy in his office consulting with engineers and artisans, or involved in some other part of the logistical process. When at last I did meet with him, I found he had changed as drastically as Griaule. His hair had gone gray, deep lines scored his features, and his right shoulder had a peculiar bulge at its midpoint, the product of a fall. He was amused by the fact that I wanted to buy the painting, to collect the scales after Griaule's death, and I do not believe he took me at all seriously. But the woman Harke, his constant companion, informed him that I was a responsible businessman, that I had already bought the bones, the teeth, even the dirt beneath Griaule's belly. This I eventually sold as having magical properties. "Well," said Catanei, "I suppose someone has to own them." He led me outside, and we stood looking at the painting. "You'll keep them together?" he asked. I said, "Yes." "If you'll put that in writing," he said, "then they're yours." Having expected to haggle long and hard over the price, I was flabbergasted, but I was even more flabbergasted by what he said next. "Do you think it's any good?" he asked. Catanei did not consider the painting to be the work of his imagination. He felt he was simply illuminating the shapes that appeared on Griaule's side, and was convinced that once the paint was applied, new shapes were produced beneath it, causing him to make constant changes. He saw himself as an artisan, more than a creative artist. But to put his question into perspective, people were beginning to flock from all over the world and marvel at the painting. Some claimed they saw intimations of the future in its gleaming surface. Others underwent transfiguring experiences. Still others, artists themselves, attempted to capture something of the work on canvas, hopeful of establishing reputations merely by being competent copyists of Catanei's art. The painting was non-representational in character, essentially a wash of pale gold spread across the dragon's side. But buried beneath the laminated surface were a myriad tints of iridescent color that, as the sun passed through the heavens and the light bloomed and faded, solidified into innumerable forms and figures that seemed to flow back and forth. I will not try to categorize these forms, because there was no end to them. They were as varied as the conditions under which they were viewed. But I will say that on the morning I met with Catanei, I, who was the soul of the practical man, without a visionary bone in my body, felt as though I were being whirled away into the painting, up through geometries of light, lattice-works of rainbow color that built the way the edges of a cloud build, past orbs, spirals, wheels of flame. From This Business of Griaule, by Henry Seachy. 2. There had been several women in Merrick's life since he arrived in the valley. Most had been attracted by his growing fame and his association with the mystery of the dragon, and most had left him for the same reasons, feeling daunted and unappreciated. But Lisa was different in two respects. First, because she loved Merrick truly and well, and second, because she was married, albeit unhappily, to a man named Pardille, the foreman of the Calciner crew. She did not love him as she did Merrick, yet she respected him and felt obliged to consider carefully before ending the relationship. Merrick had never known such an introspective soul. She was 12 years younger than he, tall and lovely, with sun-streaked hair and brown eyes that went dark and seemed to turn inward whenever she was pensive. She was in the habit of analyzing everything that affected her, drawing back from her emotions and inspecting them as if they were a clutch of strange insects she had discovered crawling on her skirt. Though her penchant for self-examination kept her from him, Merrick viewed it as a kind of baffling virtue. He had the classic malady and could find no fault with her. For almost a year they were as happy as could be expected. They talked long hours and walked together, and on those occasions when Pardieu worked double shifts and was forced to bed down by his furnaces, they spent the nights making love in the cavernous spaces beneath the dragon's wing. It was still reckoned an evil place. Something far worse than skizzers or flakes was rumored to live there, and the ravages of this creature were blamed for every disappearance, even that of the most malcontented laborer. But Merrick did not give credence to the rumors. He half believed Griaule had chosen him to be his executioner, and that the dragon would never let him be harmed, and besides, it was the only place where they could be assured of privacy. A crude stair led under the wing, handholds and steps hacked from the scales, doubtless the work of scale hunters. It was a treacherous passage, 600 feet above the valley floor. But Lisa and Merrick were secured by ropes, and over the months, driven by the urgency of passion, they adapted to it. Their favorite spot lay 50 feet in. Lisa would go no farther. She was afraid even if he was not. Near a waterfall that trickled over the leathery folds, causing them to glisten with a mineral brilliance. It was eerily beautiful, a haunted gallery. Peels of dead skin hung down from the shadows like torn veils of ectoplasm. Ferns sprouted from the veins, which were thicker than cathedral columns. Swallows curved through the black air. Sometimes, lying with her, hidden by a tuck of the wing, Merrick would think the beating of their hearts was what really animated the place, that the instant they left, the water ceased flowing and the swallows vanished. He had an unshakable faith in the transforming power of their affections, and one morning as they dressed, preparing to return to Hangtown, he asked her to leave with him. "To another part of the valley?" She laughed sadly. "What good would that do? Pardieu would follow us." "No," he said, "to another country. Anywhere far from here." "We can't," she said, kicking at the wing. "Not until Griaule dies. Have you forgotten?" "We haven't tried." "Others have." "But we'd be strong enough. I know it." "You're a romantic," she said gloomily, and stared out over the slope of Griaule's back at the valley. Sunrise had washed the hills to crimson, and even the tips of the wings were glowing a dull red. "Of course I'm a romantic." He stood, angry. "What the hell's wrong with that?" She sighed with exasperation. "You wouldn't leave your work," she said. "And if we did leave, what work would you do? "Why must everything be a problem in advance?" he shouted. "I'll tattoo elephants. I'll paint murals on the chests of giants. I'll illuminate whales. Who else is better qualified?" She smiled, and his anger evaporated. "I didn't mean it that way," she said. "I just wondered if you could be satisfied with anything else." She reached out her hand to be pulled up, and he drew her into an embrace. As he held her, inhaling the scent of vanilla water from her hair, he saw a diminutive figure silhouetted against the backdrop of the valley. It did not seem real. A black homunculus, and even when it began to come forward, growing larger and larger, it looked less a man than a magical keyhole opening in a crimson-set hillside. But Merrick knew from the man's rolling walk and the hulking set of his shoulders that it was Pardieu. He was carrying a long-handled hook, one of those used by artisans to maneuver along the scales. Merrick tensed, and Lisa looked back to see what had alarmed him. "Oh, my God!" she said, moving out of the embrace. Pardieu stopped a dozen feet away. He said nothing. His face was in shadow, and the hook swung lazily from his hand. Lisa took a step toward him, then stepped back and stood in front of Merrick, as if to shield him. Seeing this, Pardille let out an inarticulate yell and charged, slashing with the hook. Merrick pushed Lisa aside and ducked. He caught a brimstone whiff of the calciners as Pardille rushed past and went spiraling, tripping by some irregularity in the scale. Deathly afraid, knowing he was no match for the foreman, Merrick seized Lisa's hand and ran deeper under the wing. He hoped Pardille would be too frightened to follow, leery of the creature that was rumored to live there. But he was not. He came after them at a measured pace, tapping the hook against his leg. Higher on Griaule's back, the wing was dimpled downward by hundreds of bulges, and this created a maze of small chambers and tunnels so low that they had to crouch to pass along them. The sound of their breathing and the scrape of their feet were amplified by the enclosed spaces, and Merrick could no longer hear Pardille. He had never been this deep before. He had thought it would be pitch dark, but the lichen and algae adhering to the wing were luminescent and patterned every surface, even the scales beneath them, with whirls of blue and green fire that shed a sickly radiance. It was as if they were giants crawling through a universe whose starry matter had not yet congealed into galaxies and nebulas. In the wan light, Lisa's face, turned back to him now and again, was teary and frantic, and then, as she straightened, passing into still another chamber, she drew in breath with a shriek. At first, Merrick thought Pardille had somehow managed to get ahead of them, but on entering, he saw that the cause of her fright was a man propped in a sitting position against the far wall. He looked mummified. Wisps of brittle hair poked up from his scalp. The shapes of his bones were visible through his skin, and his eyes were empty holes. Between his legs was a scatter of dust where his genitals had been. Merrick pushed Lisa toward the next tunnel, but she resisted and pointed at the man. "His eyes," she said, horror-struck. Though the eyes were mostly a negative black, Merrick now realized they were shot through by opalescent flickers. He felt compelled to kneel beside the man. It was a sudden, motiveless urge that gripped him, bent him to its will, and released him a second later. As he rested his hand on the scale, he brushed a massive ring that was lying beneath the shrunken fingers. Its stone was black, shot through by flickers identical to those within the eyes, and incised with the letter S. He found his gaze was deflected away from both the stone and the eyes, as if they contained charges repellent to the senses. He touched the man's withered arm. The flesh was rock-hard, petrified, but alive. From that brief touch, he gained an impression of the man's life, of gazing for centuries at the same patch of unearthly fire, of a mind gone beyond mere madness into a perverse rapture, a meditation upon some foul principle. He snatched back his hand in revulsion. There was a noise behind them, and Merrick jumped up, pushing Lisa into the next tunnel. "Go right," he whispered. "We'll circle back toward the stair." But Pardille was too close to confuse with such tactics, and their flight became a wild chase, scrambling, falling, catching glimpses of Pardille's smoke-stained face, until finally, as Merrick came to a large chamber, he felt the hook bite into his thigh. He went down, clutching at the wound, pulling the hook loose. The next moment Pardille was atop him. Lisa appeared over his shoulder, but he knocked her away and locked his fingers in Merrick's hair and smashed his head against the scale. Lisa screamed, and white lights fired through Merrick's skull. Again his head was smashed down, and again. Dimly he saw Lisa struggling with Pardille, saw her shoved away, saw the hook raised high and the foreman's mouth distorted by a grimace. Then the grimace vanished. His jaw dropped open, and he reached behind him as if to scratch his shoulder blade. A line of dark blood eeled from his mouth, and he collapsed, smothering Merrick beneath his chest. Merrick heard voices. He tried to dislodge the body, and the effects drained the last of his strength. He whirled down through a blackness that seemed as negative and inexhaustible as the petrified man's eyes. Someone had propped his head on their lap, and was bathing his brow with a damp cloth. He assumed it was Lisa, but when he asked what had happened, it was Harke who answered, saying, "Had to kill him." His head throbbed, his leg throbbed even worse, and his eyes would not focus. The peels of dead skin hanging overhead appeared to be writhing. He realized they were out near the edge of the wing. "Where's Lisa?" "Don't worry," said Harke. "You'll see her again." She made it sound like an indictment. "Where is she?" "Sent her back to Hangtown. Won't do, you two being seen hand in hand the same day Pardil's missing." "She wouldn't have left." He blinked, trying to see her face. The lines around her mouth were etched deep, and reminded him of the patterns of lichen on the dragon's scale. "What did you do?" "Convinced her it was best," said Harke. "Don't you know she's just fooling with you?" "I've got to talk to her." He was full of remorse, and it was unthinkable that Lisa should be bearing her grief alone. But when he struggled to rise, pain lanced through his leg. "You wouldn't get 10 feet," she said. "Soon as your head's clear, I'll help you with the stairs." He closed his eyes, resolving to find Lisa the instant he got back to Hangtown. Together they would decide what to do. The scale beneath him was cool, and that coolness was transmitted to his skin, his flesh, as if he were merging with it, becoming one of its ridges. "What was the wizard's name?" he asked after a while, recalling the petrified man, the ring, and its incised letter. "The one who tried to kill Griaule." "Don't know as I ever heard it," said Harke, "but I reckon it's him back there." "You saw him?" "I was chasing a scale hunter once, what stole some rope, and I found him instead. Pretty miserable sort, whoever he is." Her fingers trailed over his shoulder, a gentle treasuring touch. He did not understand what it signaled, being too concerned with Lisa, with the terrifying potentials of all that had happened. But years later, after things had passed beyond remedy, he cursed himself for not having understood. At length, Harke helped him to his feet, and they climbed up to Hangtown, to bitter realizations and regrets, leaving Pardil to the birds or the weather or worse. It seems it is considered irreligious for a woman in love to hesitate or examine the situation, to do anything other than blindly follow the impulse of her emotions. I felt the brunt of such an attitude. People judged it my fault for not having acted quickly and decisively one way or another. Perhaps I was overcautious. I do not claim to be free of blame, only innocent of sacrilege. I believe I might have eventually left Pardil. There was not enough in the relationship to sustain happiness for either of us. But I had good reason for cautious examination. My husband was not an evil man, and there were matters of loyalty between us. I could not face Merrick after Pardil's death, and I moved to another part of the valley. He tried to see me on many occasions, but I always refused. Though I was greatly tempted, my guilt was greater. 4 years later, after Harke died, crushed by a runaway wagon, one of her associates wrote and told me Harke had been in love with Merrick, that it had been she who had informed Pardil of the affair, and that she may well have staged the murder. The letter acted somewhat to expiate my guilt, and I weighed the possibility of seeing Merrick again. But too much time had passed, and we had both assumed other lives. I decided against it. 6 years later, when Griaule's influence had weakened sufficiently to allow emigration, I moved to Port Chante. I did not hear from Merrick for almost 20 years after that, and then one day I received a letter, which I will reproduce in part. My old friend from Regensburg, Louis Dardano, has been living here for the past few years, engaged in writing my biography. The narrative has a breezy feel, like a tale being told in a tavern, which, if you recall my telling you how this all began, is quite appropriate. But on reading it, I am amazed my life has had such a simple shape. One task, one passion. God, Lisa, 70 years old, and I still dream of you, and I still think of what happened that morning under the wing. Strange that it has taken me all this time to realize it was not Harke, not you or I who was culpable, but Griaule. How obvious it seems now. I was leaving, and he needed me to complete the expression on his side, his dream of flying, of escape, to grant him the death of his desire. I am certain you will think I have leaped to this assumption, but I remind you that it has been a leap of 40 years' duration. I know Griaule, know his monstrous subtlety. I can see it at work in every action that has taken place in the valley since my arrival. I was a fool not to understand that his powers were at the heart of our sad conclusion. The army now runs everything here, as no doubt you are aware. It is rumored they are planning a winter campaign against Regensburg. Can you believe it? Their fathers were ignorant, but this generation is brutally stupid. Otherwise, the work goes well, and things are as usual with me. My shoulder aches, children stare at me on the street, and it is whispered, I am mad. From Under Griaule's Wing, by Lisa Claveri. 3. Acne-scarred, lean, arrogant Major Houck was a very young major with a limp. When Merrick had entered, the major had been practicing his signature. It was a thing of elegant loops and flourishes, obviously intended to have a place in posterity. As he strode back and forth during their conversation, he paused frequently to admire himself in the window-glass, settling the hang of his red jacket or running his fingers along the crease of his white trousers. It was the new style of uniform, the first Merrick had seen at close range, and he noted with amusement the dragons embossed on the epaulets. He wondered if Griaule was capable of such an irony, if his influence was sufficiently discreet to have planted the idea for this comic opera apparel in the brain of some general's wife. Not a question of manpower, the major was saying, but of— He broke off, and after a moment cleared his throat. Merrick, who had been studying the blotches on the backs of his hands, glanced up. The cane that had been resting against his knee slipped and clattered to the floor. "A question of materiel," said the major firmly. "The price of antimony, for example." "Hardly use it any more," said Merrick. "I'm almost done with the mineral reds." A look of impatience crossed the major's face. "Very well," he said. He stooped to his desk and shuffled through some papers. "Ah, here's a bill for a shipment of cuttlefish, from which you derive—" He shuffled more papers. "Syrian brown," said Merrick gruffly. "I'm done with that, too. Golds and violets are all I need any more. A little blue and rose." He wished the man would stop badgering him. He wanted to be at the eye before sunset. As the major continued his accounting, Merrick's gaze wandered out the window. The shantytown surrounding Griaule had swelled into a city, and now sprawled across the hills. Most of the buildings were permanent, wood and stone, and the cant of the roofs, the smoke from the factories around the perimeter, put him in mind of Regensburg. All the natural beauty of the land had been drained into the painting. Blackish-gray rain clouds were muscling up from the east, but the afternoon sun shone clear and shed a heavy gold radiance on Griaule's side. It looked as if the sunlight were an extension of the gleaming resins,
as if the thickness of the paint were becoming infinite. He let the Major's voice recede to a buzz, and followed the scatter and dazzle of the images. And then, with a start, he realized the Major was sounding him out about stopping the work. The idea panicked him at first. He tried to interrupt, to raise objections, but the Major talked through him, and as Merrick thought it over, he grew less and less opposed. The painting would never be finished, and he was tired. Perhaps it was time to have done with it, to accept a university post somewhere and enjoy life for a while. "We've been thinking about a temporary stoppage," said Major Houck. "Then, if the winter campaign goes well—" He smiled. "If we're not visited by plague and pestilence, we'll assume things are in hand. Of course, we'd like your opinion." Merrick felt a surge of anger toward this smug little monster. "In my opinion, you people are idiots," he said. "You wear Griaule's image on your shoulders, weave him on your flags, and yet you don't have the least comprehension of what that means. You think it's just a useful symbol." "Excuse me," said the Major stiffly. "The hell I will." Merrick groped for his cane and heaved up to his feet. "You see yourselves as conquerors, shapers of destiny. But all your rapes and slaughters are Griaule's expressions. His will. You're every bit as much his parasites as the Skizzers." The Major sat, picked up a pen, and began to write. "It astounds me," Merrick went on, "that you can live next to a miracle, a source of mystery, and treat him as if he were an oddly shaped rock." The Major kept writing. "What are you doing?" asked Merrick. "My recommendation," said the Major without looking up. "Which is?" "That we initiate stoppage at once." They exchanged hostile stares, and Merrick turned to leave. But as he took hold of the doorknob, the Major spoke again. "We owe you so much," he said. He wore an expression of mingled pity and respect that further irritated Merrick. "How many men have you killed, Major?" he asked, opening the door. "I'm not sure. I was in the artillery. We were never able to be sure." "Well, I'm sure of my tally," said Merrick. "It's taken me 40 years to amass it. 1,593 men and women. Poisoned, scalded, broken by falls, savaged by animals. Murdered. Why don't we, you and I, just call it even?" Though it was a sultry afternoon, he felt cold as he walked toward the tower, an internal cold that left him light-headed and weak. He tried to think what he would do. The idea of a university post seemed less appealing away from the Major's office. He would soon grow weary of worshipful students and in-depth dissections of his work by jealous academics. A man hailed him as he turned into the market. Merrick waved, but did not stop, and heard another man say, "That's Catanay? That ragged old ruin?" The colors of the market were too bright, the smells of charcoal cookery too cloying, the crowds too thick, and he made for the side streets, hobbling past one-room stucco houses and tiny stores where they sold cooking oil by the ounce and cut cigars in half if you could not afford a whole one. Garbage, tornadoes of dust and flies, drunks with bloody mouths. Somebody had tied wires around a pariah dog, a bitch with slack teats. The wires had sliced into her flesh, and she lay panting in an alley mouth, gaunt ribs flecked with pink lather, gazing into nowhere. She, thought Merrick, and not Griaule, should be the symbol of their flag. As he rode the hoist up the side of the tower, he fell into his old habit of jotting down notes for the next day. "What's that cord of wood doing on level 5? Slow leak of chrome yellow from pipes on level 12. Only when he saw a man dismantling some scaffolding did he recall Major Houck's recommendation and understand that the order must already have been given. The loss of his work struck home to him then, and he leaned against the railing, his chest constricted and his eyes brimming. He straightened, ashamed of himself.
The sun hung in a haze of iron-colored light low above the western hills, looking red and bloated and vile as a vulture's ruff. That polluted sky was his creation as much as was the painting, and it would be good to leave it behind. Once away from the valley, from all the influences of the place, he would be able to consider the future. A young girl was sitting on the 20th level, just beneath the eye. Years before, the ritual of viewing the eye had grown to cultish proportions. There had been group chanting and praying and discussions of the experience. But these were more practical times, and no doubt the young men and women who had congregated here were now manning administrative desks somewhere in the burgeoning empire. They were the ones about whom Dardano should write. They and all the eccentric characters who had played roles in this slow pageant. The gypsy woman who had danced every night by the eye, hoping to charm Griaule into killing her faithless lover. She had gone away satisfied. The man who had tried to extract one of the fangs, nobody knew what had become of him. The scale hunters, the artisans, a history of Hangtown would be a volume in itself. The walk had left Merrick weak and breathless. He sat down clumsily beside the girl, who smiled. He could not remember her name, but she came often to the eye. Small and dark, with an inner reserve that reminded him of Lisa. He laughed inwardly. Most women reminded him of Lisa in some way. "Are you all right?" she asked, her brow wrinkled with concern. "Oh, yes," he said. He felt a need for conversation to take his mind off things, but he could think of nothing more to say. She was so young, all freshness and gleam and nerves. "This will be my last time," she said, "at least for a while. I'll miss it." And then, before he could ask why, she added, "I'm getting married tomorrow, and we're moving away." He offered congratulations and asked her who was the lucky fellow. "Just a boy." She tossed her hair, as if to dismiss the boy's importance. She gazed up at the shuttered membrane. "What's it like for you when the eye opens?" she asked. "Like everyone else," he said. "I remember. Memories of my life. Other lives, too." He did not tell her about Griaule's memory of flight. He had never told anyone, except Lisa, about that. "All those bits of souls trapped in there," she said, gesturing at the eye. "What do they mean to him? Why does he show them to us?" "I imagine he has his purposes, but I can't explain them." "Once I remembered being with you," said the girl, peeking at him shyly through a dark curl. "We were under the wing." He glanced at her sharply. "Tell me." "We were together," she said, blushing. "Intimate, you know. I was very afraid of the place, of the sounds and shadows, but I loved you so much it didn't matter. We made love all night, and I was surprised because I thought that kind of passion was just in stories, something people had invented to make up for how ordinary it really was. And in the morning even that dreadful place had become beautiful, with the wing-tips glowing red and the waterfall echoing." She lowered her eyes. "Ever since I had that memory, I've been a little in love with you." "Lisa," he said, feeling helpless before her. "Was that her name?" He nodded and put a hand to his brow, trying to pinch back the emotions that flooded him. "I'm sorry." Her lips grazed his cheek, and just that slight touch seemed to weaken him further. "I wanted to tell you how she felt, in case she hadn't told you herself. She was very troubled by something, and I wasn't sure she had." She shifted away from him, made uncomfortable by the intensity of his reaction, and they sat without speaking. Merrick became lost in watching how the sun glazed the scales to reddish gold, how the light was channeled along the ridges in molten streams that paled as the day wound down. He was startled when the girl jumped to her feet and backed toward the hoist. "He's dead," she said wonderingly. Merrick looked at her, uncomprehending. "See?" She pointed at the sun, which showed a crimson sliver above the hill. "He's dead," she repeated, and the expression on her face flowed between fear and exultation. The idea of Griaule's death was too large for Merrick's mind to encompass, and he turned to the eye to find a counterproof. No glints of color flickered beneath the membrane. He heard the hoist creak as the girl headed down, but he continued to wait. Perhaps only the dragon's vision had failed. No. It was likely not a coincidence that work had been officially terminated today. Stunned, he sat staring at the lifeless membrane until the sun sank below the hills. Then he stood and went over to the hoist. Before he could throw the switch, the cables thrummed. Somebody heading up. Of course. The girl would have spread the news, and all the major hawks and their underlings would be hurrying to test Griaule's reflexes. He did not want to be there when they arrived, to watch them pose with their trophy like successful fishermen. It was hard work climbing up the frontoparietal plate. The ladder swayed, the wind buffeted him, and by the time he clambered onto the plate he was giddy, his chest full of twinges. He hobbled forward and leaned against the rust-caked side of a boiling vat. Shadowy in the twilight, the great furnaces and vats towered around him, and it seemed this system of fiery devices, reeking of cooked flesh and minerals, was the actual machinery of Griaule's thought materialized above his skull. Energyless, abandoned. They had been replaced by more efficient equipment down below, and it had been, what was it, almost 5 years since they were last used. Cobwebs veiled a pyramid of firewood. The stairs leading to the rims of the vats were crumbling. The plate itself was scarred and coated with sludge. "Cadenet!" Someone shouted from below, and the top of the ladder trembled. God! They were coming after him, bubbling over with congratulations and plans for testimonial dinners, memorial plaques, specially struck medals. They would have him draped in bunting and bronzed and covered with pigeon shit before they were done. All these years he had been among them, both their slave and their master, yet he had never felt at home. Leaning heavily on his cane, he made his way past the frontal spike, blackened by years of oily smoke, and down between the wings to Hangtown. It was a ghost town now, weeds overgrowing the collapsed shanties, the lake a stinking pit, drained after some children had drowned in the summer of '91. Where Harkey's home had stood was a huge pile of animal bones, taking a pale shine from the half-light. Wind keened through the tattered shrubs. "Merrick! Cadenet!" The voices were closer. Well, there was one place where they would not follow. The leaves of the thickets were speckled with mold and brittle, flaking away as he brushed them. He hesitated at the top of the scale hunter's stair. He had no rope. Though he had done the climb unaided many times, it had been quite a few years. The gusts of wind, the shouts, the sweep of the valley, and the lights scattered across it like diamonds on gray velvet. It all seemed a single, inconstant medium. He heard the brush crunch behind him, more voices. To hell with it. Gritting his teeth against a twinge of pain in his shoulder, hooking his cane over his belt, he inched onto the stair and locked his fingers in the handholds. The wind whipped his clothes and threatened to pry him loose and send him pinwheeling off. Once he slipped, once he froze, unable to move backward or forward. But at last he reached the bottom and edged upslope until he found a spot flat enough to stand. The mystery of the place suddenly bore in upon him, and he was afraid. He half turned to the stair, thinking he would go back to Hangtown and accept the hurly-burly. But a moment later he realized how foolish a thought that was.
waves of weakness poured through him, his heart hammered, and white dazzles flared in his vision. His chest felt heavy as iron. Rattled, he went a few steps forward, the cane pocking the silence. It was too dark to see more than outlines, but up ahead was the fold of wing where he and Lisa had sheltered. He walked toward it, intent on revisiting it. Then he remembered the girl beneath the eye, and understood that he had already said that goodbye. And it was goodbye. That he understood vividly. He kept walking. Blackness looked to be welling from the wing joint, from the entrances to the maze of luminous tunnels where they had stumbled onto the petrified man. Had it really been the old wizard, doomed by magical justice to moulder and live on and on? It made sense. At least it accorded with what happened to wizards who slew their dragons. "Griaule?" He whispered to the darkness and cocked his head, half expecting an answer. The sound of his voice pointed up the immensity of the great gallery under the wing, the emptiness, and he recalled how vital a habitat it had once been. Flakes shifting over the surface, skizzers, peculiar insects fuming in the thickets, the glum populace of Hangtown, waterfalls. He had never been able to picture Griaule fully alive. That kind of vitality was beyond the powers of the imagination. Yet he wondered if by some miracle the dragon were alive now, flying up through his golden night to the sun's core. Or had that merely been a dream, a bit of tissue glittering deep in the cold tons of his brain? He laughed. Ask the stars for their first names, and you'd be more likely to receive a reply. He decided not to walk any farther. It was really no decision. Pain was spreading through his shoulder, so intense he imagined it must be glowing inside. Carefully, he lowered himself and lay propped on an elbow, hanging on to the cane. Good, magical wood. Cut from a hawthorn atop Griaule's haunch. A man had once offered him a small fortune for it. Who would claim it now?
Probably old Henry Seachy would snatch it for his museum, stick it in a glass case next to his boots.
What a joke! He decided to lie flat on his stomach, resting his chin on an arm. The stony coolness beneath acted to muffle the pain. Amusing how the range of one's decision dwindled. You decided to paint a dragon, to send hundreds of men searching for malachite and cochineal beetles, to love a woman, to heighten an undertone here and there, and finally to position your body a certain way. He seemed to have reached the end of the process. What next? He tried to regulate his breathing, to ease the pressure on his chest. Then, as something rustled out near the wing joint, he turned on his side. He thought he detected movement, a gleaming blackness flowing toward him. Or else it was only the haphazard firing of his nerves playing tricks with his vision. More surprised than afraid, wanting to see, he peered into the darkness and felt his heart beating erratically against the dragon's scale. It's foolish to draw simple conclusions from complex events, but I suppose there must be both moral and truth to this life, these events. I'll leave that to the gadflies. The historians, the social scientists, the expert apologists for reality. All I know is that he had a fight with his girlfriend over money and walked out. He sent her a letter saying he had gone south and would be back in a few months, with more money than she could ever spend. I had no idea what he'd done. The whole thing about Griaule had just been a bunch of us sitting around the Red Bear, drinking up my pay. I'd sold an article, and somebody said, "Wouldn't it be great if Dardano didn't have to write articles? If we didn't have to paint pictures that color-coordinated with people's furniture, or slave at getting the gooey smiles of little nieces and nephews just right? All sorts of improbable money-making schemes were put forward, robberies, kidnappings. Then the idea of swindling the city fathers of Teosinte came up, and the entire plan was fleshed out in minutes. Scribbled on napkins, scrawled on sketch pads. A group effort. I keep trying to remember if anyone got a glassy look in their eye, if I felt a cold tendril of Griaule's thought stirring my brains. But I can't. It was a half-hour's sensation, nothing more. A drunken whimsy, an art school metaphor. Shortly thereafter, we ran out of money and staggered into the streets. It was snowing, big wet flakes that melted down our collars. God, we were drunk. Laughing, balancing on the icy railing of the university bridge, making faces at the bundled-up burghers and their fat ladies who huffed and puffed past, spouting steam and never giving us a glance, and none of us, not even the burghers, knowing that we were living our happy ending in advance. From The Man Who Painted the Dragon Griaule, by Louis Dardano. A Spanish Lesson. That winter of '64, when I was 17 and prone to obey the impulses of my heart as if they were illuminations produced by years of contemplative study, I dropped out of college and sailed to Europe, landing in Belfast, hitchhiking across Britain, down through France and Spain, and winding up on the Costa del Sol, to be specific, in a village near Malaga by the name of Pedregalejo, where one night I was to learn something of importance. What had attracted me to the village was not its quaintness, its vista of the placid Mediterranean and neat white stucco houses and little bandy-legged fishermen mending nets. Rather, it was the fact that the houses along the shore were occupied by a group of expatriates, mostly Americans, who posed for me a bohemian ideal. The youngest of them was 7 years older than I, the eldest 3 times my age, and among them they had amassed a wealth of experience that caused me envy and made me want to become like them, bearded, be-earringed, and travel-wise. There was, for example, Leonard Samstadt, a Swedish poet with the poetic malady of a weak heart and a fondness for marhoon, hashish candy. There was Art Shapiro, a wanderer who had for 10 years migrated between Pedregalejo and Istanbul. There was Don Washington, a black ex-GI and blues singer, whose Danish girlfriend, much to the delight of the locals, was given to nude sunbathing. There was Robert Brame, a New York actor who, in the best theatrical tradition, attempted half-heartedly to kill several of the others, suffered a nervous breakdown, and had to be returned to the States under restraint. And then there was Richard Shockley, a tanned, hook-nosed man in his late 20s, who was the celebrity of the group, a part-time smuggler, mainly of marijuana, and a writer of some accomplishment. His first novel, The Celebrant, had created a minor critical stir. Being a fledgling writer myself, it was he whom I most envied. In appearance and manner he suited my notion of what a writer should be. For a while he took an interest in me, teaching me smuggling tricks and lecturing on the moral imperatives of art. But shortly thereafter he became preoccupied with his own affairs, and our relationship deteriorated. In retrospect, I can see that these people were unremarkable, but at the time they seemed impossibly wise, and in order to align myself with them, I rented a small beach house, bought a supply of notebooks, and began to fill them with page after page of attempted poetry. Though I had insinuated myself into the group, I was not immediately accepted. My adolescence showed plainly against the backdrop of their experience. I had no store of anecdotes, no expertise with flute or guitar, and my conversation was lacking in hip savoir-faire. In their eyes I was a kid, a baby, a clever puppy who had learned how to beg, and I was often the object of ridicule. 3 factors saved me from worse ridicule: my size, 6'3", 190, my erratic temper, and my ability to consume enormous quantities of drugs. This last was my great trick, my means of gaining respect. I would perform feats of ingestion that would leave Don Washington, a consummate doper, shaking his head in awe. Pills, powders, herbs. I was indiscriminate, and I initiated several dangerous dependencies in hopes of achieving equal status. 6 weeks after moving to the beach, I raised myself a notch in the general esteem by acquiring a girlfriend, a fey California blonde named Anne Fisher. It amuses me to recall the event that led Anne to my bed, because it smacked of the worst of cinema verite, an existential moment opening onto a bittersweet romance. We were walking on the beach, a rainy day, sea and sky blending in a slate fog toward Africa, both of us stoned near to the point of catatonia, when we happened upon a drowned kitten. Had I been unaccompanied, I might have inspected the corpse for bugs and passed on, but as it was, being under Anne's scrutiny, I babbled some nonsense about this inconstant image of the world, half of which I was parroting from a Eugenio Montale poem, and proceeded to give the kitten decent burial beneath a flat rock. After completing this nasty chore, I stood and discovered Anne staring at me wetly, her maidenly nature overborne by my unexpected sensitivity. No words were needed. We were alone on the beach, with Nina Simone's bluesy whisper issuing from a window of one of the houses, gray waves slopping at our feet. As if pressed together by the vast emptiness around us, we kissed. Anne clawed my back and ground herself against me. You might have thought she had been thirsting for me all her 19 years. But I came to understand that her desperation was born of philosophical bias and not sexual compulsion. She was deep into sadness as a motif for passion, and she liked thinking of us as two worthless strangers, united by a sudden perception of life's pathetic fragility. Fits of weeping and malaise, alternating with furious bouts of love-making, were her idea of a romantic counterpoint. By the time she left me some months later, I had grown thoroughly sick of her, but she had, I believed, served her purpose in establishing me as a full-fledged expatriate. Wrong. I soon found that I was still the kid, the baby, and I realized that I would remain so until someone of even lesser status moved to the beach, thereby nudging me closer to the mainstream. This didn't seem likely, and in truth I no longer cared. I had lost respect for the group. Had I not, at 17, become as hiply expatriated as they, and wouldn't I, when I reached their age, be off to brighter horizons? Then, as is often the case with reality, presenting us with what we desire at the moment, desire begins to flag. Two suitably substandard people rented the house next to mine. Their names were Tom and Elise, and they were twins a couple of years older than I, uncannily alike in appearance, and hailing from, if you were to believe their story, Canada. Yet they had no knowledge of things Canadian, and their accent was definitely Northern European. Not an auspicious entree into a society as picky as Padre Gallejo's. Everyone was put off by them, especially Richard Shockley, who saw them as a threat. "Those kind of people make trouble for everyone else," he said to me at once. "They're just too damn weird." It has always astounded me that those who pride themselves on eccentricity are so quick to deride this quality in strangers. Others as well testified to the twins' weirdness. They were secretive, hostile. They had been seen making strange passes in the air on the beach, and that led some to believe they were religious nuts. They set lanterns in their windows at night and left them burning until dawn. Their most disturbing aspect, however, was their appearance. Both were scarcely 5 feet tall, emaciated, pale, with black hair and squinty dark eyes, and an elfin cleverness of feature that Shockley described as prettily ugly, like Munchkins. He suggested that this might be a product of inbreeding, and I thought he might be right. The twins had the sort of dulled presence that one associates with the retarded or the severely tranquilized.
The fishermen treated them as if they were the devil's spawn, crossing themselves and spitting at the sight of them. And the expatriates were concerned that the fishermen's enmity would focus the attention of the Guardia Civile upon the beach. The Guardia, with their comic opera uniforms, their machine guns, their funny patent leather hats that from a distance looked like Mickey Mouse ears, were a legitimate menace. They had a long-standing reputation for murder and corruption, and were particularly fond of harassing foreigners.
Therefore, I was not surprised when a committee led by Shockley asked me to keep an eye on my new neighbors, the idea being that we should close ranks against them, even to the point of reporting any illegalities. Despite knowing that refusal would consolidate my status as a young nothing, I told Shockley and his pals to screw off. I'm not able to take pride in this. Had they been friendlier to me in the past, I might have gone along with the scheme. But as it was, I was happy to reject them. And further, in the spirit of revenge, I went next door to warn Tom and Elise. My knock roused a stirring inside the house, whispers, and at last the door was cracked, and an eye peeped forth. "Yes," said Elise. I said, taken aback by this suspicious response. "My name's Lucius, from next door. I've got something to tell you about the people around here." Silence. "They're afraid of you," I went on. "They're nervous because they've got dope and stuff, and they think you're going to bring the cops down on them." Elise glanced behind her, more whispers, and then she said, "Why would we do that?" "It's not that you do it on purpose," I said. "It's just that you're different. You're attracting a lot of attention, and everyone's afraid that the cops will investigate you and then decide to bust the whole beach." "Oh." Another conference, and finally she said, "Would you please come in?" The door swung open, creaking like a coffin lid centuries closed, and I crossed the threshold. Tom was behind the door, and after shutting it, Elise ranged herself beside him. Her chest was so flat, their features so alike, it was only the length of her hair that allowed me to tell them apart. She gestured at a table and chairs set in the far corner, and, feeling a prickle of nervousness, I took a seat there. The room was similar to the living room of my house, whitewashed walls, unadorned and flaking, cheap production-line furniture, the signal difference being that they had 2 beds instead of 1, a gas stove in a niche to the left of the door. Mounted just above the light switch was a plastic crucifix. A frayed cord ran up behind the cross to the fixture on the ceiling, giving the impression that Christ had some role to play in the transmission of the current. They had kept the place scrupulously neat. The one sign of occupancy was a pile of notebooks and a sketch pad lying on the table. The pad was open to what appeared to be a rendering of complex circuitry. Before I could get a better look at it, Tom picked up the pad and tossed it onto the stove. Then they sat across from me, hands in their laps, as meek and quiet as 2 white mice. It was dark in the room, knife edges of golden sunlight slanting through gaps in the shutter boards, and the twins' eyes were like dirty smudges on their pale skins. "I don't know what more to tell you," I said, "and I don't have any idea what you should do, but I'd watch myself."
They did not exchange glances or in any way visibly communicate. Yet there was a peculiar tension to their silence, and I had the notion that they were again conferring. This increased my nervousness.
"We realize we're different," said Tom at length. His voice had the exact pitch and timbre of Elise's, soft and faintly blurred. "We don't want to cause harm, but there's something we have to do here. It's dangerous, but we have to do it. We can't leave until it's done." "We think you're a good boy," chimed in Elise, rankling me with this characterization. "We wonder if you would help us." I was perplexed. "What can I do?" "The problem is one of appearances," said Tom. "We can't change the way we look, but perhaps we can change the way others perceive us. If we were to become more a part of the community, we might not be so noticeable." "They won't have anything to do with you," I told him. "They're too—" "We have an idea," Elise cut in. "Yes," said Tom. "We thought if there was the appearance of a romantic involvement between you and Elise, people might take us more for granted. We hoped you would be agreeable to having Elise move in with you." "Now, wait," I said, startled. "I don't mind helping you, but I—" "It would only be for appearance sake," said Elise, deadpan. "There'd be no need for physical contact, and I would try not to be an imposition. I could clean for you and do the shopping." Perhaps it was something in Elise's voice or a subtle shift in attitude, but for whatever reason, it was then that I sensed their desperation. They were very, very afraid. Of what? I had no inkling. But fear was palpable, a thready pulse in the air. It was a symptom of my youth that I did not associate their fear with any potential threat to myself. I was merely made the more curious. "What sort of danger are you in?" I asked. Once again there was that peculiar nervy silence, at the end of which Tom said, "We ask that you treat this as a confidence." "Sure," I said casually. "Who am I going to tell?" The story Tom told was plausible. In fact, considering my own history, a repressive intellectual father who considered me a major disappointment, who had characterized my dropping out as the irresponsible actions of a glandular case, it seemed programmed to enlist my sympathy. He said that they were not Canadian, but German, and had been raised by a dictatorial stepfather after their mother's death. They had been beaten, locked in closets, and fed so poorly that their growth had been affected. Several months before, after almost 20 years of virtual confinement, they had managed to escape, and since then they had kept one step ahead of detectives hired by the stepfather. Now, penniless, they were trying to sell some antiquities that they had stolen from their home, and once they succeeded in this, they planned to travel east, perhaps to India, where they would be beyond detection. But they were afraid that they would be caught while waiting for the sale to go through. They had had too little practice with the world to be able to pass as ordinary citizens. "Well," I said when he had finished, "if you want to move in—" I nodded at Elise. "I guess it's all right. I'll do what I can to help you. But first thing you should do is quit leaving lanterns in your window all night. That's what really weirds the fishermen out. They think you're doing some kind of magic or something." I glanced back and forth between them. "What are you doing?" "It's just a habit," said Elise. "Our stepfather made us sleep with the lights on." "You'd better stop it," I said firmly. I suddenly saw myself playing Annie Sullivan to their Helen Keller, paving their way to a full and happy life, and this noble self-image caused me to wax enthusiastic. "Don't worry," I told them. "Before I'm through, you people are going to pass for genuine all-American freaks. I guarantee it." If I had expected thanks, I would have been disappointed. Elise stood, saying that she'd be right back. She was going to pack her things, and Tom stared at me with an expression that, had I not been so pleased with myself, I might have recognized for pained distaste. The beach at Pedre Galejo inscribed a grayish-white crescent for about 100 yards along the Mediterranean, bounded on the west by a rocky point, and on the east by a condominium under construction, among the first of many that were gradually to obliterate the beauty of the coast. Beyond the beachfront houses occupied by the expatriates were several dusty streets lined with similar houses, and beyond them rose a cliff of ochre rock surmounted by a number of villas, one of which had been rented by an English actor who was in the area shooting a bullfighting movie. I had been earning my living of late as an extra on the film, receiving the equivalent of $5 a day and lunch, also an equivalent value, consisting of a greasy sandwich and soda pop. My house was at the extreme eastern end of the beach, and differed from the rest in that it had a stucco porch that extended into the water. Inside, as mentioned, it was almost identical to the twins' house, but despite this likeness, when Elise entered, clutching an airline bag to her chest,
She acted as if she had walked into an alien spacecraft. At first, ignoring my invitation to sit, she stood stiffly in a corner, flinching every time I passed. Then, keeping as close to the walls as a cat exploring new territory, she inspected my possessions, peeking into my backpack, touching the strings of my guitar, studying the crude watercolors with which I had covered up flaking spots in the whitewash. Finally, she sat at the table, knees pressed tightly together and staring at her hands. I tried to draw her into a conversation, but received mumbles in reply, and eventually, near sunset, I took a notebook and a bag full of dope and went out onto the porch to write. When I was even younger than I was in 1964, a boy, I'd assumed that all seas were wild, storm-tossed enormities, rife with monsters and mysteries. And so, at first sight, the relatively tame waters of the Mediterranean had proved a disappointment. However, as time had passed, I'd come to appreciate the Mediterranean's subtle shifts in mood. On that particular afternoon, the sea, near to shore, lay in a rippled sheet, stained reddish-orange by the dying light. Farther out, a golden haze obscured the horizon and made the skeletal riggings of the returning fishing boats seem like the crawling of huge insects in a cloud of pollen. It was the kind of antique weather from which you might expect the glowing figure of Agamemnon, say, or of some martial Roman soul to emerge with ghostly news concerning the sack of Troy or Masada. I smoked several pipefuls of dope. It was Moroccan Kaif, a fine grade of marijuana salted with flecks of white opium, and was busy recording the moment in overwrought poetry when Elise came up beside me and, again reminding me of a white mouse, sniffed the air. "What's that?" she asked, pointing at the pipe. I explained and offered a toke. "Oh, no," she said, but continued peering at the dope, and after a second added, "My stepfather used to give us drugs, pills that made us sleepy." "This might do the same thing," I said airily, and went back to my scribbling. "Well," she said a short while later, "perhaps I'll try a little." I doubt that she had ever smoked before. She coughed and hacked, and her eyes grew red-veined and weepy. But she denied that the kaif was having any effect. Gradually, though, she lapsed into silence and sat staring at the water. Then, perhaps 5 minutes after finishing her last pipe, she ran into the house and returned with a sketch-pad. "This is wonderful," she said. "Wonderful. Usually it's so hard to see," and began sketching with a charcoal pencil. I giggled, taking perverse delight in having gotten her high, and asked, "What's wonderful?" She merely shook her head, intent on her work. I would have pursued the question, but at that moment I noticed a group of expatriates strolling toward us along the beach. "Here's your chance to act normal," I said, too stoned to recognize the cruelty of my words. She glanced up. "What do you mean?" I nodded in the direction of the proto-hippies. They appeared to be as ripped as we were. One of the women was doing a clumsy skipping dance along the tidal margin, and the others were staggering, laughing, shouting encouragement. Silhouetted against the violent colors of sunset with their floppy hats and jerky movements, they had the look of shadow actors in a medieval mystery play. "Kiss me," I suggested to Elise, "or act affectionate. Reports of your normalcy will be all over the beach before dark." Elise's eyes widened, but she set down her pad. She hesitated briefly, then edged her chair closer. She leaned forward, hesitated again, waiting until the group had come within good viewing range, and pressed her lips to mine. Though I was not in the least attracted to Elise, kissing her was a powerful sexual experience. It was a chaste kiss. Her lips trembled, but did not part, and it lasted only a matter of seconds. Yet for its duration, as if her mouth had been coated with some psychochemical, my senses sharpened to embrace the moment in microscopic detail. Kissing had always struck me as a blurred pleasure, a smashing together of pulpy flesh accompanied by a flurry of groping.
But with Elise, I could feel the exact conformation of our lips, the minuscule changes in pressure as they settled into place, the rough material of her blouse grazing my arm, the erratic measures of her breath, which was surprisingly sweet. The delicacy of the act aroused me as no other kiss had before, and when I drew back, I half expected her to have been transformed into a beautiful princess. Not so. She was as ever small and pale, prettily ugly. Stunned, I turned toward the beach. The expatriates were gawping at us, and their astonishment reoriented me. I gave them a cheery wave, put my arm around Elise, and inclining my head to hers in a pretense of young love, I led her into the house. That night I went to sleep while she was off visiting Tom. I tried to station myself on the extreme edge of the bed, leaving her enough room to be comfortable. But by the time she returned, I had rolled onto the center of the mattress, and when she slipped in beside me, turning on her side, her thin buttocks cupped spoon-style by my groin, I came drowsily awake and realized that my erection was budding between her legs. Once again, physical contact with her caused a sharpening of my senses, and due to the intimacy of the contact, my desire, too, was sharpened. I could no more have stopped myself than I could have stopped breathing. Gently as though she were the truest of true loves, and indeed I felt that sort of tenderness toward her, I began moving against her, thrusting more and more forcefully, until I had eased partway inside. All this time she had made no sound, no comment, but now she cocked her leg back over my hip, wriggled closer, and let me penetrate her fully. It had been a month since Anne had left, and I was undeniably horny. But not even this could explain the fervor of my performance that night. I lost track of how many times we made love, and yet we never exchanged endearments, never spoke, or in any way acknowledged one another as lovers. Though Elise's breath quickened, her face remained set in that characteristic deadpan, and I wasn't sure if she was deriving pleasure from the act or simply providing a service, paying rent. It didn't matter. I was having enough fun for both of us. The last thing I recall is that she had mounted me, female superior, her skin glowing ghost-pale in the dawn light, single-scoop breasts barely jiggling. Her charcoal eyes were fixed on the wall, as if she saw there an important destination toward which she was galloping me post-haste. My romance with Elise, this and the fact that she and Tom had taken to smoking vast amounts of café and wandering the beach glassy-eyed, thus emulating the behavior of the other expatriates, had more or less the desired effect upon everyone except Richard Shockley. He accosted me on my way to work one morning and told me in no uncertain terms that if I knew what was good for me, I should break all ties with the twins. I had about 3 inches and 30 pounds on him, and, for reasons I will shortly explain, I was in an irascible mood. I gave him a push and asked him to keep out of my business or suffer the consequences. "You stupid punk," he said, but backed away. "Punk," I laughed. Laughter has always been for me a spark to fuel rage, and followed him. "Come on, Rich. You can work up a better insult than that. A verbal guy like you. Come on, give me a reason to get really crazy." We were standing in one of the dusty streets back of the beach, not far from a bakery, a little shop with dozens of loaves of bread laid neatly in the window, and at that moment a member of the Guardia Civile poked his head out the door. He was munching a sweet roll, watching us with casual interest, a short, swarthy man wearing an olive-green uniform with fancy epaulets, an automatic rifle slung over his shoulder, and sporting one of those goofy patent-leather hats. Shockley blanched at the sight, wheeled around, and walked away. I was about to walk away myself, but the guardsman beckoned. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I went over to him. "Cobarde," he said, gesturing at Shockley. My Spanish was poor, but I knew that word, coward. "Yeah," I said. In Inglés, cobarde means chicken shit. "Cheek sheet,"
he said. Then, more forcefully, "Cheek sheet!" He asked me to teach him some more English. He wanted to know all the curse words. His name was Francisco. He had fierce bad breath, and he seemed genuinely friendly. But I knew damn well that he was most likely trying to recruit me as an informant. He talked about his family in Seville, his girlfriend, how beautiful it was in Spain. I smiled, kept repeating, "See, see," and was very relieved when he had to go off on his rounds. Despite Shockley's attitude, the rest of the expatriates began to accept the twins, lumping us together as weirdos of the most perverted sort, yet explicable in our weirdness. From Don Washington I learned that Tom, Elise, and I were thought to be involved in a ménage à trois, and when I attempted to deny this, he said it was no big thing. He did ask, however, what I saw in Elise. I gave some high school reply about it all being the same in the dark, but in truth I had no answer to his question. Since Elise had moved in, my life had assumed a distinct pattern. Each morning I would hurry off to Malaga to work on the movie set. Each night I would return home and enter into brainless rut with Elise. I found this confusing. Separated from Elise, I felt only mild pity for her, yet her proximity would drive me into a lustful frenzy. I lost interest in writing, in Spain, in everything except Elise's undernourished body. I slept hardly at all, my temper worsened, and I began to wonder if she were a witch and had ensorcelled me. Often I would come home to discover her and Tom sitting stoned on my porch, the floor littered with sketches of those circuit-like designs. Actually, they less resembled circuits than a kind of mechanistic vegetation. I asked once what they were. "A game," replied Elise, and distracted me with a caress. 2 weeks after she moved in, I shouted at the assistant director of the movie. He had been instructing me on how to throw a wineskin with the proper degree of adulation as the English actor Matador paraded in triumph around the bull-ring, and was fired. After being hustled off the set, I vowed to get rid of Elise, whom I blamed for all my troubles. But when I arrived home, she was nowhere to be seen. I stumped over to Tom's house and pounded on the door. It swung open, and I peeked inside. Empty. Half a dozen notebooks were scattered on the floor. Curiosity overrode my anger. I stepped in and picked up a notebook. The front cover was decorated with a hand-drawn swastika, and while it is not uncommon to find swastikas on notebook covers, they make for entertaining doodling. The sight of this one gave me a chill. I leafed through the pages, noticing that though the entries were in English, there were occasional words and phrases in German, these having question marks beside them. Then I went back and read the first entry. The Führer had been dead 3 days, and still no one had ventured into the office, where he had been exposed to the poisoned blooms, although a servant had crawled along the ledge to the window and returned with the news that the corpse was stiffened in its leather tunic, its cheeks bristling with a dead man's growth, and strings of desiccated blood were hanging from its chin. But as we well remembered his habit of reviving the dead for a final bout of torture, we were afraid that he might have set an igniter in his cells to ensure rebirth, and so we waited while the wine in his goblet turned to vinegar, and then to a murky gas that hid him from our view. Nothing had changed. The garden of hydrophobic roses fertilized with his blood continued to lash and slather, and the hieroglyphs of his shadow selves could be seen patrolling the streets. The entry went on in like fashion for several pages, depicting a magical-seeming Third Reich, ruled by a dead or moribund Hitler, policed by shadow men known collectively as the Disciples, and populated by a terrified citizenry. All the entries were similar in character, but in the margins were brief notations, most having to do with either Tom's or Elise's physical state, and one passage in particular caught my eye. Elise's control of her endocrine system continues to outpace mine.
Could this simply be a product of male and female differences? It seems likely, since we have all else in common. Endocrine? Didn't that have something to do with glands and secretions? And if so, couldn't this be a clue to Elise's seductive powers? I wished that old Mrs. Adkins, General Science, 5th period, had been more persevering with me. I picked up another notebook. No swastika on the cover, but on the foreleaf was written, Tom and Elise, born 12 March, 1944. The entire notebook contained a single entry, apparently autobiographical, and after checking out the window to see if the twins were in sight, I sat down to read it. 5 pages later, I had become convinced that Tom was either seriously crazy or that he and Elise were the subjects of an insane Nazi experiment, or both. The word clone was not then in my vocabulary, but this was exactly what Tom claimed that he and Elise were. They, he said, along with 18 others, had been grown from a single cell, donor unknown, part of an attempt to speed up development of a true master race. A successful attempt, according to him, for not only were the 20 possessed of supernormal physical and mental abilities, but they were stronger and more handsome than the run of humanity. This seemed to me wish fulfillment, pure and simple, and other elements of the story, for example, the continuation of an exotic Third Reich past 1945, seemed delusion. But upon reading further, learning that they had been sequestered in a cave for almost 20 years, being educated by scientific personnel, I realized that Tom and Elise could have been told these things and have assumed their truth. One could easily make a case for some portion of the Reich having survived the war. I was about to put down the notebook when I noticed several loose sheets of paper stuck in the rear. I pulled them out and unfolded them. The first appeared to be a map of part of a city, with a large central square labeled Citadel, and the rest were covered in a neat script that, after reading a paragraph or two, I deduced to be Elise's. Tom says that since I'm the only one ever to leave the caves, before we all finally left them, that is, I should set down my experiences. He seems to think that having even a horrid past is preferable to having none, and insists that we should document it as well as we can. For myself, I would like to forget the past, but I'll write down what I remember to satisfy his compulsiveness. When we were first experimenting with the tunnel, we knew nothing more about it than that it was a metaphysical construct of some sort. Our control of it was poor, and we had no idea how far it reached or through what medium it penetrated. Nor had we explored it to any great extent. It was terrifying. The only constant was that it was always dark, with fuzzy, different-colored lights shining at what seemed tremendous distances away. Often you would feel disembodied, and sometimes your body was painfully real, subject to odd twinges and shocks. Sometimes it was hard to move, like walking through black glue, and other times it was as if the darkness were a frictionless substance that squeezed you along faster than you wanted to go. Horrible after-images materialized and vanished on all sides, monsters, animals, things to which I couldn't put a name. We were almost as frightened of the tunnel as we were of our masters. Almost. One night, after the guards had taken some of the girls into their quarters, we opened the tunnel, and 3 of us entered it. I was in the lead when our control slipped, and the tunnel began to constrict. I started to turn back, and the next I knew I was standing under the sky, surrounded by windowless buildings, warehouses, I think. The street was deserted, and I had no idea where I was. In a panic, I ran down the street, and soon I heard the sounds of traffic. I turned a corner and stopped short. A broad avenue lined with gray buildings, all decorated with carved eagles, led away from where I stood and terminated in front of an enormous building of black stone. I recognized it at once from pictures we had been shown. Hitler's Citadel.
Though I was still very afraid, perhaps even more so, I realized that I had learned two things of importance. First, that no matter through what otherworldly medium it stretched, the tunnel also negotiated a worldly distance. Second, I understood that the portrait painted of the world by our masters was more or less accurate. We had never been sure of this, despite having been visited by disciples and other of Hitler's creatures, their purpose being to frighten us into compliance. I only stood a few minutes in that place, yet I'll never be able to forget it. No description could convey its air of menace, its oppressiveness. The avenue was thronged with people, all, like our guards, shorter and less attractive than I and my siblings, all standing stock-still, silent, and gazing at the citadel. A procession of electric cars was passing through their midst, blowing horns, apparently to celebrate a triumph, because no one was obstructing their path. Several disciples were prowling the fringes of the crowd, and overhead a huge winged shape was flying. It was no aircraft. Its wings beat, and it swooped and soared like a live thing. Yet it must have been 40 or 50 feet long. I couldn't make out what it was. It kept close to the sun, and therefore was always partly in silhouette. I should mention that although the sun was at meridian, the sky was a deep blue, such as I have come to associate with the late afternoon skies of this world, and the sun itself was tinged with red, its globe well defined. I think it may have been farther along the path to dwarfism than the sun of this world. All these elements contributed to the menace of the scene, but the dominant force was the citadel. Unlike the other buildings, no carvings adorned it, no screaming eagles, no symbols of terror and war. It was a construct of simple curves and straight lines, but that simplicity implied an animal sleekness, communicated a sense of great power under restraint, and I had the feeling that at any moment the building might come alive and devour every one within its reach. It seemed to give its darkness to the air. I approached a man standing nearby and asked what was going on. He looked at me askance, then checked around to see if anyone was watching us. "Haven't you heard?" he said. "I've been away," I told him. This, I could see, struck him as peculiar, but he accepted the fact and said, "They thought he was coming back to life, but it was a false alarm. Now they're offering sacrifices." The procession of cars had reached the steps of the citadel, and from them emerged a number of people with their hands bound behind their backs, and a lesser number of very large men who began shoving them up the steps toward the main doors. Those doors swung open, and from the depths of the citadel issued a kind of growling music overlaid with fanfares of trumpets. A reddish glow, feeble at first, then brightening to a blaze, shone from within. The light and the music set my heart racing. I backed away, and as I did, I thought I saw a face forming in the midst of that red glow. Hitler's face, I believe. But I didn't wait to validate this. I ran as hard as I could back to the street behind the warehouses, and there, to my relief, I discovered that the tunnel had once again been opened. I leaned back, trying to compare what I had read with my knowledge of the twins. Those instances of silent communication. Telepathy? Elise's endocrinal control. Their habit of turning lamps on to burn away the night. Could this be some residual behavior left over from cave life? Tom had mentioned that the lights had never been completely extinguished, merely dimmed. Was this all an elaborate fantasy he had concocted to obscure their pitiful reality? I was certain this was the case with Elise's testimony, but whatever, I found that I was no longer angry at the twins, that they had been elevated in my thoughts from nuisance to mystery. Looking back, I can see that my new attitude was every bit as discriminatory as my previous one. I felt for them an adolescent avidity, such as I might have exhibited toward a strange pet. They were neat, weird, with the freakish appeal of Venus's fly-traps and sea monkeys. Nobody else had one like them, and having them to myself made me feel superior. I would discover what sort of tricks they could perform, take notes on their peculiarities, and then, eventually growing bored, I'd move along to a more consuming interest. Though I was intelligent enough to understand that this attitude was, in its indulgence and lack of concern for others, typically ugly American, I saw no harm in adopting it. Why, they might even benefit from my attention. At that moment I heard voices outside. I skimmed the notebook toward the others on the floor and affected nonchalance. The door opened. They entered and froze upon seeing me. "Hi," I said. "Door was open, so I waited for you here. What you been up to?" Tom's eyes flicked to the notebooks, and Elise said, "We've been walking." "Yeah?" I said this with great good cheer, as if pleased that they had been taking exercise. "Too bad I didn't get back earlier. I could have gone with you." "Why are you back?" asked Tom, gathering the notebooks. I didn't want to let on about the loss of my job, thinking that the subterfuge would give me a means of keeping track of them. "Some screw-up on the set," I told him. "They had to put off filming. What say we go into town?" From that point on, no question I asked them was casual. I was always testing, probing, trying to ferret out some of their truth. "Oh, I don't know," said Tom. "I thought I'd have a swim." I took a mental note. Why do subjects exhibit avoidance of town? For an instant, I had an unpleasant vision of myself, a teenage monster gloating over his two gifted white mice. But this was overborne by my delight in the puzzle they presented. "Yeah," I said breezily. "A swim would be nice." That night, making love with Elise was a whole new experience. I wasn't merely screwing, I was exploring the unknown, penetrating mystery. Watching her pale, passionless face, I imagined the brain behind it to be a strange glowing jewel with facets instead of convolutions. National Enquirer headlines flashed through my head. "Nazi mutants alive in Spain. American teen uncovers Hitler's secret plot." Of course, there would be no such publicity. Even if Tom's story was true, and I was far from certain that it was, I had no intention of betraying them. I wasn't that big a jerk. For the next month, I maintained the illusion that I was still employed by the film company, and left home each morning at dawn. But rather than catching the bus into Malaga, I would hide between the houses, and as soon as Tom and Elise went off on one of their walks, they always walked west along the beach, vanishing behind a rocky point, I would sneak into Tom's house and continue investigating the notebooks. The more I read, the more firmly I believed the story. There was a flatness to the narrative tone that reminded me of a man I had heard speaking about the concentration camps, dully recounting atrocities, staring into space, as if the things he said were putting him into a trance. For example, it was on July 2nd that they came for Urduja and Klaus. For the past few months, they had been making us sleep together in a room lit by harsh fluorescence. There were no mattresses, no pillows, and they took our clothes, so we could not use them as covering. It was like day under those trays of white light, and we lay curled around each other for warmth. They gassed us before they entered, but we had long since learned how to neutralize the gas, and so we were all awake, linked, pretending to be asleep. 3 of them came into the room, and 3 more stood at the door with guns. At first, it seemed that this would be just another instance of rape. The 3 men violated Urduja, one after the other. She kept up her pretense of unconsciousness, but she felt everything. We tried to comfort her, sending out our love and encouragement, but I could sense her hysteria, her pain. They were rough with her, and when they finished, her thighs were bloody. She was very brave and gave no cry. She was determined not to give us away. Finally, they picked her and Klaus up and carried them off. An hour later, we felt them die. It was horrible, as if part of my mind had short-circuited, a corner of it left forever dim. We were angry and confused. Why would they kill what they had worked so hard to create? Some of us, Uwe and Peter, foremost among them, wanted to give up the tunnel and revenge ourselves as best we could. But the rest of us managed to calm things down. Was it revenge we wanted, we asked, or was it freedom? If freedom was to be our choice, then the tunnel was our best hope. Would I wonder, have lobbied so hard for the tunnel if I had known that only Elise and I would survive it? The story ended shortly before the escape attempt was to be made. The remainder of the notebooks contained further depictions of that fantastic Third Reich, genetically created giants who served as executioners, fountains of blood in the squares of Berlin, dogs that spoke with human voices and spied for the government, and also marginalia concerning the twins' abilities, among them being the control of certain forms of energy. These particular powers had apparently been used to create the tunnel. All this fanciful detail unsettled me, as did several elements of the story. Tom had stated that the usual avenues of escape had been closed to the 20 clones, but what was a tunnel if not a usual avenue of escape? Once he had mentioned that the tunnel was unstable. What did that mean? And he seemed to imply that the escape had not yet been effected. By the time I had digested the notebooks, I had begun to notice the regular pattern of the twins' walks. They would disappear around the point that bounded the western end of the beach, and then, a half-hour later, they would return, looking worn out. Perhaps, I thought, they were doing something there that would shed light on my confusion, and so one morning I decided to follow them. The point was a spine of blackish rock shaped like a lizard's tail that extended about 50 feet out into the water. Tom and Elise would always wait around it. I, however, scrambled up the side and lay flat like a sniper atop it. From my vantage, I overlooked a narrow stretch of gravelly shingle, a little trough scooped out between the point and low brown hills that rolled away inland. Tom and Elise were sitting 10 or 12 feet below, passing a cave pipe, coughing, exhaling billows of smoke. That puzzled me. Why would they come here just to get high? I scrunched into a more comfortable position. It was a bright, breezy day. The sea was heaving with a light chop, but the waves slopping onto the shingle were ripples. A few fishing boats were herding a freighter along the horizon. I turned my attention back to the twins. They were standing, making peculiar gestures that reminded me of Tai Chi, though these were more labored. Then I noticed that the air above the tidal margin had become distorted as with a heat haze, yet it was not hot in the least. I stared at the patch of distorted air. It was growing larger and larger, and I began to see odd translucent shapes eddying within it. They were similar to the shapes that the twins were always sketching. There was a funny pressure in my ears. A drop of sweat slid down the hollow of my throat, leaving a cold track. Suddenly the twins broke off gesturing and leaned against each other. The patch of distorted air misted away. Both were breathing heavily, obviously exhausted. They sat down a couple of feet from the water's edge, and after a long silence, Tom said, "We should try again to be certain." "Why don't we finish it now?" said Elise. "I'm so tired of this place." "It's too dangerous in the daylight." Tom shied a pebble out over the water. "If they're waiting at the other end, we might have to run. We'll need the darkness for cover." "What about tonight?" "I'd rather wait until tomorrow night. There's supposed to be a storm front coming, and nobody will be outside." Elise sighed. "What's wrong?" Tom asked. "Is it Lucius?" I listened with even more intent. "No," she said. "I just want it to be over." Tom nodded and gazed out to sea. The freighter appeared to have moved a couple of inches eastward. Gulls were flying under the sun, becoming invisible as they passed across its glaring face, and then swooping away like bits of winged matter blown from its core. Tom picked up the cave pipe. "Let's try it again," he said. At that instant someone shouted, "Hey!" Richard Shockley came striding down out of the hills behind the shingle. Tom and Elise got to their feet. "I can't believe you people are so fucking uncool," said Shockley, walking up to them. His face was dark with anger, and the breeze was lashing his hair as if it, too, were enraged. "What the hell are you trying to do? Get everyone busted?" "We're not doing anything," said Elise. "Nah," sneered Shockley. "You're just breaking the law in plain view. Plain fucking view." His fists clenched, and I thought for a moment he was going to hit them. They were so much smaller than he that they looked like children facing an irate parent. "You won't have to be concerned with us much longer," said Tom. "We're leaving soon." "Good," said Shockley. "That's real good. But let me tell you something, man. I catch you smoking out here again, and you might be leaving quicker than you think." "What do you mean?" asked Elise. "Don't you worry about what I fucking mean," said Shockley. "You just watch your behavior. We had a good scene going here until you people showed up, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let you blow it." He snatched the pipe from Tom's hand and slung it out to sea. He shook his finger in Tom's face. "I swear, man, one more fuck-up, and I'll be on you like white on rice." Then he stalked off around the point. As soon as he was out of sight, without a word exchanged between them, Tom and Elise waded into the water and began groping beneath the surface, searching for the pipe. To my amazement, because the shallows were murky and full of floating litter, they found it almost instantly. I was angry at Shockley, both for his treatment of the twins and for his invasion of what I considered my private preserve, and I headed toward his house to tell him to lay off. When I entered, I was greeted by a skinny, sandy-haired guy, Skipper by name, who was sprawled on pillows in the front room. From the refuse of candy wrappers, crumpled cigarette packs, and empty pop bottles surrounding him, I judged him to have been in this position for quite some time. He was so opiated that he spoke in mumbles and could scarcely open his eyes. But from him I learned the reason for Shockley's outburst. "You don't want to see him now, man," said Skipper, and flicked out his tongue to retrieve a runner of drool that had leaked from the corner of his mouth. "Dude's on a rampage, you know." "Yeah," I said, "I know." "Fucker's paranoid," said Skipper. "Be paranoid myself if I was holding a key of smack." "Heroin?" "King H," said Skipper with immense satisfaction, as if pronouncing the name of his favorite restaurant, remembering past culinary treats. "He's gonna run it up to Copenhagen soon as—" "Shut the hell up!" It was Shockley, standing in the front door. "Get out," he said to me. "Be a pleasure." I strolled over to him. "The twins are leaving tomorrow night. Stay off their case." He squared his shoulders, trying to be taller. "Or what?" "Gee, Rich," I said, "I'd hate to see anything get in the way of your mission to Denmark." Though in most areas of experience I was a neophyte compared to Shockley, he was just a beginner compared to me as regarded fighting. I could tell a punch was coming from the slight widening of his eyes, the tensing of his shoulders. It was a silly, schoolgirlish punch. I stepped inside it, forced him against the wall, and jammed my forearm under his chin. "Listen, Rich," I said mildly. "Nobody wants trouble with the Guardia, right?" My hold prevented him from speaking, but he nodded. Spit bubbled between his teeth. "Then there's no problem. You leave the twins alone, and I'll forget about the dope, okay?" Again he nodded. I let him go, and he slumped to the floor, holding his throat. "See how easy things go when you just sit down and talk about them?" I said, and grinned. He glared at me. I gave him a cheerful wink and walked off along the beach. I see now that I credited Shockley with too much wisdom. I assumed that he was an expert smuggler and would maintain a professional calm. I underestimated his paranoia and gave no thought to his reasons for dealing with a substance as volatile as heroin. They must have involved a measure of desperation, because he was not a man prone to taking whimsical risks. But I wasn't thinking about the consequences of my actions. After what I had seen earlier beyond the point, I believed that I had figured out what Tom and Elise were up to. It seemed implausible, yet equally inescapable. And if I was right, this was my chance to witness something extraordinary. I wanted nothing to interfere. Gray clouds blew in the next morning from the east, and a steady downpour hung a silver-beaded curtain from the eaves of my porch. I spent the day pretending to write and watching Elise out of the corner of my eye. She went about her routines, washing the dishes, straightening up, sketching. The sketching was done with a bit more intensity than usual. Finally, late that afternoon, having concluded that she was not going to tell me she was leaving, I sat down beside her at the table and initiated a conversation. "You ever read science fiction?" I asked. "No," she said, and continued sketching. "Interesting stuff. Lots of weird ideas. Time travel, aliens." I jiggled the table, causing her to look up, and fixed her with a stare. "Alternate worlds." She tensed, but said nothing. "I've read your notebooks," I told her. "Tom thought you might have." She closed the sketch pad. "And I saw you trying to open the tunnel yesterday. I know that you're leaving." She fingered the edge of the pad. I couldn't tell if she was nervous or merely thinking. I kept after her. "What I can't figure out is why you're leaving. No matter who's chasing you, this world can't be as bad as the one described in the notebooks. At least we don't have anything like the disciples." "You've got it wrong," she said after a silence. "The disciples are of my world." I had more or less deduced what she was admitting to, but I hadn't really been prepared to accept that it was true, and for a moment I retrenched, believing again that she was crazy, that she had tricked me into swallowing her craziness as fact. She must have seen this in my face or read my thoughts, because she said then, "It's the truth." "I don't understand," I said. "Why are you going back?" "We're not. We're going to collapse the tunnel. And to do that, we have to activate it. It took all of us to manage it before. Tom and I wouldn't have been able to see the configurations clearly enough if it hadn't been for your drugs. We owe you a great deal." A worry line creased her brow. "You mustn't spy on us tonight. It could be dangerous." "Because someone might be waiting," I said. "The disciples?" She nodded. "We think one followed us into the tunnel and was trapped. It apparently can't control the fields involved in the tunnel. But if it's nearby when we activate the opening—" She shrugged. "What'll you do if it is?" "Lead it away from the beach," she said. She seemed assured in this, and I let the topic drop. "What are they, anyway?" I asked. "Hitler once gave a speech in which he told us they were magical reproductions of his soul. Who knows? They're horrid enough for that to be true." "If you collapse the tunnel, then you'll be safe from pursuit, right?" "Yes." "Then why leave Pedre Galejo?" "We don't fit in," she said, and let the words hang in the air a few seconds. "Look at me. Can you believe that in my world I'm considered beautiful?" An awkward silence ensued. Then she smiled. I'd never seen her smile before. I can't say it made her beautiful,
Her skin looked dead pale in the dreary light, her features asexual. But in the smile I could detect the passive confidence with which beauty encounters the world. It was the first time I had perceived her as a person and not as a hobby, a project. "But that's not the point," she went on. "There's somewhere we want to go." "Where?" She reached into her airline bag, which was beside the chair, and pulled out a dog-eared copy of the Tibetan Book of the Dead. "To find the people who understand this." I scoffed. "You believe that crap?" "What would you know?" she snapped. "It's chaos inside the tunnel. It's—" She waved her hand in disgust, as if it weren't worth explaining anything to such an idiot. "Tell me about it," I said. Her anger had eroded some of my skepticism. "If you've read the notebooks, you've seen my best attempt at telling about it. Ordinary reference don't often apply inside the tunnel. But it appears to pass by places described in this book. You catch glimpses of lights, and you're drawn to them. You seem to have an innate understanding that the lights are the entrances to worlds, and you sense that they're fearsome. But you're afraid that if you don't stop at one of them, you'll be killed. The others let themselves be drawn. Tom and I kept going. This light, this world, felt less fearsome than the rest." She gave a doleful laugh. "Now I'm not so sure." "In one of the notebooks," I said, "Tom wrote that the others didn't survive." "He doesn't really know," she said. "Perhaps he wrote that to make himself feel better about having wound up here. That would be like him." We continued talking until dark. It was the longest time I had spent in her company without making love, and yet, because of this abstinence, we were more lovers then than we had ever been before. I listened to her, not with an eye toward collecting data, but with genuine interest, and though everything she told me about her world smacked of insanity, I believed her. There were, she said, rivers that sprang from enormous crystals, birds with teeth, bats as large as eagles, cave cities, wizards, winged men who inhabited the thin Andean air. It was a place of evil grandeur, and at its heart its ruler was the dead Hitler, his body uncorrupting, his death a matter of conjecture, his terrible rule maintained by a myriad of servants and hopes of his rebirth. At the time, Elise's world seemed wholly alien to me, as distinct from our own as Jupiter or Venus. But now I wonder if, at least in the manner of its rule, it is not much the same. Are we not also governed by the dead, by the uncorrupting laws they have made, laws whose outmoded concepts enforce a logical tyranny upon a populace that no longer meets their standards of morality? And I wonder further if each alternate world, Elise told me they were infinite in number, is but a distillation of the one adjoining, and if somewhere at the heart of this complex lies a compacted essence of a world, a blazing point of pure principle that plays cosmic Hitler to its shadow selves. The storm that blew in just after dark was, like the Mediterranean, an age-worn elemental, distant thunder, a few strokes of lightning spreading glowing cracks down the sky, a blustery wind. Elise cautioned me again against following her, and told me she'd be back to say goodbye. I told her I'd wait, but as soon as she and Tom had left, I set out toward the point. I would no more have missed their performance than I would have turned down, say, a free ticket to see the Rolling Stones. A few drops of rain were falling, but a foggy moon was visible through high clouds inland. Shadows were moving in the lighted windows of the houses. Shards of atonal jazz alternated with mournful gusts of wind. Once Tom and Elise glanced back, and I dropped down on the mucky sand, lying flat until they had waded around the point.
By the time I reached the top of the rocks, the rain had stopped. Directly below me were two shadows and the glowing coal of the Caith pipe. I was exhilarated. I wished my father were there, so I could say to him, "All your crap about slow and steady wins the race, all your rationalist bullshit, it doesn't mean anything in the face of this. There's mystery in the world, and if I'd stayed in school, I'd never have known it." I was so caught up in thinking about my father's reactions that I lost track of Tom and Elise. When I looked down again, I found that they had taken a stand by the shore and were performing those odd, graceful gestures. Just beyond them, its lowest edge level with the water, was a patch of darkness blacker than night, roughly circular, and approximately the size of a circus ring. Lightning was still striking down out to sea, but the moon had sailed clear of the clouds, staining silver the surrounding hilltops, bringing them close, and in that light I could see that the patch of darkness had depth and agitated motion. Staring into it was like staring into a fire while hallucinating, watching the flames adopt the forms of monsters. Only in this case there were no flames but the vague impressions of monstrous faces melting up from the tunnel walls, showing a shinier black, then fading. I was at an angle to the tunnel, and while I could see inside it, I could also see that it had no exterior walls, that it was a hole hanging in mid-air, leading to an unearthly distance. Every muscle in my body was tensed. Pressure was building in my ears, and I heard a static hiss overriding the grumble of thunder and the mash of the waves against the point. My opinion of the twins had gone up another notch. Anyone who would enter that fuming nothingness was worthy of respect. They looked the image of courage, two pale children daring the darkness to swallow them. They kept on with their gestures until the depths of the tunnel began to pulse like a black gulping throat. The static hiss grew louder, oscillating in pitch, and the twins tipped their heads to the side, admiring their handiwork. Then a shout in Spanish, a beam of light probing at the twins from the seaward reach of the point. Seconds later, Richard Shockley splashed through the shallows and onto shore. He was holding a flashlight, and the wind was whipping his hair. Behind him came a short, dark-skinned man, carrying an automatic rifle, wearing the hat and uniform of the Guardia Civil. As he drew near, I recognized him to be Francisco, the guardsman who had tried to cozy up to me. He had a band-aid on his chin, which, despite his weapon and traditions, made him seem an innocent. The two men's attention was fixed on the twins, and they didn't notice the tunnel, though they passed close to its edge. Francisco began to harangue the twins in Spanish, menacing them with his gun. I crept nearer and heard the word heroina. Heroin. I managed to hear enough to realize what had happened. Shockley, either for the sake of vengeance or, more likely, panicked by what he considered a threat to his security, had planted heroin in Tom's house and informed on him, hoping perhaps to divert suspicion and ingratiate himself with the Guardia. Elise was denying the charges, but Francisco was shouting her down. And then he caught sight of the tunnel. His mouth fell open, and he backed against the rocks directly behind me. Shockley spotted it too. He shined his flashlight into the tunnel, and the beam was sheared off where it entered the blackness, as if it had been bitten in half. For a moment they were frozen in a tableau. Only the moonlight seemed in motion, coursing along Francisco's patent leather hat. What got into me then was not bravery or any analogue thereof, but a sudden violent impulse such as had often landed me in trouble. I jumped feet first onto Francisco's back. I heard a grunt as we hit the ground, a snapping noise, and the next I knew I was scrambling off him, reaching for his gun, which had flown a couple of yards away. I had no clue of how to operate the safety, or even of where it was located. But Shockley wasn't aware of that. His eyes were popped, and he sidled along the rocks toward the water, his head twitching from side to side, searching for a way out. Hefting the cold, slick weight of the gun gave me a sense of power, a feeling tinged with hilarity, and as I came to my feet, aiming at Shockley's chest, I let out a purposefully demented laugh. "Tell me, Rich," I said, "do you believe in God?" He held out a hand, palm up, and said, "Don't," in a choked voice. "Remember that garbage you used to feed me about the moral force of poetry?" I said. "How you figure that jives with setting up these two?" I waved the rifle barrel at the twins. They were staring into the tunnel, unmindful of me and Shockley. "You don't understand," said Shockley. "Sure I do, Rich." I essayed another deranged teenage killer laugh. "You're not a nice guy." In the moonlight, his face looked glossy with sweat. "Wait a minute," he said. "I'll—" Then Elise screamed, and I never did learn what Shockley had in mind. I spun around and was so shocked that I nearly dropped the gun. The tunnel was still pulsing, its depths shrinking and expanding like the gullet of a black worm, and in front of it stood my first impulse is to say a shadow, but that description would not do justice to the disciple. To picture it, you must imagine the mold of an androgynous human body constructed from a material of such translucency that you couldn't see it under any condition of light. Then you must further imagine that the mold contains a black substance, negatively black, that shares the properties of both gas and fluid, which is slipping around inside, never filling the mold completely. At one moment presenting to you a knife edge, the next a frontal silhouette, and at other times displaying all the other possible angles of attitude, shifting among them. Watching it made me dizzy. Tom and Elise cowered from it, and when it turned full face to me, I too cowered. Red glowing pinpricks appeared in the places where its eyes should have been. The pinpricks swelled, developing into real eyes. The pupils were black planets, eclipsing bloody suns. I wanted to run, but those eyes held me. Insanity was like a heat in them. They radiated fury, loathing, hatred, and I wonder now if anything human, even some perverted fraction of mad Hitler's soul, could have achieved such an alien resolve. My blood felt as thick as syrup. My scrotum tightened. Then something splashed behind me, and though I couldn't look away from the eyes, I knew that Shockley had run. The disciple moved after him, and how it moved! It was as if it were turning sideways and vanishing, repeating the process over and over, and doing this so rapidly that it seemed to be strobing, winking in and out of existence, each wink transporting it several feet farther along. Shockley never had a chance. It was too dark out near the end of the point for me to tell what really happened, but I saw two shadows merge and heard a bubbling scream. A moment later the disciple came whirling back toward the shore. Instinctively I clawed the trigger of Francisco's gun. The safety had not been on. Bullets stitched across the disciple's torso, throwing up geysers of blackness that almost instantly were reabsorbed into its body, as if by force of gravity. Otherwise they had no effect. The disciple stopped just beyond arm's reach, nailing me with its burning gaze, flickering with the rhythm of a shadow cast by a fire. Only its eyes were constant, harrowing me. Someone shouted. I think it was Tom, but I'm not sure. I had shrunk so far within myself that every element of the scene except the glowing red eyes had a dim value. Abruptly the disciple moved away. Tom was standing at the mouth of the tunnel. When the disciple had come half the distance toward him, he took a step forward and, like a man walking into a black mirror, disappeared. The disciples sped into the tunnel after him. For a time I could see their shapes melting up and fading among the other, more monstrous shapes. A couple of minutes after they had entered it, the tunnel collapsed, accompanied by a keening hiss. The interior walls constricted utterly, and flecks of ebony space flew up from the mouth. Night flowed in to take its place. Elise remained standing by the shore, staring at the spot where the tunnel had been. In a daze, I walked over and put an arm around her shoulder, wanting to comfort her. but she shook me off and went a few steps into the water, as if to say that she would rather drown than accept my consolation. My thoughts were in chaos, and needing something to focus them, I knelt beside Francisco, who was still lying face down. I rolled him onto his back, and his head turned with a horrid, grating sound. Blood and sand crusted his mouth. He was dead, his neck broken. For a long while I sat there, noticing the particulars of death, absorbed by them, how the blood within him had begun to settle to one side, discoloring his cheek, how his eyes, though glazed, had maintained a bewildered look. The band-aid on his chin had come unstuck, revealing a shaving nick. I might have sat there forever, hypnotized by the sight. But then a bank of clouds overswept the moon, and the pitch darkness shocked me, alerted me to the possible consequences of what I had done. From that point on, I was operating in a panic, inspired by fear to acts of survival. I dragged Francisco's body into the hills. I waded into the water and found Shockley's body floating in the shallows. Every inch of his skin was horribly charred, and as I hauled him to his resting place beside Francisco, black flakes came away on my fingers. After I had covered the bodies with brush, I led Elise, by then unresisting, back to the house, packed for us both, and hailed a taxi for the airport. There I had a moment of hysteria, realizing that she would not have a passport, but she did, a Canadian one forged in Malaga. We boarded the midnight flight to Casablanca, and the next day, because I was still fearful of pursuit, we began hitchhiking east across the desert. Our travels were arduous. I had only $300, and Elise had none. Tom's story about their having valuables to sell had been more or less true, but in our haste we had left them behind. In Cairo, partly due to our lack of funds and partly to medical expenses incurred by Elise's illness, amoebic dysentery, I was forced to take a job. I worked for a perfume merchant in the Khan el-Khalili Bazaar, steering tourists to his shop, where they could buy rare essences and drugs and change money at the black market rates. In order to save enough to pay our passage east, I began to cheat my employer, servicing some of his clients myself, and when he found me out, I had to flee with Elise, who had not yet shaken her illness. I felt responsible for her, guilty about my role in the proceedings. I'd come to terms with Francisco's death. Naturally, I regretted it, and sometimes I would see that dark, surprised face in my dreams. But acts of violence did not trouble my heart then as they do now. I had grown up violent in a violent culture, and I was able to rationalize the death as an accident. And, too, it had been no saint I had killed. I could not, however, rationalize my guilt concerning Elise, and this confounded me. Hadn't I tried to save her and Tom? I realized that my actions had essentially been an expression of adolescent fury, yet they had been somewhat on the twins' behalf, and no one could have stood against the disciple. What more could I have done? Nothing, I told myself. But this answer failed to satisfy me. In Afghanistan, Elise suffered a severe recurrence of her dysentery. This time I had sufficient funds, money earned by smuggling, thanks to Shockley's lessons, to avoid having to work, and we rented a house on the outskirts of Kabul. We lived there 3 months, until she had regained her health. I fed her yogurt, red meat, vegetables. I bought her books and a tape recorder and music to play on it. I brought people in whom I thought she might be interested to visit her. I wish I could report that we grew to be friends, but she had withdrawn into herself, and thus remained a mystery to me, something curious and inexplicable. She would lie in her room, a cubicle of whitewashed stone, with the sunlight slanting in across her bed, paling her further, transforming her into a piece of ivory sculpture, and would gaze out the window for hours, seeing, I believe, not the exotic traffic on the street, robed horsemen from the north, ox-drawn carts and Chinese-made trucks, but some otherworldly vista. Often I wanted to ask her more about her world, about the tunnel, and Tom, and 100 other things. But while I could not institute a new relationship with her, I did not care to reinstitute our previous one. And so my questions went unasked, and so certain threads of this narrative must be left untied, reflecting the messiness of reality as opposed to the neatness of fiction. Though this story is true, I do not ask that you believe it. To my mind, it is true enough, and if you have read it to the end, then you have sufficiently extended your belief. In any case, it is a verity that the truth becomes a lie when it is written down, and it is the art of writing to wring as much truth as possible from its own dishonest fabric. I have but a single truth to offer, one that came home to me on the last day I saw Elise, one that stands outside both the story and the act of writing it. We had reached the object of our months-long journey, the gates of a Tibetan nunnery on a hill beneath Dhaulagiri in Nepal, a high blue day with a chill wind blowing. It was here that Elise planned to stay. Why? She never told me more than she had in our conversation shortly before she and Tom set out to collapse the tunnel. The gates, huge wooden barriers carved with the faces of gods, swung open, and the female lamas began to applaud, their way of frightening off demons who might try to enter. They formed a crowd of yellow robes and tanned, smiling faces that seemed to me another kind of barrier, a deceptively plain facade masking some rarefied contentment. Elise and I said a perfunctory goodbye, but as she walked inside, I hoped that she would turn back and give vent to emotion. She did not. The gate swung shut, and she was gone into the only haven that might accept her as commonplace. Gone, and I had never really known her. I sat down outside the gates, alone for the first time in many months, with no urgent destination or commanding purpose, and took stock. High above, the snowy fang of Dhaulagiri reared against a cloudless sky. Its sheer faces depended to gentler slopes seamed with the ice-blue tongues of glaciers, and those slopes eroded into barren brown hills such as the one upon which the nunnery was situated. That was half the world. The other half, the half I faced, was steep green hills terraced into barley fields, and winding through them a river, looking as unfeatured as a shiny aluminum ribbon. Hawks were circling the middle distance, and somewhere, perhaps from the monastery that I knew to be off among the hills, a horn sounded a great bass note, like a distant dragon signaling its hunger or its rage. I sat at the center of these events and things, at the dividing line of these half-worlds that seemed to me less in opposition than equally empty, and I felt that emptiness pouring into me. I was so empty, I thought that if the wind were to strike me at the correct angle, I might chime like a bell. And perhaps it did. Perhaps the clarity of the Himalayan weather and this sudden increment of emptiness acted to produce a tone, an illumination, for I saw myself then as Tom and Elise must have seen me. Brawling, loutish, indulgent. The two most notable facts of my life were negatives. I had killed a man, and I had encountered the unknown and let it elude me. I tried once again to think what more I could have done, and this time, rather than arriving at the usual conclusion, I started to understand what lesson I had been taught on the beach at Pedregalejo. Some years ago, a friend of mine, a writer and a teacher of writing, told me that my stories had a tendency to run on past the climax, and that I frequently ended them with a moral, a technique he considered outmoded. He was, in the main, correct. But it occurs to me that sometimes a moral, whether or not clearly stated by the prose, is what provides us with the real climax, the good weight that makes the story resonate beyond the measure of the page. So in this instance, I will go contrary to my friend's advice and tell you what I learned, because it strikes me as being particularly applicable to the American consciousness, which is insulated from much painful reality, and further, because it relates to a process of indifference that puts us all at risk. When the tragedies of others become for us diversions, sad stories with which to enthrall our friends, interesting bits of data to toss out at cocktail parties, a means of presenting a pose of political concern, or whatever, when this happens, we commit the gravest of sins, condemn ourselves to ignominy, and consign the world to a dangerous course. We begin to justify our casual overview of pain and suffering by portraying ourselves as do-gooders, incapacitated by the inexorable forces of poverty, famine, and war. What can I do? We say. I'm only one person, and these things are beyond my control. I care about the world's trouble, but there are no solutions. Yet no matter how accurate this assessment, most of us are relying on it to be true, using it to mask our indulgence, our deep-seated lack of concern, our pathological self-involvement. In adopting this attitude, we delimit the possibilities for action by letting events progress to a point at which, indeed, action becomes impossible, at which we can righteously say that nothing can be done. And so we are born, we breed, we are happy, we are sad, we deal with consequential problems of our own, we have cancer or a car crash, and in the end, our actions prove insignificant. Some will tell you that to feel guilt or remorse over the vast inaction of our society is utter foolishness. Life, they insist, is patently unfair, and all anyone can do is to look out for his own interest. Perhaps they are right. Perhaps we are so mired in our self-conceptions that we can change nothing. Perhaps this is the way of the world. But for the sake of my soul, and because I no longer wish to hide my sins behind a guise of mortal incapacity, I tell you it is not. End of The Jaguar Hunter, by Lucius Shepard, with a foreword by Michael Bishop. Acknowledgements. Black Coral, copyright 1984 by Terry Carr for Universe 14. The End of Life as We Know It, copyright 1984 by Davis Publications Incorporated for Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, January 1985. How the Wind Spoke at Madaket, copyright 1985 by Davis Publications Incorporated for Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, April 1985. The Jaguar Hunter, copyright 1985 by Mercury Press Incorporated for the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, May 1985. The Man Who Painted the Dragon Griaule, copyright 1984 by Mercury Press Incorporated for the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, December 1984. Mengele, copyright 1985 by Terry Carr for Universe 15. The Night of White Bairob, copyright 1984 by Mercury Press Incorporated for the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1984. R&R, copyright 1986 by Davis Publications Incorporated for Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, April 1986. Salvador, copyright 1984 by Mercury Press Incorporated for the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1984. A Spanish Lesson, copyright 1985 by Mercury Press Incorporated for the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, December 1985. A Traveler's Tale, copyright 1984 by Davis Publications Incorporated for Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, July 1984. Foreword, copyright 1987 by Michael Bishop.
Narrated by Gary Tipton in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, November 1988. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Arkham House Publishers, Incorporated, Sauk City, Wisconsin.
End of book.